Chapter 1. The Oceanic Void, February 30th, 2029, a stormy day. My name is Chu Ye, a survivor in the aftermath of the apocalypse. It is now the first month of global desertification, and I have begun to document my thoughts, hoping that if I perish, someone will discover this diary. March 5th, 2029, scorching heat. Yesterday, several people in the community succumbed to thirst. I sense that my time is also limited. My sister, Chu Ye, remains uncontacted, and mutated creatures have begun to appear outside. I hope Ye is safe and will return without incident. March 19th, 2029, scorching heat. Water, water, water. Who can provide me with a sip of water? I am on the brink of collapse. I have drained every drinkable liquid possible. My girlfriend, Chu Ye, left with the supply team. I heard they discovered a new water source. Wait, someone is knocking at the door. It must be Chu Ye returning. March 20th, 2029, night. Run. Do not return. Do not trust that wretched woman. They are all beasts. Buzzing. The phone on the nightstand vibrated incessantly. Chu Ye abruptly opened his eyes, sitting up in bed, gasping for breath as cold sweat trickled down his forehead. After a moment, he stared in bewilderment at the familiar bedroom before him. His gaze landed on the water dispenser next to him, and instinctively, he rushed over. Without even grabbing a cup, he turned on the faucet and tilted his head back, pouring water directly down his throat until he was violently coughing, at which point he slid down to sit against the wall. This most ordinary mineral water tasted like sweet nectar at this moment. What was happening? Hadn't he died? Just moments ago, he had been dismembered, watching his blood flow into a bottle. Unbeknownst to him, tears welled in his eyes. It was only now that he confirmed one thing. He had been reborn. Chu Ye shivered, the memory of that excruciating experience vivid in his mind. The sky was dim, the wind and sand swept across the land, the terrifying heat engulfed the globe. All that was visible were the ruins of cities standing solitary in the desert, surrounded by desiccated corpses and distorted figures. That was a calamity akin to hell. Buzzing, the phone vibrated again. Upon seeing the caller ID, Chu Ye's pupils contracted sharply, his fingers clenched tightly. Chu Ye, that wretched woman. He never imagined that the woman he once loved would not only betray him, but also bring her lover to watch him be dismembered. Recalling Chu Ye's cold, disdainful smile ignited an uncontrollable rage within him. Hello, Chu Ye, where have you been? I've called you countless times, and you only just picked up? You must be feeling quite bold. As soon as the call connected, familiar yet piercing insults rang out. Veins throbbed on Chu Ye's forehead, and the most venomous words nearly escaped his lips in fury. But just moments later, he inhaled deeply, attempting to respond in a calm tone. I just fell asleep. Sleep, sleep, sleep. All you do is sleep. Are you a pig? Forget it. I'm too lazy to argue with you. I might have to work overtime tonight, so I may return tomorrow. You'll have to eat dinner alone. Hearing those familiar words from the other end of the line, Chu Ye's gaze turned increasingly icy. Overtime? In his previous life, he never suspected anything dubious about this routine. It was only later that he discovered that the so-called overtime was merely an excuse for her to rendezvous with her lover. Is it really overtime? I could have sworn I heard a strange man's voice on your end. Chu Ye feigned ignorance as he inquired. Sure enough, Chu Ye's voice trembled slightly with panic. You must be talking about a new colleague in our department, right? No. Chu Ye, what do you mean by that? Are you doubting me? What else could I possibly do if I'm not working overtime? No, I was just asking casually. Just asking? Why do you have to question me? Well, I'll hang up now. Be gentle. Before the call ended, Chu Ye caught Chu Ye's last words, clearly not directed at him. Taking a deep breath, he slowly opened his eyes, suppressing the murderous intent within. He could not afford to alarm the enemy just yet. When that wretched woman returned, it would be time for a slow and deliberate revenge. Since fate had granted him the chance of rebirth, this time he would ensure that those beasts would suffer a fate worse than death. He glanced at the time on his phone. The display date was January 28th, 2029. Current temperature, 27 degrees. Instinctively, Chu Ye turned to look outside. The fiery clouds painted half the sky red, and at the city's edge, the setting sun was being gradually devoured. Indeed, even though Jiangcheng, where he resided, was in the south, winter had unmistakably arrived, yet this bizarre temperature made everything clear. Ironically, In his previous life, he had believed the so-called experts who claimed this was merely a climatic anomaly. Was it truly a climatic anomaly? If only Chu Ye had not personally experienced the apocalypse. Now, according to the timeline from his previous life, there remained less than 24 hours until the onset of the apocalypse. Initially, no one paid heed to this unusual climate, dismissing it as just another sandstorm. Within just 2 days, however, widespread water shortages ensued across the city, and global temperatures rose alarmingly without warning. In a winter that should have been frigid, temperatures soared beyond 47 degrees, with some regions reaching 54 degrees. And this terrifying temperature continued to intermittently rise. Magnetic disturbances caused plane crashes, and electronic communications failed entirely. Until, overnight, the Jialing River tributary of the Yangtze transformed into a parched riverbed. Humanity was plunged into panic, for coincidentally, 70% of Earth's surface water had vanished. All surface water seemed to have evaporated, leaving the landscape utterly desolate. As for the cause, no one knew. Chu Ye was equally clueless about where the issue lay. He only understood that he needed to act swiftly. In the time ahead, he would gather every resource possible to construct a temporary shelter, for he never wished to endure the torment of his previous life again. At that moment, ding! Host threshold change detected. Oceanic space has been activated. Would you like to open it? A cold mechanical voice abruptly echoed in his mind. Chu Ye paused, completely stunned. A system? Though he had already been reborn, this unexpected surprise made him swallow hard. Open. He tentatively responded in his mind. Ding! Oceanic space opened. Remaining capacity, 1 billion cubic kilometers. Flow valve, 0-100 controllable. Pressure valve, 0-100 controllable. Almost instantly, a brand new interface materialized before Chu Ye's eyes, and his consciousness was transported to an endless expanse. Chapter 2. I miss you, brother. Chu Ye was utterly astonished by the sight before him. It was an endless expanse of ocean, a pristine blue water surface stretching as far as the eye could see, with no end in sight. At the center of this water surface was a vast metal platform, approximately tens of thousands of square kilometers in size, rising prominently. Yet, even this immense metallic platform, akin to an island, seemed but a mere speck in the boundless sea, insignificant and unnoticed. How much water is this? With a shift of thought, Chu Ye withdrew his consciousness, sitting on the sofa, lost in contemplation for an extended period. After the cataclysm, various survival supplies transformed into exceedingly rare resources, and in the struggle for sustenance, some individuals were willing to barter their very souls. Above all, water, an essential for human life, became the most coveted commodity. With freshwater sources nearly exhausted, the stored drinking water of humanity became the hardest currency in existence. In his previous life, Chu Ye had already witnessed the depths of madness to which one could be driven in a parched environment. But now, 1 billion cubic kilometers. That was a superlative expanse of water, comparable to the Pacific Ocean. Shock, elation, and bewilderment surged through him, causing the corners of Chu Ye's mouth to rise uncontrollably. More importantly, he could manipulate the water quantity at will through the system interface. With but a mere thought, it was as if a faucet had opened before him, and water cascaded down effortlessly. As he gradually adjusted the flow rate, the stream grew thicker. With a crash, the water overflowed from the coffee table, and Chu Ye treaded upon the shards of glass, oblivious to the chaos of the living room, his eyes gleaming with astonishment. Was the flow at merely level 10 already this fearsome? What would it be like at level 100? The very thought was beyond his imagination. Of course, this was without activating the pressure valve. What if he maintained the flow while gradually increasing the pressure? His eyes narrowed. Before him, the water stream visibly narrowed, yet its velocity surged. The once fist-sized stream gradually shrank to the size of a car wash nozzle, and he did not cease. He continued to amplify the pressure. Finally, a silver flash illuminated the scene as the floor tile shattered. A thumb-sized pit appeared in the living room floor. This. Chu Ye's mouth fell agape in disbelief. He had merely cranked the pressure up to level 10, and such destruction ensued? Did this mean that, at will, he could carry a weapon akin to a supercharged water gun? Marvelous, marvelous! In his excitement, Chu Ye's face began to tremble. With the sea of resources at his disposal, his fear of the apocalypse began to dissipate. Yet, the moment of respite was brief, for his phone rang once more. The caller ID displayed Inin. Chu Ye's expression stiffened, his eyes reddened, and his fingers trembled slightly around the phone. "Brother, I just finished class. You wouldn't believe. The weather in the Northeast is so strange this year. Usually, everyone starts wearing down jackets by now, but today..." Inin, hearing her familiar voice, Chu Ye nearly choked on his emotions. "Brother? What's wrong? Why aren't you speaking? Is something the matter?" Only when Chu Yinin's tone turned a shade anxious did Chu Ye force himself to calm down, inhaling deeply before smiling. "It's nothing, just hearing your voice is truly wonderful." Inin was his sole companion, now studying at university in the Northeast. In the wake of the apocalypse, Chu Ye had frantically tried to reach her, but communications had been severed, and she had vanished without a trace. He knew he had not seen her one last time before his demise. "Oh dear. Why are you suddenly being so sentimental? I have a break starting tomorrow. I've purchased a ticket for the day after. When I return, you must treat me to something delicious." The day after? Chu Ye's heart tightened painfully. Indeed, in his previous life, Inin had been caught in the outbreak on her way back, which led to a series of catastrophic events. Realizing this, he quickly interjected, "The day after is too late. How about today instead? Pack your things and buy the earliest ticket back. But I still have. I miss you." Chu Ye interrupted, unconsciously tightening his grip. He could not divulge the truth of the apocalypse to his sister unless witnessed firsthand. Anyone would deem him insane. However, time was of the essence, and he could not afford to explain endlessly. Fortunately, Inin on the other end sensed his disquiet. "All right, they'll change my ticket shortly. Brother, is there truly nothing you wish to tell me? Let's discuss it when you return." After hanging up, Chu Ye finally exhaled, a sense of relief washing over him. At least the worst-case scenario had been averted. His sister was the only family he had left in the world. In his previous life, he had failed to protect Inin, and guilt and regret had consumed him daily. Thus, in this life, he would do everything in his power to ensure she suffered not a single scratch. There was no time to squander. Before Inin returned, he had to make adequate preparations. While the issue of water was resolved, he still needed to stockpile other supplies. Foremost among his tasks was establishing a hidden and secure sanctuary. Currently, he resided on the 17th floor of an ordinary apartment complex. It was evident that, whether for stockpiling supplies or out of considerations for privacy and safety, this location was unsuitable for refuge in the wake of the apocalypse. Even if he were to renovate, he would require a building that was originally suitable. As he pondered, an idea struck him. How could I forget him? He promptly retrieved his phone and dialed. "Brother-in-law, are you calling for something?" "I'm currently busy with renovations, so be quick," came the impatient voice of his brother-in-law, Chen Xiaowang. Upon hearing renovations, Chu Ye's expression twitched violently. The Chen family was notorious for their lack of decency, especially his brother-in-law, who was both irresponsible and frequently disrespectful toward him, treating him with utter disdain. Yet, Chen Xiaojia, his sister, was a devoted supporter. Ever since their marriage, she had openly used family funds to support her brother, but Chen Xiaowang showed no gratitude, believing it all to be his due. Recently, he had even taken Chu Ye's years of savings as a down payment to buy a villa for Chen Xiaowang as a wedding gift. It not laughable. He still resided in the dilapidated home left by his parents, while his brother-in-law luxuriated in a villa. Yet, in his previous life, after enduring the brainwashing from the Chun family and the melodrama of Chen Xiaojia's threats of divorce, Chu Ye had ultimately chosen to acquiesce. Reflecting on this, Chu Ye suddenly felt a mix of anger and amusement. How had he been so foolish to willingly serve as an ATM for this family? Though he loathed them inwardly, his voice remained unwaveringly calm. "Xiaowang, is the renovation budget sufficient? I heard from your sister that you might still be short. Do you have time to come by and collect it?" "Really? It'll be right over." Excitedly, Chen Xiaowang's voice rose several octaves. "All right, come on over. I've prepared a surprise for you." After ending the call, Chu Ye set down his phone, a cold smile gracing his lips. The glint of murderous intent flickered in his eyes. Chapter 3. You'd best not deceive me. "Brother-in-law, has someone robbed the house? What happened here?" Chen Xiaowang, who usually could not be bothered to acknowledge him, arrived swiftly but upon entering, he was taken aback by the scene before him. Nothing much, just a water pipe burst. Chu Ye casually deflected that, "Oh, all right." Chen Xiaowang nodded, not particularly concerned, and without hesitation extended his hand. "Aren't you supposed to give me the money? Hand it over, I have social engagement tonight, and must leave soon." Chu Ye's lips twitched, yet he feigned a relaxed demeanor. A no rush, come, sit down, and let's talk leisurely." "What do you mean? You're not trying to pull a fast one on me, are you? Do not presume that I am unaware. It was undoubtedly my sister who instructed you to deliver this to me. If you dare refuse, do you believe I won't immediately call her and demand a divorce?" Chen Xiaowang's expression shifted dramatically, a flicker of anger coloring his features. "I have told you to sit down. Do you still want the money or not?" Chu Ye's brow furrowed. "Fine. You had better not deceive me," Chen Xiaowang replied, begrudgingly plopping onto the sofa. Seeing Chen Xiaowang's unguarded demeanor, Chu Ye couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. He leisurely retrieved a cigarette, lit it, inhaled deeply, and then inquired, "Tell me, do you have anything to say about your sister's infidelity?" Chen Xiaowang's face paled, his gaze instinctively betraying a hint of shock. Then, flustered and guilty, he laughed nervously. "Brother-in-law, have you been listening to some ridiculous gossip? How could my sister possibly betray you?" However, upon lifting his gaze, he found Chu Ye merely squinting with a smile, studying him intently. Chen Xiaowang had always looked down on Chu Ye. Now, feeling the intensity of Chu Ye's stare, he grew irritated, his mind racing ahead of his tongue, and retorted angrily, "Yes, my sister is indeed unfaithful. You, with the surname Chu, call me here for this trivial matter? Fine. Now that you know, what do you intend to do about it?" Chu Ye remained silent. In truth, he had long been aware of the sordid affair. He was the only one kept in the dark, while the Chen family, fully cognizant of the reality, had treated him like a fool. Seeing Chu Ye's silence, Chen Xiaowang became increasingly brazen. "Your sister marrying, you should be a cause for your secret delight. So what if she has a lover? Besides, haven't you always been a pathetic coward?" Indeed, this was the genuine sentiment residing in Chen Xiaowang's heart. To him, Chu Ye was perpetually an unsuccessful weakling, deserving of being cuckolded and exploited by their family. In a previous life, it was Chen Xiaojie who betrayed Chu Ye, and the first to plunge the knife into his back was none other than Chen Xiaowang. Chu Ye shook his head, a self-deprecating smile gracing his lips. "It's nothing, I merely wish to confirm a few things." "Confirm what?" Suddenly, without warning, as Chen Xiaowang lounged with his legs crossed, eagerly anticipating Chu Ye's reaction, a fruit knife plunged into his thigh. Chen Xiaowang let out a blood-curdling scream, blood gushing forth in an instant. He could hardly fathom that Chu Ye would resort to violence. Yet, upon looking up, he was met with Chu Ye's cheerful gaze. Shoo, shoo, shoo. Chu Ye murmured, "Keep your voice down. Your life is still of some use to me, but if you make a commotion, I may have to finish you off right now." Chu Ye raised a finger, his face alight with a maniacal grin. He has lost his mind. Chen Xiaowang was utterly petrified, the knife embedded in his thigh, sending waves of excruciating pain through him, his lips trembling. Chu Ye, I advise you not to act. Impulsively, murder will land you in prison." With a resounding slap, Chu Ye struck his face. Prison? In just a few hours, the entire world would descend into chaos. Who would care about an individual's life then? With a chilling smile, he commanded, "Hand over the keys to your villa." Stunned by the slap, Chen Xiaowang finally regained his senses and bellowed, "You Chu, how dare you? The villa belongs to me, all." With a swift motion, Chu Ye withdrew the knife and drove it into Chen Xiaowang's other thigh. The words that were on the tip of Chen Xiaowang's tongue transformed into agonizing screams, the intense pain tearing at his nerves until he eventually fainted. "TSK, useless." Chu Ye scoffed, reluctantly taking matters into his own hands to search him. Before long, he unearthed the keys from Chen Xiaowang's pocket. Clutching the keys, a wild grin spread across Chu Ye's face. He had already paid half the down payment now. Taking up residence should meet with no opposition, right? Gazing at the unconscious Chen Xiaowang, whose thighs were bleeding profusely from 2 wounds, it was apparent that if this continued, he would soon succumb to excessive blood loss. Seeing this, Chu Ye hastily procured some rope, binding Chen Xiaowang's limbs and mouth, even wrapping his wounds with extra care. There was no alternative. Chen Xiaowang could not die just yet. He needed to wait for that wretched woman to return, so he could personally torment her in front of him. After all, a family should remain united, should it not? Subsequently, he descended to purchase several large containers of drain cleaner, a substance quite suitable for dissolving and disposing of a body, especially for someone who frequently dealt in murder. Though the apocalypse loomed near, Chu Ye was not yet ready to attract the attention of the authorities in the dead of night. Chu Ye stood on the balcony, cigarette in hand, gazing out at the city of Jiangqing. The air remained oppressively hot, the bustling streets lively as ever, with no indication of impending disaster. At last, just then, the sound of a door lock turning echoed from the entrance of the living room. Chu Ye flicked away his cigarette, but, turning with a smile adorning his face, "Excellent. That wretched woman has returned." Chapter 4. I was contemplating life on the balcony when the door swung open, and Chen Xiaojia staggered in. Reeking of alcohol, she stumbled a few steps, her high heels tapping sharply against the floor, creating a jarring sound that pierced the stillness of the night. Casually, she tossed her bag onto the sofa, producing a dull thud before rubbing her temples with a hand. She mumbled to herself, "My head is killing me. That damned alcohol." Her gaze wandered around the room, her eyes glazed and intoxicated, as she called out, "Chu Ye? Chu Ye?" There was no response. Chen Xiaojia furrowed her brows in annoyance and wobbled over to the refrigerator. She opened the door and retrieved a bottle of icy water, tilting her head back to gulp down a generous swig. Gulp, gulp. The frigid water slid down her throat, providing a modicum of clarity. "That good-for-nothing, where on earth could he be?" she complained, her tone dripping with disdain. "Humph, if it weren't for the money, who would bother with this pathetic wretch?" She fished a cigarette from her bag, lit it, inhaled deeply, and exhaled a series of smoke rings, her eyes glimmering with a greedy light. Chen Xiaojia, inebriated, surveyed her surroundings, oblivious to the chaos that now marred the once immaculate living room on the balcony. Chu Ye gently slapped Chen Xiaowang's face, lowering his voice. "So, you two siblings view me this way, huh? One sees me as a worthless fool, the other as an idiot. Ha! How amusing. I wonder what more you wish to say." Chen Xiaowang, tightly bound, awoke with a start at the sound of Chu Ye's voice. A sharp pain shot through his legs, causing him to gasp. He struggled to open his eyes, his blurry vision gradually focusing on Chu Ye's face, which bore a strange smile. Then it struck him. He had been stabbed by Chu Ye. Terrified, Chen Xiaowang's eyes widened, nearly popping from their sockets. A chill of dread surged from his feet to the crown of his head, and he thrashed desperately, attempting to free himself from his restraints, but only managed to emit muffled whines and "Oh, please, no." He wished to scream, but his voice failed him. He could only watch as Chu Ye's face drew closer. This brother-in-law had lost his mind. He truly was a lunatic. He thought of his sister, Chen Xiaojia. Where could she be? Hearing her voice complain about Chu Ye in the living room only fueled his struggle. He could feel Chu Ye's malice. This was not mere revenge. It was a desire to utterly destroy the two of them, to take their lives. He couldn't fathom how Chu Ye, who had always been so submissive, had transformed into this monstrous figure. Chen Xiaowang regretted his previous disdain for Chu. If he could turn back time, he would never. But alas, there is no remedy for regret in this world. Chen Xiaowang watched helplessly as Chu Ye stood up and pulled open the glass door leading from the balcony to the living room. In the living room, Chen Xiaojia sat on the sofa and, upon hearing the commotion, quickly extinguished her cigarette. "What? You're home." Her voice carried a hint of surprise. "Why didn't you respond when I called?" With a faint smile, Chu Ye approached her. "I was contemplating life on the balcony." His tone was calm. Chen Xiaojia looked up at him, her expression clouded with confusion. "Contemplating life? What life are you pondering?" Chu Ye offered no reply, merely smiling before leaning down to whisper in her ear, "I was contemplating how to deal with you." Chen Xiaojia froze, bewildered by Chu Ye's words. "Deal with me? What do you mean?" With a sigh, Chu Ye continued, "May I hear a single truth from your lips? Aren't you tired of pretending every day?" Chen Xiaojia's eyes flickered, and she feigned composure. "Pretending? What are you talking about? I don't understand." Chu Ye's gaze fixed on her face, laced with mockery. "Come now. Who is that man?" Panic surged within Chen Xiaojia as she heard his words, yet she struggled to mask her distress. "What man? Which man? I don't know what you're talking about. What do you mean? Chu Ye replied coldly. The man you've been seeing outside. Faced with his accusation, Chen Xiaojia transitioned from panic to indignation, rising abruptly to point a finger at Chu Ye in a fury. Chu, how dare you slander me? What proof do you have? On what grounds do you accuse me? Observing her hysterical demeanor, Chu Ye felt a deeper disappointment wash over him. He spoke evenly. Proof? The scent of perfume on you. The flirtatious messages on your phone. The missed calls in the dead of night. Aren't those sufficient? Chen Xiaojia's complexion drained of color in an instant. Those are just my friends. How dare you claim they are men? You are being unreasonable. With a scoff, Chu Ye said, don't you love money? Here's the deal. If you tell me a single truth, I'll give you all the money you want. I just want to hear one truth. Seeing that Chu Ye was resolute, Chen Xiaojia decided to strip away the pretense and exploit the situation for one last gain. Fine. Yes, I do have someone outside. So what? You, a pathetic coward, cannot provide the life I desire. Why shouldn't I seek someone else? Look at yourself. All you do is laundry and cook like a servant. Are you even a man? Chu Ye struggled to maintain his composure. So, from the very beginning, you viewed me merely as an ATM, a caretaker? Chen Xiaojia cast him a disdainful glance. What else? Did you think I was genuinely interested in you? Dream on. You're nothing but a useless waste. Chu Ye closed his eyes, inhaled deeply, and when he opened them again, his expression had turned icy. Very well, since you have said that, there is nothing more to discuss between us, with her vision blurred by intoxication. Chen Xiaojia muttered indistinctly, Indeed, there is nothing more to say between us. That where's my money? Chu Ye, expressionless, gestured toward the bedroom. That's all in the bedroom. You may go see for yourself. Chen Xiaojia swayed as she stood and staggered toward the bedroom. She pushed open the door, only to find her brother, Chen Xiao Wang, bound and thrown onto the bed. The sight jolted her sober, her eyes widening in shock. Xiao Wang, what on earth is happening? Chu Ye slowly approached her from behind. His tone frigid. You love money, don't you? I'll give it all to you. Burn it for you. Chen Xiaojia spun around, her face contorted with rage, yet she failed to notice the fleeting glint of malice in Chu Ye's eyes. What the hell is wrong with you, Chu? He asked my brother, what do you want? As she spoke, she raised her hand, intending to slap Chu Ye. However, as her hand descended, he seized it with a grip like iron. Rendering her immobile, Chen Xiaojia gasped in pain, struggling futilely against his hold. Let me go. You're hurting me. With a fiery glare, she glared at Chu Ye, her eyes brimming with anger and fear. Chu Ye regarded her calmly. I warned you long ago, do not test my limits. Limits? What limits do you have? You're nothing but a coward. What have you done to my brother? Chen Xiaojia persisted, hurling insults. Chapter 5, Do you know what it feels like to be dismembered? Chen Xiao Wang, tightly bound and gagged, could only emit muffled sounds as he shook his head vigorously, attempting to alert his sister to the danger. Unfortunately, Chen Xiaojia was too focused on Chu Ye to notice her brother's terrified gaze. Continuing her tirade, You coward, release my brother. Otherwise, I'll call the police. Chu Ye let out a cold laugh. Ignoring her outburst, he stepped forward, slightly turned, and pressed his leg against the back of Chen Xiaojia's knee. Forcing it down, with a crack, her leg buckled, and she collapsed onto the floor, her knee hitting the ground with a thud. Tears streamed from her eyes as the pain jolted her awake, and she realized Chu Ye was not jesting. Struggling to rise, she found herself pinned down by his leg. He grasped her wrist and twisted it behind her back while yanking her hair, compelling her to lift her head. My dear, he whispered in her ear, his voice as frigid as the depths of hell. I have returned from the abyss. Surprised? Shocked? With that, he yanked her head and slammed it against the wall. The sound echoed, and Chen Xiaojia cried out in agony as blood seeped from her forehead. As he released her, she crumpled to the ground, and Chu Ye's shoe ruthlessly pressed down on her shoulder blade. The intense pain elicited a low whimper from her lips. He seized her delicate wrist and yanked it upward. With a sickening crack, her arm hung limply, completely dislocated. Unable to contain herself, she screamed, her piercing cries reverberating throughout the room. Do you know what it feels like to be dismembered? Chu Ye's voice resonated like a whisper from the underworld. To have your body sliced apart, to be dismembered. I have no qualms in revealing this to you. He squatted down, Leaning closer to Chen Xiaojia's face, in the future, I once died, I was killed by your sister and her illicit lover. Then I experienced the sensation of being dismembered. He stood up, walked to a box, and retrieved a sharp-boned saw. The blade glimmered with a chilling radiance under the dim light, exuding an aura that sent shivers down my spine. I felt myself being sliced apart, as Chu Ye's voice resonated with a deep rasp. While entrails were being extracted, he approached Chen Xiaojia, gently tracing the tip of the knife across her cheek, leaving behind a slender trail of blood. Chen Xiaojia trembled in terror, powerless to resist. You know what that feeling is like. Chu Ye paused, seemingly in search of the right words to articulate. It is akin to being flayed alive, each inch of skin ablaze, every bone lamenting in agony. He lifted the bone saw, aiming it at Chen Xiaojia's chest. Now, I shall allow you both to experience this sensation. Chu Ye's gaze turned cold and frenzied, the bone saw descending slowly. My dear, he whispered softly. This sudden tenderness momentarily stunned Chen Xiaojia, causing her to cease her struggles, her eyes wide with horror as she gazed at Chu Ye. Yet, this gentleness lasted but a fleeting moment. In the next breath, Chu Ye's expression contorted grotesquely, his voice transforming into a roar. Laugh. Did you not relish watching me being dismembered? Laugh. Let me see you smile. The cold glint of the bone saw flashed as its tip gently grazed Chen Xiaojia's skin. Chu Ye did not relent at her screams. The blade traversed her porcelain skin. Oh no, she whimpered, each cut inflicted upon her flesh. Blood gushed forth, staining the floor and saturating Chu Ye's hands. He retrieved a shard of ice from a box, weighing it in his hand, before crouching beside Chen Xiaojia. At this moment, she was barely clinging to life, her gaze vacant, emitting only faint groans. Chu Ye turned her over, positioning her face upwards, then slowly guided the ice shard toward her. I once watched my own demise unfold. Chu Ye's voice dripped with mockery. The tip of the shard made contact with her eyeball, sending a jolt of excruciating pain that jolted her awake. Her eyes widened in terror, desperate to struggle, yet finding herself utterly powerless. She could only watch as the icy point gradually pierced her eyeball. A blood-curdling scream reverberated throughout the room. As Chen Xiao just left, I was instantly stained crimson. The eyeball erupted, white fluid mingling with bright red blood, coursing down her face, etching a harrowing scar. Chu Ye did not cease. He plunged the ice shard deeper into Chen Xiaojia's skull, stirring it relentlessly. I want you to witness it, to see how you perish. Meanwhile, Chen Xiaoguang mumbled incoherently, Madness, madness. His voice trembled, laden with fear. Hearing this meaningless babble, an inexplicable irritation surged within Chu Ye. He swung the hammer in his hand, striking Chen Xiaoguang's mouth with brutal force. Bang! A muffled thud accompanied by the sound of shattering bones, as Chen Xiaoguang's teeth were crushed, driven into his mouth. Blood erupted from his lips. Mingling with shattered remnants, he emitted a pained whimper, his body convulsing violently. I do not fear telling you. You are fortunate. In the future, should souls exist, you will thank me when you become ghosts, for hell shall descend upon this world. Starting tomorrow, Chen Xiaoguang's eyes widened in terror, unable to comprehend Chu Ye's words. Chu Ye chuckled softly. People shall suffer under extreme heat. Thus, though reluctant to admit, I am saving you two wretches. Be grateful. With that, he raised the hammer once more, unhesitatingly bringing it down upon Chen Xiaoguang's head. A dull thud echoed as Chen Xiaoguang's skull burst like a watermelon, red and white splattering everywhere. At that moment, a crackling sound erupted from outside the window. Initially, Chu Ye thought it was raindrops, but soon realized something was amiss. The sound resembled countless tiny particles colliding against the glass, dense and urgent. He approached the window, yanking the curtains aside. The sight before him made his pupils constrict. The once clear sky was now shrouded in a murky yellow haze that a fierce wind howled, swirling a storm of dust, as if a colossal beast had opened its gaping maw to devour everything. The distant skyscrapers flickered in and out of view amidst the sandstorm, appearing as an illusion akin to a mirage. It has begun, Chu Ye murmured, a complex emotion flashing in his eyes. In his previous life, he had watched the apocalypse unfold in the same manner, helpless to intervene. Extreme heat, drought, sandstorms, human civilization crumbled within mere months, devolving into a hellscape. And he, too, was dismembered in his own home. But this time, it would be different. System. Chu Ye silently intoned. Host, I am here. A mechanical voice resonated in his mind. Check the Shanghai system. Ding. Remaining reserve. 1 billion cubic kilometers. Let it commence. A cold smile graced Chu Ye's lips. Everything was set. All that remained was to await the safe return of his soul sister. Chapter 6. The chaos at the airport. The stench still lingered at the tip of his nose as Chu Ye hastily rinsed the blood from his body and donned clean attire. Time was of the essence. He needed to fetch his sister before the storm intensified. He could not bear to leave her unattended. As for the 2 corpses in the house, with the apocalypse looming. Who cared for 2 dead bodies? Outside, the sandstorm had already begun its rampage, the sky resembling a colossal hourglass, mercilessly pouring forth the sands of doom. He affixed a dust cover to his vehicle, flooring the accelerator as the car roared into the tempest. Visibility reduced to less than 5 meters. The wind and sand battered the windows like countless ghostly claws seeking to tear through the last barrier. Ineen, answer your phone. Damn it. Chu Ye repeatedly dialed his sister's number, only met with the cold tone of a busy signal in response. I end this life. He would not allow the tragedy that befell Een to repeat itself. He recalled that the airport expressway should be at the end of this road. Yet now, apart from the swirling yellow dust, there was nothing to be seen. Gritting his teeth, Chu Ye pressed onward through the storm, guided by memories of his past life. Beep, beep, the fuel gauge warning light flickered. Damn it, he had forgotten to refuel. Een, you must wait for me. Chu Ye slammed his fist against the steering wheel. The car resembling a solitary boat amidst the storm, at any moment ready to be swallowed by monstrous waves. Finally, just as the fuel tank was about to run dry, the airport's vague outline emerged before him. He quickly unbuckled his seatbelt, snatching the backpack from the passenger's seat. Without a backward glance, he plunged into the storm. The wind and sand raged, like countless tiny steel needles piercing his face, making it difficult to breathe. With visibility at a minimum, Chu Ye squinted. Struggling toward the airport, he felt as if his body could be lifted by the gale. The howling wind swirled with sand, frantically tearing at his clothes. Each step felt as if he were sinking into a quagmire. Chu Ye nearly rolled and crawled into the terminal. He emerged as though he had just been unearthed from the sand, covered in grime and disheveled. Shaking off his clothes, a cascade of sand fell away. He removed his goggles, wiping the dust from his face to reveal a visage smeared with dirt. Taking a deep breath, he coughed heavily, expelling a mouthful of gritty air. The scene before him plunged his heart into despair. The airport hall was a sea of humanity, cries and curses echoing in a cacophony. The flight information board displayed alarming red letters indicating delays or cancellations. Flights canceled. When will they resume? I need to get home. A man in a sharp suit raged at the airport staff, spittle flying. What time is it, and you're still thinking about going home? You've lost your life. What use is a home now? My child is waiting for me at home. You must find a way to get me back. Refund. I want a refund. I can't stay in this wretched place for another moment. Why? Oh heavens, must you treat us this way? Various complaints filled the air. Silence. All of you, be quiet. A uniformed security guard shouted, but was quickly drowned out by the tumultuous crowd. Chu Ye navigated through the throng. Anxiously searching for his sister's figure, he dodged the panicked crowd as a shifty-eyed individual seized a young girl's backpack amid the chaos and bolted. The girl cried out, chasing after him, only to be knocked to the ground in the crush of people. Chu Ye snorted softly, taking swift action to kick the thief in the rear. The thief stumbled, falling clumsily, the backpack flying from his grasp. Thank you, thank you. The girl picked up her backpack, looking gratefully at Chu Ye. He paid her no mind, continuing his search for his sister. Time was of the essence. He had to find Een swiftly. At last, he spotted his sister's flight number CXXX on the flight information screen. Diverted to a neighboring city. Diverted. Chu Ye exhaled in relief. At least his sister was still alive. He immediately rushed to the airport service desk, only to be informed that all transportation to the neighboring city had ceased operations. Damn it. Scanning the hall, he noticed the service desk was packed to capacity to his side, steeling himself to push through the crowd. After much effort, he finally reached the periphery and discovered a commotion unfolding within. A portly man with a beer belly was bellowing at a young female staff member, his finger nearly poking her face, saliva splattering on her name tag. What kind of attitude is this? Do you know who I am? I will file a complaint against you. I will make sure you cannot continue in this industry. The man shouted hoarsely, his corpulent body trembling with each boisterous outburst. The woman he accused, her complexion ashen, retreated repeatedly, tears brimming in her eyes, yet she dared not utter a word of rebuttal. Around them, though seething with indignation, the onlookers were reluctant to provoke trouble amidst the chaos, opting instead for hushed murmurs. What a scoundrel! What has that young lady done to deserve this? Indeed, flaunting his authority at such a time, as if he were any better. Alas, it is better to avoid conflict. As Chu Ye observed this scene, an inexplicable fury ignited within him. Freshly returned from the brink of death, his nerves were still taut, his sister's fate hanging in uncertainty. Witnessing such bullying of the weak by the strong only fueled his anger further. He seized the man's wrist and forcefully pushed him back. Taken by surprise, the man stumbled several steps, nearly losing his balance. Chu Ye's gaze was frigid, an intangible pressure causing the man to instinctively shudder. His shouts abruptly silenced. What kind of virtue is it for a grown man to lay hands on a woman? Chu Ye's voice was low and grave. If you wish to act tough, do not do so here. I shall teach you a lesson. The man was momentarily stunned, and so were the bystanders, unprepared for anyone to dare intervene in such a perilous moment. Regaining his composure, the man, now flushed with rage and humiliation, pointed an accusatory finger at Chu Ye. Who the hell are you to meddle in my affairs? Do you know who I am? Chu Ye let out a cold laugh. Stepping closer to the man, I do not care who you are. Now, apologize to this lady immediately. The man, intimidated by Chu Ye's imposing demeanor, instinctively took a step back, yet he quickly regained his bravado, defiantly retorting. Apologize? Why should I apologize? It's her poor service that's the issue. Before he could finish, Chu Ye grasped his collar. This is your last chance. Apologize. The man's face turned a deep shade of purple, his breath coming in gasps as he looked at Chu Ye in terror. Yet he sensed that Chu Ye was not jesting to the brink of desperation. He finally succumbed to I'm sorry, I was wrong. Chu Ye flung him to the ground as though discarding refuse. The man scrambled to his feet, hastily escaping the crowd. Chu Ye slammed his fist on the counter of tea that moment. A young girl clad in an airport staff uniform timidly approached him. Sir, do you need assistance? Chu Ye looked up at her. She appeared quite young, her delicate face betraying a hint of anxiety. Her name tag read Lin Wan. I wish to travel to the neighboring city. Chu Ye's voice was hoarse and low. Lin Wan bit her lip. All flights and ground transportation have been suspended. She anxiously fidgeted with her fingers, her gaze darting. Chu Ye muttered a curse under his breath. He could not find peace for a moment without news of his sister. Was there truly no other way? His voice was thick with urgency. Lin Wan bit her lip again. After a brief moment, she lifted her head, her eyes meeting Chu Ye's. Perhaps I could try to contact the shuttle bus driver at the airport. Maybe someone would be willing to take the risk. A flicker of hope ignited within Chu Ye, and he gratefully grasped Lin Wan's hand. I beg you. Lin Wan flinched under his fervent gaze, hastily withdrawing her hand and coughing softly. I will give it a try. Chu Ye anxiously paced in place. Akin to a caged beast, at last, Lin Wan's phone rang. Hello? All right, I understand. Thank you. Lin Wan hung up, her face breaking into a gleeful smile. We've made contact. A seasoned driver is willing to take you to the neighboring city. That's wonderful. A great weight lifted from Chu Ye's heart. Where is he? At the airport logistics warehouse. He said to meet there. Thank you. Thank you so much. Chu Ye once more seized Lin Wan's hand. His excitement palpable. Lin Wan's cheeks flushed slightly as she gently extricated her hand from his, and oh need for thanks. It is my duty. The logistics warehouse. Where is it? Chu Ye scratched his head, unfamiliar with the airport layout. Lin Wan smiled sweetly, retrieving a ballpoint pen and a small notepad from her pocket. She tore off a blank page and handed it to Chu Ye. Here, let me draw you a map. Chu Ye accepted the paper and pen, watching as Lin Wan bowed her head, her long eyelashes fluttering slightly. She skillfully sketched a rudimentary map of the airport, marking the terminal with a circle. She then drew a winding route leading to a square labeled logistics warehouse. You see, exit here, turn left, follow this road straight, pass a gas station, and keep going until you see a blue metal building. That's the logistics warehouse. Lin Wan pointed at the map, explaining softly. There might be some obstacles along the way, so be cautious. All right, thank you. After expressing his gratitude and bidding farewell to Lin Wan, Chu Ye immediately set off for the logistics warehouse, and on the way, he dialed his sister's number again, but it was still busy. "Yin, you must be safe," Chu Ye silently prayed, just as he was consumed with worry. His phone suddenly rang. It was Yin. Chu Ye nearly trembled as he answered the call. "Yin, how are you? Are you all right?" On the other end, Yin's voice bore a hint of fatigue, yet her tone remained light. "Brother, I'm fine. I'm currently on my way back in a classmate's car. There is no need to worry about me." The anxiety that had gripped Chu Ye finally dissipated, and he exhaled deeply, his taut nerves relaxing. "Yin, where are you? I'll come pick you up." "No need. Brother will be home soon. You should head back." Yin's voice sounded somewhat weary but still cheerful. Chu Ye reiterated his concern. "Brother, what's wrong with you today? You seem off." Yin's timid voice came through the line. "Has something happened?" Chu Ye's heart tightened. He could not reveal to Yin the impending apocalypse. "It's nothing, Yin. It's just, I haven't seen you in a while, and I miss you, really. Brother, you've never said such things before." Yin's voice carried a hint of skepticism. "I miss you too, brother." "Well then, be careful on the road and stay safe." After hanging up, he promptly contacted the driver, altering his plans to return to the city. Chu Ye had more pressing matters to attend to. With the apocalypse looming, he needed to prepare as swiftly as possible. Water is precious, but one cannot survive on water alone. He required food, non-perishable provisions, and an assortment of antibiotics, essential supplies for survival in dire times. Chu Ye hastened towards the shuttle bus station, where an old, oil-driven medium-sized bus stood solitary. He knocked on the door, but the driver impatiently waved him off from inside. "They were not operating. Find another way." The windows were tightly shut, the driver clearly unwilling to let the dust and wind in. "Lin Wan sent me." Chu Ye shouted towards the window. The driver paused, appraising Chu Ye before reluctantly opening the door. "Come in from the side." Chu Ye boarded the bus, a wave of stale sweat and tobacco assaulting his senses. The driver, in his 40s, sported disheveled hair and a scraggly beard, clad in a filthy t-shirt. Presenting an exceedingly unkempt appearance, the driver yawned long and wide, a few tears escaping his eyes. The city's largest supermarket. Chu Ye stated succinctly. The driver lazily pulled out a crumpled cigarette, lighting it with a lighter, taking a deep drag before slowly responding. "What's the rush? Kid, wait a moment. Lin's about to finish her shift. I promised to take her home first." The driver exhaled a cloud of smoke. Visibly irritated, Chu Ye snatched the cigarette from the driver's mouth, throwing it harshly to the ground and extinguishing it with his foot. "Listen, I don't have time to wait for anyone. I am in a hurry. The quicker, the better." The driver's expression darkened immediately. "Kid, you're in a hurry, not me, so you either wait or scram." Saying this, he reached for another crumpled cigarette, preparing to light it. Slap! Chu Ye swiftly knocked the cigarette from the driver's hand. "I'll pay extra." "It's not about the money," the driver retorted defiantly. "I promised Lin I'd take her home. You're just an afterthought." "I'll pay double." Chu Ye's voice grew colder. "I told you. It's not about the money. Do you not understand simple language?" The driver's anger flared, glaring at Chu Ye. "Triple." Chu Ye gritted his teeth, forcing the words through clenched jaws. The driver inhaled deeply, seemingly striving to suppress his fury. "You." 5 times. Chu Ye raised his voice decisively, his tone leaving no room for argument. The driver hesitated, clearly torn. 5 times. "Are you sure?" "Confirmed." Chu Ye declared with unwavering resolve. "Let us go now." "No way." The driver suddenly changed his mind. 5 times is too little. It's 10 times. Chu Ye's patience finally wore thin. He grabbed the driver by the collar, roaring, "Are you messing with me?" The driver was equally unyielding, raising his fist to strike Chu Ye in the face. Chapter 8 Hurry home. Don't waste time. The driver swung his fist, releasing a pungent odor of sweat aimed directly at Chu Ye's face. Chu Ye swiftly sidestepped, evading the aggressive blow. In a swift counterattack, he delivered a powerful punch to the driver's abdomen. The driver let out a muffled groan, doubling over and instantly paling. Without hesitation, Chu Ye delivered a kick to the driver's chest, sending him crashing back into the driver's seat. The driver struggled to rise, cursing under his breath. "You little brat. How dare you hit me? Do you know who I am?" Chu Ye seized the driver's collar, his voice laced with menace. "I don't care who you are. Now, immediately, drive to the city." The driver remained defiant. "I won't. I need to wait for Lin Yada to finish work. I promised her." Chu Ye, filled with rage, laughed bitterly. "You can't even save yourself. You're thinking of others. Do you really think I'll let you go?" With that, Chu Ye landed a punch on the driver's face, causing blood to spurt from his nose. Despite the pain and the stars dancing in his vision, the driver gritted his teeth, refusing to yield. Suddenly, a glint of ferocity flashed in his eyes. He abruptly lifted his head and bit down on Chu Ye's arm. Chu Ye winced in pain, instinctively retracting his hand. Seizing the opportunity, the driver kicked towards Chu Ye's abdomen. Chu Ye stumbled back, colliding with the car door. The driver fished out a wrench from beneath the seat and swung at fierce toilet paper, sanitary pads, soap, shampoo, kitchen knives, hammers, pliers, nails. The driver, Uncle Chin, finally caught up, upon witnessing Chu Ye's frenzied shopping spree. He could not help but complain, "Kid, why on earth are you buying so much? Planning for the apocalypse?" Chu Ye cast him a sidelong glance, ignoring his grievances, and continued his relentless scavenging. Lin Wan also found Chu Ye's actions somewhat peculiar. He pushed a fully laden shopping cart to a blind spot of the surveillance cameras, taking advantage of the moment when the driver and Lin Wan were not paying attention. He quietly recited the incantation to activate the system space. A virtual interface, visible only to him, materialized before his eyes one by one. Chu Ye began to store the items from the shopping cart into the system space, swiftly emptying the once bulging cart. He then proceeded to other shelves, continuing his looting, returning to the blind spot to transfer more items into the system space. This cycle repeated several times as Chu Ye diligently pursued his grand endeavor of emptying the supermarket. The system space was now piled high with goods. With a sigh of relief, Chu Ye wiped the sweat from his forehead. "Chu Ye, where did you put all those things?" When Lin Wan encountered Chu Ye again, she found his shopping cart completely empty. Lin Wan was astonished, her eyes widening in disbelief. She had clearly seen Chu Ye's cart brimming with items. How could it be empty in the blink of an eye? Chu Ye chuckled, raised a finger to his lips in a shushing gesture. "It's a secret. I could see that moment." Uncle Chin approached, eyeing the vacant cart with curiosity. "Kid, where are the things you bought?" Chu Ye shrugged and replied, "I suddenly changed my mind and returned everything." "Returned them? I didn't see you do that," Uncle Chin said, looking at him skeptically. "Perhaps your eyesight isn't so good," Chu Ye said, waving his hand dismissively. "All right, let's go. We need to hit another store. Many items here are nearing expiration." Uncle Chin narrowed his eyes, watching Chu Ye's retreating figure, and lowered his voice to Lin Wan, saying, "Little Wan, do you think this kid might be a thief? So many items just vanished without a trace. In my long life, I've never witnessed anything so bizarre." Lin Wan chuckled helplessly, replying, "Uncle Chin, what are you thinking? If he were a thief, where would he hide so much stuff? This supermarket is filled with cameras. He can't just make things disappear into thin air, can he? I think he just had a whim and decided against buying later, feeling too embarrassed to admit it. So he claimed he returned them." Uncle Chin remained doubtful, stroking his chin, and murmured, "But I clearly saw him pushing a cart overflowing with goods. Those items can't possibly have vanished in a thin air, can they?" As they exited the supermarket, Lin Wan's curiosity about the mysteriously empty shopping cart lingered. The two stood at the entrance, waiting for Uncle Chin to bring the car around. Unable to contain herself, Lin Wan asked, "Chu Ye, did you really return all the items just now?" Chu Ye replied coolly, "Of course. Where else could I put them? Look, I don't even have a pocket to carry anything." Lin Wan cast a suspicious glance at Chu Ye, but then took out her phone and said, "Let us add each other on WeChat. Thanks for today." Chu Ye flashed a mysterious smile and waved his phone. Though reluctant, he scanned Lin Wan's QR code. Just then, Uncle Chin's car arrived. Throughout the journey, Uncle Chin occasionally scrutinized Chu Ye through the rearview mirror, his expression filled with suspicion. After dropping Lin Wan off at her doorstep, Chu Ye turned to Uncle Chin and said, "Uncle Chin, let us visit 2 more supermarkets. I still need some supplies." Uncle Chin's eyes nearly bulged out. "Kid, why are you buying so much? Are you running a supermarket?" Chu Ye simply replied, "Stockpiling, a hobby." Uncle Chin twitched his lips, unable to suppress his inner thoughts. This kid, he can't possibly be part of some organization, right? Stockpiling so much. What is he planning? At the next 2 supermarkets. Chu Ye continued his frenzied looting. By 10 o'clock that evening, as the supermarkets began to close, he finally concluded his stockpiling journey. Uncle Chin waited patiently in the parking lot without complaint. If it weren't for Lin Wan, Old Chin would actually be quite easygoing. Chapter 10. Men prioritize their careers. After leaving 3 supermarkets, Chu Ye's system space brimmed with an abundance of supplies, enough for him to live comfortably for several years. Yet this was still far from sufficient. "Uncle Chin, take me back to the villa," Chu Ye said, rubbing his sore shoulders. As Uncle Chin started the car, he pondered over Chu Ye's odd behavior. Just as they neared the villa, he suddenly asked, "Uncle Chin, do you know anyone in construction?" "In construction? Sure, Lin Wan's father is in that line of work. We were comrades back in the day. By the way, what exactly are you up to?" "If you're involved in anything illegal, I want to let it slide," Uncle Chin said with a serious expression. Chu Ye chuckled inwardly, amused by Uncle Chin's sense of justice. He casually replied, "I just bought a villa and want to make some renovations." Chu Ye paid Uncle Chin for the ride and watched him depart. Once inside, he took a deep breath, finally ready to deal with the bodies of Chen Xiaojie and Chen Xiaoguang. Gazing at the grotesque sight in his bedroom, Chu Ye felt no tremor of emotion. The advantage of the system space is that he could handle the bodies discreetly. He directly stored the 2 corpses into the system space. Muttering to himself, "Chen Xiaojie, Chen Xiaoguang, this is your just retribution." After cleaning up, Chu Ye returned to the living room, collapsing onto the sofa, feeling as if his entire body had disassembled. Rubbing his aching shoulders, he felt like a laborer who had toiled all day on a construction site. He took out his phone and sent Lin Wan a text. "Miss Lin, your father works in construction, right? I'd like to renovate the villa, reinforce the walls, install a security system, etc. I wonder if he could help." Lin Wan replied promptly, "I'll ask my dad and get back to you." While waiting for a response, Chu Ye began organizing the supplies he had purchased from the supermarket. Looking at the abundant food, water, medicines, and other necessities stacked high in the system space, a sense of security washed over him. Just then, Lin Wan's message arrived. "My dad agreed. See you at your villa tomorrow at 10. "All right, thank you," Chu Ye replied. The night passed without incident. The next morning at 10 o'clock, Lin Wan and her father, Lin Zhangwo, arrived punctually at the entrance of Chu Ye's villa. Lin Zhangwo was a stout middle-aged man, with a square face, thick brows, and large eyes, clearly a typical military man. "Mr. Chu, hello." Lin Zhangwo extended his hand, shaking hands with Chu. "Did I hear you want to renovate the villa?" "Yes, Mr. Lin." Chu nodded. "I want to remodel the villa." Lin Zhangwo smiled, saying, "That's a small matter. We have plenty of experience with such work. By the way, I heard you helped little one yesterday. Rest assured, I won't skimp on the materials." He then asked, "Are you married?" Taken aback by Lin Zhangwo's sudden question about his marital status, Chu Ye instinctively inquired, "Mr. Lin, what do you mean by that?" Beside him, Lin Wan quickly pinched her father, exclaiming, "Dad." Lin Zhangwo chuckled, Apologies, it's a habit. Little Wan is getting older, and her mother and I are worried she doesn't have a boyfriend, so, seeing someone her age, I habitually asked, if you're not married, would you consider it? I approve. I wouldn't even ask for a bride price." Chu Ye rolled his eyes internally, thinking, with the apocalypse looming, who has the leisure to consider such matters? He decisively declined, stating, "Men prioritize their careers, to be honest. I haven't even thought about dating yet." Initially embarrassed by her father's abruptness, Lin Wan felt an inexplicable pang of disappointment upon hearing Chu Ye's response. Stealing a glance at him, she found him seriously discussing the villa renovation with her father, seemingly unconcerned about the earlier conversation. Seeing Chu Ye reject the topic so decisively, Lin Zhangwo felt it inappropriate to pursue it further and shifted the conversation back to the renovations. "All right then. Since you're focused on your career, I want to press the matter. Let us talk about the villa renovations. Do you have any specific ideas? Chu Ye led Lin Jiangwo on a tour of the villa, carefully examining its structure and surrounding environment. Mr. Lin C. While the outer walls appear sturdy, they're actually quite vulnerable that I would like to add a layer of lead steel plate inside, at least 10 centimeters thick. Lin Jiangwo frowned. 10 centimeters? Young man, what are you planning? Are you renovating a villa or constructing a civil defense project? Lead steel, are you trying to shield against radiation? Your demands are quite high, aren't they? This will cost a pretty penny. Chu Ye smiled lightly. Money is not an issue. Safety comes first. In these uncertain times, one must be prepared for the worst. He paused deliberately, lowering his voice. What if one day? If we really fall out with the Eagles, my home should be able to withstand some trouble. Lin Jiangwo chuckled at Chu Ye's worries. Mr. Chu, you really are a bit of a worrywart. Back in our day in the land of the morning calm, we sent the Eagles packing. They wouldn't dare return. Chu Ye shrugged. Better safe than sorry, right? Plus, reinforcing the villa would ensure greater safety day to day. Although Lin Jiangwo considered Chu Ye to be somewhat alarmist, he understood that the customer is always right, and thus refrained from arguing. He merely nodded and replied, All right, that's not an issue, though the construction period may be a bit lengthy. Chu Ye pointed to the roof and said, I would like to install several sets of high-capacity solar panels. Ideally, they should be powerful and durable. That I recall that our photovoltaic industry is quite formidable. Lin Jiangwo mused inwardly. What on earth is this young man up to? With mentions of lead steel plates and solar panels, it feels as if he is preparing for battle. Additionally, I wish to install a rainwater collection system on the roof. Chu Ye continued. In case of a water outage, it would serve as a backup. Lin Jiangwo nodded. That is feasible. After all, we advocate for energy conservation and environmental protection. Chu Ye then gestured towards the windows. I want to replace all these windows with shatterproof ones, preferably fully sealed with excellent sound insulation. Unable to restrain himself, Lin Jiangwo asked, Young man, what exactly are you planning? Are you transforming your home into a fortress? Chu Ye chuckled, but offered no response. Continuing, I wish to construct a swimming pool on the second basement level and convert the first basement into a greenhouse, as I enjoy cultivating flowers and plants. Furthermore, can we cover the fish pond on this level with tempered glass, complete with a water circulation system? Lin Jiangwo was utterly bewildered. A swimming pool underground. A greenhouse? Young man, are you planning to send this house to Mars? At this rate, I believe it could accommodate inhabitants even on Mars. Should I also arrange for a negative pressure buffer room and install 2 doors for you? Chu Ye's eyes brightened. Mr. Lin, is that truly feasible? Chapter 11. Water outage. Lin Jiangwo paused, contemplating whether this young man was genuinely serious about his plans. He thought to himself, such wealth is not typically squandered in this manner. Chu Ye hesitated before lowering his voice to inquire. By the way, Uncle Lin, weren't you in the military? I wonder if you could procure some retired military supplies. I trust their quality is superior. Initially, Lin Jiangwo had perceived Chu Ye as merely a somewhat neurotic heir with an affinity for eccentric designs. However, upon hearing the mention of retired supplies, he became immediately alert. Having served in the military, he understood precisely what Chu Ye referred to. With a piercing gaze fixed on him, he asked, Little Chu, when you mention retired supplies, what exactly do you mean? His tone was low and serious, carrying an undertone of interrogation. Chu Ye smiled lightly, his tone casual. Just some retired military materials, like bulletproof steel plates, shatterproof glass, high-intensity lighting equipment, and such. I know these items are of excellent quality, durable, and highly secure. Lin Jiangwo fell silent, scrutinizing Chu Ye intently. What on earth is this young man's background? Why is he seeking such items? Does he know something? It's nothing much, to be honest. That I'm a military enthusiast and enjoy this sort of thing. Chu Ye explained. Lin Jiangwo cast a skeptical glance at Chu Ye, but ultimately nodded and said, All right then, we will proceed as you wish. I will contact my old comrades to see if I can procure the items you need. Seeing that the major decisions have been made, Chu Ye promptly took out his phone. Uncle Lin, I will transfer the deposit to you right now. Let us get started as soon as possible. Lin Jiangwo was taken aback, chuckling awkwardly. Are you really going through with this? I thought you were just here to discuss things. We haven't even worked out a budget or brought a contract. Chu Ye replied cheerfully, No worries, I'll send you the money first. and we can finalize the contract later. With Lin Wan here, if necessary, I can have her sign it directly. Uncle Lin, do you think we could start in the afternoon? At the latest by tonight. I can offer more money. Lin Wan, listening nearby, stifled a laugh at her father's unusual demeanor. Lin Jiangwo shot her a glare before turning back to Chu Ye. His expression complex. Little Chu, it's not that I'm trying to avoid this, but the scope of work is considerable, with lead plates and solar panels, plus contacting old comrades, even if we start in the afternoon. We can't commence immediately. Chu Ye nodded in understanding that I comprehend that. Mainly some materials need to be prepared. Here's the deal. I will transfer a deposit of 1 million to you. Is that sufficient? Lin Jiangwo waved his hands repeatedly. That's far too much. We 1T need nearly that amount. Just transfer 20,000 for now, and we can settle the rest when the materials arrive. Chu Ye persisted. It's all right, Uncle Lin. Better too much than too little. You know how unstable things are nowadays. The sooner we can get this done, the better for my peace of mind, as he spoke. Chu Ye completed the transfer and showed Lin Jiangwo the screenshot of the transaction. Lin Jiangwo gazed at the incoming funds on his phone and sighed. Fine, since you insist, I will put in the extra effort. I will contact my old comrades and urge them to deliver the materials promptly. This afternoon, I will arrange for the necessary demolitions, striving to commence work as soon as possible. Lin Jiangwo looked at the 20,000 deposit on his phone, shaking his head. This young man is far too extravagant, transferring 20,000 without a second thought. Although this business promises substantial profit, it feels somewhat unjust, he pondered. This Chu Ye appears rather astute. Why is he in such a rush? Wealth isn't meant to be squandered in this manner. Alas, I had even considered matchmaking him with Wan Wan. Could he truly be a spendthrift? If they were to end up together, I hope he doesn't squander the family fortune. Chu Ye's urgency and seemingly lavish spending stemmed from specific reasons. Firstly, he was aware that an apocalyptic event loomed on the horizon, leaving him with limited time. Secondly, this money was not his own, so he felt no remorse in spending it. Having been reborn, he vividly remembered the substantial savings left by Chen Xiaojia's lover in her phone, rather than allowing Chen Xiaojia to waste this ill-gotten wealth. He preferred to use it to prepare for his survival in the coming apocalypse. After eliminating Chen Xiaojia, he had already accessed her phone and discreetly transferred the funds to his account. Now he was spending that very money, which he felt justified in using. Chu Ye pulled a set of keys from his pocket and handed them to Lin Jiangwo. Uncle Lin, here are the keys to the villa. I am entrusting them to you. You can bring your team over to start the work directly, that I may have some other matters today, so I won't be able to return. Lin Jiangwo accepted the keys. Bewildered. Why the rush? If today doesn't work, we can always start tomorrow. After all, what difference does a day make? He mused. What is this Chu Ye so anxious about? It's as if the sky would fall if the project isn't completed tomorrow. If one didn't know better, they might think the apocalypse is upon us. Chu Ye shook his head, his tone resolute. This matter requires urgency. The quicker, the better. I am genuinely quite anxious. After bidding farewell to Lin Jiangwo and his daughter, Chu Ye let out a long breath. Upon returning to his villa, he noticed the sky outside was a hazy yellow, with the wind showing no signs of abating and an unusual heat pervading the air. The other matter he referred to was undoubtedly concerning his sister, Chu Yin. Ever since their last communication, he had received no word from her, causing him considerable worry. Approaching the window, he drew back the curtains to reveal the once verdant lawn, now shrouded in a thin layer of yellow sand. Resembling an odd form of snow, he attempted to turn on the faucet, but as expected, the water supply had been cut off. Picking up his phone, he accessed the homeowners group chat for the villa community. As anticipated, the chat was in an uproar that 99 messages flashed across the screen in rapid succession. What is going on? Why has the water suddenly stopped? What is the property management doing? Where's the property management? Hurry up and explain. Does anyone know what happened? When will the water be restored? My child needs water. What do I do? Can the property management please come up with a solution? Bring us some water. I didn't store any water. What am I supposed to do? I'm dying of thirst. Does anyone have any extra water? Please share some. This property management is utterly irresponsible. No warning whatsoever. Exactly. This is so sudden. There was no time to prepare. Property management, please come forth to resolve the issue. Stop being silent. One homeowner, with a user named Coco, sent a voice message exuding an air of entitlement. Ugh, I'm so fed up. What kind of place is this? They actually stopped the water. I just got my nails done yesterday, and now I can't even wash my hands. Where's the property management? Hurry up and bring me some water. I want Evian, and don't forget to bring me some food. I want Haagen-Dazs. Having seen Coco at the community entrance the previous day, adorned in extravagant attire and clearly supported by a wealthy patron, Chu Ye felt a wave of disdain as he witnessed her demanding tone in the group chat. Chapter 12. Traffic paralysis with a cold smile, Chu Ye thought to himself. She has yet to experience the worst of it. This is merely the beginning. Observing Coco's haughty demeanor in the chat, he deliberately tagged the homeowner who had mentioned needing water for their child. I have some water available. I can share some with you. Please send me your apartment number privately. As soon as this message was sent, the group erupted in excitement. Wow. Can I have some too? I'll pay. I want some. I want some. I'll pay any price. Please, I'm begging you. We're almost out of water. Me too. I'll pay whatever it takes. Coco appeared to feel humiliated, sarcastically addressing Chu Ye. Oh, some individuals are truly generous. One might think they are a great benefactor. Giving away a mere bottle of water, one might mistake it for a treasure. Chu Ye, unaffected by Coco's scornful remarks, responded, apologies, but my water supply is also dwindling. That if you wish to purchase some, we can privately negotiate a price. This incited a frenzy in the group chat. Prices are negotiable. Let's chat privately. I've added you on WeChat. Big brother. I've added you too. Please accept my request. 10086. Look at me, big shot. Coco, infuriated, stomped her feet in the chat. Helplessly realizing that her initial intention to boast had backfired, resulting in her humiliation at the hands of Chu Ye in this affluent neighborhood. Most residents only visited occasionally, so the sudden water outage significantly impacted them. Coupled with the current weather conditions, it was not an exaggeration to say they were trapped in their villas. Although the water would be restored in a few days, they still had to endure a difficult period. Chu Ye did not take advantage of the situation to charge exorbitant prices. Instead, he symbolically collected a modest fee. After all, his primary objective was not to profit, but rather to maintain good relations. Big shot. I'll pay double the price. Triple. I'll buy it if you sell it to me. 5 times. Just give me some water. 10 times. Just ensure I have enough to use. As Chu Ye read these messages, a slight smile crept onto his lips. It appeared this unexpected water shortage had a greater impact on them than he had anticipated. He chose to engage with those who seemed more reasonable and offered fair prices, selling the water at a rate slightly above market value without resorting to price gouging. After all, he merely sought to make a little money without offending anyone. Chu Ye understood well that in this apocalyptic world, connections were just as crucial as resources. After agreeing on a time for water collection, he first delivered a bottle to a family with children. The door was opened by a woman in her 30s. Disheveled and unkempt, likely due to the early morning outage. The children she referred to were a pair of siblings, around 5 or 6 years old, both appearing quite adorable. Amid their expressions of gratitude, Chu Ye simply left the water and added, if circumstances allow, it may be wise to stock up a bit more at home when you can. His ability to assist this family was limited to that moment. By midday, Chu Ye's phone finally rang, revealing a call from Chu Ye. He nearly trembled as he answered. Brother, I'm stuck on the road. The highway outside the city is completely gridlocked. The background noise was filled with honking horns and shouts. Chu Ye's greatest fear had come to pass. Where exactly are you? What is your precise location? He forced himself to remain calm. I don't know. The highway is packed with cars. I think I see. A sandstorm? Chu Ye's voice was intermittent. Chu Ye's heart sank. Inin, listen to me. Do not exit the vehicle, lock the doors, and try to remain calm. I will find a way to reach you. He worked to keep his tone steady. Brother, it's all right. I'm with a few classmates, just feeling a bit tired and uncomfortable sitting in the car. Don't be scared, Inin. I'll be there soon. Remember to stay in the car and don't go anywhere. Keep your phone on at all times. After hanging up, Chu Ye grabbed his coat and dashed out the door. He needed to reach Chu Ye as quickly as possible. However, upon exiting the villa community, he discovered the situation was even worse than he had imagined. The roads were utterly congested, filled with stalled vehicles. The street resembled a boiling pot, not with water, but with people and cars. Most companies had ceased operations by morning. euphemistically declaring a holiday, resulting in employees being crammed into the streets like sardines. These damn bosses couldn't have chosen a better time for a holiday. Now look, everyone is stuck. A burly man leaned out his car window, cursing at a BMW inching forward at a snail's pace. The BMW driver, equally indignant, rolled down his window, revealing a greasy bald head. Who the hell are you cursing at? In a hurry to meet your maker? I am cursing you, you fool. Just because you're driving a BMW, you think you're special. The stage was set for a monumental clash. Chu Ye inwardly scolded them for their foolishness. Instead of arguing, they might as well head home sooner. With that thought, he squeezed past the two belligerent drivers, scanning the surroundings for a passable route. Suddenly, the door of the shouting car swung open, and the burly man stormed out, angrily pointing at Chu Ye's back. Hey you, stop right there. You hit my car. Come here and apologize. The BMW driver wore a look of gleeful anticipation, thinking he might finally see someone teach this young man a lesson. Chu Ye did not turn back and continued walking forward. The muscular man slammed his car door and quickly caught up with Chu Ye, grabbing his shoulder and growling, Hey, I'm talking to you. Are you deaf? Chu Ye slowly turned around, his gaze icy as he met the man's eyes. If you want to stir up trouble, I suggest you think about how to get out of this hellhole. The burly man was momentarily taken aback, seemingly surprised by Chu Ye's response, before furiously laughing. You hit my car, and won't he admit it? Do you know who I am? Chu Ye sneered dismissively. I don't care who you are. Now, remove your hand. Enraged by Chu Ye's retort, the burly man swung his fist toward Chu Ye's face, shouting, You're asking for it. Anticipating the move, Chu Ye swiftly sidestepped, evading the punch, and retaliated with a sharp strike to the man's wrist. Ha! The man cried out in pain, cradling his wrist as he crouched down. Chu Ye cast a cold glance at him before walking away, leaving behind a parting remark. In times like this, relying on these tin cans is less effective than trusting your own two legs. Chapter 13. Troubles from seeking shelter. Witnessing Chu Ye take down the burly man left the BMW driver dumbfounded. He had never expected this seemingly genteel young man to possess such fighting skills. Had he joined in the cursing earlier, he might have been the one lying on the ground now. Instinctively, he touched his greasy belly, silently grateful he hadn't meddled in affairs that didn't concern him. This young man, despite his slender build, was surprisingly formidable that in just a few moves, he had taken down a man twice his size. Truly, one should not judge a book by its cover. It seemed that in these times, avoiding unnecessary trouble and quietly amassing wealth was the way to go. He glanced down at his shiny leather shoes and then surveyed the distant street, muttering to himself, This world is becoming increasingly unstable. Perhaps I should heed that young man's advice and head back. Chu Ye did not have time to waste. His sister, Chu Ye, remained stranded on the highway outside the city. The wind and sand whipped at his face like countless tiny blades. Wearing protective goggles, he trudged forward through the tempest. He tightened his coat around him, bowing his head as the storm raged on. This damned weather was unbearable. Chu Ye muttered a curse under his breath. After walking a few kilometers, he felt himself nearing exhaustion. His legs felt leaden, each step an arduous effort, and visibility was diminishing as everything around him was enveloped in a murky haze. He realized he needed to find shelter. This accursed sandstorm is only getting worse, he thought bitterly. Opening his phone, he found sand nearly obscuring the screen. Damn it! He rubbed the screen vigorously, squinting to make out his location. The surrounding area was desolate, and the map indicated the nearest structure was a logistics warehouse. Better than nothing, he reasoned, pocketing his phone and gritting his teeth as he made his way in that direction. Perhaps due to outdated maps, the logistics warehouse had likely relocated long ago, leaving behind only a desolate building. The entrance was tightly shut, rusted, and appeared as if it hadn't been opened in decades. Chu Ye called out a few times, but his voice was instantly swallowed by the wind and sand, leaving him unheard. Circling the perimeter of the warehouse, he discovered a small door slightly ajar, seemingly a way out that had been left intentionally for him. Inside, the warehouse was chillingly empty, littered with discarded cardboard boxes and debris, all covered in a thick layer of dust. The dim light barely illuminated the surroundings. Chu Ye cautiously ventured inside. After confirming there was no immediate danger, He settled into a corner at the back of the warehouse to escape the storm temporarily. He removed his goggles and wiped the sand from his face, feeling as though he had just emerged from a grave. Before he could catch his breath, amidst the howling wind, the unmistakable roar of engines cut through the chaos. Alarmed, Chu Ye sprang to his feet and followed the sound. Soon, voices echoed within the warehouse. Quickly, unload the goods. We need to make a few more trips while we have a chance. We might be able to grab some extra. A rough voice reverberated through the space. Chu Ye concealed himself behind a stack of boxes. Cautiously peeking out, he saw a group of young men hauling box after box into the warehouse. Among them was a lean young man carrying a box filled with an unknown item. Gasping for breath, he came to a halt, wiping the sweat from his forehead. He turned to a burly young man walking ahead and said, "Brother, do you think this is wise, stealing during this chaos? What if we get caught? What's there to fear? Who could possibly discover us?" Wee turned off the surveillance. Haven Tiwi. The supermarket will likely be closed for a few days. Once the storm subsides and inquiries arise, we can simply say the cameras malfunctioned, the burly young man replied, stopping momentarily to shoot him an impatient glare. Just say it was damaged by the wind, that we need to be cautious in this desolate place. Who would know? Hurry up. You've seen how many treasures lie within that supermarket. The lean young man remained somewhat apprehensive. But what? Get to work and stop babbling, the burly young man interrupted, growing impatient that if we succeed this time, there will be plenty of rewards for you. Want a new phone? A motorcycle? This is our chance. Upon hearing this, the lean young man's eyes lit up, and no longer hesitating, he quickened his pace, joining the others in transporting goods. Another young man approached, grinning, and said to the burly one, "Brother Hu, you're truly clever. This sandstorm is a godsend. We're bound to strike it rich." The burly young man, known as Brother Hu, chuckled with satisfaction. "Of course, once the storm passes, we'll sell everything off, and the profits will keep us living luxuriously for quite some time." Chu Ye hid in the shadows, observing the comings and goings of these individuals as they moved the goods. He speculated that these must be locals taking advantage of the sandstorm to loot from an unknown supermarket. The items being brought into the warehouse were undoubtedly stolen goods. Failing to seize this opportunity would indeed be a disservice to their efforts. "Brother Hu, there seems to be someone here." A shrill voice shattered the noise of the warehouse. Brother Hu was directing the movement of goods, turned around impatiently, spitting in disdain. "Who the hell is there? This dilapidated warehouse has been abandoned for years. There are hardly any rats around, let alone people. Have you gone daft from lifting boxes?" The owner of the shrill voice, a shifty-eyed young man, pointed to a fresh set of footprints on the ground. "Brother Hu, look at these footprints. They weren't here the last time we came." Following the direction of the young man's finger, Brother Hu indeed saw a clear trail of footprints leading deep into the warehouse. Behind a pile of cardboard boxes, in this remote area, aside from their group, who else would dare to come here? Chapter 14. Dark Dealings. "Arm yourselves. Drag that intruder out." Brother Hu commanded, and several young men immediately grabbed iron rods and crowbars, approaching the boxes as if facing a formidable enemy. Chu Ye, hidden behind the boxes, listened to the approaching footsteps, his heart racing. He had initially intended to act only after they left, to claim the goods they had brought. It seemed that plan was no longer feasible. Taking a deep breath, he activated the system. Pressure set to 40, flow rate to 1, parameters configured. The nozzle of the water cutter was as fine as a needle, but contained immense power. The pile of boxes was forcefully pushed aside as Brother Hu led the charge, wielding a rusted iron rod, glaring menacingly at Chu Ye. "Who the hell are you? What are you doing hiding here?" Without a word, Chu Ye initiated his system. A nearly invisible line of water shot forth from his fingertips. Brother Hu saw the young man before him merely wave his hand, momentarily perplexed, not understanding what was happening. Then a sharp pain struck his abdomen. Looking down, he noticed a small bloodied puncture wound appearing, followed by a gash as if his flesh had been sliced open. In disbelief, he raised his head to stare at Chu Ye. Speechless, "You..." Brother Hu clutched his wound, his eyes wide with terror. "How did you do that?" He clearly saw that Chu Ye had only waved his hand. How could he be injured? What kind of sorcery was this? The pain was excruciating. Darkness began to cloud his vision as beads of sweat streamed down his forehead. He staggered back a few steps, horrified, as if he were facing a monstrous apparition. Chu Ye remained expressionless but felt an inner thrill. The system could indeed function as a weapon, a water-based cutting tool of tremendous potency. The young men behind Brother, who had yet to notice his unusual state, they continued to charge forward, brandishing their iron rods and crowbars, ready to teach Chu Ye a lesson. With a swift motion, Chu Ye evaded the incoming iron rod. He skillfully maneuvered through the mountain of clutter in the warehouse, dodging the attacks of the young man. That a loud crash echoed as an iron rod smashed into the very box where he had just been hiding, collapsing it instantly. Chu Ye let out a cold snort, flicking his fingers as another water line shot forth, striking one of the assailant's arms. "Ah!" the young man screamed, clutching his bleeding arm as he fell to the ground. Only then did the others notice Brother Hu's odd behavior and their companion's injury. They halted their attacks, uncertainty clouding their faces as they stared at Chu Ye. The remaining young men exchanged glances, their grip on their weapons trembling. Just moments ago, they had been aggressive, but an inexplicable fear now gripped them. "What is going on? Why is Brother Hu?" one of them stammered, pointing at the pale-faced Brother Hu, who was clutching his stomach. "Blood. Brother Chong is bleeding. What did that guy do? Damn it, this is bizarre." "Yeah, it didn't even touch him. It must be sorcery," one young man exclaimed in terror. They had never witnessed such a bizarre occurrence. There had been no physical contact, yet Brother Hu was inexplicably injured, and the blood flowed steadily. The strangeness of the situation sent chills down their spines, compelling them to instinctively step back, gripping their weapons tightly. Their eyes filled with dread. Who exactly was this young man? Ignoring their bewilderment, Chu Ye launched another attack. The water lines danced like shadows, tracing thin paths through the warehouse. One young man, wielding a dagger, lunged at Chu Ye. With a flick of his finger, Chu Ye severed the blade with precision. The blade clattered to the ground, leaving the young man stunned, staring at the hilt in his hand as he failed to comprehend the situation. Before he could react, Chu Ye's second water line struck true, piercing his throat. He clutched his neck in silence, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Witnessing the fate of their companion shattered the resolve of the remaining young men, who turned to flee the warehouse in a panic. Chu Ye's gaze hardened. They had witnessed his abilities. Allowing them to escape would undoubtedly lead to significant trouble for him. He focused his mind and dashed toward the warehouse entrance, blocking their path. "Since you've come, you want to be leaving." His voice was icy. "Ghost! It's a ghost!" The young man who had lost his dagger clutched his neck, blood gushing forth as he screamed in terror. "My God! There really is a ghost!" One young man, terrified, dropped his iron rod and fled. "Wait! Don't leave me behind! We need to run together! Run! Let us get out of here!" The remaining young men were thrown into chaos, scrambling toward the warehouse exit. The scene before them was nightmarish. They only wished to escape this horrifying place as far as possible. Who are you?" Brother Hu, supported by his companions, staggered toward Chu Ye, who blocked the door. That the sinister smile crept across his face. "Does it matter who I am?" Brother Hu, with his hand pressed against his aching belly, appeared pale, sweat beads rolling down his forehead. Using one hand to prop himself up, he forced out a smile that was more sorrowful than a frown, his voice trembling. This, brother, we were blind to your prowess. We trespassed against you. Please, have mercy and let us go." The young men nearby nodded in agreement, their faces drawn in fear as they pleaded. "Yes, brother, we made a mistake. Please, let us leave." Chu Ye coldly scrutinized them. "Had you not intended to trouble me from the start, I would have had no reason to make things difficult for you." Brother Hu paused in realization. Indeed, before they had sought him out, he interposed any threat. "Brother, you misunderstood. We merely wanted to borrow this warehouse. All these things are yours. We'll give them all to you. Please spare us this once." "Spare you?" Chu Ye's gaze turned sharp. "You just tried to take my life. Now you think a simple apology will suffice." Brother Hu trembled in fear, stammering, "Brother, we are willing to compensate. Just let us go. We'll pay any amount." "Money?" Chu Ye scoffed. "Do you think I lack for money?" Chapter 15. Eliminate him. Brother Hu was left speechless, realizing he was likely doomed today. He could never have imagined that the seemingly harmless young man before him could be so cold-blooded and ruthless. Merely because he and his companions had caught a glimpse of his visage, he was prepared to strike with lethal force, Eradicating them entirely that a wave of despair surged within him. If only he could turn back time. He would undoubtedly flee as far as possible, never daring to provoke this harbinger of doom. However, it was too late for any words now. In an instant, a fierce glint ignited in his eyes. Brother who muttered a curse under his breath. Since this brat doesn't wish for us to live, let's go all out against him. He grasped a crowbar and called out, "Brothers, grab your weapons. Charge!" A few young men were momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained their senses, seizing their tools before following Brother, who with fierce determination toward the doorway. Eliminate him. The clamoring shouts and roars echoed throughout the warehouse, shattering the previous silence. Chu Ye, however, merely adjusted the system's water output and pressure. The once meager trickle of water surged violently, transforming into razor-sharp jets of high-pressure water that swept forth with blinding speed. The frontmost brother, who barely registered a flash of white light before an agonizing pain coursed through him, severing his body at the waist. The tremendous force flung him backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Blood gushed forth, instantly staining the floor a deep crimson. The young men trailing behind him had yet to comprehend what had transpired when the water blades mercilessly sliced them in half. Limbs and severed arms flew, and the warehouse was filled with the haunting cries of despair. In an instant, the warehouse morphed into a hellish realm. With a mere flick of his wrist, Chu Ye had disposed of this ragtag group. Eliminating the petty thieves that had infested the warehouse, he surveyed his surroundings, rifling through the various goods piled high within the space. The majority consisted of electronic products and the like, items that had once held value but were now utterly useless in this apocalyptic era. Clearly, this gang had yet to grasp that this sandstorm heralded the end of the world. Nevertheless, amidst the thieves, a few gluttonous souls had lingered. Chu Ye discovered several crates of canned goods amidst the electronic debris. He picked one up, opened it, and was greeted by an enticing aroma of meat. Canned beef? Quite splendid. Satisfied, Chu Ye nodded and returned the can to its box. This stash of canned goods was far more gratifying than the heap of electronics. I shall graciously accept these. Chu Ye glanced at the corpses of Brother Hu and his crew. "As for you lot." Chu Ye paused. "Just remain here." With that, he lowered his goggles, concealing most of his face, and stepped into the swirling sands. At the entrance of the warehouse, two vehicles stood parked. A pickup truck and a black SUV. It appeared that the driver of the SUV was dozing off. Chu Ye approached and knocked on the car door. The occupant, startled by the sudden noise, exclaimed, "What is going on? Why the banging?" Mimicking the tone of the petty thugs from the warehouse, Chu Ye feigned urgency, saying, "Brother, who wants you inside? He said he has something to discuss." The driver squinted suspiciously, scrutinizing Chu Ye from head to toe. Chu Ye intentionally hunched over, attempting to appear more like the timid lackeys. "What is the matter? Why the secrecy?" "I don't really know, that I'm just here to pass along a message," Chu Ye replied, rubbing his hands together and adopting a frightened demeanor. Brother, who doesn't look too pleased. "You'd better hurry in and check it out." After a moment's hesitation, the driver turned off the engine and opened the door, walking towards the warehouse. He pushed open the heavy iron door. A pungent wave of blood assaulted his senses, causing him to instinctively furrow his brow. The sight that met his eyes rendered him motionless, his pupils constricting as his heart skipped a beat. Scattered haphazardly across the warehouse floor lay several corpses, limbs and severed arms strewn about. Blood stained the ground, forming gruesome little streams. The metallic scent filled the air, overwhelming the driver, who gaped in disbelief. Mouth agape, yet unable to utter a sound, he instinctively took a step back, only to step onto a severed hand. The sticky sensation made his stomach churn, nearly causing him to retch. Trembling, he looked around frantically, searching for a living soul or an explanation. Yet, apart from more corpses and blood, there was nothing. The warehouse was cloaked in a deathly silence, save for the wind and sand battering the iron door. The driver quaked, cold sweat soaking his clothes. He recalled someone had summoned him, and as he turned, he indeed saw a figure behind him swinging a hand across. Then, everything spun wildly, and he was horrified to see his own headless corpse still in the motion of turning. After dealing with the driver, Chu Ye abruptly shut the warehouse door, promptly transferring the cargo from the pickup truck into the system space. He opened the door and slid into the driver's seat of the SUV. swiftly starting the vehicle. Slamming the accelerator, the SUV roared out of the warehouse district, kicking up a cloud of dust. The first experience of taking a life left Chu Ye feeling a twinge of unease. Chun Xiaojie and her brother didn't count, as they had already been his enemies. However, those in the warehouse had no grievances against him. Yet, Chu Ye did not linger in this emotion for long. He understood what mattered most now was reaching his sister's location as swiftly as possible. He opened his phone's map and noted that with the vehicle, he could no longer proceed in a straight line as before. Chu Ye searched the map for small paths leading to the coordinates his sister had sent, avoiding potential traffic jams. He pressed the accelerator to the floor, racing toward his destination. The SUV rocked violently amidst the howling wind. Akin to a lone boat tossed upon turbulent seas, the tires skidded on the sandy terrain, occasionally swaying perilously, giving Chu Ye the sensation of an imminent rollover. Gripping the steering wheel tightly, he squinted, attempting to discern the road obscured by the swirling sands. The wind and sand intensified, visibility reduced to mere meters. Forcing Chu Ye to navigate by instinct, he slammed the accelerator once more, the engine roaring with ferocity as the speed surged. Suddenly, a massive shadow loomed ahead, causing Chu Ye's pupils to constrict. He slammed the brakes, but it was too late. The SUV veered off the embankment, launching into the air. Everything spun violently, and Chu Ye felt his body lifted before crashing heavily back to the ground. The violent impact caused his vision to fade to black, and he lost consciousness in an instant. Time passed, though he could not tell how long, and Chu Ye gradually awoke, a persistent ringing in his ears. He attempted to move his fingers, only to be met with excruciating pain that made him gasp. Chapter 16. The opportunist taking advantage of the chaos, Chu Ye found himself trapped in the mangled remains of the vehicle. The airbag deployed and obstructing his view. The seatbelt constricted painfully across his chest. Struggling, he raised his hand, feeling a sharp sting in his palm. Glancing down, he saw shards of glass embedded in his flesh. Blood oozing profusely. Damn it. Chu Ye gritted his teeth, retrieving a knife he had pilfered from the supermarket's hardware section from the system S-Space. He slashed at the seatbelt repeatedly. The bindings loosened. He finally gasped for breath. Leaning back against the seat for a moment, Chu Ye felt a severe dizziness wash over him. Everything before him shrouded in a fog. He attempted to push the car door open, but it would not budge. Upon closer inspection, he realized the door had been twisted and deformed from the impact. Damn it. Chu Ye couldn't help but curse under his breath. He lifted his foot and kicked the already spider-webbed windshield with all his might. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of shattering glass reverberated painfully in the desolate wilderness. After a few kicks, the windshield, now riddled with cracks, was forcefully pushed aside as a gust of wind filled with sand rushed into the car. Causing Chu Ye to cough violently, he staggered out of the vehicle, standing atop the hood, scanning his surroundings. All he could see were fields blanketed in yellow sand, devoid of life, in the distance. The horizon melded with the gray sky, rendering it impossible to discern where the road ended and where the void began. Damn it, this cursed place. Chu Ye wiped the blood from his face, feeling the sticky, nauseating residue. Thankfully, his phone remained intact. He opened the map, noting that while he had deviated from the intended route, he was now closer to his sister's location. The time indicated that he had been unconscious for nearly 2 hours. A wave of frustration surged within him. This wretched road, this damned vehicle, this atrocious weather. He needed a place to rest and regain his strength. Scanning the map, he noticed a small village marked nearby, with a notation for a farmhouse in this forsaken place? Chu Ye mused, but he couldn't afford to be picky now. A shelter from the wind and sand was better than none. He jumped from the car, trudging toward the village, his weary body stumbling through the sand. After what felt like an eternity of uneven steps, he finally arrived at the village marked on the map. The howling wind continued to rage, whipping sand like daggers across his face. This infernal weather was unbearable. The village lay in darkness, likely due to the sandstorm damaging the power supply. Only one nearby house emitted a flickering glow, resembling a solitary eye peering through the darkness. Chu Ye approached the house, straining to listen. Intermittent voices drifted from within. "You promised to take me home." A woman's voice trembled, tinged with desperation. Didn't I say? I'll pay you. I'll pay any amount. The male voice that followed was crude and lewd. Money. You think I'm in need of money? Those people on the highway, refusing to pay for a bottle of water or a loaf of bread. How much do you think they're worth? Heh. As long as you serve us well tonight and keep us satisfied, we'll drive you into the city right away. As the woman's plea faded, a lascivious male voice immediately responded. Chu Ye frowned, moving closer to the window. Inside the dimly lit room, illuminated only by a flickering oil lamp, 3 burly men encircled a young woman, disheveled and in disarray. Her attire barely clung to her, and her face was etched with despair as she knelt on the ground, pleading for mercy. Please, let me go. I have children at home. Children? Ha! Perfect. Once we've had our fun, perhaps we can even give you another. One of the companions leered, reaching out to tear at her clothing. Chu Ye spat in disgust. Damn it, a bunch of opportunistic beasts. He grimaced as he touched his wounds, a sharp pain shooting through him. The recent car accident had left him battered and sore, and now, faced with this dire situation, a surge of unbridled rage coursed through him, taking a deep breath to endure the agony. He kicked the tightly shut wooden door of the farmhouse with all his might. Bang! The door flew off its hinges, crashing onto a table inside with a dull thud, splintered with scattered in all directions. And the oil lamp toppled, extinguishing the flame and plunging the room into darkness. The 3 men, startled by the sudden turn of events, turned to face the doorway, in the dim light filtering through the window. They glimpsed a figure standing at the entrance, backlit and obscured. Chu Ye swayed slightly, feeling a wave of dizziness. Yet he steadied himself and stepped inside, his gaze sweeping over the 3 men as if they were mere corpses. Finally, his eyes fell upon the disheveled young woman. Upon seeing him, her eyes sparkled with a flicker of hope. Who? Who are you? One of the men stammered, his voice trembling. Chu Ye ignored him, stumbling toward the table and groping for a match. He reignited the oil lamp. The faint glow barely illuminated the room, but it illuminated his bloodied visage as well that he flashed a grin, and in that dim light, he appeared particularly sinister, coupled with his unsteady gait. He resembled a creature from a B-movie horror flick. The woman let out a terrified scream, and one of the men fainted from sheer fright, collapsing to the ground. What do you want? Another man mustered the courage to inquire, though his voice quivered. How do you wish to die? Chu Ye's voice was hoarse and low, as if it were being squeezed from the depths of his throat. His utterance jolted the leader into action. Ghosts they may fear, but we fear nothing. Who the hell are you to meddle in my affairs? The leader brandished a weapon and shouted at Chu Ye, You must be tired of living. Brothers, let us take him down. They charged at him, swinging their clubs. Chu Ye cursed under his breath. He had initially intended to intimidate these scoundrels. If he could avoid a confrontation, he would, especially given his injuries. But it was now evident that avoidance was no longer an option. He raised his hand, gesturing lightly. With a swift and silent motion, 2 men fell without uttering a single cry, blood gushing from their necks and staining the ground crimson. The scene was horrifying, infused with an eerie strangeness. The young woman, who had initially viewed Chu Ye as a savior, now found her hope evaporating, replaced by an overwhelming terror. She curled into a corner, clutching herself tightly, her eyes wide with fear, as if she had encountered something far more terrifying than the 3 men. She bit her lip to silence herself, terrified of provoking this man, who resembled a demon from hell. Chu Ye wiped the blood from his hands and muttered, Damn it, a car accident followed by this mess. What a hassle. Chapter 17. Can you take me with you? Half of Chu Ye's face was shrouded in shadow, while the other half flickered in the dim light, giving him a particularly ghastly appearance, especially with the blood spattered across his features. His previous movements had been so swift that the woman had not even perceived how he had struck. The 2 men had fallen as if their throats were severed by an invisible blade, which brought to her mind tales of malevolent spirits and monsters. Could he truly be some inhuman entity? Her heart raced as she screamed in terror. Chu Ye, feeling irritable, rubbed his temples and retrieved a bottle of water and a piece of bread from his system's inventory, tossing them toward her in frustration. Stop! Can you be quiet for a moment? I just need a breather before I leave. The water bottle struck her chest, startling her into silence, as she stared blankly at the bread and water. Having likely gone an entire day without food, she was at a loss, unsure of how to respond to this demonic figure. What did he want from her? She scrutinized Chu Ye with a mix of apprehension and curiosity, wondering if he intended to offer her sustenance only to treat her as he had the others. Instinctively, she wrapped her arms around herself, trembling in fear. What do you want? Chu Ye waved his hand dismissively. I just want some peace that I was in a car accident and have no means to call for help. The woman felt a slight relief. He was human, at least, which meant communication was possible. Hesitantly, she asked her, Are you hurt? Chu Ye scoffed. What do you think? Is this blood on my face just red paint? After a moment's hesitation, she probed further, then, Why don't you call the police or an ambulance? Chu Ye shot her a glance, retorting, Do you think calling for help is effective in this godforsaken weather? I don't even know where I am. She fell silent, scanning her surroundings, lowering her gaze. She clutched the bread and water tightly, whispering, Thank you. Chu Ye, seated by the table, carefully extracted glass shards embedded in his palm, the searing pain causing him a gasp, once he tended to his wounds. He remembered to inquire about her presence. How did you end up here? She replied, her voice trembling and fragmented. I was stuck on the highway. They said they could take me on a shortcut into the city. The highway? Chu Ye recalled that his sister was also trapped there, a wave of concern washing over him. What is the situation like on the highway? Is the traffic severe? The woman shivered, her voice barely audible. I was on a bus, and we've been stuck since morning. Not a single inch moved. The line of cars stretches endlessly, and the honking hasn't ceased. She paused before adding, At noon, some people were selling water and bread there. At outrageous prices. They charge $100 for a single bottle, $800 for a bottle of water. Chu Ye frowned, appalled at the blatant exploitation. The woman nodded, cautiously glancing at him, explaining, I didn't have that much money. So they made me. She hesitated, seemingly struggling to articulate the rest. Chu Ye inhaled deeply. After a moment of hesitation, she continued, They made me exchange some personal belongings for food and water. Chu Ye pressed on. Were there others treated this way too? She nodded, her voice quivering. I saw them. Take some girls away, and then I didn't know what happened next. The sandstorm outside was too fierce. Unable to contain himself any longer, Chu Ye realized the village wasn't far from the highway. He took out his phone, checked the map, and noted the time. It was already evening, and darkness was creeping in. He quickly stuffed some food into his mouth and splashed his face with the remaining water. If the situation on the highway was indeed as dire as the woman described, then his time was running short. Chu Ye pushed open the dilapidated wooden door of the farmhouse, and a gust of wind laden with sand rushed at him, nearly blinding him. Just as he was about to step outside, his clothing was tugged at. Turning back, he saw the woman cowering behind him. Can you take me with you? Chu Ye frowned. I'm not heading into the city right now. I need to go to the highway to pick someone up. Doesn't matter. I can go to the highway too, she said timidly, calculating in her mind. This man is so formidable. Surely, following him into the city would be safe. Staying in this dreadful place, amidst two corpses, was far too risky. And what if other villagers showed up? The storm outside would surely prevent her from finding her way back. Sensing Chu Ye's hesitation, she continued to plead, Please, take me with you. I'm scared. I can't stay here alone. Tears streamed down her face as she spoke. With a sigh, Chu Ye replied, If you want to come, keep up with me. If you slow me down, you might as well stay here. I'm in a hurry. He retrieved a pair of goggles and a scarf from his inventory and handed them to her. The woman quickly accepted them and clumsily donned them. They stepped into the swirling sandstorm, one following the other. Chu Ye activated the system map navigation and trudged towards the highway, his steps uneven amidst the swirling sands. The woman closely followed in his wake, mirroring his every move, fearful of being engulfed by the tempestuous winds. This wretched weather. Chu Ye muttered under his breath. The sand accumulated, rising past his ankles, each step becoming increasingly laborious. This apocalyptic sandstorm resembled a relentless blizzard, piling the grains ever higher and obstructing their progress. Can we still reach the highway? The woman's voice trembled as she asked, barely holding on. Chu Ye offered no reply, instead hastening his pace. The The system map indicated that 3 kilometers remained to the highway, 3 kilometers that would normally take half an hour to traverse, yet now loomed like an insurmountable chasm. Suddenly, the woman gasped, swaying unsteadily as if about to fall. With swift reflexes, Chu Ye caught her. "What's wrong?" My foot." Tears welled in her eyes from the pain. Chu Ye glanced down to see her shoe sunken in the sand. One heel of her high-heeled shoe broken. In such dire circumstances, high heels were nothing but a burden. "Take off your shoes," Chu Ye instructed. After a moment's hesitation, the woman complied, her bare feet sinking into the sand. Though it was somewhat uncomfortable, it was far more manageable than walking in heels. After trudging another kilometer, Chu Ye too began to feel the strain. The wind and sand were even more ferocious than he had anticipated. Showing no signs of abating, we should find a place to shelter from the wind. The woman gasped, her complexion pale and lips cracked. Chu Ye surveyed the system map, noting the absence of nearby refuges. Gritting his teeth, he urged, "Just a little longer. We're almost there." That moment, Chu Ye's phone rang, its shrill tone nearly swallowed by the howling winds. The screen flashed with the name Yin. "Sister," without a second thought, he answered, "Brother, help me." Yin's voice was strained, laced with the cacophony of chaos and the roaring wind. "Yin, what's happened?" His voice quivered with urgency. We're trapped in the car. Outside. There's so many bad people. They're robbing us." Yin's words came in frantic bursts. A chill coursed through Chu Ye, his heart sinking. "Don't be afraid. Yin, tell me where you are." "I will come right away." He steadied his voice, forcing calmness. We were trying to drive to the city, but then we encountered the sandstorm. The car broke down, and then a group of people came. They had clubs, smashing our car, stealing our things. Yin's sobs grew louder, rendering her almost inaudible. "Yin, take a deep breath. Don't be scared. I'll be there soon. Share your location with me and tell me the license plate number." Through her tears, Yin relayed the information, mentioning that a few classmates were also trapped in the vehicle. After hanging up, Chu Ye clenched his jaw in fury. Those despicable fiends dared to harm his sister. He would ensure they faced dire consequences. He abruptly turned to the trembling woman behind him and declared, "You can either stay or come with me. The choice is yours." The woman was taken aback by a sudden shift in demeanor, staring at him in confusion, unable to comprehend how the previously amiable man had transformed into someone so fearsome. She opened her mouth, as if to speak, but Chu Ye offered her no chance to explain. He simply turned and strode purposefully towards the direction indicated on the map where Yin was located. The woman hesitated for a moment, then resolutely gritted her teeth and limped after him. Though she remained oblivious to the turmoil within Chu Ye, she recognized that in this apocalypse, following a strong ally was far preferable to facing the dangers alone. Moreover, the wind goggles and scarf he had provided her were invaluable treasures in such a wretched climate. As the wind and sand intensified, Chu Ye's heart raced with urgency. Wishing he could instantly reach his sister, he climbed a sand dune by the roadside, squinting against the gusts, the beams of headlights cutting through the stormy haze ahead. The highway lay before him, partially obscured by the swirling sands. "You can remain here," Chu Ye told the woman behind him, "or you can follow me. But at one be safe. There are reports of a gang of thugs on the highway. My sister is there. I must go to her." The woman tightened the scarf around her, contemplating for a moment. The sandstorm made it difficult to see, and she had witnessed Chu Ye's fierce resolve at the farmhouse. In this chaotic world, aligning oneself with a formidable ally was far wiser than navigating the perils alone. "I will go with you," she decided firmly. Chu Ye nodded, neither refusing nor elaborating further as they approached the highway, where the chaos fully unfolded before them. Through the howling wind, cries of anguish, curses, and shattering glass echoed. The nearest private vehicle had its windows smashed, the interior in disarray, with the sand rising to half the height of the tires. Chu Ye realized that if the situation continued, even if traffic resumed ahead, these vehicles would remain trapped. He quickly pinpointed the target vehicle, a white SUV, based on the location Yin had shared. Yet upon arrival, he found the door ajar and the interior empty. Panic surged through him as he rummaged through the vehicle, desperately hoping for any clue to his sister's whereabouts, but found nothing. He moved to a nearby car, But before he could speak, the driver cursed his misfortune that I've had the worst luck. That gang just robbed me blind, even ransacked my trunk, and now you come along. The man's fearful demeanor suggested he thought Chu Ye might be there to finish the job. Please, I have nothing left. I haven't eaten or drunk anything for a whole day. Chu Ye suppressed his anger. Speaking in a low, menacing tone, be quiet. I'm not here to rob you. Did you see where the occupants of that white SUV went? The driver's fear subsided slightly as he stammered, I saw a group drag the people from the car away. They went forward. He pointed shakily towards the highway. The woman behind Chu Ye caught up, gently placing a hand on his shoulder to offer comfort. Don't worry. They're just taken away. They should be safe for now. Let us move forward and see if we can find them. Chu Ye inhaled deeply, surveying the area. The driver watched him with trepidation, glancing nervously towards the highway ahead. Listen, I know you're anxious. But that group is not to be trifled with. They're numerous and armed. If you go alone, you'll surely regret it. They would do anything. The driver's voice trembled as he recalled something horrific. I saw them drag a disobedient woman out of a car. He couldn't continue, hands shaking in fear. It's too terrifying. Please, don't go. It's far too dangerous. Chu Ye's expression hardened. It's none of your concern. They dare to lay a hand on my sister. They must pay. With that, he turned to leave. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon a stone by the roadside, stained with what appeared to be dried blood. He rushed over to examine it closely. The blood was dark red, suggesting it had been there for some time, eroded by the wind and sand. A wave of dread washed over him. If anything were to happen to Ineen, those responsible would meet their end. With determination, he sprinted towards the direction the driver had indicated. The vehicles along the way were mostly shattered, their inhabitants wearing expressions of sheer terror. As he passed, cries for help filled the air. Please, kind sir, spare us some water. The children are nearly dying of thirst. Please, a morsel of food. We haven't eaten in over a day. Good Samaritan, help us. We're willing to pay any price. The desperate pleas formed a cacophony of sorrow. Yet Chu Ye did not waver, but he shouted back, if you wish to survive, walk home on foot. At that moment, he had no thoughts of rescuing these people. His sister's safety was paramount. But it's too far to walk home. Someone cried out in despair. There are no buts. Either die or hurry on. Chu Ye's tone was resolute, devoid of hesitation. The woman trailing behind him felt a pang of compassion and tugged at his sleeve. Are we really not going to help them? Chu Ye did not turn back. I have no obligation to save them. Self-preservation takes precedence over rescuing others. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened. A massive container truck loomed across the highway. Chu Ye slowed his pace, crouching low as he approached, concealing himself behind a nearby vehicle to observe. Several guards surrounded the truck, wielding clubs and laughing boisterously amongst themselves. This must be it, Chu Ye murmured. This is the stronghold of those who took Ineen. The woman followed closely behind him. The container truck had but a single entrance, making it easy to defend yet difficult to assault. Chu Ye gestured for the woman to remain in place while he stealthily approached the truck. He deliberately threw a can, which clattered loudly. The guard immediately turned, alert, striding toward the source of the noise. As the guard drew near, he sprang forth. The water knife activated in an instant, producing a soft pop. The guard's head was pierced in an instant, splattering red and white across the ground. Without a moment's hesitation, Chu Ye snatched the crowbar from the guard's hand and charged toward the remaining guard. Who goes there? The remaining guard bellowed, swinging his club at Chu Ye. He sidestepped, delivering a powerful strike to the guard's knee. With a sharp crack, the guard screamed, collapsing to the ground. Chu Ye showed no mercy, swinging the crowbar again, striking the guard squarely on the temple. Having dispatched the guard, Chu Ye swiftly approached the container's door. Taking a deep breath, he yanked open the heavy iron door of the container. A nauseating stench assaulted his senses, having festered in the confined space for far too long. The interior of the container was dim and cramped. Chu Ye suppressed his disgust, his gaze darting through the crowd in search of his sister, Ineen. Suddenly, a familiar figure caught his eye, his longed-for sister. Ineen seemed to spot him too, abruptly raising her head. A flicker of surprise crossed her eyes, but quickly faded. She subtly shook her head, signaling Chu Ye not to act rashly. Following Ineen's gaze, he noticed, deep within the container, a burly man seated on a rickety chair. idly toying with a sharp dagger. Beside him stood several hulking figures, each exuding an air of menace, glaring at Chu Ye like famished wolves. A wave of dread washed over Chu Ye. He realized Een had been taken hostage. The man caught sight of Chu Ye's gaze, and a cruel smile crept across his lips. Another fool who fears not death. It seems tonight's dinner is secured, he remarked, rising and kicking aside the person in his path. Slowly advancing toward Chu Ye, the dagger in his hand glinted ominously in the faint light. "Who are you, boy? What brings you here?" the man inquired with an icy tone. Suppressing his fury, Chu Ye replied, "I have come for my sister." Sister? Following Chu Ye's gaze, the man glanced at Een in the corner and smirked disdainfully. "So, you are this little girl's brother. Since you are here, you won't be leaving. Bring him here, bind him." Two burly men immediately lunged forward, attempting to seize Chu Ye. With a cold chuckle, he kicked one of them to the ground. Then, with a swift elbow strike, he slammed into the face of the other man. Taking advantage of the ensuing chaos as the man clutched his face in agony, Chu Ye quickly retreated a few steps, widening the distance between them. "You have some skill," the man remarked, raising an eyebrow with interest. "It seems you're not just a meal waiting to be served, but a toy to play with as well." He waved his hand. "All of you, attack together, but don't kill him. We still need to feast later. If you kill him now, he won't be fresh come evening." The hulking men surged forward, and Chu Ye adeptly dodged and maneuvered. He employed both fists and feet, aiming for swift precision with each blow. Before long, several men were groaning in pain. However, the confined space of the container limited his mobility, and he gradually found himself cornered. The man seemed to revel in Chu Ye's predicament, a mocking smile playing on his lips. "What's wrong? Out of strength? Looks like tonight's feast will be served sooner than expected." That moment, a woman burst into the container, wielding an iron rod. She struck fiercely at the back of one of the hulking men. "Chu Ye, I'm here to help," she shouted. With her intervention, the tide of battle shifted dramatically. Though petite, the woman fought with unyielding ferocity, each swing accompanied by the whoosh of wind. The man's expression darkened, clearly taken aback by this unexpected assistance. "Useless, can't even handle a woman," he roared, leaping off his chair, brandishing his dagger as he lunged at the woman. Seeing this, Chu Ye quickly shielded the woman, using his crowbar to block the man's dagger. "Your opponent is me," Chu Ye gritted through clenched teeth. The man sneered, "You overestimate yourself." With a sudden surge of strength, the dagger clashed against the crowbar, producing a shrill sound of metal scraping, sparks flying. Chu Ye felt a sharp pain in his palm, nearly losing his grip on the crowbar. "Die," the man shouted, thrusting the dagger toward Chu Ye's chest. The blade glinted coldly before Chu Ye's eyes. He could almost feel its icy edge against his skin. He abruptly sidestepped, the dagger slicing through his garment and leaving a searing wound on his chest. The man, thwarted in his strike, grew even more ferocious. A sinister grin spreading across his face as he delivered a fierce kick to Chu Ye's abdomen. Chu Ye felt his insides turn over, a metallic taste rising in his throat, staggering backward. His back slammed against the cold iron wall of the container, the crowbar slipping from his hand with a dull thud. "Boy, your time has come." The man advanced menacingly, pressing the dagger against Chu Ye's throat. Chu Ye panted heavily, his vision dimming, consciousness beginning to blur. Chapter 20. To rescue, the woman launched herself with all her might, striking the man in the back. That he grunted, the dagger veering away from Chu Ye's throat, leaving a cut on his shoulder. Seizing the opportunity, Chu Ye snatched the dagger, plunging it deep into the man's abdomen. The man let out a cry of agony. The woman hurried to support Chu Ye, anxiously examining his injuries. "Chu Ye, are you okay? Is it serious?" Chu Ye waved his hand dismissively, gritting his teeth. "I'm fine, I won't die." He hurried to Een side, cutting her bonds and pulling her tightly into his embrace. Een clung to Chu Ye, her fears and grievances spilling forth in tears. Just then, a shrill voice pierced the air. "Murderer! You are a murderer! Een, stay away from him." Chu Ye gently pushed Een aside. Speaking softly, "Een, go rest over there for a moment. I have some matters to attend to." Een nodded, moving to the woman's side, clutching her hand tightly for reassurance. Chu Ye turned to the frail girl, his gaze steady and calm. The girl, somewhat frightened by his stare, mustered her courage to say, "Why you are a murderer. You killed someone." Chu Ye did not refute her, merely asking, "What is your name?" The girl, taken aback by a sudden question, hesitated before whispering, I am Li Xiaoya. Xiaoya. Chu Ye lowered his voice. "I killed someone. Oh, what? I should have left them alive and given you to them, you fool." The fear in Li Xiaoya's eyes deepened. She could not comprehend how Chu Ye remained so calm after taking a life. But killing is against the law. She trembled. Against the law? If it protects my sister from harm, then it is what I must do. As for you, your fate is of no concern to me. Chu Ye dismissed her. He surveyed the surroundings. Several other women were still bound within the container, gazing at him with hopeful eyes. "Please, let us go." "Yes, we were taken too. We did nothing wrong." Chu Ye had initially intended to ignore their pleas, only wishing to take In away from this dreadful place. However, In tugged at his sleeve, whispering, "Brother, they are so pitiful. We cannot leave them behind." Seeing the innocence in Yin's eyes, Chu Ye's heart softened. He handed her a dagger, saying, "If you want to save them, then do it yourself. But we have little time. I must get you home quickly." In accepted the dagger. Chu Ye approached the container's entrance, cautiously observing the situation outside. He needed to find an escape route quickly. Otherwise, they would be in trouble once those men realized something was amiss. A chorus of grateful voices erupted within the container. The women freed by Chu Ye expressed their heartfelt thanks, some even kneeling and weeping. "Young brother, thank you so much. If it weren't for you, we might have..." "Young man, you are truly brave. When we were captured, so many watched, yet no one dared to step forward except you. You saved all our lives. I was taken from the highway. So many were too afraid to move. I thought I was done for. Thank you." A curvaceous woman boldly approached Chu Ye, casting him a flirtatious glance, cooing, "Handsome, would you be interested in staying and having some fun with the sisters? I promise to make you feel heavenly." Chu Ye shot her a cold glance, ignoring her as he walked directly to Yin's side. "Let's go." Yin obediently nodded, clinging tightly to Chu Ye's arm. The woman who had aided Chu Ye earlier followed closely behind. He glanced at her, his tone neutral as he said, "Thank you for earlier." The woman smiled, replying, "Back at the farmhouse, you helped me once, saving me from those 3 men. Now I consider this a repayment." Chu Ye nodded, having originally thought he had brought along a burden. Unexpectedly, in a moment of danger, this woman had proven herself willing to fight in these early days of the apocalypse. Those who knew how to repay kindness would not last long. "What is your name?" Chu Ye inquired, accepting her presence beside him. "I am Lin Qinya." The woman introduced herself, extending her delicate hand. Chu Ye shook hands with her and simply replied, "Chu Ye." He tossed the clothing he had stripped from a corpse outside to Lin Qinya, saying, "Put it on. It gets cold at night." The woman paused for a moment, then gratefully accepted the cotton coat and quickly donned it. Chu Ye then stripped another cotton coat from a different bandit and handed it to Yin. "You should wear this too. We need to head back overnight. The sooner we return home, the safer we will be." Yin nodded obediently and put on the coat. Chu Ye led Yin and the woman out of the container. Heading towards the city, as night descended, the temperature plummeted amidst the wind and sand, with cold gusts howling, causing shivers to run through them. Yin clung tightly to Chu Ye's arm, her little face flushed with cold. The woman wrapped her coat tightly around herself, rubbing her hands together incessantly as they walked. Chu Ye remained vigilant, observing their surroundings. According to Yin and the other women in the container, the bandits were certainly not limited to just a few. More had been dispersed, roaming along the highway, robbing food and supplies from those trapped in their vehicles. Indeed, it wasn't long before they encountered several bandits wielding flashlights. "Stop!" barked the leader, a brutish figure with a face full of excess. Chu Ye halted, coldly assessing them. "Hand over everything valuable you possess," another bandit shouted. Chu Ye remained silent, merely tightening his grip on the dagger in his hand, though, and there are 2 more ladies. A tall, lanky bandit let out a lewd whistle, leering at Yin and the woman. "Boss, these 2 are quite a catch." "Why not?" "Shut up," the brutish bandit glared at him. "First, let us search them." The brutish leader was evidently incensed by Chu Ye's demeanor. He spat and cursed, "Damn it, you're asking for trouble. Brothers, let's teach this punk a good lesson. Don't spare those 2 ladies either." Chu Ye positioned Enin and Lin Qingya behind him. Come on, let us do this together quickly. We're in a hurry to get home. The bandits charged forward, howling, their clubs and metal pipes swinging towards Chu Ye. Unperturbed, he drew his dagger, swiftly dodging a blow aimed at him. With a reverse strike, he plunged the dagger into the bandit's throat. Blood gushed forth as the bandit clutched his neck. Gasping for breath, he fell to the ground, convulsing a few times before going still. Another bandit swung a steel pipe towards Chu Ye's head. Chu Ye sidestepped, the dagger slicing through the bandit's thigh. The bandit let out a pained scream, collapsing to the ground, clutching his leg. Lin Qingya was not idle either. She picked up a stone from the ground and smashed it against one bandit's head that he groaned, staggering, still disoriented when Lin Qingya delivered a kick to his chest. The bandit fell, lifeless. The remaining bandits, witnessing Chu Ye's formidable skills, were filled with both fear and rage. They drew their weapons and closed in on Chu Ye and Lin Qingya. Chu Ye nimbly weaved through the bandits. Although Lin Qingya lacked his agility, she picked up a wooden stick and engaged the bandits, occasionally hurling stones towards their heads to create openings for Chu Ye. Amidst the chaos, Enin, frightened, hid behind Chu Ye, repeatedly calling for her brother. Hearing his sister's voice only heightened Chu Ye's urgency, making him strike with even greater ferocity. Ultimately, the bandits fell one by one, blood staining the ground. Chapter 21. Where did the new blankets come from, brother? Are you all right? Enin looked up, concerned. Chu Ye gently patted her head and reassured her. I'm fine. Brother is okay. Good. A voice suddenly broke the night's silence. Trapped drivers on the highway leaned out of their windows, cheering. Young man, well done. Those bastards just robbed me of 2 bottles of water and half a box of instant noodles. A bald uncle from a vehicle gave Chu Ye a thumbs up. Exactly. Those scoundrels are inhumane. My wife and kids are at home waiting for me. And they even tried to steal baby formula. Brother, don't worry. If anyone questions you later, we'll all testify for you. This is definitely self-defense. Chu Ye scoffed inwardly. The apocalypse had already begun. The constraints of law and morality were rapidly disintegrating. How could anyone possibly hold him accountable for dispatching a few scoundrels? You all should leave quickly. Chu Ye advised the crowd. While you still have the strength, hurry back home on foot. It won't be easy to clear the highway. If you continue waiting, you'll soon run out of food and water. The drivers exchanged glances. Chu Ye rummaged through the bandits' belongings, gathering some food and water before continuing on. Enin clung tightly to Chu Ye's arm, too frightened to speak. Though terrified, she understood that Chu Ye was protecting her. Conversely, the scent of blood on him provided a sense of security, as if she had found her refuge. Lin Qingya observed the closeness between Chu Ye and Enin with a tinge of envy. She realized that her connection with Chu Ye was fleeting, with little chance for deeper interaction. The trio continued towards the city, passing by abandoned vehicles that had clearly been left behind by those who had wisely decided that waiting was futile and opted to return on foot. The highway was littered with cars stuck in the sand for miles. Chu Ye held Enin's hand with one and carried the travel bag he had seized from the bandits with the other, remaining alert to their surroundings. Brother, I'm hungry. Enin's voice was barely a whisper. Chu Ye pulled out a compressed biscuit from the bag, breaking it in half, offering one piece to Enin and the other to Lin Qingya. The wind and sand are strong. If we can hold out, I'll find us a sheltered place soon. Lin Qingya accepted the biscuit, softly thanking him. This man, appearing cold and taciturn, revealed remarkable combat skills and a sense of responsibility in times of crisis. He was looking after his sister while also caring for her, a stranger. As they drew closer to the city, the number of buildings along the roadside began to increase. Chu Ye noticed that both Enin and Lin Qingya were slowing down, their faces growing pale. We need to find a place to rest, he stated, scanning the nearby structures. The highway was too crowded and chaotic, making it unsafe. He led them off the highway to an abandoned factory by the roadside. The factory's doors stood wide open, revealing a scene of disarray, with scattered debris and graffiti-covered walls, the air thick with dust and mildew. Be careful, Chu Ye cautioned, stepping into the factory first, after thoroughly checking for any dangers. He gestured for Enin and Lin Qingya to enter. Is this place safe? Lin Qingya asked, a hint of worry in her voice. Safer than outside. Chu Ye replied succinctly, at the very least, it would shield them from the wind and rain. Though the factory was rudimentary, it provided some protection. Chu Ye found some discarded cardboard boxes to lay on the ground. Let us make do with this for tonight. Ineen, we should be home by tomorrow. Ineen obediently sat on the cardboard, silent. Lin Xingyao also found a corner to sit in, wrapping herself tightly in her coat to fend off the night's chill. Chu Ye wandered into a room that appeared to be a staff dormitory. When he emerged, he held 2 down comforters. There are actually blankets here. Lin Xingyao was taken aback. Chu Ye maintained a straight face, fabricating a lie that I found them. Let us just use them. He handed one comforter to Lin Xingyao and the other to Ineen. Ineen took the blanket, joyfully wrapping it around herself and rubbing her cheek against the soft fabric. Thank you, brother. Perhaps due to the anxiety of the entire day, Ineen quickly fell asleep wrapped in the blanket. Outside, the wind howled, and the factory's dilapidated windows creaked ominously. Chu Ye leaned against the wall, closing his eyes to rest while remaining vigilant, listening intently to the sounds around them. Lin Xingyao, despite being wrapped in the blanket, found it impossible to sleep. Outwardly calm, her mind was tumultuous. She couldn't help but recall the events that had transpired at the farmhouse. Chu Ye had killed the 2 men who attempted to assault her, and the method he employed was too peculiar. She remembered how he had simply waved his hand, and those 2 men had perished. Now, he had produced 2 pristine down blankets in this dilapidated factory, filled with dust and decay. How could there be such clean, new blankets? Lin Xinyao's gaze drifted to Chu Ye's tranquil face, her heart brimming with doubt. Who exactly is he? Lin Xingyao quietly observed Chu Ye, who was resting against the wall, eyes closed, tightly gripping a dagger. This man was shrouded in mystery, yet somehow instilled an inexplicable sense of security within her. Chu Ye, she softly spoke. Chu Ye opened his eyes and looked at her. What is it? What did you do before? Lin Xingyao hesitated for a moment, but ultimately voiced her curiosity. Chu Ye smiled faintly. Before, I was in business. Lin Xingyao clearly did not believe him, yet she refrained from pressing further. And you, what did you do before? Chu Ye countered, inquiring about her past. Lin Xingyao let out a bitter laugh. Me. I used to be a lawyer. Given what I've done today, how many years do you think I'd get sentenced? Chu Ye raised an eyebrow, jokingly. Lin Xingyao was amused by a sudden jest. If I were to defend you, she said lightly, I would argue self-defense and excessive force, so you wouldn't get a long sentence. She paused, as if recalling something, then added, Oh, you not firmly believe that the world is on the brink of apocalypse? Chu Ye raised an eyebrow. Do you believe it? Lin Xingyao lowered her head, her gaze flickering. Apocalypse, what an absurd term. Just a few days ago, it was a mere plot from a science fiction film to her. Believe it. Lin Xingyao's voice was barely above a whisper. She stepped closer to Chu Ye, grasping his hand and pressing it against her chest. Chu Ye, she lowered her voice, a hint of pleading in her tone. Would you take me home? I have a daughter. She is alone at home. Although she can cook for herself, I truly worry. Chu Ye's gaze fell upon Lin Xingyao's hand, her delicate, pale fingers tightly gripping his hand, pressed against her chest. Chapter 22. The child is missing. Where is your home? Chu Ye inquired, his tone calm. Shan Huning. Lin Xingyao provided an address, a glimmer of hope in her eyes. Chu Ye swiftly calculated in his mind. Shui and Huting was not too far from their ultimate destination. Just a slight detour. All right, he agreed. Lin Xingyao visibly sighed in relief, her tense body relaxing. Thank you, Chu Ye. Lin Xingyao's voice was soft, laced with gratitude. We shall make do here for one night, departing at dawn. Chu Ye stated. He gently withdrew his hand from Lin Xingyao's grasp, saying, Rest early. We have a long journey ahead, and the path will only grow more arduous. Lin Xingyao's hand froze in midair, a flicker of disappointment in her eyes. She nodded and replied, I understand. After saying that, she silently returned to her bedding, curling up. Chu Ye sighed inwardly. Lin Xingyao's daughter was an unexpected variable in his plans. Although the detour to Shui and Huiting would not consume much time, in this apocalyptic world, any deviation could pose significant risks. He closed his eyes and feigned sleep. Since he had promised Lin Xingyao, he would see it through. Just a woman, after all. She would not stir up much trouble. At dawn, the wind and sand continued to ravage the land, visibility reduced to less than 5 meters. Chu Ye awakened Lin Xingyao and Ineen. The younger sister rubbed her sleepy eyes, seemingly still not fully awake. Chu Ye retrieved several cans of beef from the system space beforehand, pairing them with water and bread for a simple meal for the three. In devoured her food ravenously, likely starved. Lin Qingya, however, appeared somewhat distracted, her eyes filled with anxiety. After leaving the abandoned factory, they headed toward the city center. The wind and sand persisted for a day and night without abating, the air thick with the acrid taste of dust. More and more individuals began to sense that something was amiss. People braved the storm to loot supplies from the streets, supermarkets overflowing with desperate crowds. Intermittent water supply frightened many on the streets. Bulldozers and snowplows began clearing the roads in an attempt to restore traffic, but sand does not melt, and it is much heavier than snow. Restoring traffic was no simple task. Those cumbersome machines appeared clumsy and powerless amidst the swirling dust. Shanhuding, once a wealthy district, now lay in ruins under the assault of the sandstorm. The community's greenery had long been buried beneath the yellow sand. Vehicles lay scattered by the roadside, already half buried in sand. Lin Qingya stumbled through the neighborhood, her eyes brimming with anxiety and fear. She constantly surveyed her surroundings, seemingly searching for some landmark to confirm her home's location. Chu Ye and In silently followed behind her. It should be that building. Lin Qingya pointed to a nearby structure. Chu Ye followed her finger. The unit door was already blocked by sand. Pushing it open from the inside was no task for an ordinary person. "Let's go take a look," Chu Ye said, leading the way. Lin Qingya hurried after him, reaching the unit door and attempting to pull it open. However, with her strength, it was impossible. "What should we do?" Lin Qingya's voice trembled, tinged with a hint of sobbing. Seeing herself at the doorstep yet unable to enter, she suddenly knelt in the sand, frantically digging at the sand blocking the entrance. Her delicate fingers were soon scraped and bleeding from the abrasive sand. Chu Ye recalled having procured a shovel from the hardware section of the supermarket. He rummaged through the system space and pulled out a folding shovel. "Stop crying. I will help." Chu Ye crouched next to Lin Qingya, beginning to clear the sand blocking the door. Lin Qingya stared blankly at the folding shovel that had seemingly appeared from nowhere in Chu Ye's hands, momentarily forgetting her tears. She could not recall him having such an item. Where did he find that? Chu Ye unfolded the shovel, its sharp edge effortlessly clearing the sand away. She opened her mouth to ask something but found herself at a loss for words. Chu Ye did not notice Lin Qingya's peculiar demeanor. He focused on clearing the sand and quickly created a passageway at the unit door. Lin Qingya eagerly dashed into the hallway. Chu Ye and In followed closely behind. The hallway was dimly lit, the air thick with dust, making it feel stifling. Lin Qingya's home was on the 3rd floor. She raced up the stairs. Extracting her key, she unlocked the door. "Sikhen!" Lin Qingya called out her daughter's name loudly as soon as she entered. But only silence greeted her in the empty room. Although the place was somewhat disheveled, there were no signs of struggle, nor any bloodstains. Lin Qingya panicked, searching the room frantically, muttering, "Sikhen, where are you? Sikhen?" Chu Ye scanned the surroundings. His brows furrowing, he approached the window and looked outside, where the yellow sand swirled ominously, visibility extremely poor. "This damned weather!" "Don't panic. Perhaps she went out." Chu Ye reassured, his tone subtly cold. She couldn't possibly go out in this massive sandstorm. Lin Qingya's voice quivered, tears streaming down her face once more. Collapsing to the ground, she covered her face with her hands and began to sob softly. "Sikhen, my Sikhen," she murmured, her voice hoarse. Chu Ye watched Lin Qingya in her moment of despair, his heart aching. "Stop crying. Think, where does Sikhen usually like to go? Does she have any close friends?" Chu Ye did his best to maintain a calm demeanor. In this wretched weather, where could a little girl possibly run off to?" In also approached Lin Qingya, offering comfort. "Sister, don't cry. The child will surely be fine." Lin Qingya lifted her head, her tear-filled eyes gazing at In, desperately recalling the places Sikhen enjoyed visiting. The park? The supermarket? Or Shirhan? Sichen's best friend Shirhan lives on the 5th floor of this building. They are inseparable, often playing together. Lin Qingya felt as if she had grasped a lifeline and suddenly stood up, pulling Chu Ye and In upstairs. Upon reaching the 5th floor, Lin Qingya knocked vigorously on the neighbor's door. "Shirhan! Sikhen!" Are you in there? Yet, silence was her only response. Chu Ye examined the door lock. It was an old-fashioned anti-theft lock, which was child's play for him. He retrieved a set of lock-picking tools from the system space and swiftly unlocked the door. The room was empty, toys and snack remnants scattered across the floor. A faint scent of milk lingered in the air. Siken had been here. Lin Qingya's voice trembled. She searched the room, hoping to find some trace left by Siken. Suddenly, she discovered a folded note on the coffee table. Lin Qingya trembled as she opened the note, which bore hasty, uneven handwriting. Mom, Shirhan and I went to the underground garage to hide from the sandstorm. Chapter 23. Do you dare to hit me? Upon reading the note, Lin Qingya's heart, which had been suspended in uncertainty, suddenly fell into place. She joyfully exclaimed, "Found them! Siken and Shirhan are in the underground garage." Without hesitation, she dashed out of the room, her bare feet gliding across the rough cement floor without a care. She sprinted down the stairs straight to the underground garage, with Chu Ye and In in tow. The entrance to the underground garage was crowded with people. The air thick and staled, it reeked of sweat, instant noodles, and a medley of indescribable odors, making one feel nauseated. The stifling air felt as if it had solidified, making it hard to breathe. It seemed that everyone in the community had sought refuge in the basement. Jostling against one another, shoulder to shoulder, the cacophony of voices rose and fell, swirling with various emotions. Lin Qingya pushed desperately into the crowd, repeatedly shouting for passage. Excuse me, trying to part the throng in search of her daughter. Stop pushing! What are you all doing? Want to die? Exactly, what are you pushing for at a time like this? Want to go out and get yourselves killed? Chu Ye and In finally squeezed their way to Lin Qingya's side. Noticing her anxious demeanor, Chu Ye quickly explained to the surrounding crowd. Excuse me, we are residents too, and our child is in the underground garage. We must find her. Despite Chu Ye's explanation, no one seemed inclined to make way. Fear and anxiety were etched on everyone's faces that a woman with curly hair was suddenly bumped by Lin Qingya. She nearly lost her balance, her high heel twisting awkwardly, grabbing Lin Qingya's arm. She screeched, "What are you doing? Are you in such a hurry to die?" Lin Qingya was startled by her sudden reaction and quickly apologized that I'm sorry, I'm just too anxious. Does being anxious give you the right to shove others? You stepped on my foot. Do you have any idea? The woman persisted, her harsh voice echoing in the underground garage, lifting her foot to display her dust-covered white heels as if she bore an immense grievance. This is indeed a handcrafted piece from Italy. Do you have any idea of its cost? Can you afford it? At this moment, Lin Qingya was in a state of frantic urgency, eager to locate Siqing. Entirely devoid of the inclination to engage further with this woman, she offered her apologies once more. I truly apologize. It was unintentional, and my daughter is still below, and I must find her. Daughter, who doesn't have a daughter? With so many people in the underground garage, whose family doesn't have a child? Are you the only precious one? You think you can trample on my shoes and simply walk away? Not a chance. The woman clung tenaciously to Lin Qingya. Bystanders began to point and murmur about Lin Qingya. The younger generation these days, truly lacking in manners. Indeed, in such a hurry, it's certain her child is poorly raised. Just look at her. Does she even seem wealthy? Can she afford to compensate for those shoes? Tears brimmed in Lin Qingya's eyes. Observing this, Chu Ye stepped forward, shielding Lin Qingya behind him, casting a cold glare at the woman. Madam, she has already apologized. What more do you desire? Startled by Chu Ye's icy gaze, the woman quickly regained her composure. What do I want? She stepped on my shoe. She must compensate, at the very least. 50,000 yuan. Without hesitation, Chu Ye delivered a punch squarely to the heavily made-up face of the woman. She let out a piercing scream, collapsing backward, her white high heels flying off, and immediate silence enveloped the surroundings, as everyone stared in shock at the scene. Chu Ye, however, appeared unfazed, shaking his hand and tilting his head in feigned anguish, groaning, "Oh, how it hurts. I've been injured." He pointed at his fist. "Your face collided with my fist, causing my injury. Don't you think you should cover some medical expenses?" I wouldn't ask for much, at least 50,000 yuan. The onlookers were left aghast. What kind of twisted logic is this? The assailant demanding medical fees? This man is utterly shameless. The woman, covering her face, scrambled to her feet, disbelief etched across her features. Her meticulously applied makeup was ruined, a vivid lipstick mark imprinted on Chu Ye's fist. Trembling, she pointed at Chu Ye, her voice quaking, nearly reaching a shriek. You dare to hit me? Do you know who I am? You even have the audacity to ask me for money? Chu Ye blinked in feigned confusion and replied, I care not who you are. You injured me. Should you not compensate? He turned to the crowd, seemingly seeking validation. Let us reason this out. I sentee this the case. The spectators exchanged glances, momentarily rendered speechless. How unreasonable can this man be? Moreover, with such a punch, that woman is likely to be disfigured. This isn't a matter that can be resolved with 50,000 yuan. Lin Qingya was also taken aback. She hadn't anticipated Chu Ye would suddenly resort to violence. She tugged at the hem of his clothing, whispering, Chu Ye, forget it. Let us just find Xiqing. Yet, Chu Ye firmly positioned himself in front of Lin Qingya. His tone resolute. I am merely imparting a lesson to this foolish woman. What time is it? Instead of being courteous to one another, we're entangled in such trivial matters. The crowd was left astonished by Chu Ye's actions. Some covered their mouths, fearing any utterance might invite trouble, while others whispered among themselves, gossiping. This lad is rather bold, daring to strike a woman. Indeed, this woman appears formidable. This is bound to be entertaining. This man is excessively arrogant. He strikes someone and believes he is justified. How brazen! Striking a woman in broad daylight. Is there no law? I suspect that man is quite deranged, who would act in such a manner. Yet, some individuals expressed understanding, even admiration, for Chu Ye's behavior. This woman is truly something. Even now, she's nitpicking. She deserves to be struck. Exactly in this day and age, still flaunting wealth, utterly oblivious to reality. This young man is correct. Such individuals should be taught a lesson. Amidst the crowd, a bespectacled young man quietly observed everything. Adjusting his glasses, he murmured to himself, this fellow is rather intriguing. The woman's screams had not fully subsided when a slender, dirt-covered man squeezed through the crowd, nearly stepping on the woman's hand. His gaze was fervent. Brother, how is it outside? Is it safe? I've been summoned by the property management and haven't been out all day. He stammered, completely disregarding the sobbing woman on the ground. Chu Ye added, the wind and sand outside have yet to cease. The accumulation of sand is considerable, and we exerted quite a bit of effort to enter the building. The traffic is blocked. I came through the expressway. It seems there are reports of a robbery. Chapter 24. The chaos in the underground garage. As soon as Chu Ye finished speaking, the previously murmuring crowd erupted into a cacophony. What? The wind and sand are still raging outside. The traffic is blocked. Indeed, I saw the wind and sand outside. It was impossible to see the road. What should we do now? We can't possibly stay here indefinitely. Precisely, the property management might still be able to send some food over, but what if we remain here too long? A robbery? Is that true? Is it really that chaotic outside? However, staying here isn't a solution. We must devise a way to leave. After the explanations, Chu Ye disregarded the crowd, pushing through them, as Lin Qingya parted the way. Those who had previously obstructed Chu Ye quickly stepped aside, having witnessed his ferocity. Chu Ye could hear the woman he had knocked down making a phone call. She was sobbing, crying out, Husband, someone hit me. Oh, please hurry and come to the underground garage. Chu Ye rolled his eyes. He led Chu Yin and Lin Qingya in search of the two little girls. The underground garage was dimly lit, with only a few emergency lights casting a faint glow, illuminating the anxious and terrified faces of the people. Xiqing, Shirhan, Lin Qingya cried out hoarsely. Her voice barely penetrated the noisy environment. Suddenly, Yin's keen eyes spotted the silhouettes of two little girls in a distant corner, accompanied by a gaunt woman. They were munching on snacks they had somehow procured, whispering to each other, Sister, look over there. Isn't that Xiqing and Shirhan? Chu Yin pointed toward the corner. Lin Qingya followed Chu Yin's direction and instantly recognized her daughter. She rushed over, enveloping Xiqing in a tight embrace, tears of joy streaming down her face. Xiqing, my darling, you frightened Mommy to death. Lin Qingya's voice trembled, tears flowing uncontrollably. Xiqing, seeing Lin Qingya, joyfully leaped in her arms. Calling out, "Mommy!" Lin Qingya held her child close, showering her cheeks with kisses, terrified of losing them again. Her trembling hands caressed their hair. Observing this scene, Chu Ye felt a sense of relief wash over him. He approached Lin Qingya, gently patting her shoulder, and said, "It's all right. The child has been found." Once she confirmed Siqing was safe, Lin Qingya's emotions began to settle. She lifted her head, looking gratefully at Chu Ye and Chu Yin. Her voice choked with emotion. "Thank you both. Without your help, I truly wouldn't know what to do." Chu Yin smiled and said, "Sister, no need for thanks. It's the least we could do." Chu Ye merely chuckled softly. Remaining silent, he surveyed the crowded underground garage, noting the murky air. Remaining in such a chaotic place is hardly prudent. Who knows what might happen over time? We should head home. Do you have any plans afterward? Chu Ye inquired. Upon hearing that Chu Ye also intended to return home, Lin Qingya felt a pang of anxiety. Alone with her child amid such disorder, being with Chu Ye seemed the safest option. She quickly hugged Siqing closer and gently nudged her little head. "Siqing, quickly thank Uncle for helping me find you." Siqing timidly glanced at Chu Ye and softly called out, "Uncle." Lin Qingya looked at Chu Ye with eager anticipation. "Mr. Chu, I currently have nowhere to go with the child. Could we accompany you?" Chu Ye shrugged casually. "Suit yourself." Just as he turned, the hem of his clothing was grasped by a slightly trembling hand. Lin Qingya bit her lip, her eyes filled with a hint of pleading. Wait a moment. I wish to go with you. Please take us along. My daughter hasn't eaten much." Chu Ye halted, turning to look at Lin Qingya. In the dim light, her beautiful features appeared somewhat haggard. Sighing internally, Chu Ye reasoned that taking them along wouldn't pose a significant issue. "All right," he reluctantly nodded. "However, I must clarify beforehand. You may accompany me, but do not cause any trouble." Upon hearing this, Lin Qingya's face lit up with a radiant smile. I won tea. I promise not to be a burden. Just a moment. I will thank Shirhan's mother before I join you." Just then, Siqing's stomach rumbled, and in her sweet voice, she said, "Mommy, I'm hungry." Chu Ye pretended to rummage through his coat, but in reality, he retrieved 2 packs of biscuits and several bottles of mineral water from the system space. Handing them to Lin Qingya, he said, "Here, give the child something to fill her stomach." Lin Qingya gratefully accepted the food and water, her eyes growing misty once more. She quickly broke the biscuits into small pieces, first feeding Siqing and Shirhan, then sharing some with Shirhan's mother. "Eat slowly, don't choke." Lin Qingya gently spoke, observing the 2 children devouring their food with unabashed delight. A satisfied smile graced her face. The arrival of the food had roused those around them, previously languid and drowsy, their eyes now fixated hungrily on the sustenance in Lin Qingya's hands. The community property management had indeed distributed some food and water to the residents, though the quantities were likely modest, merely intended to help them endure the next few days. The air was thick with tension. Chu Ye cursed under his breath, realizing he had underestimated the allure of food in this apocalyptic world. Exposing food and water in such a crowded and chaotic environment was fraught with peril. As anticipated, a burly man, his face a mask of brutishness, seized the opportunity amidst the throng to lunge at the 2 women. Attempting to snatch the biscuits from their hands, Chu Ye had been prepared. In a split second, he executed a fierce side kick, striking the man squarely in the abdomen. The man emitted a pained cry, crashing to the ground and groaning in agony while clutching his belly. "Damn it, this kid's got some skill. Brothers, let's take him down and grab his stuff," he shouted, struggling to rise, his voice laced with fury. This reckless provocation stirred the crowd into a frenzy, transforming the underground garage into a scene of chaos. Chu Ye positioned himself protectively in front of Lin Qingya and her daughters, bracing for the encroaching mob. After the incident on the highway, Chu Yin understood well that words alone would not suffice to persuade the adversaries. One must display a fierce demeanor. "Yin, protect them." Chu Ye barked, pivoting to deliver a powerful punch to a burly man who attempted to ambush Lin Qingya. "Brother, be careful," Chu Yin called out anxiously, simultaneously kicking down a slender figure who tried to strike from the side. Chu Ye snorted disdainfully, his gaze icy as he surveyed the surrounding thugs, He recognized that this situation could not continue. They needed to find a way out of this perilous place swiftly. "Follow me," Chu Ye shouted, shielding Lin Qingya and the others as they fought their way backward toward the garage exit. Chapter 25. Homeward bound, Chu Ye guarded Lin Qingya and her daughters, along with Chu Yin, as they cautiously made their way toward the exit. Chen clung tightly to Lin Qingya's leg, her small face pale. Shirhan cowered behind her mother, trembling in fear. Chu Yin scanned the area warily, prepared to confront any sudden threats. "Don't be afraid. I'll protect you," Chu Yi said in a low voice. Just as they neared the exit, a sharp female voice sliced through the din. "Husband, it's him. This filthy brat just hit me." Chu Yi cursed his misfortune inwardly, realizing that his fears had materialized. This was indeed the woman who had tried to accost Lin Qingya, only to be knocked down by Chu Yi moments earlier. Accompanied by her shrill cries, a brawny man, his face a grotesque mask of rage, brandished a rusted steel pipe and charged at Chu Yi, flanked by several menacing accomplices. "Damn it, daring to strike my wife. You must be tired of living," the burly man roared, spittle flying. To escape, they would have to break through this gang. "Inin, protect them," Chu Yi bellowed. "Brother, watch out," Chu Yin shouted in concern. Ignoring her, Chu Yi took a deep breath, his expression cold as he focused on the approaching brute and his associates that a head-on confrontation was unwise. Cunning was required. The confined space of the garage worked to his advantage. He utilized the terrain to nimbly evade the swings of the steel pipe, waiting for an opportunity to counterattack. Bang! Chu Ye's fist connected forcefully with the face of a scrawny man, blood erupting from his nose. Another rotund thug attempting a side attack was sent sprawling by a swift kick from Chu Ye, groaning in agony as he clutched his belly, seeing his comrades falter. The burly man, now enraged, swung the steel pipe with reckless abandon at Chu Ye. "You little brat, you can fight. I'll make sure you don't leave here alive." The pipe whistled through the air as it struck again and again. Chu Ye remained calm, keenly observing the man's weaknesses. Seizing the moment, he deftly sidestepped the incoming strike, simultaneously grasping the man's wrist and twisting it violently. Crack! The sound of a breaking bone echoed as the burly man's wrist snapped, the pipe clattering to the ground. The man let out a howl of pain, retreating while clutching his injured wrist. Rather than pursue, Chu Ye seized the opportunity to shout, "Inin, take them and go." Quickly, recognizing the precious chance, Chu Yin immediately grasped Lin Qingya and the children, sprinting toward the exit. The burly man, seeing this, became furious, disregarding his pain as he lunged at Chu Ye. "You little brat, don't think you can escape." Chu Ye sneered, delivering a knee strike that landed squarely in the man's abdomen. The man groaned, doubling over in pain. Chu Ye seized the advantage, yanking the man's hair and pulling him down. His knee rose again, crashing into the man's face. Bang! A dull thud echoed as the man's nasal bones shattered, blood gushing forth. With the burly man now incapacitated on the ground, Chu Ye dashed toward the exit. Ignoring the curses of the thugs behind him, his only desire to escape this cursed place. Bursting out of the underground garage, the wind and sand assaulted him, nearly blinding him. The world appeared a hazy yellow, as if veiled by a grimy filter. Squinting, he spotted Chu Yin anxiously beckoning him from the exit. "Brother, are you all right?" Chu Yin's voice was nearly drowned out by the howling wind. "That I'm fine." Chu Yi waved his hand, hastening to her side. Lin Qingya and her daughters huddled together, their faces ashen, eyes brimming with terror. I Chen's small hand tightly grasped Lin Qingya's garment, her lips quivering. "It's all right." "It's all right," Chu Yi gently reassured, patting Lin Qingya's shoulder in an effort to sound calm. "We're safe now." Lin Qingya looked up, gratitude shining in her eyes, her eyelids slightly reddened. "Thank you, Chu." Chu Yi smiled. "Let us not waste any time. If you wish to come with me, we must hurry." The wind and sand were fierce, making it arduous for the children to traverse the terrain. Nearly immobilizing them, I Chun, her eyes stung by the grit, could not help but cry out, "Mommy, my eyes hurt." Observing this, Chu Yi immediately bent down and scooped Si Chun into his arms. The two children found solace in their guardian's embrace, their tears gradually subsiding. Chu Yi, cradling Si Chun, braved the biting wind and sand as he sprinted forward, Behind him, Chu Ye supported Lin Xingya, both of them stooping low, squinting against the relentless assault. Lin Xingya attempted to speak several times, but was met with a mouthful of swirling grit that left her coughing. At long last, they reached the entrance of the villa, and Chu Ye nearly tumbled inside. "Quick, close the door," he urged, finally feeling the world quiet down. Inside the villa, Uncle Lin's construction team was still fervently at work. Upon seeing Chu Ye's sudden return, they froze, tools in hand, momentarily astonished. "Hey, ice and tea that, Mr. Chu. How did he come back?" "Indeed. I thought he would have fled by now, .its. So chaotic outside, yet he managed to return alive." "What luck?" "Shoo, keep it down. Don't let him hear you. After all, he is the owner of this villa. We ought to be mindful of our words. I wonder, how could the owner survive out there for a day and night? Does he possess some secret weapon?" Uncle Lin, relieved to see Chu Ye return safely, pondered inwardly. Where on earth did this young man go for an entire day and night? To venture outside and return unscathed is quite remarkable. Approaching with concern, Uncle Lin asked, "Chu Ye, where have you been? Did something happen? You all look utterly exhausted." He scrutinized Chu Ye and the others, worry evident in his gaze. "Uncle Lin, I just want to fetch my sister." "No need to fret. How is the progress on the project?" Chu Ye gently set Si Chan down, who still clung tightly to his neck, her face pale. "Please help me settle them in." Uncle Lin nodded in a daze. Quickly summoning several workers from the construction team to assist, Chu Ye supported Lin Xingya as they entered the villa. Uncle Lin scratched his head, indicating the ongoing construction area. "The main structure is complete. We only need to finish the interior decoration and equipment installation that if we accelerate, it should take about a week to complete everything." Chu Ye frowned. A week was too long, considering the ever-changing dangers outside. "Uncle Lin, the situation outside is perilous. We must expedite the work and aim to finish everything within 3 days." Uncle Lin's expression revealed his concern. "3 days? Mr. Chu, that time frame is too tight. We lack sufficient manpower. Then we shall increase the workforce." Chapter 26. The deal with Lin Jiangwo. Chu Ye settled Chu Ye, Lin Xingya, and her daughters into a relatively quiet room within the villa. Chu Ye seized his wrist. Her eyes filled with apprehension. "Brother, you aren't planning to go out again, are you? The situation outside is—" She bit her lip, unable to voice her lingering fears from their journey. "That I'm fine," Chu Ye reassured. Gently patting her hand, his tone calm. "I just need to check on the progress of the construction. I'll return shortly. You haven't slept well these past few days. Now that we're home, go get some rest." Chu Ye seemed ready to protest further, but ultimately nodded, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Chu Ye affectionately ruffled her hair and turned to leave the room. Lin Jiangwo stepped outside. He swiftly approached him, lowering his voice to say, "Follow me." Chu Ye raised an eyebrow. Instantly on high alert, he followed Lin Jiangwo towards a storage room in a secluded corner of the villa that was devoid of any ongoing construction. Upon entering, Lin Jiangwo immediately locked the door behind him. The room was dim and cramped, the air thick with the cold, hard scent of concrete and metal. Lin Jiangwo stood with his back to the door, arms crossed, his expression unusually grave. "Chu Ye," he began, his voice low and slightly hoarse, "do you truly know things we are unaware of?" Chu Ye did not respond immediately. Instead, he slightly lifted his chin, after confirming that no one was eavesdropping. He maintained a calm demeanor and said, "Uncle Lin, sometimes knowing too much is not necessarily a good thing." This remark caused Lin Jiangwo's brow to twitch, his tone laced with impatience. "Stop with the vague talk. You, a mere youth, could conceive these renovation requirements for the villa, something even we old-timers have never heard of, and with the fierce winds outside. I've spent time in the Northwest and have seen such conditions. But here in Jiangnan, even a fool can see there is something amiss. That I refuse to believe you are merely guessing. Speak up. Do you possess some intelligence?" Chu Ye's pupils imperceptibly contracted. He discreetly stepped aside. Approaching a table in the corner, his tone was indifferent. "Uncle Lin, some matters don't require excessive knowledge. We have a contract. You simply need to fulfill your obligations under that contract. Understood?" Lin Jiangwo was momentarily taken aback, his frown deepening, clearly dissatisfied with this response. As a hot-tempered former soldier, he slammed the table and growled in a hushed voice, "Don't spout empty words. Those requirements for steel plates, and machinery aren't sourced through ordinary channels. Such high-level materials cannot be procured without my assistance. If you need my help, you must be clear. Otherwise, I won't deliver anything that doesn't match. At this point, the atmosphere became palpably tense. Chu Ye narrowed his eyes, his tone still calm. Uncle Lin, do you believe the end of days has truly arrived? Lin Jiangwo's heart sank. Although Chu Ye seemed to have said nothing outright, it was enough for Lin Jiangwo to understand that his suspicions were correct. His breathing quickened. Yet, before he could glean an answer from Chu Ye's icy gaze, the latter abruptly turned to leave. Wait, Lin Jiangwo strode forward, gripping Chu Ye's shoulder. Did I permit you to leave? Tell me, how much can I trust you? Is it worth sending my daughter Lin Wan to you? Provide a concrete assurance. Chu Ye's gaze flickered slightly. Looking at Lin Jiangwo, his voice was low yet tinged with mockery. Uncle Lin, is your daughter's safety worth merely these steel plates and equipment? Lin Jiangwo pressed his lips together, the lines on his face becoming more pronounced. After a moment of silence, he sighed. Chu Ye, I recognize that this deal is inequitable, but I have no other options. After my retirement, I managed to maintain a semblance of normalcy. Yet this cursed world caught me unprepared. That I can see you are no ordinary youth. This isn't a matter of capability, but rather, you genuinely know something. Do you understand? Chu Ye's hand remained on the door handle. So what? Lin Jiangwo looked up. Lin Wan is my lifeblood. I may be a rough man with a foul temper and harsh words, but I seek but one promise from you. Can you ensure her safety? Chu Ye fell silent for a few seconds, ultimately nodding gently, though he did not hesitate to maintain his stance. I can ensure her safety. I will only guarantee that she will not be wronged. But why should I do this? Lin Jiangwo detected the leeway in Chu Ye's words, but chose not to contest it. I can prepare some special tokens of gratitude for you. Absolutely what you desire. I trust you need not be told what that entails. Chu Ye raised an eyebrow. Uncle Qin, can you truly procure such items? If what you say is genuine, then who would truly care? My old friend should be able to help, and also, Chu Ye, to be frank, the roads are blocked. The steel plates and equipment you require cannot be delivered. My personnel nearly got caught en route. He lowered his voice. I can arrange for someone to go. If you have a better plan, I hope you can consider it. Leaning against the doorframe, Chu Ye cast a casual glance at Lin Jiangwo. In that case, I shall retrieve them myself. Chu Ye spoke nonchalantly, his words lacking urgency. Lin Jiangwo's heart suddenly quaked. He fixed his gaze on Chu Ye's face. You will go? Can you truly retrieve them? Lin Jiangwo furrowed his brow, his voice low and filled with skepticism. Chu Ye replied, you need only inform me where to go, and the rest is my concern. Lin Jiangwo was momentarily speechless, unable to muster a rebuttal. After a brief silence, he fished out a crumpled piece of paper from his pocket and tossed it to Chu Ye. Fine, your word suffices. The lives of my wife and I are worthless. It matters not, as long as you can protect Lin Wan. He then retrieved a hand-drawn map filled with dense writing and 2 encrypted communication cards, handing them to Chu Ye. The equipment and materials here are remnants of my past military stock, specially concealed after modification. The items are neither cheap nor easy to acquire. Go to this address and seek out Xiong Pai. He will arrange the subsequent connections. You promised me, and by the way, bring Lin Wan with you. If anything happens to her, I will not let you off. Chu Ye folded the paper and tucked it into his pocket. However, before departing, he paused momentarily, lowering his voice. Uncle Lin, I wonder if your old comrades could procure another batch of MREs. Lin Jiangwo squinted at Chu Ye's retreating figure, his brow furrowing deeper. Is the apocalypse truly upon us? Are you jesting? Chu Ye's fingers lightly grazed the dilapidated corridor railing. I am not jesting. By the way, when I go to retrieve your materials, please look after my sister. He then departed softly. His footsteps gradually faded, echoing in the storage room's elongated silence. Chapter 27. Cornered when Chu Ye left, the door closed softly. The wind and sand from the corridor had already seeped in. He donned lightweight winter gear, adhering to the map provided by Lin Jiangwo, plunging into the storm. The once thriving city now resembled a ghost town. Skyscrapers loomed indistinctly in the swirling dust, like silent giants. The streets, once bustling with traffic, had vanished beneath thick layers of yellow sand, leaving only the tops of vehicles peeking through. The snowboards proved surprisingly effective on the sandy terrain. Far better than trudging through the uneven ground. The streets were deserted, the tightly shut doors seemingly sealed by the sand. Occasionally, flickers of fire could be glimpsed through the windows of the villa district. The power system had collapsed under the fierce winds, plunging the entire city into a chaotic darkness. This turmoil, paradoxically, was advantageous for Chu Ye. As he passed by Xuanhuading, he paused, spitting at the tightly locked gates. He knew that those who usually strutted about with arrogance were now cowering in the underground garage, trembling in fear, wishing desperately for the damned sandstorm to pass of a bunch of fools. Chu Ye inwardly cursed. Pushing off forcefully with his feet, the snowboard carved a smooth arc across the sand. He had no time to squander in such a place. Lin Jiangwo's cargo awaited his retrieval, according to the markings on the map. The warehouse was located in the northern part of the city, near the hills, previously excavated as a civil defense project. The construction enthusiast had hollowed out the entire mountain to build this warehouse. Unbeknownst to Chu Ye, after he left Xuanhuading, a shadowy figure swiftly slipped in the neighborhood. This slender figure, cloaked in a heavy windbreaker, was unexpected trouble. Just as Chu Ye rounded the corner of the neighborhood, a sudden roar of engines pierced through the wind and sand, violently shattering the howling storm. Chu Ye turned to see several beams of bright light cutting through the dust, rapidly approaching. Damn it! Chu Ye cursed under his breath. Realizing the situation had turned dire, he immediately crouched down, pushing off hard with his legs on the snowboard in an attempt to shake off his pursuers. The snowboard traced two S-shaped patterns in the sand, kicking up a cloud of dust. However, the vehicle sped across the sand with greater velocity, their massive tires crushing the dunes, roaring ever closer. The voices of the occupants echoed, distorted by the wind and sand, yet a few words remained clear. Stop. Don't run. To hell with it. You want me to stop? Dream on. Ignoring their shouts, Chu Ye pushed himself to glide even harder. In this environment, being caught would mean certain doom. A modified off-road vehicle charged through the sand, relentlessly pursuing him. Shadows moved within the vehicle, occasionally leaning out, seemingly attempting to seize him. Damn it, stop right there. A gruff voice, laced with gravel, rang out from the car. Chu Ye glanced back to see two off-road vehicles closing in. Gritting his teeth, he skated with all his might, after narrowly evading a collision with one of the vehicles during a sharp turn. Chu Ye realized he was being targeted. The wind and sand lashed at his face like daggers, making it difficult to breathe. Chu Ye felt as though his lungs were ablaze, his legs beginning to weaken. Damn it! This can't go on. His gaze swept the surroundings, searching for an escape route. Not far ahead loomed a cluster of low sand dunes, if he could leverage the terrain to outmaneuver them. He abruptly altered his direction, heading toward the dunes. The off-road vehicles quickly followed suit, tracing a wide arc in the sand, kicking up clouds of dust. As Chu Ye ascended the dune, the snowboard began to slip in the loose sand. Causing his speed to plummet, a profound heaviness settled in his heart, and he silently cursed his ill fortune. The off-road vehicle seized the opportunity, roaring towards him with ferocity. The silhouette of a figure on the vehicle leaned out once more, a robust arm reaching out to grasp his backpack. In a moment of peril, Chu Ye swiftly crouched down, evading the grasp. With instinctive agility, he positioned his snowboard horizontally, using the momentum to spin his body. And then, with a powerful push, he launched himself off the sand dune. He soared through the air, tracing a graceful arc before crashing heavily onto the other side of the dune, sending up a cloud of dust. Turning back, Chu Ye beheld what he had thought was a dune, which was, in fact, merely a buried sculpture. The sheltered side still revealed the form of the artwork. The off-road vehicle, unable to brake in time, collided with the dune, producing a deafening roar. The vehicle shook violently, its front end sinking deeply into the sand. The occupants inside cursed and struggled to extricate themselves from the wreckage, seizing the moment. Chu Ye rose to his feet, disregarding the pain coursing through his body, snatched up his snowboard, and fled without a glance back. Don't let that brat escape. Pursue him. An angry roar echoed behind him. But Chu Ye had already put considerable distance between himself and his pursuers. This was merely a temporary reprieve that would undoubtedly not relent easily. He needed to locate Lin Jiangwo's warehouse swiftly to acquire supplies. Just as he thought he had shaken off his pursuers and allowed himself a moment of relief, he stumbled upon an abandoned construction site. Towering steel and concrete frames loomed amidst the swirling sands. Chu Ye crouched behind a pile of rebar, squinting to observe the situation. The wind and sand continued to rage, punctuated only by the irate curses of the group behind him. They were numerous and likely armed. A head-on confrontation would spell disaster for him. Chu Ye licked his cracked lips, contemplating his predicament. Alas, my system, if one were to speak kindly, is auxiliary. If one were to speak candidly, it is utterly useless. He inwardly lamented. Aside from conjuring water out of thin air, it served little purpose. Back in the days when he read novels, protagonists wielded systems that could enable flight, enhance strength, or at the very least, conjure weapons. And what do I possess? Merely the ability to produce water. In previous times, that would have been classified as a lifestyle skill. Yet in his current circumstances, it proved of little value. Chu Ye sighed. After all, it is supposed to be a golden finger. Why can't it possess any offensive capability? Look at others. Their systems allow them to bend steel pipes with their bare hands. As for me, I would probably struggle to break a brick. Sigh, it truly is disheartening when one compares themselves to others. Systems should be tossed aside in comparison. He cautiously peeked out, assessing the movements of his adversaries. Fortunately, the construction site was littered with debris. Steel bars, concrete blocks, and discarded pipes. It was a veritable treasure trove of materials for traps. Chu Ye fashioned several Molotov cocktails from oil barrels and rags, stuffing nylon netting into the bottles. This concoction held tremendous potential, enough to give those ruffians a good scare. He then set traps throughout the site using rebar and tripwires. These traps were simple yet effective. With everything prepared, Chu Ye climbed atop a pile of rubble, patiently awaiting his prey. It wasn't long before two off-road vehicles surged into the construction site. Due to the treacherous terrain, their speed significantly diminished, moving as clumsily as turtles ensnared in a mire. Chapter 28. Ambush. The opportunity had arrived. Chu Ye whispered to himself, igniting one of the Molotov cocktails and hurling it with all his might. The bottle soared gracefully through the air, landing squarely atop one of the vehicles. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted, flames shooting skyward as the off-road vehicle was instantly engulfed in a fireball. That a cacophony of terrified screams erupted from within as the occupants tumbled out in a frantic scramble. The remaining vehicle came to an abrupt halt, its passengers in a state of chaos. Unsure of their next move, "Boss, what do we do?" a lanky man asked in a panic. The burly leader spat in frustration. "Damn it, this kid is cunning. Everyone get out and find him." The pursuers abandoned their vehicles, cautiously scouring the construction site. They spread out, each seeking cover, fearful of the next Molotov cocktail raining down upon them. Chu Ye chuckled coldly. The moment had come. He deliberately created a distraction, tossing a stone that rolled audibly across the open site. Several pursuers immediately perked up, one shouting, "Over there! He-s in that building." Chu Ye's figure flickered like a shadow, disappearing into the darkness of the abandoned structure. The pursuers, as anticipated, fell for the ruse, rushing towards the dilapidated building to the entrance. A mountain of construction debris formed a natural barrier. Chu Ye had already set traps there in anticipation. The pursuers cautiously entered the building, the burly leader at the forefront, scanning the surroundings with a vigilant eye, a dagger firmly gripped in his hand. "Boss, something feels off here," the lanky man muttered uneasily. "What are you afraid of? It's just one kid. He can't possibly turn the tables on us," the leader blustered, though unease gnawed at him. The interior of the building was dimly lit. Suddenly, a scream shattered the silence. One of the pursuers had triggered one of Chu Ye's traps, a sharp steel bar piercing through his foot. He collapsed in agony, wailing in pain. "Be careful. This kid has set traps," the leader shouted. The remaining pursuers heightened their vigilance, slowing their pace as they scrutinized the ground, wary of any further snares. Chu Ye concealed himself behind a broken wall on the second floor, coldly observing as they advanced towards the traps he had laid. "Damn it, this kid is as slippery as a rat. He just keeps hiding," the leader cursed, kicking aside a fragment of brick in frustration. The appearance of traps made him realize that a direct assault would only result in needless casualties among his men. He raised his hand, commanding, "Don't rush. Pair up, cover each other, and advanced slowly. The pursuers immediately adjusted their formation, pairing up back-to-back, proceeding cautiously. They occasionally used their knives or crowbars to probe ahead, fearful of falling into another trap done on the second floor. Chu Ye watched through a crack in the wall as one pursuer cautiously stepped onto what appeared to be a stable wooden plank. Crack! The board snapped, and the pursuer found himself suspended in midair. Below, a sharpened steel bar glimmered menacingly like a serpent's fang. The pursuer let out a blood-curdling scream as the steel bar pierced through his body, blood gushing forth and staining the ground. This gruesome sight sent the remaining pursuers into a frenzy, retreating in terror, unwilling to advance further. "Boss, what do we do?" The lanky man stammered, his face pale with fear. The leader's expression darkened as he realized he was dealing with a formidable adversary. This kid had set traps with remarkable ingenuity. That moment, another pursuer attempted to climb the wall, seeking to flank Chu Ye from side. However, halfway up, he triggered Chu Ye's rope trap. With a swift whoosh, a rope fell from above, binding him tightly and leaving him dangling helplessly. "Help! Boss! Help me!" The pursuer cried out in terror, struggling futilely against his bindings. Chu Ye emerged from the shadows, holding a Molotov cocktail, a malevolent grin on his face as he gazed at the suspended pursuer. "Farewell." He ignited the cocktail and hurled it with force. Boom! A tremendous explosion erupted, engulfing the hapless pursuer in flames. The chilling screams echoed throughout the abandoned building. The leader watched in horror, his eyelids twitching at this rate. His men would be systematically eliminated by this wretched kid. "Retreat! Everyone fall back!" he commanded decisively, abandoning the pursuit. Chu Ye observed the retreating pursuers with a cold smile. It seemed a change of tactics was in order. A smirk tugged at the corners of his lips as he retrieved a Molotov cocktail from his backpack. Weighing it thoughtfully, "Since you enjoy playing hide and seek, I shall elevate the game." He ignited a cocktail and hurled it towards the cluster of pursuers. Boom! The explosion echoed, flames erupting and thick smoke billowing within the building. The pursuers were taken aback by the sudden blast, scrambling in a panic, clutching their heads, coughing and choking. They frantically sought cover amidst the smoke. Seizing the opportunity, Chu Ye deftly navigated through piles of rubble and twisted rebar, pausing occasionally to press his ear against the walls. Attuned to the frantic footsteps and curses of his pursuers, he noticed that the smoke and flames had effectively separated them. Amidst the dim ruins, the smoke enveloped the last vestiges of light, saturating the air with a pungent, charred scent. While the pursuer's movements became increasingly disordered, he crouched behind a charred concrete slab, his eyes gleaming with determination. Suddenly, a familiar metallic scent mingled with the acrid smell of blood. The moment had arrived. A cold smile crept across Chu Ye's face as he silently reached down, picking up a sharp steel bar from the ground. In the next instant, he thrust the bar with a swift, whistling motion into the chest of one pursuer, silencing his scream in an instant. Another pursuer, caught off guard, widened his eyes in terror. He barely had time to utter a sound before Chu Ye swept the bar across, slicing through his throat with brutal force. Chu Ye struck with precision, not even glancing back at the fallen adversary. He nimbly rolled behind another fragment of wall, as if he had never been discovered. In the distance, the burly leader glared with fury at the continuous losses of his men, veins bulging in his arms. "This bastard is not human," he roared. "Spread out. Each take a corner and surround him." Under his command, the pursuers began to move rapidly, but at that moment, they resembled a disorganized rabble. The smoke obscured their vision, leaving them in utter disarray. Chu Ye hid behind the crumbled wall, a smile lingering on his lips. He heard footsteps gradually drawing near and, without a moment's hesitation, thrust the steel bar through the crevice in the wall, piercing the calf of an approaching foe. Ack! The adversary shrieked in agony, collapsing to his knees, stumbling in an attempt to rise, only to inadvertently knock over another companion behind him. "Fool!" A booming roar from a burly man echoed from afar. But in the next instant, that roar morphed into a curse. "Watch your back!" Before the words had fully escaped his lips, Chu Ye's figure darted out from the side, seizing the attempted rescuer by the nape of his neck and twisting forcefully, resulting in a sharp crack, causing the latter's eyes to roll back as he slumped lifelessly to the ground. Chapter 29. The warehouse room. Immediately, Chu Ye effortlessly snatched the iron rod from his hand, weighing it in his grip before scoffing lightly. Not bad. Fits well. Surround him. Surround this lunatic. The burly man's voice grew increasingly frantic, his gaze fixed intently on Chu Ye, whose face, now smeared with dust and sweat, provoked his ire. Don't let me down. He can't escape. Yet, Chu Ye remained motionless, lifting a hand to brush aside the sweat-drenched strands of hair from his forehead, then bringing the iron rod down onto the ground, producing a low metallic clang. Subsequently, he raised his gaze, fixing it directly on the burly man. You think I'm going to run? Chu Ye smiled, a grin infused with mockery, arrogance, and a hint of bloodthirsty excitement. He slowly lifted the iron rod, pointing it at the burly man. You come here. The succinct command took the burly man aback, only to be swiftly engulfed by rage. You little bastard, you're seeking death, he bellowed, brandishing a machete from his back, charging towards Chu Ye with several of his subordinates. Chu Ye did not flinch or evade. He stood calmly in place. When the burly man closed in, he finally moved. The iron rod seemed to come alive in his grasp, whistling through the air as it struck fiercely at the man's knee. Crack! The sound of shattering bone echoed clearly, prompting a piercing scream from the burly man as his massive form collapsed to the ground. Without a moment's pause, Chu Ye swung the iron rod again, this time targeting the man's chest. Bang! A dull thud resounded as the man's sternum caved in, blood gushing from his mouth. His eyes widened, filled with disbelief. Chu Ye looked down at him from above. I told you. Come here, he reiterated his earlier words. The burly man's breathing grew faint, his gaze increasingly vacant. The remaining pursuers, witnessing this, were already terrified beyond measure, turning to flee in panic. Chu Ye did not pursue. He simply stood there, allowing the blood to stain the ground beneath his feet. The iron rod in his hand still dripped with blood, appearing particularly grotesque in the dim light. He casually tossed the bloodied iron rod aside, producing a dull metallic clang. He then walked slowly out of the dilapidated building, his silhouette elongated in the fading light. The air was thick with the scent of dust and blood, and the desolate street resembled a wasteland. Devoid of life, a rugged off-road vehicle was parked not far away, its body coated in dust, the door left ajar, clearly abandoned by the fleeing pursuers. Chu Ye strode toward the Jeep, opening the door and taking a seat inside. The keys were still in the ignition. He turned the key, and the engine roared to life, settling into a smooth hum. Chu Ye pressed the accelerator, skillfully maneuvering the steering wheel as he drove the vehicle onto the street. As he sped along the empty roads, he felt a rush of exhilaration. With this vehicle, he could reach his destination more swiftly. Accompanied by the sound of tires crunching against the ground, he headed northward. Gripping the steering wheel with a steely demeanor, his gaze fixed ahead. The faster, the better. I detest wasting time, he murmured, pressing the accelerator deeper. His objective was clear, the underground warehouse located on the outskirts of the northern part of the city. It was no ordinary civilian storage facility, but rather a hollowed-out mountain cavity designed like a civil defense structure. To his surprise, the journey was remarkably smooth. The sand barely reached the height of an ordinary sedan's hood. And without hesitation, Chu Ye drove straight through it. He encountered no real trouble, which brought him a sense of relief. As he approached the vicinity of the warehouse, dawn was beginning to break, standing at the precipice of the apocalypse. Chu Ye had never been particularly concerned with the passage of time in nature. However, at this moment, he cautiously parked the vehicle in a concealed spot by the roadside, several hundred meters from the warehouse. He could not afford to expose himself, especially not at such a militarized storage site. After turning off the engine, he retrieved binoculars from the roof of the car, scanning the surroundings. Indeed, he vaguely spotted several cameras and hidden rectangular recesses, clearly monitoring devices or concealed weaponry. That he refrained from acting impulsively, instead pulling out a communicator from his bag and dialing the number mentioned by Lin Jiangwo. After a few beeps, the call connected. The voice on the other end was deep and slightly wary. Who is this? I am Chu Ye. Lin Jiangwo asked me to contact you. He said your code name is Bearskin. After a brief silence, the voice of Bearskin returned, tinged with cautious dullness. Lin Jiangwo's friend? What proof do you have that you're not an imposter? Chu Ye let out a cold laugh, responding languidly. Do you think I have the leisure to impersonate such a favor? Lin Jiangwo provided me with a string of numerical codes, along with the peculiar phrase, "Old bear eats pears without spitting out the seeds." Judge for yourself. And on the other end of the communicator, Bear's skin fell silent for a moment before a low chuckle escaped him. That does indeed sound like something he would say. What do you want from me? I wish to enter the warehouse and retrieve a few items. Chu Ye cut straight to the point, exuding a no-nonsense attitude. You know what kind of place this is, right? Bearskin's voice turned icy. This is not merely a storage point. It is a military core facility. I'm in a hurry. Spare me the pleasantries. Just give me a straight answer. Can you help me? Chu Ye interrupted Bearskin's rambling impatiently. After a moment of silence, a derisive snort reached his ears. What kind of attitude is that? Even if you're introduced by Lin Jiangwo, you still have to follow the rules. Chu Ye scoffed. Rules? You already agreed to help Lin Jiangwo procure items. Now you're lecturing me about rules? All I know is that what I need is inside. Will you open the door or not? Bearskin's breathing grew heavy on the communicator, clearly incensed by Chu Ye's obstinate demeanor. After a tense standoff lasting several seconds, he ultimately relented. I can help you open the door, but you must agree to one condition. What condition? Chu Ye's tone remained cool. You can only take what you need from the warehouse, without damaging any other items, and you must not disclose the location here. Fine. Chu Ye readily agreed. For him, as long as he could obtain what he sought, the terms were acceptable. Bearskin relayed a series of numbers and directions, then added, the main entrance will open automatically in 10 minutes. Follow this route. And at the end, you'll find what you're looking for. The password is after hanging up the communicator, Chu Ye walked towards the warehouse entrance. Just as Bearskin had indicated, the hefty metal doors slowly swung open, revealing a gaping black void. The doors began to close behind Chu Ye as he stepped inside, cutting off the light from the outside world. As he ventured deeper, a vast underground space gradually unfolded before him. A mountain of supplies lay piled high, ranging from food and medicine to weapons and machinery. Everything one could imagine, resembling a colossal underground kingdom. Following the route provided by Bearskin, Chu Ye made his way toward the depths of the warehouse. Chapter 30. Bearskin's test. Suddenly, a shadow darted out from behind the stack supplies, lunging towards him with lightning speed. Chu Ye was prepared. He sidestepped the attack, swiftly retreating to create distance, under the dim warehouse lights. He discerned the assailant's figure, a stocky middle-aged man, broad and sturdy, resembling a moving square. Chu Ye surmised that this must be Bearskin. Chu Ye began to speak, but Bearskin lunged at him once more, his massive fist whistling through the air towards his face. Chu Ye dodged again, cursing inwardly. This damn fatso, what happened to opening the door? He's playing dirty. Bearskin, missing his strike, let out a furious roar and charged again. His movements, though clumsy, were imbued with tremendous strength. Each attack bore down with an overwhelming force. Chu Ye nimbly evaded, searching for an opportunity to counterattack. Old Bear, what are you trying to do? Chu Ye asked while dodging. Giving you a lesson, Bearskin roared. That old bastard Lin Jiangwo actually dared to send you here, treating me like I'm nothing. He just asked me to retrieve a few items, Chu Ye explained. Nonsense. Bearskin ignored his explanation. You think you can just take what you want from here? As he spoke, Bearskin's attacks intensified, his colossal fists raining down upon Chu Ye like a hailstorm. Although Chu Ye was agile, he began to feel the strain. The fat man's power was overwhelming, and his endurance seemed limitless, as though he were tireless. Old Bear, if you keep this up, I won't hold back. Chu Ye warned. Give it a try. Bearskin bellowed, lunging once more. This time, Chu Ye did not evade. He seized a moment, launching a punch of his own. Bang! Their fists collided, producing a resounding thud. Chu Ye felt an immense force reverberate through him, numbing his arm, while Bearskin was unexpectedly pushed back several steps, nearly toppling over. Ew. Bearskin's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Chu Ye. He had not anticipated that this seemingly frail young man possessed such formidable strength. Rubbing his slightly numb arm, Chu Ye smirked coldly. I warned you. If you kept this up, I wouldn't hold back. The Bearskin fighter steadied himself, a glimmer of ferocity flashing in his eyes, drawing a deep breath. He once again assumed an aggressive stance. With a roar, he charged forward once more. Under the dim light of the warehouse, his corpulent form barreled through like a raging bull. Chu Ye furrowed his brow. The odor was reminiscent of 3 days without a bath mingled with the stench of cheap cigarettes. He deftly sidestepped as the bearskin brute's fist crashed heavily against a metal shelf behind him, producing a deafening clang. Damn, this hefty oaf possesses considerable strength. Chu Ye cursed inwardly, his feet never ceasing their movement as he sought the bearskin fighter's vulnerabilities, with his missed strike inciting further fury. The bear roared repeatedly, his fists swinging with increasing ferocity. He resembled a provoked beast, utterly disregarding his own defenses. Chu Ye let out a cold chuckle. This bull-like approach was riddled with openings, and no longer evading. He advanced, raining down blows like a torrential downpour upon the bearskin fighter. Thud! 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 A succession of muffled impacts echoed throughout the warehouse. Curse be! The bearskin fighter gasped for breath, feeling as though his fists were striking cotton. His strength rendered ineffective. This kid's speed is astonishing, leaving him utterly confounded. Seizing the opportunity, Chu Ye swept the bearskin fighter's legs out from under him, sending him crashing to the ground. Before the fighter could react, Chu Ye's fist descended like raindrops, each strike landing with precision on the bear's vital points. A howl of agony escaped the bearskin fighter, his massive body curling into a ball like a boiled shrimp. Chu Ye halted his onslaught, gazing coldly at the groaning figure on the ground. Now, shall we have a proper discussion? The bearskin fighter struggled to rise, spitting out a mouthful of blood, glaring at Chu Ye with malice. Who are you exactly? Chu Ye replied nonchalantly. I merely came to retrieve some items I require. The bearskin fighter fell silent for a moment, then suddenly erupted into laughter. Kid, you're quite amusing. I like you. No wonder old Lin sent you. However, these items are all quite valuable. After catching his breath, the bear wiped blood from the corner of his mouth, scrutinizing Chu Ye from head to toe. Kid, to be honest, your skills do not resemble those of an ordinary person. Speak frankly. Which elite unit did you come from? Special forces? Armed police? Or perhaps some clandestine organization? Chu Ye, taken aback for a moment, then smiled faintly at me. I've never been enlisted. The bear furrowed his brow. Skepticism etched across his face. Nonsense. With your speed and strength, there's no way you could have developed such prowess without enduring years of military training. Don't try to fool me. Old Bear isn't easily deceived, believe it or not. It's up to you. Chu Ye shrugged, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. I truly have never been enlisted. I just have a strong constitution, and having lived long, I've naturally acquired a few tricks. Strong constitution? The bear snorted derisively, seemingly perceiving Chu Ye as trying to be mysterious. Aha! How peculiar. But you, my friend, damn, you're genuinely fierce, incredibly swift, and remarkably precise. He glanced down at his own fists and ribs, wincing in pain. I can't fathom where you acquired these skills. Chu Ye narrowed his eyes, his tone growing colder. Old Bear, asking too many questions can be unwise. I'm here today solely to collect some items. You are a friend of Uncle Lin. So, this subtle threat made the bear gulp. Yet he maintained his bravado. TSK kid, you're quite audacious, but you don't strike me as a petty thief trying to fish in troubled waters. Chu Ye remained silent, merely observing the bear, his gaze unwavering and devoid of any tremor. This demeanor instilled an inexplicable unease within the bear. He had seen that kind of gaze before. It was the look of comrades who had faced bloodshed. Chu Ye raised an eyebrow. I truly am here to collect some items, such as steel plates. The bear sighed, leading Chu Ye deeper into the warehouse, pointing at mountains of supplies, composite steel plates, power generation equipment, high-powered radios, and engineering parts. All here to be, by the way. What do you need these items for? Planning a rebellion. Chu Ye shot him a glance, his tone icy. Renovation. The bear paused for a moment before bursting into even louder laughter. Renovation? Ha ha! You're quite the joker. Fine, take whatever you need. Consider it a gesture of friendship. Chu Ye ignored his jests, meticulously inspecting the supplies. The thickness and quality of the composite steel plates met his standards. The power generation equipment was brand new and unopened, and the radio's power output was ample. Not bad at all. Chu Ye nodded in satisfaction. Chapter 31. What is this kid's background? The bear watched Chu Ye examine the supplies, his curiosity deepening. This kid, what is his background? I say, brother, the bear rubbed his hands together, tentatively inquiring. How do you plan to transport these items? This is no small quantity. It would take a heavy-duty truck to haul it away. Chu Ye kept his head down, continuing to tally the number of steel plates. You needn't worry about that. The bear was taken aback, then erupted into hearty laughter. Indeed, I was overthinking it. Since you, Brother Chu, have the capability to procure old Lin's authorization, you must also possess the means to transport these items, and why old eyes have failed me. He paused for a moment, then asked, however, with so many items, how do you intend to manage, dismantle, and carry them away? Or, Chu Ye finally lifted his head, casting a half-smile at the bear. What, does Brother Bear also wish to lend a hand? The bear hastily waved his hands. No. I'm merely curious, purely curious Oh, you need me to find a vehicle for you? Chu Ye smiled faintly, casting a casual glance at him, then stood up. No need. You've been keeping watch for so long. You must be tired. Why not take a break? The bear hesitated, his expression becoming somewhat awkward. This isn't it inappropriate? With so many items, shouldn't I assist you a bit? Chu Ye interrupted him. Who would dare come? This is your territory. I assent to it. His voice carried a hint of cold authority, causing the bear to instinctively scratch his neck before he nodded in agreement. Fine, since you say it's all right. I'll go grab a drink. You carry on. The bear did not dwell further, stepping out of the warehouse, deliberately closing the door while calling back inside. Kid, don't be too restrained. Call me if you need anything. Chu Ye offered no reply, merely inhaling lightly, and once assured the bear had gone far, his gaze suddenly turned icy. He then opened his palm. The pale palm glimmered faintly, as if ripples were spreading forth, and the air in front of him instantly distorted into a swirling rift, revealing an abyssal expanse beyond. With a wave of his hand, the mountain of composite steel plates vanished without a trace. And the power generation equipment, radio, and various engineering parts also seemed to be drawn away by an unseen force, leaving not even a speck of dust behind. Subsequently, he scanned the area, noticing a few unaccounted boxes of military rations and canned goods in the corner. Frowning slightly, he reached out, swiftly pulling those boxes into his system space. That should suffice. Chu Ye clapped his hands as the rift gradually closed, restoring the atmosphere to a serene calm, as if nothing had transpired. Just then, the warehouse door was shoved open forcefully, and the bear returned. Hey, kid, he initially called out casually, but upon catching sight of the empty warehouse, his voice caught in his throat, leaving him frozen in place. Where is everything? Where are the people? The bear, astonished, staggered forward a couple of steps, disbelieving his own eyes. I just saw all those supplies. How could they just, leaning against the wall? Chu Ye crossed his arms, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Brother Bear, back so soon. Are you reluctant to part with these items? The bear snapped back to reality, pointing at the now bare warehouse, his mouth opening and closing as he struggled to articulate. You, how on earth did you do that? Chu Ye let out a soft sigh, brushing off the dust from his shoulder, and turned to exit, leaving behind a single word, secret. The bear stood dazed, muttering to himself, what kind of monster is this guy? As Chu Ye reached the warehouse door, one foot already crossing the threshold, he heard the bear's voice. He halted, glancing back. There's something else. The bear rubbed his hands together, hastily walking up to Chu Ye and said, Wait, this is what old Lin requested. You need to take it to him. While speaking, he handed Chu Ye a rather large metal box, cool to the touch and possessing an extraordinary texture. Chu Ye accepted the box, weighing it in his hands, remaining silent. The bear then produced a slightly smaller metal box from behind him, also handing it to Chu Ye, lowering his voice to say, And this is a little gift he asked me to prepare for you. This item is contraband, so don't let anyone see it. Otherwise, I'll be in big trouble if it weren't for old Lin. I would never have handed this over to you. Chu Ye raised an eyebrow, intrigued by the bear's demeanor. What could be so mysterious? The bear chuckled, feigning secrecy. It's a good item. You'll find out once you take it back. However, let me warn you, this item is incredibly powerful. Be very careful when using it, lest you harm your own people. Chu Ye accepted the larger box, feeling its weight, sensing something within it faintly vibrating. A playful smile crept across his lips. It seems old Lin is rather generous, of course. Old Lin holds you in high regard. If you ever need anything in the future, feel free to seek me out. I will do my utmost to assist you. I could see that moment. The warehouse doors creaked open, and a figure appeared in the doorway. "Old Bear, what are you doing?" The newcomer is a young woman clad in military uniform, exuding an air of confidence and a stern visage. Upon spotting the unfamiliar figure of Chu Ye in the warehouse, the female officer swiftly drew her weapon from her waist, aiming it directly at him. With her brows slightly furrowed, she cast a sharp gaze over Chu Ye and the bear hide, her voice low and commanding. "Old Bear, what is the meaning of this? Who is this person? Why is he in the warehouse?" The smile on Bear Hide's face froze instantly, caught off guard by the sudden appearance of the female officer. He stammered an explanation. Captain Lee, this is a friend of Old Lin, here to retrieve some items." "A friend of Old Lin?" The officer, referred to as Captain Lee, clearly did not believe him. She kept her gun trained on Chu Ye, her eyes narrowing suspiciously. "I have never heard of Old Lin having such a friend. What is he here to collect?" Bear Hide wiped the sweat from his forehead, nervously glancing at Chu Ye. Just some ordinary supplies. Old Lin had instructed me earlier. Ordinary supplies." Captain Lee scoffed at ordinary supplies necessitate sneaking into the warehouse. "You had better come clean, Old Bear, or else don't blame me for being impolite." Faced with Captain Lee's icy stare, Chu Ye maintained an unhurried composure. He raised his right hand, leisurely lifting the metal box he held. His tone calm. "Captain Lee, I am merely here to retrieve what Old Lin entrusted to Brother Bear. Nothing more, with no ulterior motives." Bear Hide quickly wiped away his sweat, nodding in agreement. Yes, Captain Lee, that is indeed the case. Old Lin specifically instructed me that Chu Ye, this young man, is his friend. Old Lin?" Captain Lee's brow furrowed slightly, her gaze darting back and forth between Chu Ye and Bear Hide, a hint of skepticism dancing in her eyes. "Which Old Lin?" Chu Ye smiled faintly and replied, "Lin Jiangwo." Chapter 32. What is your relationship with Old Lin? The moment the name Lin Jiangwo escaped his lips, Captain Lee's expression tightened, her pupils narrowing slightly. Yet after a brief moment, her demeanor returned to its cold and cautious state. "Lin Jiangwo." Captain Lee repeated the name in a low voice, as if confirming or contemplating. She pressed her lips together, her grip on the gun unwavering, her gaze still fixed on Chu Ye. "What proof do you have to substantiate your relationship with that old man?" Chu Ye squinted, letting out a light chuckle. "Proof?" His tone was languid, as if discussing a trivial matter. "This metal box itself serves as the best evidence. Do you really think Brother Bear would casually hand over Old Lin's belongings to a stranger?" Captain Lee's eyes sharpened further, yet she remained cautious. "Speaking with such confidence, do you think merely holding up that box suffices as proof? You should provide a formal token to convince me." Chu Ye tilted his head slightly, a smirk playing on his lips as he glanced at Bear Hide. Bear Hide's face paled, and he wiped his sweat profusely. Clearly realizing the precariousness of the situation, he swallowed hard, forcing a smile towards Captain Lee. "Captain, there is truly no issue. Chu Ye is definitely from Old Lin's side. If you don't believe me, you can ask him later." "Silence!" Captain Lee interrupted sharply, raising her weapon slightly. "Who knows if you are merely using Old Lin's name as a cover, or if he has been scheming behind my back all along? Do you think you can just muddle through this?" "Not a chance." Seeing this, Chu Ye sighed, his brows slightly raised. He appeared somewhat helpless, as if weary of this futile exchange. "Very well, since you insist on wasting time." He began, lifting his right hand slowly toward his left chest. "I shall show you." Captain Lee's gaze hardened instantaneously, her gun hand instinctively trembling. Her vigilance heightened. She raised her weapon slightly, threateningly gesturing at Chu Ye. "Don't move. Slower, even slower." Yet Chu Ye seemed oblivious, his demeanor infuriatingly calm. However, in that instant, a loud crash echoed through the air. With lightning speed, Chu Ye swung the metal box in his hand, the force creating a whistling sound. The edge of the box struck the dark muzzle of the gun with precision, producing a sharp crack. The firearm slipped from Captain Lee's grasp, clattering to the ground nearby, clearly taken aback by Chu Ye's unexpected action. Captain Lee stumbled back 2 steps before regaining her balance, a flash of anger and shock flickering in her eyes. She barked, "Resistance!" Chu Ye, holding the metal box, lightly thumped it onto the ground. The dull thud reverberated through the steel walls of the warehouse. He raised his gaze, coldly regarding Captain Lee, his voice low. "You may choose not to believe me, but do not aim your weapon carelessly at others, especially not at me." That calm yet piercing tone rendered the entire warehouse unbearably tense. The atmosphere was fraught with tension. Captain Lee glared at Chu Ye, a flicker of rage crossing her features. Realizing her earlier lapse had allowed the situation to spiral out of control, regaining the upper hand would now be even more challenging. "Do not be agitated, Captain Lee. We are all on the same side." Barehide, seemingly afraid to breathe, hurriedly intervened, waving his hands in a conciliatory manner. "Brother Chu is acting out of instinct. A misunderstanding is definitely a misunderstanding." "Silence!" Captain Lee snapped, cutting Barehide off. She turned her attention back to Chu Ye, letting out a cold snort. "It seems you have indeed exceeded my expectations. Your skills are commendable, but do not think you can act arrogantly here." Chu Ye merely curled his lips into a smirk, remaining silent. Instead, he slowly bent down to pick up the gun he had knocked away. Brushing off the dust, he examined the weapon, then raised his eyes to Captain Lee. A sardonic smile gracing his features. "This gun is quite impressive. Too bad it is not being used properly." He then engaged the safety, casually tossing the gun back at Captain Lee's feet, as if it were an inconsequential matter. Standing upright, he addressed Barehide. "Time is of the essence, and I have no interest in further verbal sparring. The items are with me. What you choose to verify next is your affair." Having said that, he turned and walked towards the warehouse exit. Just as he crossed the threshold, Captain Lee's oppressive voice rang out behind him. "Stop!" Chu Ye halted, but did not turn around. He remained silent, merely waiting for her to speak. The air grew increasingly tense, as if poised to erupt again at any moment. Ultimately, suppressing her fury, she asked in a low tone, "Who exactly are you?" Chu Ye did not look back. He simply chuckled lightly, the sound echoing in the empty warehouse, carrying a hint of irreverence. "An employer. Old Lin is assisting me with the renovation of my villa." With that, he departed the warehouse without a backward glance, his footsteps echoing rhythmically on the metallic floor. Captain Lee watched Chu Ye's retreating figure, her expression complex. She disliked his nonchalant demeanor and the air of indifference he carried. Bending down, she retrieved the cold gun from the ground, its chill momentarily calming her. Barehide cautiously approached, tentatively inquiring, "Captain Lee, what should we do now?" Captain Lee inhaled deeply, suppressing her emotions, and commanded, "Immediately send someone to follow him. We must ascertain his identity and background. Also, keep a close watch on Old Lin's side. I want to see what schemes they are plotting." After leaving the warehouse, Chu Ye drove straight back to his villa. The return journey was devoid of further obstacles. The villa, located on the outskirts of the city, was nestled in a tranquil environment, starkly contrasting the dilapidated desolation of the warehouse. Upon his arrival, he found that the underground renovations were nearing completion, with Old Lin directing workers as they finalized the tiling of the enormous swimming pool. The clanging of tools and the boisterous calls of the workers intertwined, creating a somewhat noisy symphony. Old Lin was taken aback by Chu Ye's unexpected arrival and quickly set aside his work to greet him. "Mr. Chu, what brings you here? Have you resolved the situation at the warehouse?" Chu Ye handed the metal box to Old Lin. "Here you go. What is this?" He then succinctly recounted the events that had transpired in the warehouse, his tone unruffled. Old Lin's expression shifted slightly upon hearing the details. "Captain Lee, how did she get involved?" "This woman could be quite a handful," he muttered under his breath. Chu Ye raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Ditto. Pray tell, what is Captain Lee's background? It seems that both she and Barehide hold you in high regard." Old Lin hesitated for a moment, seemingly weighing how to respond. Ultimately, he decided to be forthright. "Mr. Chu, you may not be aware, but both Captain Lee and Barehide are affiliated with the Skyscape organization. Skyscape is a military organization reputed to control many of this city's hidden secrets." Chapter 33. Skyscape. This is precisely why we must navigate situations like this carefully. Captain Lee is the person in charge of that warehouse, overseeing the allocation of supplies in response to extreme disasters, while Barehide is her subordinate. Skyscape? Chu Ye repeated the name softly, a glimmer of amusement flashing in his eyes. "How intriguing. Mr. Chu, they do not belong to any specific department. They report directly to the highest authority." Old Lin warned with concern etched on his face. Chu Ye waved his hand, interrupting Old Lin, but he fixed his gaze upon Old Lin's face. "So, Uncle Lin, what about you? Chu Ye suddenly inquired, his tone steady yet imbued with a subtle hint of probing. As if searching for some minor flaw, old Lin stiffened slightly, his expression momentarily frozen. He lowered his gaze, striving to conceal something. Yet that fleeting moment of distraction was keenly observed by Chu Ye. Mr. Chu, please don't misunderstand. I'm merely... Old Lin appeared somewhat flustered, offering a sheepish smile before attempting to feign nonchalance to the retired old man. What could I possibly be? However, Chu Ye was not swayed by this dismissive response. Tilting his head slightly, he pressed on. An ordinary retired man would not be addressed as old Lin or Lin Gu by those in uniform. Even Captain Li's gaze towards you does not resemble that of a superior to a subordinate or an inconsequential individual. Uncle Lin, are you perhaps withholding something? Old Lin's smile froze on his face as he tried to part his lips. He retrieved a cigarette, lit it, and inhaled deeply. Exhaling a smoke ring, he spoke slowly. Mr. Chu, your powers of observation are indeed remarkable. Let us not change the subject. Uncle Lin. Chu Ye's tone remained calm, but his eyes bore a hint of sternness from the moment I entered the warehouse. I noticed their attitude towards you was both respectful and cautious. This is not typical for an ordinary person. What is your connection to Tianmu? Or rather, Uncle Lin, what is your true identity? Old Lin's hand trembled ever so slightly as he extinguished the cigarette, but on the ground. This action seemed to deliberately prolong the moment, yet it appeared somewhat clumsy, thought Mr. Chu. His speech quickened, ready to divulge something, but was interrupted as Chu Ye suddenly stepped forward, closing the distance between them. Uncle Lin, you must understand that the world has changed. Trust has become a luxury, and my patience is limited. If you wish for me to protect your daughter, you must show some sincerity. Chu Ye's low voice sounded almost like a warning. To be frank, you can either let me extract the truth through my means, or you can choose to cooperate. The air fell into a heavy silence, punctuated only by old Lin's labored breathing. Finally, he sighed in resignation that, Mr. Chu, it is not that I intend to withhold information, but knowing too much may not be beneficial for you. His tone was laden with complexity, his expression torn. Very well. Let us see if Uncle Lin can share something that would be advantageous to me, Chu Ye replied. Unperturbed, his tone steady yet insistent. Old Lin offered a bitter smile, raising his hands, a gesture of goodwill. No need to be so tense. Rest assured, I harbor no ill intentions. He gestured to his dusty jacket and trousers. You see, I am merely a contractor. I could see that moment. Old Lin's gaze hardened briefly before returning to normal. Moreover, this approach of yours is futile. Chu Ye released Old Lin, stepping back while maintaining his indifferent demeanor. Then speak, Uncle Lin. Who are you? Old Lin paused, as if finally making a decision that Mr. Chu, I am also one of Tianmu. Chu Ye raised an eyebrow, signaling for him to continue. Old Lin moved aside, rummaging through scattered debris to unearth a tattered canvas, which he spread on the ground before casually sitting down. Or to be more precise, I was once part of Tianmu, the head of this city's operations. Chu Ye, maintaining a composed demeanor, settled across from him and listened intently. The inception of Tianmu was to address extreme natural disasters, establishing warehouses nationwide to stockpile supplies for coordinated distribution in times of need. That I was responsible for overseeing the warehouse in this city, as well as coordinating resource allocation among several surrounding cities. After a brief pause, Old Lin's tone turned self-deprecating. Interestingly, both Xiao Li and Xiong Pai were once under my command. Chu Ye narrowed his eyes, his fingers lightly tapping the ground. Then why did they? His unfinished question hung in the air, laden with unspoken doubts. Old Lin sighed, a note of disdain creeping into his voice. This department wields considerable power, and as a result, corruption is rampant. I grew weary of their corruption and voluntarily retired. He looked up at Chu Ye, his expression imbued with complexity. Before leaving, I recommended Captain Li to succeed me, but her qualifications were deemed insufficient and rejected. Later, I learned she was reassigned to a remote warehouse, tasked with trivial duties as for Xiong Pai. He was smooth-talking and somewhat glib. He likely offended someone and was subsequently ousted, so Chu Ye summarized calmly. Uncle Lin, you could no longer remain in Tianmu and became a contractor? Old Lin offered a rueful smile. That's one way to put it. This world has changed. and so have people's hearts. Instead of struggling in that quagmire, it is better to lead a simpler life. Once released, old Lin inhaled sharply, coughing a few times as he steadied himself. After regaining his composure, he glared at Chu Ye. "You little rascal, you were quite forceful. If you had applied a bit more pressure, I truly would have suffocated. Do you really think your Uncle Lin cannot handle you?" Chu Ye chuckled lightly, adopting a relaxed tone. "Uncle Lin, I am merely anxious. Your identity is too enigmatic that I do not wish to have an unstable variable by my side." Old Lin shot him a disgruntled look. "You little rascal, I assure you, your Uncle Lin is a good man. A clear conscience fears no shadows." Chu Ye shrugged, maintaining his stance of caution. One should harbor no malicious intent, yet remain vigilant against others. Uncle Lin. The atmosphere between them began to ease as old Lin recounted his experiences after leaving Tianmu. "After retiring, I used my savings to establish a small construction company, focusing on minor projects. The construction industry was lucrative before the apocalypse, and although the world has descended into chaos, reconstruction is inevitable. So, I am merely preparing in advance." There was a hint of pride in old Lin's tone, as if he took great satisfaction in his foresight. Just small endeavors, enough to scrape by. Old Lin sighed, his voice growing somber once more. Chapter 34. Tianmu is a joke. Chu Ye listened quietly, refraining from interjecting. Indeed, old Lin hesitated, as if finally reaching a resolution. "Mr. Chu, I have a daughter working as ground staff at the airport. She is my precious child. You little rascal, will protect her." Old Lin emphasized again, his eyes brimming with concern for his daughter. "If you are willing, the contents of that box are yours." Chu Ye followed old Lin's gaze to the metallic case and inquired, "What is inside?" "A military crossbow, immensely powerful, more than sufficient for self-defense. And it makes little noise, avoiding unnecessary attention." Old Lin's tone held a hint of pride. "This is a fine item. I would not part with it lightly." Chu Ye hefted the metallic box, feeling its weight and the cold metal against his fingertips. He glanced at old Lin, a hint of amusement in his voice. "Uncle Lin, are you certain this item holds more importance than your daughter's life?" Old Lin's expression stiffened, his eyes flickering momentarily before he defiantly replied, "Of course my daughter is important, but this could also save a life. In chaotic times, life is paramount." Chu Ye scoffed, tossing the box back towards old Lin. "You should take care of your daughter yourself. I would prefer to have you assist me rather than worry about others." Old Lin was taken aback, seemingly unprepared for Chu Ye's refusal. He had assumed that, given Chu Ye's character, he would unhesitatingly accept such a generous gift. After all, a powerful military crossbow was a valuable asset in the apocalypse. Observing old Lin's bewildered expression, Chu Ye couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. This old fox was quite clever, attempting to barter a crossbow for protection over his daughter. This old man was far more useful than any weapon. With such an ally, his future endeavors would certainly be more manageable. Old Lin quickly regained his composure, clearing his throat and forcing a smile. "Ah, look at me, just an old fool. Mr. Chu is right. I should take care of my own daughter. However, some of my younger subordinates are strong and capable. They might be able to assist you. Let's see how it goes. In extreme natural disasters, Tianmu has contingency plans, so rest assured, normal order should be restored soon." "Tianmu?" Chu Ye raised an eyebrow, a cold smile forming in his heart. He had never heard of such an organization in the future. Either it had been a joke from the outset, destroyed by others, or it had long since rotted from within. Unable to aid the city's recovery, he maintained a neutral facade, following old Lin's lead. "What is this Tianmu? I've never heard of it before." Old Lin perked up, as if seizing an opportunity to boast. His words flowed with enthusiasm. "Tianmu is a state secret. This recent sandstorm was a result of Tianmu activating its emergency protocols. I believe normalcy will be restored shortly." Listening to old Lin extolling the virtues of the Tianmu organization, Chu Ye grew increasingly wary. "Uncle Lin, is this information reliable?" he inquired nonchalantly. Old Lin patted his chest in assurance. "Absolutely reliable. I used to be part of Tianmu." He abruptly halted, recalling the state of Tianmu when he left, shaking his head in disbelief. Chu Ye regarded old Lin with a bemused smile, choosing not to expose him. "Then let us wait and see." With a meaningful statement, Chu Ye ceased to engage further with old Lin, heading resolutely toward the basement while carrying the box containing the military crossbow. Old Lin gazed at the calm and unperturbed silhouette before him, his mind rife with doubt. He had originally assumed the young man was merely a wealthy second-generation heir. Yet to his astonishment, he had discerned his schemes upon arrival and remained unfazed. What manner of person could this be? After a brief moment of hesitation, he resolved to first organize his workers to fulfill Chu Ye's request for the underground swimming pool. The transformation of the planting area on the first basement level was still incomplete, and the air was thick with the scents of lime and metal, creating an oppressive atmosphere. Chu Ye raised his hand to flick on the overhead light switch, casting a warm glow that illuminated the entire room. He decisively retrieved the supplies stored in the system warehouse and began stacking them in the basement. Once Lin Jiangwo had coordinated the construction details, he ascended the stairs to find Chu Ye waiting at the basement entrance. Clearing his throat, he was about to speak when his gaze was drawn to the piles of steel plates, battery panels, and generators on the first basement level. He frowned and approached, gently tapping the steel plates while whispering, "Chu Ye, how did you manage to bring all this back? I recall you came alone in a single vehicle." Chu Ye tilted his head, a half-smile gracing his lips, his eyes glinting with a hint of mockery. "Uncle Lin, why concern yourself with how I acquired these? The important thing is that you now have materials to reinforce the villa, don't you?" Old Lin was momentarily taken aback, the smile on his face faltering. He composed himself and replied, "Let us be serious for a moment. Just tell me how you managed it. We're all on the same side. After all, IT shouldn't be a problem, right?" Chu Ye shrugged lazily. "Guess." Old Lin cast him a skeptical glance, but refrained from pressing further, instead focusing on the impressive array of equipment before him, hardly able to believe his eyes, with a slight lift of his brow. Chu Ye inquired, "Uncle Lin, will these supplies suffice?" Old Lin instinctively nodded, but after a couple of seconds, he abruptly realized the implications. Grasping Chu Ye's shoulder in astonishment, he exclaimed, "Wait, kid, with so much equipment, you..." His eyes widened in disbelief, breath quickening as he contemplated several ludicrous explanations, and no need to ask too many questions. Chu Ye casually patted his arm, pushing him back a step, his tone calm yet unyielding. "The supplies are here. Now it's time to get down to business. Uncle Lin, bring your daughter over tomorrow morning. My daughter." Old Lin was taken aback, furrowing his brow. "What do you mean? Didn't you just say I should take care of her myself?" Chu Ye continued in a placid tone. "Uncle Lin, don't overthink it. You know well that in these times, staying outside is perilous." Upon hearing this, Lin Jiangwo's expression darkened instantly. After a moment of silence, he sighed and said, "Little Chu, thank you. As long as my daughter is safe, I would gladly give my life for you." "Uncle Lin, why would I want your life?" Chu Ye replied with an air of indifference, as if discussing an inconsequential matter. "Besides, you know that Tianmu is unlikely to be of much use, right? If you believe this is the end of days, then you ought to be aware of the stakes. IT is a grave matter if one does not act in their own interest." Lin Jiangwo opened his mouth as if to retort, but his shoulders gradually slumped in exhaustion as he rubbed his forehead and murmured, "You're right that in these times, having someone to help is a blessing. As long as you can look after my daughter, Old Lin, even if it means risking my old bones, I will not withhold my strength." Chu Ye nodded, his tone remaining cool. "That's good to hear. Also, Uncle Lin, do not undervalue yourself. Ultimately, I sought your assistance not only because of the resources you can provide, but because I recognize your intelligence." Upon hearing this, Old Lin was momentarily stunned, before forcing a smile. "I hope you see things clearly, little Chu. Tomorrow morning, we will personally go to bring Wanwan back." Chu Ye said nothing further, merely nodding slightly. Chapter 35. Fetching Lin on the following morning, the sky was overcast, and the air was thick with the taste of dust. Chu Ye drove the off-road vehicle he had seized from someone who had caused him trouble, with Lin Jiangwo, visibly anxious, seated in the passenger seat. "Little Chu, that girl Wanwan has always been stubborn. When her temper flares, it's like trying to rein in a bull. However, she has a good heart, so don't take her too seriously," Lin Jiangwo said, rubbing his hands together, his voice tinged with barely concealed tension. When she was young, her health was frail. She would fall ill every few days, yet she always had a penchant for caring for stray cats and dogs. Chu Ye held the steering wheel with one hand, the other casually resting on the window, listening to old Lin ramble on, occasionally responding with a nod. He understood that old Lin was anxious about his daughter. Oh, and Wanwan loves to draw, especially flowers and plants. If there's ever a chance, you... Lin Jiangwo suddenly faltered, as if realizing that discussing such things was somewhat inappropriate at this moment, and sighed. Never mind. Talking about it now is futile. As long as she is safe, that's all that matters. Stealing a glance at old Lin in the rearview mirror, Chu Ye reassured him, Uncle Lin, rest assured, since I promised. I will certainly bring her back. As they drove out of the community, the scene on the road was one of devastation. Despite the authorities having organized a cleanup crew, the thick layers of dust covered everything, making progress slow. Most vehicles parked along the roadside were buried beneath the sand, revealing only the tops, resembling isolated islands in a sea of sand. This dreadful weather is truly uncanny, Lin Jiangwo remarked. Observing the outside with a furrowed brow, in the middle of winter, this temperature is almost comparable to summer. Chu Ye remained silent, his expression darkening slightly. This was merely the beginning. Far greater calamities lay ahead. He carefully maneuvered the steering wheel to avoid vehicles and debris half buried in dust. After driving a short distance, a man clad in an orange work uniform and wearing a dust mask blocked their path. The man was robust, waving a small red flag to signal them to stop. The road ahead is closed. We're currently clearing it. Please take a detour, he stated in a deep voice, muffled by the mask. Lin Jiangwo rolled down the window, leaning out with a cough as the dust choked him. Comrade, hello, I live in the Jinxiu Huayuan community. Is it possible to get through now? The man glanced at them, then looked ahead at the dust-covered road, his tone becoming slightly impatient. I said the road is closed. Didn't you hear? Take a detour. No one is allowed through until it's cleared. Lin Jiangwo maintained a forced smile. Comrade, could you make an exception? My daughter is waiting at home. She is not well. The man remained unmoved. Who doesn't have their own issues? Not everyone can be as considerate as you. The cleanup isn't going to happen if you keep delaying. Hurry up and find another route. But Lin Jiangwo attempted to say more, but Chu Ye placed a gentle hand on his shoulder. Uncle Lin, let it go. Chu Ye rolled down the window and addressed the man. Comrade, could you please tell me which road nearby can serve as a detour? The man eyed Chu Ye from head to toe, his tone softening slightly. Head east, go around the Qinghe Bridge, and then proceed north for a bit. Chu Ye nodded, thanked him, rolled up the window, and turned the vehicle around. Just as he was about to step on the gas to leave, a gravelly voice called out from behind. Hey, wait a moment. The tone was laced with suspicion, clearly indicating an unwillingness to let them go. He glanced in the rearview mirror and saw the man striding towards their window, slapping the car door with force. His eyes, visible above the mask, were fixed intently on Chu Ye. Where did you get this car? The man's voice dropped a notch, yet it carried an unmistakable hint of scrutiny. Chu Ye frowned slightly, casting a sidelong glance at him. Under the dusty light, the off-road vehicle's dark exterior stood out conspicuously. This was the vehicle Chu Ye had taken from someone pursuing him, and it was evident that the man recognized it. It's your own car? Isn't it? Upon hearing this, the man's gaze sharpened, clearly skeptical. Lin Jiangwo, seated in the passenger seat, felt the tension in the air and quickly interjected with a nervous laugh. Oh, this car belongs to little Ye. He is in business and quite well off. Huh. However, the man was not swayed by this explanation. His gaze remained fixed on Chu Ye, his tone growing increasingly hostile. Where are your vehicle registration and identification? Show them to me. Chu Ye pressed down on the horn, a cold glint flickering in his eyes. You seem to be quite thorough. Which department are you from? Is there a new rule about this? Rule? The man sneered, baring his teeth. The rule is that the one with the biggest fist has the most power. Stop stalling. Hurry up and show your documents, or else. Before he could finish, he gestured toward a group of men in identical orange work uniforms who had been idly standing nearby. They quickly converged around the off-road vehicle in a fan formation. Chu Ye's gaze swept across them, noting their tense body language and positioning, which indicated they were far from ordinary road workers. Lin Jiangwo furrowed his brow. Sensing that the situation was amiss, he glanced at Chu Ye and whispered, Little Ye, what is going on? Did you encounter something unusual yesterday? And how did you come by this car? Why the rush? Chu Ye replied coolly, feigning a search for his documents while keeping his head lowered. His right hand relaxed on the steering wheel, fingers subtly tightening. With his other hand, he stealthily reached for a short dagger resting beside him in the driver's seat. "Hey, hurry up! What's taking so long?" The man who had initially stopped them was clearly losing his patience, slapping the window with his palm. The sharp sound nearly made Lin Jiangwo jump. Chu Ye turned his head to glance at him. A hint of a smile curling at the corners of his lips, his tone remaining as light as a feather. "There's no need to rush. In these times, even producing identification can be a cumbersome task, truly testing one's patience." The man, clearly taken aback by Chu Ye's unexpected levity, had his dark expression deepen as he raised his hand, intending to take forceful action. "Less chatter, get down." Just then, a tremendous thud echoed from a distance, reminiscent of a heavy object crashing to the ground, causing the ground to tremble. Dust and debris were stirred up by the force of the air, enveloping the surroundings in a hazy shroud. "What is happening?" The group encircling the vehicle turned their cold, vigilant faces towards the source of the sound, their expressions shifting to one of fleeting confusion. Seizing the opportunity, Chu Ye concealed his dagger within his sleeve and whispered to Lin Jiangwo, "Hold on tight, don't move." He then leaned slightly forward. Amidst the swirling dust, Chu Ye's gaze sharpened, and he pressed down hard on the accelerator. The off-road vehicle lunged forward like a beast long poised to strike, forcefully crashing through the individuals standing in its path. Chapter 36. "You're truly a madman." The man blocking the front barely had time to react before being thrown aside by the vehicle's front end, landing with a muffled cry that echoed his agony. His body curled unnaturally, twitching momentarily before falling still. The surrounding thugs, startled by the sudden eruption of violence, scattered in fear. Some attempted to swing iron rods to strike the windows. But it was too late. The off-road vehicle surged ahead like a force of nature. "Chu Ye, you've gone insane!" Lin Jiangwo exclaimed, gripping the door handle fiercely in the passenger seat. His fingers trembled slightly from the exertion, and the sound of his rapid breathing was discernible. "Shut up, hold on tight." Chu Ye's voice remained calm, as if the chaotic scene had not affected him in the slightest. He gripped the steering wheel tightly, pushing the vehicle to its limits, the roar of the engine melding with the shouts of their pursuers behind them. Through the rearview mirror, Chu Ye caught sight of several thugs attempting to catch up. Yet the off-road vehicle's speed was clearly beyond their reach. He let out a cold laugh, a hint of mockery flickering in his expression. The dust trailing behind them gradually obscured the pursuers into a blurred distance. "For a moment, I thought you were sending us both straight to hell," Lin Jiangwo quipped sarcastically, his tone noticeably subdued, though his underlying anger was unmistakable. "You're still alive, aren't you?" Chu Ye replied, his voice as calm as still water, unfastening his seatbelt and casting a sidelong glance at Lin Jiangwo. Lin Jiangwo did not respond, but the tightness of his lips and the rapid rise and fall of his chest betrayed his inner turmoil. He harbored numerous questions, yet found himself at a loss for words. Clearly, they were coming for USD. "Oh, you really believe that being subservient could save us?" Chu Ye remarked, and as soon as he finished speaking, Lin Jiangwo could no longer restrain himself. "But why? They clearly came after you." "Chu Ye, what did you do to offend them?" Chu Ye fixed his gaze on him for 2 seconds. "This matter is rather complicated." "Complicated?" Lin Jiangwo frowned, skepticism evident in his eyes. "All right then, can you at least provide a reasonable explanation? Don't leave me feeling like a complete fool in the dark." After a brief silence, Chu Ye opened the small storage compartment on the passenger side. Retrieving a bottle of fizzy mineral water that had been shaken up, he twisted off the cap and took a swig. "Uncle Lin, who do you think we can rely on to survive right now?" The question seemed oddly out of place, but Lin Jiangwo instinctively responded, "Of course, the authorities know." "Chu Ye, don't change the subject." "The authorities?" A chilling smile deepened at the corners of Chu Ye's lips. "Can we truly depend on them?" Lin Jiangwo was momentarily taken aback, rendered speechless by that statement. He knew what Chu Ye was likely to say next, but begrudgingly nodded, "To the very least. The government is still organizing a clearing crew, and this work for relief project work for relief?" Chu Ye scoffed, his expression suggesting he was listening to a most absurd joke. "Did I see those in yellow vests? All of them are wolves. The group that chased us just now claimed to be the clearing crew, didn't they? Did you see the murderous intent in their eyes? if they were truly there to clear the way? Would they block our path with such hostility? What do you mean? Lin Jiangwo's gaze faltered slightly. They are thugs, a small gang affiliated with Chu Ye and Huading that a few days ago when I went to pick up Lin Qingya's daughter. I had a bit of a run-in with these guys in that community. As he spoke, Chu Ye paused momentarily, then revealed a grin laced with a hint of mischief. I ended up in a fight with them. Lin Jiangwo's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression incredulous. You little rascal, do you think I'm foolish? A fight has what to do with this vehicle. You call that a bit of a run-in. You better confess what is really going on with this car. With a gentle sigh, Chu Ye's eyes displayed a flicker of helplessness. Uncle Lin, please calm down and let me explain. Here's the thing. Later, when I went to retrieve the steel plates, I encountered those thugs again. Lin Jiangwo seized Chu Ye's arm with a grip strong enough to crush bone. Did you escalate the situation? He paused, seemingly gathering his thoughts, his tone growing somber. They were numerous and armed. I was outnumbered and could only what? Lin Jiangwo stared at Chu Ye. You would have actually cough. Chu Ye feigned a relaxed demeanor. Laughing lightly, I could only act in self-defense. Turned out I was a bit too forceful and accidentally killed a few. Then, their vehicle became available, and I thought, rather than letting it go to waste, why not use it to continue our journey, right? Lin Jiangwo was left speechless, his mouth agape. Unable to form a coherent response, he could hardly believe that Chu Ye's casual mention of a bit of a run-in encompassed such a harrowing tale. You Lin Jiangwo stammered, pointing at Chu Ye. You little rascal, truly a madman. With a resigned gesture, Chu Ye spread his hands. Uncle Lin, the world is harsh. If one isn't ruthless, one cannot stand firm. So let's not get bogged down in the details. What matters is that we are safe now. Isn't it? The atmosphere abruptly fell silent, the only sounds being their heavy breaths and the rustling of sand stirred up by the wind outside. After a moment, Lin Jiangwo finally managed to utter, Did you leave things clean? Were there any survivors? Otherwise, we might face trouble later. Inside the vehicle, silence reigned, interrupted only by the low rumble of the engine and the crunch of tires over gravel. Chu Ye gripped the steering wheel, his gaze fixated on the uneven road ahead that he had taken lives. This was an undeniable truth. Though in this apocalyptic world, lives were as inconsequential as weeds, those individuals had once been part of the official clearing crew. If the truth were to surface, trouble would be unavoidable. He needed to find a safe haven quickly to plan their next moves. Lin Jiangwo, meanwhile, gazed solemnly out the window at the desolate landscape rushing past. His brow furrowed in thought. Though he had verbally branded Chu Ye a madman, his heart could not quell the rising concern. This kid had acted too ruthlessly. Who knew if there were any loose ends left? If those people came knocking, given their current predicament, they would likely struggle to cope. He silently calculated what options he had to assist Chu Ye should trouble arise. After all, this kid harbored too many secrets. And as long as he was around, he could ensure his daughter's safety. The off-road vehicle bounced along the rugged terrain, dust swirling in the air, obscuring the SUV that moment. Chu Ye noticed a black SUV trailing them at a steady distance in the rearview mirror. He squinted, observing it closely, and realized the vehicle maintained a consistent gap, neither overtaking nor falling behind, tightly on their tail. Chapter 37. Hand over the keys, gently nudging Lin Jiangwo with his elbow. Chu Ye queried in a calm tone, Uncle Lin, do you recognize that vehicle behind us? Lin Jiangwo turned a glance, a flicker of uncertainty crossing his murky gaze. Not at all. It looks quite ordinary. Why? Chu did not reply. Instead, he pressed down on the accelerator, the off-road vehicle roaring to life as its speed surged. What are you doing? Are you rushing to meet your maker? Lin Jiangwo exclaimed, startled by the sudden acceleration. Hold on tight. Uncle, we're going to play a little game. A glimmer of mischief sparkled in Chu Ye's eyes, excitement lacing his voice. The off-road vehicle sped over the bumpy road, its pace increasing, akin to a frenzied beast galloping through the wilderness. The black sedan behind them refused to yield, closely pursuing, and the two vehicles engaged in a high-stakes chase along the dust-laden road. Every so often, Chu Ye would steal a glance at the vehicle behind them through the rearview mirror. He intentionally steered the car onto rougher terrain, leveraging the off-road vehicle's superior capabilities to shake off the pursuing SUV. Yet, no matter how fast he drove or how often he changed lanes, the black sedan remained steadfastly in pursuit. Damn it, this kid is quite persistent, Chu Ye muttered inwardly. What he initially thought to be a simple tale was now clearly a calculated pursuit. The other party, seemingly well prepared, their intentions unmistakably aimed at them. Chu Ye, what is going on? What is the deal with that car behind us? Lin Jiangwo inquired, his tone tinged with unease. Not sure, but they're definitely not benign. Chu Ye replied, his eyes narrowing, his voice turning serious. Uncle Lin, brace yourself. I'm about to accelerate. Before the echoes of his voice faded, Chu Ye slammed on the accelerator, and the off-road vehicle emitted a deafening roar. No sooner had Chu Ye finished speaking than a resounding crash erupted from behind the vehicle. A black SUV violently collided with the rear bumper, sending shockwaves through the car's frame. Lin Jiangwo nearly smashed his head against the windshield. Damn it, this bastard is serious. Lin Jiangwo cursed, gripping the overhead handle tightly that a glint of coldness flashed in Chu Ye's eyes as he yanked the steering wheel, attempting to shake off the pursuing SUV. However, the adversaries seemed to have anticipated this, clinging to them tenaciously, and the front of the SUV struck again that a few more hits like this, and this wreck will fall apart. Lin Jiangwo shouted. Chu Ye clenched his teeth. His gaze darting between the rearview mirror and the road ahead, he had to devise a way to escape this SUV. Abruptly, he slammed on the brakes, the off-road vehicle screeching as the rear swung violently. The SUV, unable to react in time, brushed past the side of the off-road vehicle at a perfect opportunity. A spark of determination ignited in Chu Ye's eyes as he swiftly turned the steering wheel, aiming for a narrow path ahead. This route was treacherous, flanked by towering rocks, utterly unsuitable for ordinary vehicles. Are you insane? Can this road even be traversed? Lin Jiangwo exclaimed, his face paling in fear as he shut his eyes tightly. Chu Ye disregarded Lin Jiangwo's panic, flooring the accelerator, and the off-road vehicle charged down the narrow path like a wild stallion. The black SUV followed closely, striving to keep pace with Chu Ye. Yet, the constricted road and rugged terrain hampered its speed, forcing it to watch helplessly as Chu Ye's vehicle pulled farther ahead. Driving the off-road vehicle at breakneck speed, Chu Ye periodically glanced at the rearview mirror to monitor the SUV's progress. The black SUV jolted along the bumpy road, evidently slowing down. Damn it, this kid's got some skills. The burly man in the SUV's driver's seat slammed his fist against the steering wheel, his eyes blazing with fury. Boss, we can't catch up. This road is too rough, the slender man in the passenger seat said. Keep chasing. Even if we wreck the car, we must catch him, the burly man bellowed. The black SUV swayed precariously on the narrow path. Struggling to advance, the off-road vehicle bounced violently on the uneven dirt road, the body scraping against the rocks, producing a cacophony of grinding noises. Chu Ye gripped the steering wheel tightly, teeth clenched, laboring to maintain control. The road conditions were dire. A moment's inattention could spell disaster. In the rearview mirror, the black SUV pursued relentlessly, nearly colliding with the off-road vehicle's rear bumper multiple times. The SUV's driver was evidently well acquainted with the area, maintaining astonishing speed on the rugged mountain path, even resorting to ramming the vehicle against rocks to close the gap with Chu Ye. Bang! A thunderous crash as the SUV smashed into the off-road vehicle's rear tire. The tremendous impact caused the off-road vehicle to lose balance instantly, tilting dangerously to one side, nearly flipping over. Chu Ye swiftly adjusted the steering wheel, trying to stabilize the vehicle, but it was too late. The off-road vehicle careened off the narrow path, skidding across a barren expanse before coming to a halt. The body sustained significant damage, the rear wheel severely deformed and unable to continue. Damn it! Chu Ye cursed under his breath, unbuckling his seatbelt and turning to Lin Jiangwo. Uncle Lin, are you all right? Lin Jiangwo's face was ashen and I'm fine, just a bit dizzy. The two quickly exited the vehicle, cautiously surveying their surroundings. Almost as soon as they stepped out, the door of the black SUV swung open with a forceful shove. A group of muscular men clad in camouflage surged out, swiftly surrounding them. Each brandished a weapon, their expressions fierce and menacing. Leading the group was a burly man with a grotesque scar etched across his face. He approached Lin Jiangwo with a cold smile, his tone laced with mockery. Director Lin, you look well. Lin Jiangwo's expression shifted dramatically, but was quickly masked. In a low voice, he warned Chu Ye, "Xiao Chu, this time I've dragged you into trouble. These people are from Tianmu that I retired because of them years ago." Tianmu, a chill ran through Chu Ye's heart, though he maintained an impassive facade. The burly man stood before Lin Jiangwo, his gaze sharp as a blade. "Director Lin, let us cut to the chase. We're here to retrieve what belongs to us." "What is it?" Lin Jiangwo feigned calmness, inquiring. "The key." The burly man's voice turned icy. "Hand over the key, and we can spare your lives." "The key? What key?" Lin Jiangwo feigned confusion. "I don't know what you're talking about." The burly man smirked coldly. "Director Lin, stop playing dumb. You know very well what I mean. That key is crucial to our organization's resource reserves and research facilities. You must hand it over." Chu Ye listened quietly to their exchange, pondering the significance of this so-called key that warranted such upheaval from the Tianmu organization. Chapter 38. "I was beating monkeys before you were even born," the Scar Man sneered, advancing step by step towards Chu Ye and Lin Jiangwo. While his burly accomplices encircled them like hungry wolves, the scarred man contemptuously scanned Chu Ye. "Director Lin, your choice of bodyguard is becoming increasingly questionable. Is this your new protector? Such spindly limbs." "What, Director Lin? Do you expect him to shield you from bullets?" His tone dripped with ridicule. "Kid, I suggest you step aside and avoid getting splattered with blood." A tense atmosphere enveloped the air, and the crowd that had initially gathered to watch began stir. Whispers rising in a crescendo that "Aren't they too audacious? They dare to rob in broad daylight. Indeed, what era are we in? Such lawlessness is unbelievable." The onlookers observed the assailants, noting their menacing demeanor and weapons. Who would dare confront them? This is Xia country. Can anyone really be so brazen as to cause a scene here? It seemed they were taking advantage of the traffic disruption, preventing law enforcement from arriving promptly. The world has turned upside down. Dust swirled in the wind, settling upon the onlookers. The scarred man stepped up to Lin Jiangwo, extending his hand and speaking gruffly. "Old man, I respect you enough to call you Director Lin after all these years. Don't cling to your position, be sensible, and hand over the key to avoid bodily harm." Lin Jiangwo furrowed his brow tightly, but showed no signs of backing down. Gritting his teeth, he replied, "Who are you working for? We have enough supplies for now. What do you want with the master key?" The scarred man laughed heartily, his laughter laden with derision. "Old man, are you still pretending to be in the dark? Do you think we are unaware of your intentions? Buying time for rescue? Dream on. You know very well the state of this city, don't you? Communication is cut off, and traffic is paralyzed. Rescue? Ha! They can barely protect themselves." He paused, leaning closer to Lin Jiangwo, his voice chilling. "Old man, your time has passed. This city now belongs to us, Tianmu. Your former power is now worth nothing. Be wise and hand over the key, or we won't hesitate to act. We, Tianmu, are no saints." Lin Jiangwo struggled to suppress his fury, locking eyes with the scarred man, enunciating each word. "Who exactly are you working for? Tianmu's previous objectives were never about resources. What do you intend to achieve?" The smile faded from the scarred man's face, replaced by an icy stare. "Old man, it seems you won't shed tears until you see the coffin, since you refuse to drink my wine of goodwill. Don't blame us for being rude." He straightened up, waving his hand. "Charge! Capture this old man, and that pretty boy too." The burly men surged forward, brandishing their weapons, lunging at Chu Ye and Lin Jiangwo. Seeing this, Chu Ye lunged forward, colliding directly with the leading scarred man. Summoning all his strength, he knocked the scarred man to the ground. Bang! A dull thud echoed as the scarred man crashed to the earth, stirring up a cloud of dust. As the dust settled, the scarred man stared at Chu Ye in disbelief, his eyes aflame with rage. "This kid hits hard. Boss, you were actually knocked over by him? How is that possible? You are the strongest among us. This kid is peculiar. Boss, let us go together. We can't afford to trip over ourselves. Together, to deal with this snot-nosed kid. We need to team up. Do you still have any shame?" The scarred man roared in embarrassment, struggling to rise, and spat defiantly. "Everyone, step aside and watch how I deal with him." However, the scarred man, seasoned by many battles, quickly regained his footing. He glared at Chu Ye, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. With a furious roar, the scarred man swung a fist the size of a sandpot towards Chu Ye's face. Chu Ye sidestepped lightly, his body tilting slightly to evade the oncoming punch. As the scarred man stumbled from his missed strike, Chu Ye seized the opportunity, delivering a swift kick to the man's abdomen. Bang! A thudding sound resonated as the scarred man was sent flying like a kite with its string cut. He fell heavily to the ground, groaning in agony. The scarred man struggled to rise, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes glinting with malice. With a furious roar, he charged at Chu Ye once more. The two immediately engaged in a fierce battle, their fists and feet colliding, neither able to gain the upper hand. Although Chu Ye was young and vigorous, the scarred man had fought countless battles and was seasoned. Their clash remained indecisive. Meanwhile, the remaining strongmen took advantage of Chu Ye's distraction with the scarred man, surrounding Lin Jiangwo. "Old man, surrender quietly." One of the brutes sneered, brandishing an iron rod as he swung it at Lin Jiangwo. With a sharp glint in his eyes, Lin Jiangwo nimbly dodged the strike and countered with a swift, powerful punch to the brute's nose. Crack! A resounding snap echoed as the brute's nasal bone shattered, blood gushing forth as he fell to the ground with a cry. The other strongmen were momentarily stunned. They had not anticipated that this seemingly elderly man possessed such agility and ferocity. Lin Jiangwo chuckled coldly. "Do you think you lock and capture me? When I fought monkeys down south, you weren't even born." He unleashed a torrent of punches and kicks, akin to a ferocious tiger descending the mountain, toppling those who surrounded him. His moves were lethal. The remaining strongmen, now fearful, hesitated to act. They never expected Lin Jiangwo to seize the opportunity to break free and join forces with Chu Ye. "Uncle Lin, you really fought down south? I never would have guessed you had such skills." Chu Ye inquired curiously while deftly evading the scarred man's massive fists. Lin Jiangwo grunted, delivering a punishing elbow strike to a brute attempting to ambush Chu Ye. The man cried out as he clutched his nose and crumpled to the floor. "Back in the 80s and 90s, I was part of the rotation, spent over 3 years there, dodging bullets daily. What haven't I seen? Back then, I could take down these small fry with a single shot." Chu Ye was taken aback, astonished to learn of Lin Jiangwo's illustrious past hidden beneath his unassuming exterior. Chapter 39. The late protector, as the scarred man detected Chu Ye's momentary distraction, a glint of malice flickered in his eyes. Seizing the chance, he struck Chu Ye squarely in the chest. Chu Ye grunted, staggering backward. "Xiao Yi, be careful," Lin Jiangwo shouted, rushing forward to shield Chu Ye with his own body. Bang! The scarred man's fist crashed heavily into Lin Jiangwo's back. He grunted again, stumbling back, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Seeing this, Chu Ye charged forward. "That if you have the guts, come for me. I am your opponent." Chu Ye bellowed, his eyes ablaze with fury as he unleashed a powerful punch upon the scarred man's face. Bang! A dull thud resounded, and the scarred man was sent reeling, blood streaming from his nose, howling in pain. Chu Ye did not relent. He continued to pummel the scarred man, each blow infused with his pent-up rage and concern. Bang! 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 The sound of fists meeting flesh echoed in the air as the scarred man was left utterly defenseless, eventually collapsing into unconsciousness. The remaining strongmen, witnessing this, were struck with fear and retreated, no longer daring to approach. They had not expected this seemingly frail young man to exhibit such ferocity. Chu Ye discarded the scarred man like a tattered sack, turning to assist Lin Jiangwo, concern etched on his face. "Uncle Lin, are you all right?" Lin Jiangwo waved his hand dismissively, suppressing his pain. "That I'm fine. Just a minor injury. Nothing serious." Chu Ye noted the blood at Lin Jiangwo's mouth. "Uncle Lin, I'm so sorry. It's all my fault." Lin Jiangwo patted Chu Ye's shoulder. "Foolish child, what are you saying? If it weren't for you, I might not be here today. You saved me, and for that, I owe you my gratitude," with Lin Jiangwo leaning on him. Chu Ye scanned their surroundings warily. "What are you all still doing? Get lost," he shouted at the remaining thugs. The strongmen exchanged glances before ultimately choosing to flee in disarray. Chu Ye helped Lin Jiangwo slowly leave the alley. "Uncle Lin, let's go to the hospital," Chu Ye said with concern. "No need. It's just a scratch. A bit of medicinal alcohol will do." Lin Jiangwo waved his hand. "But you, Xiao Yi, were incredible today. I never expected you had such skills. Chu Ye steadied Lin Jiangwo as they made their way to the battered off-road vehicle parked at the roadside. The vehicle bore the marks of the recent scuffle, its body marred with scratches. Just as Chu Ye retrieved his keys to open the door, several figures burst forth from the street corner, pushing Chu Ye aside and positioning themselves protectively in front of Lin Jiangwo. Scanning their surroundings with vigilant eyes, the sudden turn of events left Chu Ye momentarily stunned, nearly losing his balance. Before he could speak, Lin Jiangwo chuckled. Hey, it's fine, they're with me. This is Xiao Chu, my friend. The young men relaxed their guard, scrutinizing Chu Ye with lingering suspicion. Uncle Lin, who are these people? Chu Ye rubbed his sore shoulder, puzzled. Before Lin Jiangwo could explain, one of the crew-cut young men interjected. Uncle Lin, we received orders from Captain Li to investigate this guy's background. We saw you in a scuffle and rushed over, fearing for your safety. Captain Li, how's that rascal Xiong Pai been lately? Lin Jiangwo inquired. Brother Xiong is still with Captain Li at the warehouse. He's been sidelined, and so have we. Those in power in the Tianmu are, the young man explained. Chu Ye suddenly realized that these were the people assigned by that woman named Li from the warehouse. He mused silently. This woman is quite cautious, sending someone to follow me. Yet, judging by the young men's attitude towards Lin Jiangwo, they were clearly not enemies. What's the situation with Captain Li? Has she encountered any trouble? Lin Jiangwo asked with concern. No news so far, but Captain Li is always thorough. There shouldn't be any issues, the young man replied. That's good to hear, very good, don't get involved in this. Just take care of yourselves. With their reckless behavior, it's only a matter of time before something serious happens. Lin Jiangwo nodded and then turned to the young man. All right, you all head back. Xiao Chu and I can handle things here. Tell Captain Li not to worry. Everything's fine on my end. The young men exchanged hesitant glances, still uncertain. But Uncle Lin, no buts. I know my own safety. Hurry back. Don't let Captain Li worry. This kid is safe. He is one of us, so you don't need to investigate further. By the way, Xiao Chu, where did you deal with those thugs? I'll have Xiao Li handle the cleanup. In that dilapidated building just ahead, Chu Ye pointed to a skeletal structure of steel and concrete nearby, looming ominously in the dim twilight. Lin Jiangwo glanced in the indicated direction, nodded, and turned to the young man. Xiao Li, take a few people over there and make sure it's cleaned up. Xiao Li, the crew-cut young man, looked hesitant. Uncle Lin, I assent that a bit risky. What if what? Can't you handle this small matter? Lin Jiangwo glared, his tone firm. But Xiao Li attempted to argue but was cut off by Lin Jiangwo. No buts. Go now. I still need to pick up my daughter. Lin Jiangwo waved his hand, visibly impatient. Those supplies are for Xiao Chu's villa renovation. And my daughter will live there, so you can rest assured. It's quite safe. If anything arises, you can find me there. Seeing Lin Jiangwo's resolute demeanor, the young men nodded in agreement. Before leaving, Xiao Li reminded. Uncle Lin, if anything happens, please inform us immediately. We'll protect you from the shadows. As they watched the young men vanish into the night, Lin Jiangwo finally climbed into the vehicle with Chu Ye. Chu Ye started the old off-roader, its engine roaring to life, reminiscent of an aging beast growling softly. The vehicle slowly exited the alley, merging into the city's clamor. Uncle Lin, didn't you retire? Why are those people still after you? Chu Ye inquired curiously as he drove. Lin Jiangwo sighed, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes. I may be retired, but I am still a key custodian, always at risk of being called back. Key custodian? Chu Ye's confusion deepened. Lin Jiangwo did not immediately clarify, instead falling into silence. The interior of the vehicle was enveloped in quiet, only the engine's rumble and the sound of tires on the pavement breaking the stillness. Chapter 40. The scorching heat approaches the key custodian. To put it simply, is responsible for the keys to the central storage in the eastern region of Xia country, Lin Jiangwo said with a hint of self-deprecation in his tone. Fingerprint, voice print, iris, password. Every detail is crucial, and I must be present to unlock that damned door. Chu Ye raised an eyebrow. This did not sound like an easy task. How did such an important responsibility fall to you? Lin Jiangwo scoffed. I assent it because I had a good reputation in the army, seen as honest and reliable with high loyalty. This role is rarely invoked unless absolutely necessary, amidst the multitude of warehouses across the nation. There lies ample provision to sustain billions for several years. Who would dare disturb the central repository without cause? Chu Ye nodded in understanding. The existence of the central depot serves as an ultimate safeguard, not to be activated lightly unless in dire circumstances. Yet, what exactly is this sky canopy project? 10 years ago, scientists foresaw a looming catastrophe that could drastically diminish global food production. Lin Jianguo, upon reaching this juncture, took a deep drag from his cigarette. Thus, the sky canopy project was set in motion. He paused, seemingly gathering his thoughts. In essence, an extensive network of underground warehouses was constructed nationwide to store food and supplies for unforeseen emergencies. The magnitude of this undertaking is nothing short of astonishing. It was completed in a remarkably short span, shrouded in secrecy. The reserves are sufficient to sustain the populace for years. Chu Ye listened, utterly astonished. The scale of this endeavor is unfathomable. Such a monumental project, and not a whisper of it leaked? Naturally, had word gotten out prematurely, chaos would have ensued. Just imagine if someone had pilfered or squandered the supplies within the warehouses. How could we possibly address a crisis? Lin Jianguo remarked, lighting another cigarette. Thus, these warehouses are under the strict management and protection of the military, with layers of oversight safeguarding both the central and branch depots. He sighed, a hint of nostalgia in his tone. To be frank, the scale and efficiency of the sky canopy project astonish even me. Were it not for this sudden crisis, this initiative might have remained forever concealed from the public eye. Chu Ye fell silent for a moment, absorbing the information. The remainder of their journey was marked by a somber silence. Outside the car window, apocalyptic scenes unfolded. Thick layers of yellow sand blanketed the streets and buildings, resembling a sinister frosting. In the distance, several military green trucks struggled along, soldiers assisting in the removal of sand from the roads while distributing food and water to stranded residents. They were striving to restore order to the beleaguered city. This situation appears to be graver than anticipated, Chu Ye mused. Lin Jianguo nodded in agreement. Indeed, no one could have foreseen such a sudden and ferocious sandstorm. As the vehicle approached an intersection, they were halted by fully armed soldiers. Passage ahead is restricted. Please present your permit. The young soldier saluted, his tone grave. Chu Ye, in exasperation, raised his hands, stating, "We do not possess a permit." The soldier explained, "The city is currently sealed off to ensure the efficient clearing of the streets. Without a permit, private vehicles are prohibited from passing." Lin Jianguo rubbed his hands together, a smile stretching across his face as he leaned toward the young soldier. Chu Ye shot a surprised glance at Lin Jianguo. This old fellow was remarkably quick to change his demeanor. Moments ago, he had exuded the aura of a hardened survivor, yet now he was ingratiating himself to a junior soldier. The transformation into a benign elder was unexpected. Given that Lin Jianguo once held a prominent position, overseeing the nation's most critical supplies, that young comrade, might there be some leeway given the extraordinary circumstances? My daughter is home alone. I need to return swiftly to fetch her. The world is rather perilous. The young soldier remained impassive, his tone resolute. No, without a permit, no vehicle may pass. That is the order. Lin Jianguo's voice grew urgent. Oh, dear comrade, I truly am in a hurry. In these chaotic times, I cannot bear to leave my daughter alone at home. Please, do consider allowing us to pass. I shall treat you to a meal later. Chu Ye chimed in. Young sir, we genuinely have pressing matters. Could you possibly make an exception? We promise to pass quickly, not to impede your work. The young soldier remained unmoved. I apologize, gentlemen, but please do not place me in a difficult position. Without a permit, no one may pass. If you are truly in a rush, you may proceed on foot. Lin Jianguo's expression darkened, and he sighed. Very well, how long would it take to walk? Lin Jianguo looked at Chu Ye helplessly, ultimately nodding in resignation. All right then, young comrade, thank you for your understanding. Chu Ye patted Lin Jianguo's shoulder. Let us go, old Lin, we must hurry. Chu Ye sighed. It seemed they had no choice but to walk. The two exited the vehicle, braving the increasingly merciless sun as they made their way toward Lin Jianguo's home. The sand crunched beneath their feet, reminiscent of an eerie march. Approaching noon, the temperature soared dramatically, as if someone had flipped the switch on an oven, waves of heat rolling toward them. The air itself warped under the oppressive heat. Chu Ye wiped the sweat from his brow, glancing at the soldiers standing guard by the roadside. Unable to suppress a low murmur. "Old Lin, given your past in the military, don't you have any privileges?" Lin Jiangwo's expression darkened at these words, and he replied sternly, "Precisely because I have served in the military. I understand that in times of difficulty, one must adhere strictly to the rules. Privilege is no justification for disturbing others in the course of their duties. Moreover, I am retired now, thus I cannot inconvenience them." "Can I?" Chu Ye scoffed. "Oh, come on, old Lin. Spare me the pretense." Lin Jiangwo shot Chu Ye a glare, interrupting him. "What time is it now? It is the end of days. It is a disaster. Now more than ever, we must unite and maintain order to weather this storm, that if everyone were to think like you and demand special treatment, this world would descend into chaos." Chu Ye was rendered speechless by Lin Jiangwo's admonition. Rubbing his nose sheepishly and forcing a smile, "Very well, old Lin, you are right. I stand corrected. However, the heat is unbearable. How long must we walk?" Lin Jiangwo sighed, casting a resigned glance at the endless expanse of yellow sand ahead. "There is no alternative. We must walk. After all, we lack a permit, do we not? Let us proceed swiftly and aim to arrive before nightfall." Chu Ye felt as though breathing had become a struggle, a wave of dizziness washing over him. Lin Jiangwo's condition was no better. His clothes were drenched in sweat, his complexion pale. "Uncle Lin, are you all right?" Chu Ye inquired with concern. Lin Jiangwo waved his hand dismissively. "I am fine, just a bit heat-stricken. This wretched weather is more unbearable than my days in the desert on missions." Chapter 41. Stray dogs, they sought refuge in the shadow of a building. But the oppressive heat remained relentless, akin to being trapped in a steamer. Lin Jiangwo rummaged through his backpack, producing 2 bottles of water, one of which he handed to Chu Ye. "Have some water." The water was lukewarm, but it was better than nothing. Chu Ye twisted off the cap and gulped down several mouthfuls, feeling slightly revitalized. Lin Jiangwo gazed out at the sand-covered city in the distance. "I hope this calamity passes swiftly," he murmured. Chu Ye remained silent, his gaze directed skyward. The sky was a brilliant blue, yet it was ill-suited for such a time. The sandstorm was not the conclusion of this apocalypse. Rather, it was merely the beginning. "Uncle Lin, do you truly believe the Sky Canopy Project can save us?" Chu Ye asked suddenly, seeking conversation. Lin Jiangwo paused, then offered a bitter smile. "That I do not know, but it is our only hope." After a brief respite, the two continued onward. The sweltering heat scorched the earth, rendering each step immensely taxing. The blistering air clutched at their throats like an invisible hand. Sweat streamed down their foreheads. Before it could even drip, the heat evaporated it, leaving a sticky residue of salt on their faces. Chu Ye licked his parched lips, feeling as though his tongue were sandpaper. The water he had just consumed felt as though it had been poured into boiling oil, vanishing without a trace, utterly failing to alleviate the burning sensation. "Old Lin, can you hold on?" Chu Ye asked, concern evident in his gaze as he observed Lin Jiangwo's faltering steps. Lin Jiangwo wiped the sweat from his brow, forcing a smile. "I am managing. Just this wretched weather. It is hotter than my days in the Gobi Desert. It really nearing the new year. Truth be told, in all my years, this is the first time I have experienced what it is like to celebrate the summer during the new year." He breathed heavily, each step a monumental effort. They continued their trek, resembling 2 ants struggling in the desert. Suddenly, a low, mournful whimper echoed from the nearby ruins. Moments later, several stray dogs burst forth from the shadows. Their eyes bloodshot, fur matted and filthy. The heat seemed to have stripped them of their sanity, leaving only their primal instincts to be careful. Chu Ye pulled Lin Jiangwo back, retreating. The stray dogs bared their teeth, growling threateningly as they advanced. Chu Ye seized a piece of debris, hurling it with all his might at the lead dog. The brick struck its head with a dull thud. The stray yelped in pain, howling in anguish, which only incited the other dogs to frenzy. They lunged at Chu Ye and Lin Jiangwo. Chu Ye quickly shielded Lin Jiangwo, brandishing the debris and a stick to fend off their frenzied assault. Despite his age, Lin Jiangwo had been a formidable fighter in his youth. He too picked up a stone and retaliated with fervor. The lead dog lunged first at Chu Ye, springing from the ground with powerful hind legs. its filthy claws aimed straight for Chu Ye's throat. Chu Ye sidestepped just in time, narrowly avoiding the lethal strike as the dog's claws grazed his arm, tearing his sleeve and leaving a trail of blood. "You beast!" Chu Ye roared, seizing the brick once more and bringing it down forcefully upon the dog's head. The impact resonated with a dull thud. The dog yelped in pain, collapsing to the ground. "Chu Ye, watch out," Lin Jiangwo cautioned. The other strays, fueled by the lead dog's aggression, charged forth with renewed fervor. In their eyes flickered a sinister glint, akin to a pack of ravenous wolves intent on tearing Chu Ye and Lin Jiangwo to shreds. Chu Ye positioned Lin Jiangwo behind him, brandishing a steel pipe to fend off the onslaught of stray dogs. "Uncle Lin, are you all right?" he inquired. "I'm fine. These brutes are nothing compared to the wolves I encountered in the Gobi Desert back in the day," Lin Jiangwo replied. Suddenly, a smaller stray dog seized the opportunity while Chu Ye was preoccupied with fending off the others, darting from the side to sink its teeth into his calf. Chu Ye barely managed to evade, but the dog bit down fiercely, tearing his trousers and causing blood to seep forth instantly. Hiss! Chu Ye inhaled sharply, delivering a swift kick that sent the stray dog flying. "Uncle Lin, be careful. These beasts have gone mad." Chu Ye fought back while retreating, searching for a suitable moment to counterattack. "We need to find a way to break through. This situation is untenable," he urged. Suddenly, Chu Ye spotted a pile of discarded rebar not far away, and an idea surged forth. "Uncle Lin, cover me." Taking advantage of Lin Jiangwo's distraction of the stray dogs, Chu Ye dashed to the rebar pile, seized a rusted piece, and swung it vigorously, driving back several dogs that dared to approach. "Come on, you brutes!" he shouted, wielding the rebar like a warrior possessed, repelling the encircling strays. Lin Jiangwo seized a piece as well, standing shoulder to shoulder with Chu Ye in battle. Finally, after an intense struggle, the strays were driven away. Both Chu Ye and Lin Jiangwo bore injuries, with Lin Jiangwo panting heavily, his complexion pale. Chu Ye's left arm and right leg were lacerated, blood streaming. "Old Lin, are you okay?" Chu Ye asked with concern. Lin Jiangwo waved his hand dismissively, forcing a calm demeanor. "It's just these old bones of mine. They aren't what they used to be." They dared not linger and pressed onward. Before long, a supermarket came into view. "Shall we venture inside?" Chu Ye suggested. Lin Jiangwo squinted at the distant store, hesitating for a moment before responding. "That could be wise. Perhaps we might find something useful." "Uncle Lin, did you bring any money?" Chu Ye inquired, looking at the supermarket. Lin Jiangwo paused, rummaging through his empty pockets. "No, I had no idea. I need to bring money for a mere outing." Chu Ye chuckled. "And here I thought you were the one who adhered to the rules." Lin Jiangwo, taken aback, soon realized and playfully slapped Chu Ye on the back. "You little rascal, you were just waiting for me to say that, weren't you? But seriously, in times like these, borrowing a bit shouldn't be an issue, right?" Chu Ye chose not to argue further, and the two supported each other as they entered the supermarket. The roll-down door stood half open, revealing a scene of chaos within. Shelves toppled, goods scattered across the floor. It was evident that someone had already ransacked the place. Chu Ye and Lin Jiangwo cautiously stepped inside, searching the premises in a corner of the supermarket. They discovered some unopened bottled water and compressed biscuits, treasures in their eyes. "Looks like luck is on our side," Chu Ye remarked as he opened a bottle of water and drank deeply. Lin Jiangwo eagerly opened a pack of biscuits and devoured them ravenously. Just as they prepared to leave, the roll-down door suddenly crashed down with a resounding thud, trapping them inside. A cacophony of footsteps and shouts erupted from outside. "There are people in there! Grab them!" Chu Ye and Lin Jiangwo exchanged worried glances. "Damn it!" Chu Ye muttered under his breath, tightening his grip on the water bottle. The sounds of heavy pounding on the door reverberated through the air, akin to the beating of a war drum, striking at their nerves. The atmosphere was thick with tension, as if a taut string was about to snap. "Old Lin, if it comes to it, run to the back of the supermarket. There's a small door that might lead to escape," Chu Ye whispered urgently. Lin Jiangwo, panting heavily, retorted, "What nonsense are you spouting? If we're going, we go together. You're not in the best shape. Staying behind would only be a hindrance." "Enough chatter," Lin Jiangwo interrupted fiercely. "Even if I have to crawl, I'm getting out of here." Before Chu Ye could argue further, The roll-down door crashed down with a thunderous noise, raising a cloud of dust. Leading the charge was a burly man, his face a canvas of brutish features, adorned with a thick gold chain that glimmered dully in the dim light of the supermarket. He sneered at Chu Ye and Lin Jiangwo. "Hand over your belongings if you know what's good for you, and I might spare your lives," the man growled, spittle flying from his lips. Chu Ye scoffed, meeting his gaze unflinchingly. "If you want our things, let's see if you have what it takes." Before he could finish his sentence, Chu Ye swung the water bottle with all his might, striking the man on the head. The brute, caught off guard, emitted a pained cry as the bottle shattered, water spraying everywhere. Seizing the moment while the man clutched his forehead in agony, Chu Ye lunged forward, delivering a fierce knee strike to the man's abdomen. The man doubled over in pain, and Chu Ye seized his hair, forcefully pushing his head down. With a swift motion, he lifted his right leg, delivering another brutal knee strike to the man's face. The sound of a nasal bone breaking echoed sharply. The man let out a howl akin to a wounded animal, dropping the club he had been wielding, collapsing to the ground. Without missing a beat, Chu Ye picked up the fallen club and unleashed a flurry of blows upon a man's ribs. The brute writhed on the ground, howling in distress. Suddenly, a timid female voice piped up, "Hey you, stop. Don't do that. This is someone's shop. How can you rob them like this?" Chu Ye looked up abruptly, realizing that behind the man stood a group of men, women, and children, all watching him with wide, fearful eyes. The woman hid partially behind an elderly lady with graying hair, revealing only half her face, her gaze darting nervously as she continued, "The owner is just trying to help us. We have no water or food. He intended to share what he had with us neighbors." Chu Ye furrowed his brow. Halting his assault, he surveyed the surrounding residents and then glanced at the groaning man on the floor, asking, "Is he truly the owner of this supermarket?" An older man stepped forward cautiously. Yes, young man. We're all from a neighborhood. We had no other choice." Chu Ye turned his attention back to the man on the ground, who was still rolling about in pain, muttering incoherently. "You are the owner of this supermarket?" The man grunted in agony, cursing through clenched teeth. "You dare hit me? You're as good as dead." The surrounding residents exchanged furtive glances, yet timidly nodded, affirming the man's claim. Chu Ye was taken aback. This brutish figure, resembling a bandit leader, was indeed the supermarket owner. He scrutinized the man, who was now clutching his nose, blood oozing between his fingers, looking quite disheveled. The man continued to curse like a wounded beast. As Chu Ye surveyed the supermarket, he noted the shelves were nearly bare. Instant noodles and bottled water had been mostly cleared out, leaving behind only unsold canned goods and snacks. Remembering the earlier tumultuous scuffle, he began to piece together the situation. Letting his guard down, he coldly observed as the man struggled to rise from the ground. Li Chong. The man stammered, finally managing to stand, pointing a finger at Chu Ye and yelling, "You little punk! How dare you strike me? Do you even know who I am? I'll have the police arrest you, and you'll rot in jail for life." The residents rushed to intervene. Li boss. "Calm down. This young man was merely mistaken," a bespectacled middle-aged man explained carefully. "Indeed, Li boss, given the current state of affairs, if it weren't for this young fellow, we wouldn't have been able to protect what little we have left. Yes, this young man is quite capable and can help protect us." Although Li Chong's anger lingered, he was ultimately swayed by their collective voices and did not call the police. Rubbing his swollen nose, he glared at Chu Ye like an enraged bull. Only then did Chu Ye realize that this burly man, named Li Chong, despite his rough exterior, was a warm-hearted individual who had been assisting the nearby residents. After the water and power outages, he had distributed the remaining supplies from the supermarket, leaving little for himself. Feeling a newfound respect for Li Chong, Chu Ye also regretted his earlier recklessness that he approached Li Chong. Sincerity in his tone. Li boss, I apologize for misunderstanding. I was too rough earlier. Li Chong snorted dismissively, and I'm sorry doesn't quite cut it. You've nearly broken my nose. I can help treat your injury, Chu Ye said awkwardly. Li Chong shot him a skeptical glance. You can treat injuries? You're no doctor. I know some massage techniques that can alleviate pain and improve circulation. Chu Ye explained. Li Chong regarded him with a mix of skepticism and curiosity, but eventually nodded reluctantly. Chu Ye gently pressed on Li Chong's nose, and the latter felt a noticeable reduction in pain, slightly altering his impression of Chu Ye. "Kid, you've got some skills. Have you trained before?" Li Chong asked. His voice low and gravelly. "I learned some self-defense techniques in the past." Chu Ye replied casually. In these times, it's wise to have some skills up one's sleeve." Li Chong sighed and continued. "Recently, unrest has plagued the area as a band of thugs has emerged, specializing in robbing supermarkets. They've had their sights set on my store for quite some time. Had you not appeared today, I fear that the goods within the supermarket would have already been plundered." Chu Ye frowned slightly. "How many of them are there? What weapons do they carry?" "There are approximately 20 or so. Armed with knives," Li Chong replied, his countenance grave. "They strike mercilessly, having already robbed several supermarkets, and I've heard that some individuals have been injured, even killed." These beasts, a glimmer of cold light flashed in Chu Ye's eyes. "Rest assured, Mr. Li, I will ensure the safety of both the supermarket and the residents." Chapter 43. Time is of the essence. Chu Ye recalled the purpose of his visit and turned to Lin Jiangwo. "Uncle Lin, do you think we could rest here for the night and continue our journey tomorrow?" Lin Jiangwo surveyed the surroundings. Noting the supermarket filled with frightened residents, he understood that assistance was needed here as well. "Of course, I see that the situation here is dire. We should stay and lend a hand." Lin Jiangwo nodded. "I wholeheartedly agree. I wish to contribute as well." Li Chong shot him a glance and scoffed. "You don't get yourself into trouble. Fear not. I shall not overreach," Chu Ye replied with a smile. "However, I will need your cooperation." "What kind of cooperation?" "We must prepare for defense, transforming the supermarket into a fortress." Chu Ye's eyes sparkled with determination. "Seal the windows, set up barriers at the entrance, and gather some weapons, such as gasoline bottles and pepper spray." Li Chong paused, then a spark of excitement flickered in his eyes. "Kid, you truly have some skills. Very well, we shall proceed as you suggest. I have never backed down from anyone in my life. We also need some additional items like ropes, bamboo poles, and wooden sticks," Lin Jiangwo added. Li Chong was taken aback, puzzled. "Brother Lin, what do you need those for?" Chu Ye chuckled and explained, "Uncle Lin spent some time in the south and has quite the expertise in dealing with the monkeys there." Li Chong's eyes brightened with realization. "Now I understand. Brother Lin's skills were honed in the jungle. My apologies." Lin Jiangwo waved his hand dismissively. "I merely learned from those unruly monkeys. It hardly counts as a skill. Nonetheless, it should prove useful against these thugs." Under Chu Ye's guidance, the residents of the supermarket began to bustle with activity. They moved shelves, tables, and chairs to block the doors and windows, reinforced the rolling shutters with barbed wire, and fashioned some rudimentary weapons. As night fell, the lights within the supermarket dimmed, heightening the tension. Chu Ye stood at the entrance, peering through the cracks to observe the outside movements. Suddenly, he noticed several dark figures moving stealthily in the shadows. Gradually approaching the supermarket, Chu Ye narrowed his eyes. Though their movements were covert, they were unmistakable to him. "They're here," he called out sharply, rushing back into the supermarket. The atmosphere inside instantly grew tense, as if the air itself had solidified. Women clutched their children tightly, while men grasped their makeshift weapons. Mops, wrenches, and even kitchen knives. "They're coming. Prepare for battle." Chu Ye's voice echoed within the supermarket. And no sooner had he spoken than a series of dull thuds resounded from the rolling shutter, causing the entire supermarket to tremble. Bang! 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 The thugs began to violently batter the shutter, the sound of twisting metal grating on the nerves. "Quick! Use the shelves to brace it," Chu Ye commanded, as the men worked together to push a heavy shelf against the shutter, forming a makeshift barricade. The shutter groaned under the strain, on the verge of giving way. Chu Ye seized a gasoline bottle, ignited it, and hurled it toward the shutter. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted, flames shooting skyward, accompanied by screams of agony. "Pepper spray! Now!" Chu Ye shouted. The residents, having prepared in advance, sprayed pepper solution through the gaps in the shutter. Immediately, coughing and curses erupted from outside. Sharpened bamboo poles were inserted into the sandy ground at the supermarket's entrance, creating a pit of spikes. Some thugs, caught off guard, stepped onto them, letting out blood-curdling wails. He also crafted simple traps using ropes and wooden sticks, concealed in the darkness, waiting for unsuspecting prey. The thugs, evidently unprepared for such robust defenses, found their assault thwarted, suffering heavy casualties. They had assumed this would be a simple heist, only to realize they had bitten off more than they could chew. The leader of the thugs, hiding in the shadows, cursed under his breath. Damn it, these stubborn villagers dare to resist. Realizing a direct assault was futile, a wicked idea struck him. Go, gather flammable materials, burn them alive. Before long, the thugs had collected cardboard boxes, plastic bags, and other combustibles, stacking them at the supermarket's entrance, ready to ignite. The residents inside were thrown into disarray. What do we do? They're going to set us on fire, a woman cried out in terror. Stay calm, Chu Ye bellowed, striving to steady their frayed nerves. He had anticipated that the thugs would resort to desperate measures, and thus had prepared some gasoline in advance. He swiftly poured gasoline into several glass bottles, fashioning them into makeshift Molotov cocktails, lit them, and aimed for the pile of flammable materials the thugs had amassed. Boom! A tremendous explosion echoed, the flames erupting more fiercely than the thugs had anticipated, swiftly engulfing them. Some thugs were consumed by the inferno, letting out harrowing screams. Retreat! Quickly retreat! The thug leader shouted in panic as he ordered a hasty withdrawal. The thugs fled in disarray, leaving behind a scene of devastation and roaring flames. The residents of the supermarket, having survived the ordeal, erupted in cheers. Chu Ye, you are truly remarkable, Li Chong exclaimed, excitedly patting Chu Ye on the shoulder, his eyes brimming with admiration. Suddenly, a violent tremor shook the ground, causing the lights within the supermarket to flicker erratically. The crowd looked around in terror, unsure of what was happening. An earthquake. Someone gasped out. No, it's not an earthquake. Chu Ye's expression grew grave. His pupils constricted as an inexplicable chill ascended from his feet to the crown of his head. This was not an earthquake. It was far from it. Images of the apocalypse from his past life flashed through his mind. The same tremors followed by an eerie crimson sky. Then a cataclysmic sandstorm that devoured everything in its path like a tsunami. It's not an earthquake. Chu Ye's voice was low and hoarse. He gripped Lin Jiangwo's arm with surprising strength. Uncle Lin, time is short. We must leave immediately. Go find your daughter. Lin Jiangwo was taken aback by Chu Ye's sudden urgency, barely able to process what was happening as Chu Ye dragged him toward the exit. Chu Ye, what is going on? There's no time to explain. Chu Ye glanced back at the residents, utterly unaware of the greater disaster looming ahead. If you wish to survive, go home at once. Seal your windows. Use cabinets, anything you can find. Ordinary glass, one tea hold. His tone was urgent and stern, leaving no room for doubt. Without waiting for the residents' bewildered responses, he pulled Lin Jiangwo outside. The world beyond was in chaos. The fire still blazed, and the acrid scent of charred debris filled the air in the distance. The sky had begun to take on an ominous hue, as if shrouded in a veil of dark red. Chu Ye, what is happening? What do you mean by time is short? Chapter 44. The storm arrives early. Chu Ye tugged at Lin Jiangwo, sprinting as if dragging him through the sand-laden streets. Lin Jiangwo struggled to keep pace, nearly tripping over debris littering the ground. What on earth are you up to? You seem mad, he complained, panting heavily. Uncle Lin, if we delay any longer, it will truly be too late, Chu Ye shouted back, an undercurrent of fear lacing his voice. Too late for what? You need to clarify. Warner is still at home. Lin Jiangwo was perplexed by Chu Ye's frantic actions, his concern for his daughter's safety mounting. The apocalypse, the real apocalypse. Do you think the sandstorm from a few days ago was the disaster? That was merely the beginning. What follows will be even more terrifying. Sandstorms, extreme heat, radiation, on a scale beyond your imagination. Chu Ye gritted his teeth, quickening his pace. Uncle Lin, have you ever seen a tsunami? This will be a sandstorm even more exaggerated than that. Remaining outside is a death sentence, even if you hide at home without power or water. It won't be long before you perish. Lin Jiangwo's expression grew serious as he began to grasp the gravity of the situation. He had suspected Chu Ye knew something. The young man seemed as if he had lived through it all. Chu Ye offered no reply, his focus solely on moving forward with unyielding speed. Upon reaching a relatively open stretch of road, Lin Jiangwo could no longer contain himself. He grasped Chu Ye's arm forcefully, compelling him to halt. Stop pretending to be oblivious. You must know something. What do you mean by the apocalypse? Chu Ye paused, inhaling deeply, his gaze directed at the now crimson-tinged sky. Uncle Lin, once we reach safety, I will explain everything. For now, we must hurry to find Lin Wan. Lin Jiangwo suddenly seemed to recall something and tentatively asked, "Did you ever hear of the Heaven's Veil organization back then?" At this moment, Chu Ye was consumed by an overwhelming sense of urgency, completely oblivious to the subtle probing in Lin Jiangwo's tone. "I've never heard of it. I've never seen them. They have done nothing." Chu Ye's response served as a confirmation of Lin Jiangwo's suspicions. Having gained some understanding, Lin Jiangwo ceased his inquiries, merely keeping pace with Chu Ye. At last, they arrived at the foot of the building where Lin Wan resided. "Quick, up the stairs!" Chu Ye seized Lin Jiangwo's arm and dashed into the hallway. Lin Jiangwo's hand nearly shattered the door with his frantic knocking, his strength and the urgency of his strikes escalating, sweat cascading down his forehead and dampening his graying temples. Standing beside him, Chu Ye furrowed his brow, his gaze alertly scanning the corridor. Finally, amidst the hurried footsteps, the door swung open, revealing Lin Wan, clad in a light blue loungewear, her expression still dazed from just removing her headphones. "Dad, why are you knocking so urgently?" Before she could finish her sentence, Lin Jiangwo pulled her inside. "Wan, hurry. We need to leave at once." After crossing the threshold, Lin Jiangwo swiftly locked the door behind him. Lin Wan stood frozen, her confusion evident in her eyes. "What on earth is happening? Chu Ye, have you encountered trouble?" "Wan, no time for chatter," Lin Jiangwo urged, his words hurried. "Just listen to Xiao Chu. Don't waste time. We'll explain everything once we reach Xiao Chu's place." Lin Wan hesitated, casting a glance at her father, pondering what could have transpired in just 2 days. Hasn't the wind and sand outside already stopped? "Now," Chu Ye whispered urgently. Lin Wan turned to her room to gather some belongings, but Chu Ye grasped her arm firmly. "There's no time. Don't take anything." His voice was insistent. "But if you want to survive, listen to me." Chu Ye shot her a cold glare. She ceased her struggle, biting her lip, and after a few moments of contemplation, hastily grabbed her phone from the sofa and a small bag by the door. "Let's go." As the trio reached the corridor, a powerful gust of wind nearly slammed the security door against Lin Wan's face. Within mere minutes, a tempest had risen. Lin Jiangwo was taken aback. The wind and sand had not been so intense when they had returned home. Debris spiraled chaotically through the air, producing an ear-piercing cacophony. Lin Wan's face turned ashen, her grip tightening around Lin Jiangwo's arm, her eyes wide with terror. "Dad, what is happening?" Lin Jiangwo, having witnessed war and death, found the might of nature rendered those experiences trivial at this moment. He too was startled by the apocalyptic scene unfolding outside. Chu Ye cursed under his breath. The sandstorm had arrived earlier than he had anticipated. He swiftly pulled Lin Wan close, but "It's far too dangerous to go outside now. We can't even drive. We need to find a safe place to hide." Lin Jiangwo snapped back to reality and quickly concurred. Yes, Xiao Chu is right. Let's find somewhere to take cover." "Back to your house, Lin uncle. Let us shelter from the storm there." Chu Ye urged Lin Wan forward, nearly propelling her into the corridor of Lin Jiangwo's apartment as they ascended the staircase. The wind howled, whipping up dust and pounding against the hallway windows, creating a deafening roar, as if the entire building might be consumed in the next moment. Upon entering, Chu Ye immediately took charge. "Lin uncle, quickly, use tape, plastic sheets, anything you can find to seal the windows." Lin Jiangwo, a contractor, had a plethora of usable materials at home. He rummaged frantically through his supplies, muttering, "What on earth? How did it suddenly?" Lin Wan, too, was in a state of shock, clinging tightly to her father's shirt. "Wan, don't just stand there. Seal the windows with tape." Chu Ye shouted at her, startled by his tone. Lin Wan complied without hesitation. Meanwhile, Chu Ye and Lin Jiangwo began dismantling the furniture in the apartment. Chu Ye quickly inspected every corner of the room, searching for anything that could reinforce their shelter. His past experiences warned him that this sandstorm was far more perilous than it appeared. Outside, the wind wailed, and the sound of crashing debris echoed ominously, as if the windows could shatter at any moment. As all the windows were thoroughly sealed, darkness enveloped the room, illuminated only by the faint glow of mobile phone screens. Casting anxious shadows on the three faces, Chu Ye wiped the sweat from his brow and dialed his sister Chu Yin's number. "Hello, brother?" Chu Yin's anxious voice came through the line. "In, immediately take everyone to the basement. The villa has enough water and food stored. No one is to come out until I return." Chu Ye's tone was urgent and serious. "What's happening, brother?" Outside, Chu Yin's voice trembled with panic. "Don't ask too many questions. Just do as I say." Chu Ye interrupted sharply. "Remember, no one is to go outside." "Okay, I understand." Chu Yin's voice quivered. Just as Chu Ye hung up, a deafening crash resonated through the apartment. Chapter 45. The malicious neighbor's A-stone. Lifted by the furious wind, shattered the living room window. Thankfully, the prior reinforcement with tape had mitigated the damage. The glass fragments did not scatter entirely, but rather displayed a series of alarming cracks. "Damn it!" Chu Ye cursed under his breath. Hastily using a mattress to block the broken window, the wind roared like 1,000 wild beasts outside, and the mattress used for sealing the window billowed ominously. Lin Jiangwo's face turned pale, his lips trembling. He recalled his comrades, those soldiers who had been out clearing debris and distributing supplies. In the face of such a natural disaster, humanity's strength seemed so insignificant, so powerless, and oh wonder. No wonder the heavens had not intervened. This was far beyond human capability to resist. Lin Jiangwo murmured, his voice hoarse. "Those kids, they must hold on." Observing his distress, Chu Ye placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Speaking with calm conviction, "Lin uncle, the fortunate are always protected. What we can do now is safeguard ourselves and our family." Meanwhile, Lin Wan was trembling in fear, clutching her father's arm tightly. Chu Ye retrieved a small hand-crank generator and an emergency light from the system space. Beginning to charge them, that a glimmer of light finally pierced the darkness of the room, alleviating some of the terror. However, after a brief moment of calm, a greater crisis loomed. The temperature within the room began to rise rapidly. As the wind brought with it oppressive heat, the interior felt like a colossal steamer. Before she could finish her thought, Lin Wan suddenly collapsed beside Lin Jiangwo, clutching her head and gasping for breath. "Dad, I feel so dizzy." "Wanner." Lin Jiangwo panicked, quickly cradling Lin Wan in his arms. Chu Ye's brow furrowed. He recognized the signs of heat stroke. He promptly retrieved a bottle of water from the system space and handed it to Lin Jiangwo. Lin Jiangwo hurriedly twisted off the cap and carefully helped Lin Wan drink a few sips, but within moments, the bottle was empty. Chu Ye then produced a specially formulated heat relief medication from the system space, pried open Lin Wan's mouth, and placed the tablet inside. Following that, he gently wiped her forehead and neck with a damp towel in an attempt to cool her down. This still winter? It is hotter than summer." Lin Jiangwo couldn't hold back a curse, wiping the sweat from his brow. Just as Chu Ye finished wiping Lin Wan's neck and had not yet caught his breath, a sharp cracking sound shattered the fleeting peace within the room. Bang! The sound of shattering glass rang out repeatedly, as if some chain reaction had been triggered. Initially, the noise emanated from the outer edges of the room. But soon the entire apartment was engulfed in this bone-chilling explosion. Chu Ye's brow furrowed in concern as he picked up a wooden chair from the floor and quickly braced it against the opposite window. He didn't forget to turn back and instruct, "Lin uncle, take care of Lin Wan, and watch out for falling glass shards." Chu Ye hastily approached the window, cautiously peering out through the narrow gap between the mattress and the wall. Below, the once orderly street was now littered with shards of glass, swirling in the chaos of the wind. These fragments sparkled like a shattered reflective ocean, glistening dangerously. Some shards were swept into the air, only to crash down heavily, producing a sharp clatter. "Let us hope this is merely a wind disaster." Lin Jiangwo gritted his teeth, refraining from saying more. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted from the floor below, causing the entire building to shudder thrice. Chu Ye abruptly turned, his expression growing graver. Just then, a rapid knocking echoed from the door. "Knock, knock, knock." Lin Jiangwo nearly dropped Lin Wan, his gaze fixated rigidly on the door. The nerves of everyone in the room tightened instantaneously. Lin Jiangwo instinctively stepped forward to open the door, but Chu Ye swiftly intercepted him. "Lin uncle, don't act impulsively. We still don't know what the situation is outside. Opening the door recklessly is far too dangerous." Chu Ye's voice was low, imbued with an undeniable firmness. Lin Jiangwo hesitated, a look of urgency etched deeper onto his face that I can tell it's those young men from the third floor. They were usually quite honest. Xiao Chu. Chu Ye did not respond immediately, but instead focused intently on the sounds outside. Amidst the cacophony of wind and shattering glass, cries tinged with fear pierced through. Lin, uncle, open the door. It's too dangerous outside. We can't hold on any longer. The voices of the young men were indeed laced with terror. AS1 reached for the doorknob again. Chu Ye swiftly stopped him. Lin, uncle, in these times, the human heart is hard to gauge. Recklessly open the door would place us all in peril. One may know a person's face, yet never their heart. God alone knows their intentions. Chu Ye's tone grew more intense. The voices outside escalated, transforming into mournful wails. Uncle Lin, I implore you, open the door. We are on the brink of death. A fleeting struggle flickered across Lin Jiangwo's face. His lips quivered as if to utter something, but he swallowed it back. He glanced at Chu Ye's resolute gaze, then at the firmly shut door. That moment, the tone from outside abruptly shifted, transforming from pleading to cursing. Lin Jiangwo, you old bastard. Not opening the door, are you? Turning a blind eye to our plight. If we perish, even as ghosts, we shall not spare you. This sudden change left Lin Jiangwo stunned. Disbelief etched upon his features as he turned to Chu Ye, seemingly seeking an explanation. Chu Ye crouched down, squinting as he carefully observed the shadow, faintly swaying beneath the door. Uncle Lin, they have not left. Chu Ye rose, his voice icy. Moreover, judging by their tone, they're unlikely to be good children. Lin Jiangwo's face flushed crimson, a surge of anger swelling within him. These little rascals, they seemed so honest before, and now they... He clenched his fists, only to release them helplessly. Little Chu, even if they were pretending before, now that real danger has struck, we cannot stand idly by. Neighbors and nearby residents. Chu Ye regarded Lin Jiangwo's conflicted and pained expression. Yet, this was not the time for compassion. Uncle Lin, I understand your kind heart, but now is not the time for softness. The more perilous the situation, the more cautious we must be. That we must first ascertain whether they are truly safe. Just then, a series of violent banging reverberated from outside, accompanied by shouts. Old fool! We heard you in there. We know you're home. Open the door. If you don't open, I'll break it down. The banging grew louder, and the door began to tremble slightly. Lin Wan let out a terrified scream. Little Chu, what do we do? They're about to break in. Lin Jiangwo turned to Chu Ye. He took a deep breath. From the system space, he retrieved a fire axe, gripping it firmly as he spoke gravely. Uncle Lin, protect Lin Wan, that if they truly break in, then... He left his sentence unfinished, but the murderous intent in his eyes made Lin Jiangwo comprehend his intentions. Chapter 46. A rabble with a resounding crash. The door finally succumbed to the relentless onslaught, splintering open a crack of the lock that a young man, with a ghastly expression, brandishing a steel pipe, attempted to force the door wide open. Just as the gap was about to widen, a fierce gust of wind, laden with dust, rushed into the room, causing Chu Ye to stagger. The glass in the corridor had likely shattered, and a wave of heat surged through the entire building, raising the temperature within the room dramatically. The dust obscured his vision, prompting Chu Ye to instinctively squint, swinging the fire axe in his hand. He struck down hard upon the arm of the intruder, attempting to push through. A piercing scream shattered the air as blood gushed forth, staining the door. The young man's hand was severed at the wrist. The steel pipe clattering to the floor, he clutched his mangled wrist, emitting a harrowing wail. The others outside seemed momentarily stunned by this unforeseen turn of events. The banging ceased abruptly, leaving only the injured man's cries and curses. Chu Ye hesitated not a moment, swinging the axe again to force the door wide open. 3 young men stood outside, their faces completely concealed. Point one rolled on the ground, clutching his severed wrist, while the other 2 stared at Chu Ye, their faces etched with fear and disbelief. Why you? What do you want? The thin, tall man stammered, retreating in terror as he searched for an escape. Cold sweat dripped down his forehead, etching clear lines through the dust on his face. What do you intend to do? The tall man's voice trembled, barely audible. Chu Ye offered no reply, merely raising the fire axe in his hand, the blood on the blade glistening ominously in the dim light. The tall man, terrified, collapsed onto the ground, a large stain of moisture spreading rapidly across his pants. The slightly plumper man, seeing this, suddenly shouted, "Quick, go call for help. This old fool's house is definitely hiding something good. It has sealed tight, with no damned wind blowing in." With that, he turned and fled, showing no concern for his incapacitated companion. Chu Ye let out a cold laugh. Not pursuing the fleeing man, he crouched down. Looking at the trembling tall man, his tone frigid. "Tell me, who are you? Why have you come here?" The tall man, trembling, raised his head, fear glimmering in his eyes. We are, before he could finish, a flurry of hurried footsteps and chaotic shouts erupted from outside. "Where are they? Where are they?" "The third brother," said someone is here. Chu Ye tightened his grip on the fire axe, his gaze as sharp as a blade. He tilted his head slightly, listening intently to the shouts and footsteps echoing from the corridor. The commotion did not resemble ordinary noise. The tall man, lying on the ground, seemed to grasp a lifeline. Upon hearing the sounds, his courage inexplicably swelled. He struggled to prop himself up, his fear still evident. Yet he mustered a pitiful semblance of bravery. We aren't here for you. We're looking for a neighbor. It has nothing to do with you. Why do you have the right to act?" Chu shot him a cold glance, causing the tall man's words to falter, the latter half of his sentence choking in his throat. "Why do I have the right?" Chu Ye murmured softly. A mocking smile gracing his lips, he glanced at the bloodied axe blade, his tone ominous. The mockery deepened as he slowly rose, dragging the axe across the ground with a piercing scrape. "Why?" "Simply because. I want to." Before the words had fully escaped his lips, the axe was raised high and brought down with ferocity. The tall man barely had time to emit a short, sharp scream before falling silent. The footsteps in the corridor drew ever closer, the shouts becoming clearer. Chu Ye kicked the tall man's corpse aside, seizing the steel pipe on the ground, and made his way to the door. "Third brother, where are you?" A gruff voice echoed in the corridor. The tall man instinctively recoiled, but just then a flurry of hurried footsteps approached, accompanied by the familiar, frantic shouts of the plump man from earlier. "Big brother, come quick, there really are good things here. He's south hoarding this huge place all to himself." I.S.N.T. that a bit excessive. Before his words had fully settled, 5 or 6 burly men surged in, each varying in size, brandishing a haphazard array of weapons. Chu Ye merely cast a glance at these men, quickly discerning their state. He noticed that although these men appeared fearsome, they seemed to be a ragtag group hastily assembled, likely residents of the building organized to seize the opportunity for plunder. He weighed his options internally. Even in a disadvantageous position, he showed no signs of fear. The surging men also took note of their moaning companion on the ground, alongside the trembling tall man. Their steps faltered, eyes darting between Chu Ye and the pool of blood at their feet. The leader, narrowing his eyes, asked in a dark tone, "Hey kid, who are you? What are you doing here? Old Lin is our neighbor. What business do you have meddling?" His voice dripped with mockery. "Just because he's a neighbor, you think you can barge into someone else's home? Your rules are rather tyrannical." The leader's expression shifted slightly. Yet he stubbornly retorted, "We help each other out in our building. There's nothing wrong with that. There are good things here. We'll all share. Who do you think you are to stop us?" Chu Ye shook his head lightly, as if he had heard a joke. His voice was low yet laced with a biting chill. "Helping each other? How novel. This how you help your neighbors." He gestured towards the corpse he had kicked aside and the trembling tall man beside it. "I don't recall any rule stating that whether or not someone wishes to help you. It's up to you ruffians to decide." The burly man was momentarily stumped by Chu Ye's brazen tone. Despite his words, his gaze flickered, evidently unprepared for Chu Ye's decisive brutality in the face of their aggression. Chu Ye narrowed his eyes. The smile vanished entirely. "Don't waste your breath with these lofty platitudes. Do you think you can trample on anyone you please?" His tone turned increasingly frigid. "Unfortunately, today you've picked the wrong target." The steel pipe crashed heavily onto the ground. The plump man then burst forth. Unable to contain his rising ire upon witnessing Chu Ye's calm demeanor, he pointed an accusatory finger at Chu Ye, snarling, "Big brother, it's this guy. Old Lin's house must have treasures. It's sealed tight to keep the wind out. That's why this kid is so anxious." I see him as a thief, here to steal from old Lin. Chapter 47. Kicking against iron plates, a thief. You dare to speak such words. A bunch of robbers accusing others of thievery? Chu Ye chuckled darkly. His voice hoarse yet dripping with disdain, he raised an eyebrow, his gaze sweeping over the plump man, then glancing at the 5 or 6 armed brutes. Do not presume that I am unaware of your intentions. Chu Ye's gaze sliced through the crowd like a blade, ultimately settling upon the burly leader at the forefront. Uncle Lin has nothing that you seek. We shall remain only until the sandstorm abates, after which you may do as you please. I have no desire to meddle in your affairs, he declared, his tone measured and unhurried. However, before the storm subsides, you ruffians will either vacate or perish. The leader momentarily faltered, clearly taken aback by Chu Ye's audacity in such a precarious situation. His expression darkened. Damn it, it's just one person. What's with the bravado? The stout man, exuding impatience, bellowed as if to bolster the leader's resolve that we outnumber him. Can he truly turn the tide? Brother, his words suggest he holds us in contempt. If we do not deal with him today, how shall we maintain our standing here? At these words, the leader's face grew ominously grim, his iron rod lifted slightly. With a derisive chuckle and a low growl, he retorted, You're quite the arrogant one. Don't blame us if we have to teach you a lesson in humility. Humility. Those who seek to be humble will soon find themselves utterly extinguished. Only remnants like you or I shall remain. Chu Ye scoffed, taking a deliberate step back. Yet, the burly men showed no signs of retreat. They gradually closed in, the narrow corridor brimming with their imposing figures. The stout man, convinced he had gained the upper hand, grinned widely. Oh, are you frightened? Let me make this clear. Hand over anything of value while you still can. Chu Ye remained silent, merely leaning back against the door frame, the axe resting at his side. Suddenly, the leader raised his hand, barking an order. Enough chatter. Attack. At his command, the hulking men lunged towards Chu Ye. The cramped corridor transformed into his hunting ground, where he maneuvered with agility amidst the confined space. The steel pipes whistled through the air. The first brute charged forward, but before he could swing his cleaver, Chu Ye struck him with a vicious blow from the steel pipe, resulting in a dull thud as the man collapsed. Blood streaming from his forehead. Damn, the leader cursed, shocked at Chu Ye's brutality. One of the men swung his iron rod, but Chu Ye deftly sidestepped, his axe glinting ominously as it cleaved into the brute's thigh. A piercing scream shattered the corridor's silence as the man crumpled, clutching his bleeding leg in agony, the scent of iron thick in the air. They had anticipated an easy robbery, but it had devolved into a nightmare. Chu Ye's ferocity and composure struck fear into their hearts, causing hesitation among them. Stop dawdling. Surround him, the leader commanded, his voice laced with urgency. The hulking men, jolted from their stupor, encircled Chu Ye, taking turns to probe for weaknesses and exhaust his stamina. With his back against the door, Chu Ye vigilantly observed his adversaries, countering their assaults with a steel pipe and axe. Each clash resonated like metallic roars, sparks flying with every impact, though his strength waned. He steadfastly defended the door, refusing to allow any of them to approach. In that tense moment, the door creaked open slightly. Lin Jiangwo emerged, trembling and wielding a mop handle. Xiao Chu, let me take over the rest. Chu Ye was taken aback, never expecting Lin Jiangwo to appear at such a critical juncture. Uncle Lin, retreat. It's too dangerous here, he urged anxiously. Lin Jiangwo shook his head. Xiao Yi, you have done your utmost. Now allow me to introduce myself to my neighbors. With that, Lin Jiangwo's mop handle shot forth like a striking serpent, piercing the throat of one of the brutes. The man's eyes widened in shock as he clutched his neck and collapsed. Chu Ye stood in disbelief as Lin Jiangwo demonstrated such prowess. Ignoring Chu Ye's astonishment, Lin Jiangwo thrust the mop handle again, sending another brute to the ground. In my youth, I too have taken lives on the battlefield. Lin Jiangwo roared. Only then did Chu Ye recall Lin Jiangwo's past, having mentioned his participation in battles in the south during his younger days. The remaining brutes, now thoroughly unnerved, realized they had bitten off more than they could chew. The leader's face turned pale as he recognized the peril they faced, retreating in fear. Run? Do you think you can escape? Lin Jiangwo's voice was icy. The last brute fell to his knees, pleading for mercy. "Uncle Lin, spare me. I was wrong. I won't dare again." Lin Jiangwo regarded him with an impassive expression, raising the mop handle high. At that moment, a series of hurried footsteps echoed through the corridor, accompanied by a woman's piercing scream. "Stop! Everyone! Halt!" Her shrill voice reverberated in the narrow passage as a middle-aged woman in a cheap suit stumbled forward, her poorly applied makeup streaming down her face with sweat. She rushed to embrace the kneeling brute, wailing inconsolably, "Xiao Dong! My Xiao Dong! What has happened to you?" Chu Ye narrowed his eyes, steel pipe and axe still in hand, remaining vigilant. The woman's arrival felt too coincidental, and her frantic demeanor carried an air of cunning that belied her appearance as an ordinary housewife. He whispered to Lin Jiangwo, "Uncle, be cautious. This woman does not seem trustworthy." Lin Jiangwo snorted, keeping his mop handle trained on the sobbing Xiao Dong. "Who are you? What is your connection to this rabble?" The woman looked up, her tear-filled eyes locking on Lin Jiangwo's, her voice trembling. "Uncle, I am his sister. My name is Lu M. Why brother acted foolishly and offended you. I apologize on his behalf. Please have mercy and spare him." As she spoke, she delivered a sharp slap to Xiao Dong. "Xiao Dong, apologize to the elder." Chu Ye stepped forward, his tone laced with warning not heed her nonsense. "These thugs were just about to kill us." Lin Jiangwo fixed his gaze on Lu Mei. "Your brother barged into someone else's home with a gang armed with knives and clubs, and you dare say he was foolish. Do you understand what they were about to do?" Chapter 48. The secret chamber of the Lin family. Lu Mei's expression stiffened, her eyes flickering briefly before she resumed her wailing. "Uncle, I truly did not know. A stone was blown through our window by the wind." And he wanted to inquire about which neighbors could offer shelter from the storm. When he didn't return, I grew worried and came looking for him. I had no idea he... As she spoke, her sobs became intermittent, feigning sorrow. However, Chu Ye noticed her gaze darting furtively down the corridor, as if she were expecting something but a faint sound of footsteps approached from behind. Alarm bells rang in Chu Ye's mind as he seized Lin Jiangwo's arm. Whispering urgently, "Uncle, something is amiss. There are people coming from behind." Almost simultaneously, Lu Mei suddenly lowered her head, a glint of steel slipping from her voluminous sleeves. With lightning speed, she lunged at Lin Jiangwo. "Watch out!" Chu Ye shouted, yanking Lin Jiangwo behind him while swinging the steel pipe with all his might. Clang! The deafening sound of metal colliding echoed as Lu Mei's knife was deflected by the steel pipe. The force sent her stumbling backwards, crashing to the ground, and her weapon flew from her grasp, clattering against the wall. From the depths of the corridor, several figures charged forth, armed and ready. Chu Ye sneered. "I knew it wouldn't be so simple." He shifted the axe to his right hand, positioning the steel pipe across his chest in a combat stance. "Come on, show me what you're capable of." The wind howled like a raging beast, pouring into the corridor through the damaged door, stinging their eyes and making it difficult to see. Chu had not yet regained his breath, but he noticed the growing apprehension on Lu Mei and her accomplices' faces. "Damn it, this is bad." Lu Mei cursed under her breath, shielding her face with her hand, struggling against the biting wind. One of her henchmen, a bald man, tightened his grip on the iron rod, murmuring, "Sister, the wind is getting stronger. If we keep this up, we might not survive." Lu Mei shot him a fierce glare, ready to retort, but the tempestuous sandstorm was overpowering her earlier bravado. "Enough, retreat." With gritted teeth, she cast one last venomous glare at Chu Ye. "You brat, don't think this is over. We shall meet again." With that, she signaled her subordinates, and they fled like startled birds, their panicked footsteps fading into the stairwell. Chu Ye watched their retreating figures until silence enveloped the corridor once more. And he finally exhaled a breath of relief. He longed to pursue them, but the sanctity of their makeshift refuge was paramount. First, he needed to secure the door. That breach was an invitation for the storm to invade their home. As he wiped the sweat from his brow, he glanced at Lin Jiangwo, who nodded silently, gathering scattered wooden planks and broken furniture. Together, they hastily reinforced the breach with chair legs, door panels, and some sturdy wooden slats. Effectively barricading the entrance, as the last board was hammered into place, a fleeting sense of stability returned to the cramped corridor. Once they completed their task, Chu Ye and Lin Jiangwo collapsed onto the ground, utterly spent. With a deep sigh, Chu Ye long exhaled, wiping his face only to realize an increasing number of beads of sweat were trickling down his neck, clinging uncomfortably to his clothing. Lin Jiangwo was not faring much better. His face was drenched as if he had just washed it. He tugged at his collar, his breathing labored. This dreadful weather. One would either suffocate from exhaustion or be thoroughly steamed alive. Chu Ye couldn't help but chuckle. Even Uncle Lin could make light of the situation, indicating that he was recovering well. However, that fleeting smile vanished, unable to ease the tension that gripped his heart. He lifted his gaze toward the murky window. The sandstorm did not appear to be a mere transient visitor. "Uncle Lin, do we have enough water?" Chu Ye suddenly inquired. Lin Jiangwo was taken aback, then shook his head with a wry smile. The drinkable water was nearly depleted, and even tap water had become a scarce commodity over the past few days, as for the containers nearby. They too could be classified as water, but consuming them would likely shorten one's lifespan. He quietly entered an empty room, and with a flick of thought, a bottle of mineral water appeared in his hand. And not just that. The water in the system's space could ensure they had more than enough, even for swimming. Yet he was uncertain if Lin Jiangwo would harbor any ulterior motives regarding the fresh water he could provide. Returning to Lin Jiangwo's side, he donned a relaxed smile, casually handing him the bag and feigning nonchalance as he spoke. "Here you go. Uncle Lin, make do with this for now. Don't skimp on yourself. We still need you to carry out the heavy lifting." Lin Jiangwo paused, his hand momentarily halted as he received the bag, then looked up at Chu Ye, a complex expression crossing his face. "Kid, where did you get all this water?" Although he did not directly voice his suspicions, traces of inquiry lingered in his tone. Chu Ye maintained an air of indifference, shrugging his shoulders as he replied. "I salvaged it from outside earlier, and I've been rationing it carefully. It's merely a stroke of luck, after all. Who knows if I could survive another trip outside? Keeping it is better than nothing." Lin Jiangwo scrutinized Chu Ye for several seconds that a hint of amusement gradually surfaced on his weary face as he patted Chu Ye's shoulder. "All right, that's a straight answer. I want to pry further. Regardless of where you sourced it, it's a lifesaver. Chu Ye." "Thank you." Chu Ye simply smiled, choosing not to elaborate further. Resources as scarce as water, once known to too many, could indeed invite peril. After a brief moment of contemplation, he suggested, "Uncle Lin, to be frank, I'm not entirely at ease with the commotion caused by Lu Mei and her crew. Your place is not exactly fortified. Another wave of tougher individuals could easily bring us down. Why don't we assess the situation and fortify this place properly?" Lin Jiangwo nodded in agreement, clearly sharing the same concerns that we should have done this long ago, but our resources are limited. Not everyone can fortify their home as you do. Let us make do for now. We can leave once the storm passes. Thus, they divided their tasks. Chu Ye was to gather materials, while Lin Jiangwo would handle the repairs. Relying on his robust physique for the heavy work, Chu Ye rummaged for materials in Lin Jiangwo's bedroom. His gaze suddenly fell upon a wardrobe against the wall. Tentatively, he pushed it open and was astonished to discover a dilapidated iron door concealed behind it. "Uncle Lin, what is this place?" He knocked on the door, the sound dull and muffled. He then glanced at the axe in his hand, cautiously applying pressure to pry it open. "This thing is quite stubborn," he muttered, attempting several times without success. Lin Jiangwo approached, chuckling at Chu Ye's efforts. "Honestly, if you hadn't discovered it, I would have forgotten that this small room was part of the house when I purchased it. Step aside. Let these old bones give it a try." Gripping the axe, he inhaled deeply and let out a low growl, the veins in his arms visibly straining. With a resounding crack, the door finally succumbed to the pressure, swinging open to reveal a dim, damp storage space cluttered with various obsolete tools and broken supplies that IT was uncertain whether any of these items were still usable. Lin Jiangwo inspected the area, a sigh of disappointment escaping him. "Uncle Lin, you didn't partition this small room just to store these scraps, did you?" Chu Ye remarked, eyeing the heap of discarded materials with disdain. Lin Jiangwo laughed heartily, winking mysteriously. "Of course not. This place could also harbor some hidden treasures." As he spoke, he bent down and began sifting through the debris, and indeed, he unearthed a locked metal box. "Well, look what we have here." Chu Ye's interest peaked as he leaned closer to observe. Lin Jiangwo wiped the dust from the box with his sleeve and fumbled for a small key, finally unlocking it. Upon opening the box, Chu Ye was taken aback. Inside, alongside several crumpled old banknotes, lay a uniquely shaped key, significantly larger than a standard one and entirely black. "What is this?" Chu Ye inquired, pointing at the key with curiosity. Lin Jiangwo examined it closely, a flicker of complex emotions crossing his eyes. "Have you forgotten? I'm the custodian of the Sky Vault keys. This is one of them. The other is with those who obstructed us. Only together can we unlock the main vault of the Sky Vault." "The main vault of the Sky Vault?" Chu Ye echoed, bewildered. "Indeed," Lin Jiangwo confirmed with a nod. "The Sky Vault is the most vital repository of resources in this post-apocalyptic world. Whoever controls the resources there holds the potential to alter the current state of affairs. However, the vault requires 2 people to unlock it. The other key is likely in the possession of those who previously hindered us." Chu Ye frowned, his gaze lingering on the black key. "Uncle Lin, it's not entirely useless. We should take what we can use. Items like these iron mesh and wires are precisely what we need. As for the toolbox, having it is better than not." Chu Ye quickly gathered the items and pointed them out to Lin Jiangwo, who raised an eyebrow before breaking into a smile. "All right, kid, you have a good eye. Let us move it right away." The two returned to the corridor, organizing the valuable supplies they had found. As Chu Ye surveyed the materials at hand, he began to strategize their utilization. Suddenly, a faint clicking sound emerged from deep within the storage room, reminiscent of a finely tuned mechanism being triggered. Chu Ye's muscles tensed instinctively. He grasped Lin Jiangwo's sleeve, signaling for silence. Lin Jiangwo paused, carefully returning the key to the metal box. Chu Ye leaned slightly forward, scanning the cluttered storage area. Though the items appeared haphazardly strewn about, upon closer inspection, they seemed deliberately arranged to conceal something. He treaded lightly, inching closer to the source of the sound. Another click echoed softly, accompanied by a faint vibration. Chu Ye crouched down, cautiously moving aside several rusted metal plates. His fingers soon brushed against an inconspicuous metal panel in the corner. Its surface was coated in years of dust, with dried mud lodged in its crevices. If one did not look closely, it would be easy to overlook that this was a cover for a secret compartment. Using the end of the pry bar, he carefully probed around the panel, eventually discovering a slight angle to pry it open. "Uncle Lin, lend me a hand. This is a bit tricky," Chu Ye whispered, remaining alert. Lin Jiangwo exhaled softly, placing a reassuring hand on Chu Ye's shoulder. "I thought you were worried about something serious. There's no need for such caution. My home hardly harbors any traps. It's just an ordinary secret compartment." He stepped forward and pressed on the metal panel. With a soft click, the cover sprang open, revealing a small hidden storage chamber. Inside lay several rolled-up old maps and a few clearly antiquated documents. Lin Jiangwo picked one up and shook it lightly. "See? Nothing of great importance. Just some maps and documents that I used to keep these as a precaution in case the external doors were breached. This place could still hold up long enough to trigger an alarm and self-destruct. With me around, you can take or leave these documents as you wish." Chu Ye furrowed his brow, his gaze fixed intently on the documents that self-destruct. "Are you implying that if someone were to break in, this place would explode?" His voice lowered, clearly not dismissive of the potential danger posed by these self-destruct mechanisms. Lin Jiangwo waved his hand dismissively, seemingly unconcerned. "Don't get all worked up. It's not going to explode. This is an apartment building, not a critical facility. It would just self-ignite, incinerating the documents. After all these years, they've likely deteriorated. At most, it would emit some sound and light warnings that if you find these documents useful, take them all." However, Chu Ye was not so easily reassured. He pointed at the concealed metal structure within the secret compartment, pressing further. "If there's a triggering mechanism, there must be a way to deactivate it. Right? Uncle Lin, are you hiding something else?" Lin Jiangwo's smile faltered slightly before he feigned indifference. Shrugging his shoulders, "You're quite the inquisitive one, aren't you?" He pulled a small metal square from his pocket and tossed it to Chu Ye. "Look, this is the key to deactivate the mechanism, but it only temporarily disables the alarms and self-destruct. It must be reactivated once everyone has left." Chu Ye did not respond immediately. Instead, he retrieved the document and flipped it open. his eyes widening as he saw the words Sky Vault Project emblazoned in bold red on the cover. The typography appears to have undergone a specialized printing process, remaining vibrant and striking even after the ravages of time. The Sky Curtain Project. Chu Ye's gaze sharpened instantaneously. He continued to peruse the documents, the beam of his flashlight sweeping across the parchment, revealing the blurred text and annotations gradually. This was a route map concerning various abandoned facilities, with several key locations distinctly marked. Simple notes were scrawled in bold black ink. Some of these geographic points seemed to be related to the Sky Curtain Central Repository. All these points were abandoned facilities. Or at least, they appear to be on the surface. Chu Ye's focus was unwavering, and Lin Jiangwo remarked, "If there is anything unclear, feel free to ask me directly." Chapter 50. This place is not suitable for long stays. Chu Ye swiftly folded the documents pertaining to the Sky Curtain Project and tucked them deep into his backpack. His mind raced. Rather than delving into these files, the more pressing matter was survival. The increasingly cacophonous sounds in the corridor heightened his anxiety. He needed to fortify this apartment immediately. "Uncle Lin, let us set these documents aside for now. We should focus on reinforcing the door." Lin Jiangwo nodded in agreement. "That you're right. In these times, preserving life is paramount. That I did some carpentry work in my youth. This task shouldn't pose a challenge." Chu Ye retrieved several rolls of high-strength adhesive tape and a few steel plates salvaged from the bear hide. As Lin Jiangwo observed the gleaming metallic plates, a flicker of doubt crossed his eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. This kid has quite a few secrets, he thought. Chu Ye was far from as simple as he appeared. However, in these turbulent times, having a few secrets could be advantageous. At least this lad had promised to assist him. These secrets were sufficient for him and his daughter to survive. Were the steel plates in the basement brought back in the same manner? Lin Jiangwo casually inquired. Chu Ye responded vaguely, offering no further elaboration. Noticing the exchange, Lin Jiangwo refrained from pressing further, merely smiling as he said, "Rest assured, that is your secret. I won T. Pry. After all these years in the business of keeping secrets." "Understand," he patted Chu Ye's shoulder, his gaze imbued with trust. As time passed, the temperature within the apartment rose, sweat soaking through their garments. Chu Ye and Lin Jiangwo decided to shed their shirts, baring their torsos. Lin Wan glanced at the two perspiring men, a hint of discomfort flitting across her face, before silently retreating to her room. "This dreadful weather is truly unbearable," Lin Jiangwo complained, wiping his brow. Chu Ye remained silent, fully engrossed in reinforcing the windows with the steel plates. Suddenly, he heard hurried footsteps and chaotic shouts from outside. "Someone's coming." Chu Ye hissed, swiftly grabbing an iron rod and wedging it into the doorframe to create a makeshift barricade. "What is happening?" Lin Jiangwo asked, his tension palpable as he picked up a wooden stick for defense. Outside, a chorus of banging and shouting erupted. "Open the door! Let us in!" Chu Ye peered through the peephole and saw a crowd of panicked residents gathering outside, their faces etched with fear. Suddenly, the crowd scattered like startled birds, the previous clamorous shouts morphing into terrified screams. Chu Ye then spotted another group pursuing them with ferocity, wielding an assortment of weapons, including iron rods and machetes. Among the pursuers, he recognized several familiar figures, those who had previously attacked them, attempting to breach Lin Jiangwo's home. They now appeared even more vicious, their faces twisted into bloodthirsty grins as they chased the fleeing crowd. "What is going on? Why is it so chaotic outside?" Lin Jiangwo questioned anxiously, gripping his wooden stick tightly. Chu Ye set down the iron rod, his brow furrowed. "It seems to be internal strife. It's possible that those who tried to break it earlier are now systematically looting the entire building." "Internal strife? Have they lost their minds? Fighting among themselves at a time like this?" Lin Jiangwo asked incredulously. "The world has changed. So have people's hearts. They'll do anything to survive. That it appears the situation in the building is worse than I imagined." Chu Ye took a deep breath and said to Lin Jiangwo, "Uncle Lin, please check the ventilation ducts and the ceiling for any other weak points." Lin Jiangwo nodded, promptly moving to inspect other areas. Meanwhile, Chu Ye continued to reinforce the door while remaining vigilant to the commotion outside. The crowd outside grew larger, the banging on the door increasingly thunderous, as if they could break in at any moment. Relying solely on these rudimentary defenses, it would be nearly impossible to withstand the onslaught of this frenzied mob. Chu Ye held his breath, pressing his ear against the door, intently listening to the sounds outside. The banging gradually subsided, replaced by sporadic footsteps, as if the frenzied individuals had finally exhausted their energy and retreated. "Have they left?" Lin Jiangwo whispered. "For now, it seems so," Chu Ye replied, his expression still taut. "But this calm may only be temporary. Once they regroup, they're likely to return with even greater ferocity." He quickly scanned the room. It was far from an ideal refuge in the dimly lit room. The wind outside diminished in intensity, signaling an impending brief lull in the apocalyptic weather. For Chu Ye, this presented both an opportunity. "Uncle Lin, this defense won't hold for long. We cannot remain here any longer," Chu Ye asserted decisively. "With the wind and sand easing, we must leave and head back to the villa." Lin Jiangwo's brow twitched slightly, but he soon nodded in agreement. "Chu Ye, I promise you that as long as I'm alive, I will protect Wan and ensure your survival as well." Chu Ye's voice was calm, yet resolute, bringing some comfort to Lin Jiangwo. Lin Jiangwo halted his actions, gazing at Chu Ye, his complex emotions gradually settling. He sighed. "Chu Ye, I know I can rely on you. I have only one daughter. She is my sole hope for survival. As long as you can safeguard her, I will do everything in my power to assist you." Chu Ye smiled slightly, his eyes bright with unwavering determination. "Uncle Lin, my commitment goes beyond mere promises. You and your daughter are among my few family members. No matter how perilous it becomes, I will not abandon you." Lin Jiangwo paused for a moment, then a look of satisfaction spread across his face. "What a lovely sentiment. Family. Chu Ye, I would consider it worthwhile to perish for you. All right, I trust you. Let us make our way to the villa. That place might truly offer us a chance to weather this storm." Chu Ye nodded, saying nothing more, for actions speak louder than words. After a brief exchange of glances, the two began to gather essential gear, preparing for the imminent danger. Suddenly, Lin Jiangwo's tone shifted, and he added, "But we must be absolutely certain. I do not wish for Wan to encounter any danger. I understand you have your methods and plans. But remember, her safety must always come first." Upon hearing this, Chu Ye glanced at Lin Wan, who was huddled in her room, pondering for a moment before responding, "Of course, none of you can afford to come to harm." Lin Jiangwo nodded in satisfaction, but added, "Chu, I want to hide it from you. My daughter is terrified. Please be gentle with your words. She is not able to handle too much right now." Chu Ye did not argue, merely acknowledging with a soft Chapter 51. The exit is blocked. The three descended the staircase rapidly, with Chu Ye leading the way, clutching a knife and cautiously surveying their surroundings. Lin Jiangwo reached the door to the corridor and pushed against it forcefully, but the door was immovable. He furrowed his brow and tried to shoulder it a few more times, only to hear the faint sound of sand sliding from outside. The narrow gap created was quickly filled with new sand. "This is bad. The doorway is completely blocked by sand," Lin Jiangwo murmured to Chu Ye, a look of gravity on his face. Chu Ye hastened to the door, crouching down to inspect the gap, confirming that grains of sand were seeping in from the edges. The only exit had been thoroughly sealed. "Damn it," Lin Jiangwo cursed softly. "This sandstorm is utterly sinister. Are we trapped here?" Chu Ye pondered for a moment, his gaze swiftly scanning the area. Finally, it settled on the staircase. "If the first floor is inaccessible, then we should jump out." His voice was low yet resolute. Lin Jiangwo paused, then frowned. "Jump out? From where?" Chu Ye pointed toward the staircase. The second floor. "We can jump out of the window. It's a bit risky, but it's our only option at the moment." Lin Jiangwo remained silent for a moment, clearly weighing the pros and cons. Ultimately, he nodded. "All right, that is also a plan. The sand outside is likely piled high, about a floor deep." With that, he turned and led the way up the stairs, with Lin Jiangwo following closely behind. The three hurried to the second floor, where the glass in the stairwell had shattered. Chu Ye glanced outside. The yellow sand swirled like a tumultuous sea, obscuring visibility. The damaged glass near the window was littered with sharp shards. Through the broken window, wind and sand rushed in, the grayish-yellow grains accumulating into a small puddle on the corridor floor. Chu Ye's eyes quickly scanned both sides. Noticing that the doors to the second-floor rooms were mostly ajar, revealing empty interiors, the former occupants had evidently not left willingly. Bloodstains were scattered across the floor. Some of the dried stains had darkened. Remnants of past resistance. Chu Ye turned to Lin Jiangwo and Lin Wan, lowering his voice as he spoke. Move quickly. Do not linger for too long. Those residents who band together and loot may still be nearby. It is best not to alert them. Lin Jiangwo nodded and assisted the weary Lin Wan towards the window. Lin Wan's hands gripped her father's arm, her entire form slightly swaying. Chu Ye scanned the corridor once more, and his peripheral vision suddenly caught a glimpse of a shadow darting in the distance that a chill ran through him. He did not immediately reveal his concern, instead softly warning the two of them. Quickly, climb out the window, be cautious of the sharp edges. Obediently, Lin Wan approached the window, her hands clinging tightly to the ledge as the wind and sand assaulted her face. She closed her eyes briefly, instinctively gasping for breath, attempting to muster the courage to climb out. Just then, a shout echoed from the far end of the corridor. Wait! Who's there? Chu Ye's expression shifted, his grip on the knife tightening as he turned sharply. Lin Jiangwo shoved Lin Wan's shoulder, half dragging her to the windowsill. Jie, it's that old man Lin's son. A coarse male voice boomed, laced with malice. Chu Ye's heart sank, realizing they had been discovered. He quickly turned back to Lin Jiangwo, growling, Get Lin Wan out of here. I will hold them off. Lin Jiangwo hesitated for a moment, then grasped the urgency of the situation. Without further delay, he forcefully pushed Lin Wan towards the window. Almost simultaneously, a cacophony of hurried footsteps surged from the corridor's end, growing ever closer. Chu Ye inhaled deeply, gripping his knife with resolve, his gaze icy as he fixed it on the corridor's end. A tall woman with heavily applied cheap makeup came into view, flanked by several equally disheveled men wielding clubs and steel pipes, their eyes menacingly fixed on Chu Ye. This woman was none other than Li Mei, who had gathered a number of desperate individuals, ruling with an iron fist. Oh, isn't this the little pretty boy from the Lin family? Li Mei sneered mockingly. What's this? Alone, planning to jump down and escape. Li Mei's gaze bore into Chu Ye, a sardonic smile curling at the corners of her mouth. Those who have harmed us think they can run away? Guarantee you, quite the bravado, earlier. Now you're trying to flee? Chu Ye snorted coldly, his eyes sharp as daggers. I do not have time to waste with you. Before the next sandstorm arrives, I have much to accomplish. Li Mei's laughter dripped with contempt. Oh, do you really believe you can escape? This is not a place where you can come and go as you please. Unmoved, Chu Ye replied with unwavering conviction, I do not wish to entangle with you. But should you insist on blocking my way, do not blame me for being impolite. Li Mei's demeanor turned frigid, her club raised slightly. Very well. I shall see what you are capable of. Chu Ye slightly shifted his stance, prepared to strike at any moment. The group before him was not to be trifled with, yet he must buy time for Lin Jiangwo and Lin Wan to escape safely, that I will say this only once. Step aside. Oh, the little boy is quite the mouth. Lu Mei cackled sharply. Today, I will show you what for do you think I am afraid. With just your ragtag bunch, do you dare block us? Shouldn't you be worried I will knock you all down? Lu Mei, flustered, yelled, Charge! Whoever captures Chu Ye will be rewarded with 2 days' worth of food. Upon hearing the word food, several burly men surged forward. Chu Ye met them head-on with his knife. Amidst the ensuing melee, limbs were severed, and faces bore ghastly wounds. Chu Ye, take one down as they come. Do you think you're some kind of tough guy? Lu Mei's eyes glinted with malice as she drew a short knife from behind and lunged at Chu Ye. Stealing a glance behind him, Chu Ye saw Lin Jiangwo supporting Lin Wan as they climbed out the window. Urging himself onward, he felt a slight sense of relief, but did not let down his guard. The peril was far from over. With a short knife in hand, Lu Mei advanced, her eyes gleaming with murderous intent. Chu Ye, I advise you to drop your knife while you still can. Those theatrics earlier did not fool me. Do you really think you can handle all of us? Chu Ye let out a cold laugh. Whether I can handle you is another matter entirely. However, if you have the guts, come and try your luck. Let us see who falls first. Your words are as tough as your skin, Lu Mei replied with a chilling sneer. Raising her short knife slightly, her steps quickened, seemingly intent on forcing Chu Ye to make a mistake. Chu Ye's gaze remained fixed on her, his words as sharp as ice that I was merely waiting for the sandstorm to pass. How you fare is of no concern to me. Yet, should you choose to seek your demise, know that this time you have chosen the wrong opponent. Upon hearing this, Lu Mei's smile faltered. Her feet faltered. Then she sprang forward, the short knife aimed squarely at Chu Ye's chest. Chu Ye had long been prepared. He sidestepped, swinging his knife in a reverse grip, clashing against her short blade with a resounding metallic clang. Enough with the banter. Even if it costs me my life, I shall take you down today. Lu Mei screamed, relentlessly attacking. Her strikes were fierce but lacked finesse, wholly driven by rage. Seizing the opportunity, Chu Ye blocked her attack while executing a spin, delivering a sharp blow to Lu Mei's wrist, causing her to cry out in pain as the knife flew from her grasp, her expression transforming into one of sheer fury. Chu Ye, do not think this means you have one. She bellowed, lifting her foot to viciously kick Chu Ye in the abdomen. Chu Ye staggered back a step but used the force to propel himself swiftly to the window. Steadying himself, he looked at the panting Lu Mei. Grinning, Lu Mei, farewell. I am not worthy of your game. With that, he was yanked out of the window by Lin Jiangwo. Lu Mei clutched her bleeding hand, her teeth gritted, a glint of malice flashing in her eyes. Do not even think about escaping. Even if I die, I shall not let you off easy. She lunged forward, attempting to seize Chu Ye. But at that moment, he delivered a powerful kick to her face. The wild wind and sand rushed towards him, and Chu Ye landed firmly on the sand mound below. He cast one last glance back at the window. Lu Mei was struggling to grasp him, but the force of the storm pushed her back relentlessly. With a cold snort, Chu Ye turned to vanish into the sea of sand alongside Lin Jiangwo and Lin Wan, never looking back. The sandstorm raged like an invisible and ferocious beast, howling through the desert. Chu Ye and Lin Jiangwo supported Lin Wan as they stumbled forward, battered by the wind and sand at this moment. He could not afford to wipe the sand from his face. Though the storm was gradually subsiding, the residual wind still stole their breath away. The air was a mix of searing heat and dryness. Each deep breath felt like flames searing down his throat. The yellow sand, accompanied by fierce winds, struck their faces like invisible daggers, each sting akin to 1,000 needles. Chu Ye, I cannot go on. Lin Wan's voice was feeble, nearly drowned out by the storm, her eyelids drooping. Her cracked lips were covered in white dead skin. Her whole being appeared ready to faint at any moment. Chu Ye tightened his grip on her arm, his tone calm. You'll be fine. Listen to me. Stay alert. Keep your eyes closed, and do not inhale too much sand. Lin Wan nodded tremulously, but could not help leaning against Chu Ye's shoulder. Lin Jiangwo panted heavily, occasionally glancing around to assess their surroundings. The terrain had become entirely unrecognizable, familiar landmarks buried beneath the yellow sand. Chu Ye squinted against the storm, searching for any semblance of familiarity. Yet all he could see was desolation. He cursed inwardly, this damned world. The sandstorm was not merely a natural disaster, but a trial of survival for all. We cannot delay any longer. Chu Ye gritted his teeth, shaking his head vigorously. Just a few steps later, a subtle tremor beneath his feet suddenly alerted him. He abruptly halted, lowering his gaze to observe closely. The ground of sand and gravel began to sink violently, revealing a dark, gaping hole. Lin Jiangwo's complexion turned pale, his body suddenly feeling weightless as he plunged into the abyss. What the hell? Is this a trap? Or something the sandstorm created? The rushing sand flowed like a monstrous beast, roaring as it pulled Chu Ye, Lin Jiangwo, and Lin Wan towards the bottomless pit. Yellow sand rushed into Chu Ye's collar, stinging his skin, while the wind howled with Lin Wan's cries. Lin Jiangwo, grab my hand. Chu Ye gritted his teeth, shouting, clutching Lin Jiangwo tightly, his face straining with effort. Lin Jiangwo shielded his face from the sand, desperately gripping Chu Ye's wrist, but the immense suction nearly tore him away. Chu Ye, let me go. Lin Jiangwo's legs flailed in the torrent of sand, helplessly shouting, you'll drag me down with you. Shut up. If you die, who will take care of your daughter? I need you alive to watch over her. Chu Ye retorted, gritting his teeth, his hand trembling yet unyielding at that moment. Lin Wan's terrified scream pierced through. Chu Ye, I cannot hold on any longer. Chu Ye whipped around, his mind racing that he kicked off with both legs, trying to stabilize all three of them. Yet the sand flowed like a living entity, becoming ever more frenzied, and in the next instant, it engulfed all three of them, accompanied by Lin Wan's desperate shriek. Their figures vanished beneath the rolling yellow sand. Chu Ye felt a wave of dizziness, as though he had been spun in a washing machine 1,000 times. His body crashed heavily onto the hard ground, nearly expelling all the air from his lungs. Ouch! Lin Zhangwo's voice came from beside him, struggling to rise while clutching his waist. This sandy ground has a high-speed transmission too. That last hit nearly took half my life. Then came Lin Wan's faint whimper. She lay on the ground, coughing incessantly, her face pale, clearly unaccustomed to the current environment. Chu Ye took a deep breath, gradually calming his heavy panting. His muscles ached as if they had been torn apart. Yet he still mustered the strength to sit up. He swiftly retrieved the illumination device from his waist, and a brilliant beam of light instantly pierced through the surrounding darkness. "Where is this place?" Lin Wan weakly inquired. The sudden coolness, after being scorched by the high temperatures, even made Chu Ye shiver slightly. As the light swept across the area, the three of them beheld rows of vehicles, their exteriors shrouded in a thick layer of dust. In just 2 days, it seemed as though this place had endured the ravages of a millennium. This, an underground parking lot. Chu Ye's gaze sharpened slightly. Though confusion rose within him, he cautiously probed, "Lin Zhangwo, is this near your home?" Lin Zhangwo shook his head. Rubbing his neck, he replied, It's hard to say. There are a few underground parking lots near my place. But how would I know if this is one of them? Given the current circumstances, it's quite difficult to discern." Chu Ye muttered a curse under his breath, feeling no clearer on the matter. "Enough chatter. At least it's not as sweltering here. Is it?" Lin Wan exhaled deeply, appearing quite weak, but the drop in temperature had alleviated her discomfort considerably. Chu Ye furrowed his brow, glancing down at Lin Wan, whose lips were chapped and cracked more severely. Her once beautiful face had lost its color from prolonged exposure to the sandstorm. "Hold your tongue for now. Conserve your strength." After pondering for a moment and surveying the surroundings, he finally spoke softly. "We can rest here for a while. We should wait until the wind and sand subside before we continue our journey." As he spoke, he retrieved several bottles of water and cans of food from his backpack, carefully offering them to Lin Zhangwo and Lin Wan. Lin Wan's hand trembled slightly as she accepted the water, looking up at Chu Ye with a hoarse voice tinged with gratitude. "Thank you." Chu Ye thought, "It's truly wonderful." She furrowed her brow, unscrewed the bottle cap, and tilted her head back to take a few sips, only to cough lightly as the water went down the wrong way. Chapter 53. Exploring the underground parking lot. Chu Ye frowned as he watched her. "Drink slowly. Don't gulp it down. If you're too thirsty, moisten your throat first. You don't want to hurt your stomach." His tone revealed a hint of concern. However, Lin Zhangwo showed no such caution. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead with the back of his hand and taking a swig, finally feeling alive again, it's truly unbearable outside. Who knows how long this cursed weather will last? Lin Zhangwo sighed, but his actions did not cease. Skillfully prying open a can, he leaned closer to sniff, finding the contents surprisingly fresh. Carefully scooping a piece of meat, he offered it to Lin Wan's lips. Lin Wan weakly opened her eyes and took a gentle bite, managing to swallow, the pallor of her cheeks gaining a slight flush. "Uncle Lin, was the sandstorm always this fierce?" Chu Ye's gaze remained steady, though it concealed a hint of probing. Seeing that his daughter was not in grave danger, Lin Zhangwo took another swig of water. Wiping his mouth, he sighed, "When I was in the Northwest, I witnessed sandstorms. But no matter how fierce they were, I never saw anything as bizarre as this. It's as if the entire sky has collapsed. Let alone here in the South, I haven't heard of such phenomena in years." His voice carried a sense of astonishment. Chu Ye listened quietly, his gaze narrowing as he raised his hand to check the flashlight's battery. Leaning against the wall, he spoke in a somber tone. "Uncle Lin, you must already believe. This is the end of the world. The end of the world," Lin Zhangwo murmured, shaking his head violently. "Back in our day, we went at great lengths to arrange for a natural disaster. I never anticipated it would manifest this way. In our contingency plans, we considered floods, plagues, solar magnetic storms. But no one ever imagined it would be a sandstorm. After such an occurrence, it's likely that the people from the Tiamu organization would need rescuing. And those warehouses buried in sand would prevent anyone inside from escaping to provide aid. How can the past experiences compare to the present? Chu Ye fixed his gaze on him, speaking in a calm, yet firm manner. I do not know if you are still deceiving yourself, but the truth is laid bare before us. Uncle Lin, look at the sand at your feet. If this is not the end of the world, then please explain what this is. Lin Jiangwo was rendered speechless. He moved his mouth, yet no words emerged. In a fit of frustration, he scooped a piece of meat from the can and stuffed it into his mouth. Nearly choking as he swallowed it dry, he coughed a couple of times and then fell silent, deep in thought. Lin Wan tugged at his sleeve. Dad, let's not dwell on this. Let Chu Ye come up with a solution. Upon hearing this, Lin Jiangwo sighed. Then with a tender tone, he used the can lid to scoop some meat paste, saying, "You should eat more. Don't mind your old man's ramblings." That he carefully fed it to her. His movements clumsy yet filled with a fatherly affection. Chu Ye observed this scene quietly, choosing not to speak further, his gaze shifting toward the depths of the parking lot. Lin Wan gently tugged at Lin Jiangwo as sleep began, whispering, "Dad, let us not talk anymore. Let Chu Ye think of a way." She leaned weakly against the wall, her complexion alarmingly pale. Lin Jiangwo awkwardly scratched his head, mumbling, "All right, young man, Chu, you take the lead. I'll follow your lead." Chu Ye nodded, scanning both individuals before stating solemnly, "The road we were swept in on must be blocked. We can only seek an exit upwards. You both rest here for a moment while I assess the situation." Without waiting for their response, he rose and made his way deeper into the parking lot. The beam of his flashlight flickered in the darkness, illuminating a small area ahead. The parking lot was eerily quiet, with only the sound of Chu Ye's footsteps echoing against the concrete floor. Suddenly, the beam of light halted at a conspicuous metal door. This door was more concealed than the area designated for parked vehicles, surrounded by scattered debris of broken wood and steel bars. Chu Ye approached, testing the doorknob with his hand, but it remained firmly shut, even reinforced with a padlock. Let's South hope this cursed place still harbors something useful. He murmured to himself. He began to survey the surroundings, casually discarding lighter scraps. Finally, he selected a relatively intact iron rod. Kneeling before the metal door, he gripped the rod tightly and wedged its end into the lock's gap. Inhaling deeply, with all his strength, he pried upward. The iron rod and lock emitted a jarring screech, reverberating throughout the parking lot. Sweat dripped from his forehead into his eyes, the salt irritating his tear ducts and blurring his vision. Chu Ye gritted his teeth, exerting every ounce of his strength. With a resounding click, the lock finally yielded. Darkness rushed forth from beyond the door as he shone his flashlight inside, revealing a narrow metal staircase extending upward, seemingly leading to an unknown abyss. Just as he was about to step forward and ascend the first rung, a loud voice abruptly echoed from above. "Hey, who the hell is making a ruckus down there?" Chu Ye barely uttered a word. He was abruptly interrupted by a burly man. "Stop your damn nonsense. Who are you? What are you sneaking around here for?" Chu Ye silently cursed in his heart. "Big brother, two big brothers. I was merely passing by. If you don't believe me, search me," he said, extending his arms voluntarily. The slender man eyed him suspiciously and leaned close to the burly man's ear to whisper, "Boss, this kid doesn't look like an easy target. Should we?" He made a gesture across his throat. The burly man smacked the back of his head. "Are you stupid? We need all the hands we can get right now. If this kid is willing to join us, it might not be a bad idea. Search him." At the command of the burly man, the slender man immediately began to search Chu Ye roughly, discovering only a small dagger and a flashlight. This all." The burly man weighed the dagger in his hand, scoffing as he tossed it back to Chu Ye. This all you've got? Kid, you must be quite lucky, with such a massive sandstorm outside. How did you survive?" The burly man scrutinized Chu Ye, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes. This lad looked frail, yet he had managed to survive such treacherous weather. What incredible luck. Chu Ye feigned calmness and smiled slightly. Just lucky that I hid in a sheltered spot, and that's how I survived." The burly man burst into laughter. "Luck is still a skill. You've got some good fortune. Kid, those sands out there are no joke. Many have been buried alive." He paused, and then inquired, "What is your name? Where are you from?" Chu Ye's mind raced. and he quickly fabricated a name. I'm Chu Ming. I was on my way home when I unexpectedly encountered this sandstorm halfway. I accidentally stepped in a quicksand. And who would have thought? Beneath the quicksand was an entrance to an underground parking lot. Chu Ming. The burly man narrowed his eyes. Home? You seem to have quite a tale. Since you're from outside, you must have some news, right? What is going on out there? Chu Ye felt a stir in his heart. The man appeared keenly interested in the outside situation. He pretended to recall. Not too good. There are sandstorms everywhere. With the sand piled up a story high, I thought I was done for this time. Before the storm hit, I saw some people clearing the streets, but I reckon their machinery is probably buried under the sand now. Clearing the streets? The burly man scoffed. What time is it? You still expect someone to come rescue us? He turned to the slender man. Old too. Do you think this kid is telling the truth? The slender man shook his head. Not sure, but he doesn't seem like he's lying. The burly man pondered for a moment. Regardless of the truth, let us keep him around. He might come in handy later. He patted Chu Ye on the shoulder. Kid, you're lucky to have met us. Stick with us, and I guarantee you'll eat well and live comfortably. Chu Ye felt a cold laugh in his heart, but maintained a facade of gratitude. Thank you, big brother. Thank you, big brother. The burly man hesitated for a moment, as if suddenly recalling something, and asked, By the way, kid, have you seen a child in the underground parking lot? About 10 years old, wearing a red jacket? Chu Ye's heart sank, but his expression remained impassive. He strained to recall what he saw in the underground parking lot. Confirming he had not seen any child, and shook his head. No, big brother, I only saw some abandoned vehicles. No one else. The burly man frowned, perplexed. That child should be nearby. He mumbled a few words under his breath, then waved his hand dismissively. Forget it. If you didn't see him, you didn't see him. Perhaps that little brat is hiding in some corner. He paused and added, Kid, since you've joined us, you re one of us now. I'll be blunt. Our boss is no softed. If you dare pull any tricks, I won't let you off easily. Chu Ye hastily nodded and bowed, assuring he would never dare. After following the two back to the upper level of the parking lot, Chu Ye was astonished to find it was actually a shopping mall. The spacious area was strewn with various goods. Shelves toppled in disarray, creating a scene of chaos. As they ventured deeper into the mall, an eerie silence enveloped them. The power had long been cut, and the entire space lay shrouded in darkness. Illuminated only by the two beams of flashlight beams that flickered ahead, occasionally revealing display stands and scattered broken items, creating a particularly desolate atmosphere. What happened here? Chu Ye furrowed his brow and inquired. The burly man snorted. What else could have happened? The sandstorm came, and this is how it ended up. At first, the dust poured in, trapping many people here. That we were security guard for the mall, and when the storm first hit, we thought we could help maintain order, but then, he seemed reluctant to elaborate, waving his hand dismissively. The slender man took over, but then more and more people arrived, with no food or water, and outside was all sand. Desperation led to chaos, and eventually, the captain laid down the law. Food and drink were to be controlled, and anyone who disobeyed would face the consequences. About 100 people? Chu Ye repeated softly, his tone laced with curiosity. Where do these people get their food? There should be plenty in the mall. The slender man sneered, glancing back at him. Plenty? Brother, this isn't a supermarket. There are only a few supplies left in some restaurants. Mostly, it's just luxury goods, and food is not the main issue. The real trouble is the lack of water. He spoke while intently observing Chu Ye's expression. Chu Ye's mind raced, pretending to be nonchalant as he asked, What kind of person is your captain? Chapter 55. Searching for someone. The burly man halted, turning to gaze at him. Kid, asking so many questions right after entering, you're not thinking of trying to take charge, are you? Chu Ye hurriedly waved his hands, repeatedly explaining, Big brother, you misunderstood, that I'm just curious. If this place has lasted so long, the captain must be quite remarkable. The burly man scoffed and continued walking. Remarkable, indeed. But remember, don't try to be clever in front of the captain, or even your corpse won't be collected. The beam of the flashlight in Chu Ye's hands swept across the mall's entrance. Initially, he merely glanced carelessly, but as the light paused momentarily, he was taken aback. Upon closer inspection, he noticed several distorted shadows under the illumination. They were figures, seemingly no taller than half a person. Stepping closer, Chu Ye's brow furrowed further, and he finally discerned that they were a group of people kneeling on the ground, each beneath a dark pool of liquid. He involuntarily moved closer to the kneeling figures. "This," he murmured, about to step forward when the burly man reached out to stop him. "Don't go over there. There's nothing to see. Just corpses." His tone was flat, as if he had long grown accustomed to such sights. Chu Ye halted, looking up at the burly man, hesitantly asking, "How did they die?" The burly man snorted, his gaze sweeping over the kneeling bodies, a cold smile curling at his lips. "They were killed when the sandstorm hit." His voice lowered, as if recounting a commonplace occurrence. Chu Ye was taken aback and pressed further. "Who were they?" The burly man narrowed his eyes, lazily leaning against a nearby shelf, his tone dripping with disdain. "The mall's duty manager at that time. They insisted on opposing the captain, thinking they were the proper authorities here. Wanted to rally a group to challenge our security team for power to..." He scoffed, his eyes filled with mockery. What a pity. Did they really think a mere title could command respect? When the sandstorm hit, they tried to overthrow the captain, and this was their fate. Chu Ye felt a shiver run through him. Glancing down at the corpses, his heart stirred. Yet his face remained impassive as he murmured, "Is the security team this ruthless?" The burly man glanced down at him, a smirk playing at the corner of his mouth. "Kid, to survive in a place like this, you can't be soft-hearted. Our captain is relatively lenient. If it were someone else, it wouldn't just be those kneeling there waiting to be killed, but everyone in this mall." After saying this, he waved his hand. "Let's go. Don't waste time pondering. Stay close. Don't fall behind." Chu Ye tightened his coat around him, following the burly man and the slender man as they made their way to the second floor of the mall. The stairwell reeked of blood, with only emergency lights flickering. Once the three reached the second floor, Chu Ye keenly sensed that the atmosphere around them was different. The second floor was more spacious, but also revealed more people than on the first floor. Most of them were grouped in pairs or threes, armed with makeshift weapons, patrolling back and forth with vigilant expressions. They glanced around frequently, clearly accustomed to being on high alert. The burly man nodded towards a group of patrollers. Two rough-looking men were seated on a broken chair, adjusting their weapons and chatting while smoking. One of them spotted the burly man and immediately called out, "Hey, Laosher, you're back quickly. Did you find anything good today?" "Good. It's all trouble." The burly man let out a cold grunt, raising his hand to point at the figure of Chu Ye behind him. Today, however, he had stumbled upon a tough little brat, which at least made his efforts worthwhile. The man known as Old Stone paused for a moment, flicking the cigarette but to the ground, and cast an appraising glance at Chu Ye, his eyes betraying a clear surprise. "Where did this kid come from?" "He was picked up from the underground garage," interjected the accompanying slender man with a sneer. "His name is Chu Ming. This little rascal has quite the resilience. He even managed to step in a quicksand, right at the entrance of the underground parking lot. He literally crawled up from the parking garage. Just for that, he deserves some credit." Old Stone's companion was taken aback, raising his eyebrows in astonishment. "Survived alone through a sandstorm? Kid, you're tough, truly fortunate." Chu Ye smiled faintly, choosing not to elaborate further, merely responding in a low voice, "It's just luck." Old Stone flicked the wooden stick in his hand, casting a seemingly casual glance at Chu Ye's flashlight, before inquiring, "With your audacity, it might come in handy later. By the way, did you find any leads down there?" The burly man tilted his head, gesturing toward the group of patrolling individuals, shifting the subject. "Don't mention it. Besides this kid, we found nothing at all, but haven't caught that little brat yet. Let's not waste our time running around in circles." At this mention, Old Stone's expression darkened, revealing a hint of impatience as he crushed the cigarette but beneath his foot. "Don't even mention it. That little bastard is nowhere to be found. This mall is vast, shrouded in darkness. He can hide wherever he pleases, and we've scoured the place without catching a single hair." The slender man spat in annoyance, interrupting, "Damn it, he's elusive, but where can that little devil run off to? Eventually, hunger will drive him out, and when we catch him, we'll certainly teach him a lesson." Old Stone shrugged, a derisive smile playing on his lips. "Indeed, no matter how hard he tries to hide, he can't escape. He's just a rat." Chu Ye stood quietly to the side, absorbing their conversation without interjecting, but quietly committing their names and dialogue to memory. His gaze swept over the patrolling men, and he began to sketch in his mind the contours of more questions and dangers regarding this area. All right, let's not delay any further. The burly man narrowed his gaze, patting Old Stone on the shoulder. Let's move. If that little bastard shows himself, give me a shout, so the captain doesn't lose his temper. Old Stone waved his hand dismissively, disinterested in further dialogue, and reopened his cigarette case. Chu Ye lowered his eyelids, adjusting the flashlight resting on his shoulder, and silently followed in the footsteps of the burly man. The atmosphere around them grew quiet once more. After a few steps, Chu Ye feigned nonchalance and asked, "I overheard you mention that little devil. Who exactly is he?" The burly man halted, glancing back at him with a look of disdain and a cold grunt. "Who is he? Just a little beast, always causing trouble." His lips twitched slightly, mingling disgust with anger as he added in a low voice, "A few days ago, that little brat killed several of our brothers." Chapter 56. Security Captain Chu Ye's heart stirred, though his brow remained unruffled, only his tone revealing a hint of curiosity as he pressed on. "Just one person. How did he manage that?" The burly man let out a scornful laugh, his voice laced with disdain and anger. "Who knows what tricks he employed? Did he think we were easy prey here? When we catch him, we'll skin him alive." Chu Ye nodded, refraining from further inquiries. As if merely curious, the kid who could evoke such fury from these men was clearly more than just a troublemaker. To face a crowd of vigilant guards alone, he must possess extraordinary means. He bowed his head, walking slowly, carefully concealing his emotions. It appeared that the depths of this mall were far more profound than he had initially imagined. Following the security personnel, Chu Ye entered the office on the 4th floor of the mall, where the guard at the entrance greeted those inside before they pushed the door open. In the center of the office, Chu Ye witnessed a middle-aged woman being beaten by the security captain. Her face was a mask of terror and fury as she struggled in vain. The guard spoke softly to Chu Ye. "This is the mother of that little brat. The captain wants her to find him, but she refuses. If she had cooperated with our boss yesterday, we wouldn't be in this mess." A tightness gripped Chu Ye's heart as he realized the gravity of the situation. This woman was evidently fighting for her child. Yet her resistance seemed to garner no sympathy. The security captain, noticing someone had entered, paused his actions and turned to face Chu Ye. Surprise flickered across his rugged features before he released his grip on the woman's hair, gently patting down his attire to smooth out the crumpled uniform, adjusting the badge on his chest. "Oh, a newcomer, I see." The security captain scrutinized Chu Ye with a smile, his tone calm, yet tinged with an undercurrent of scrutiny. "It's surprising that someone could still enter this mall now." Chu Ye maintained his composure, nodding in response. "Good day, Captain. I happened to stumble into this mall by chance. I suppose it's my good fortune." The captain raised an eyebrow, seemingly pleased. He took a couple of steps, hands clasped behind his back, casually remarking, "Not bad. Once you're here, your family, and no need for formality. Have you eaten? It must be tough out in the sandstorm. Would you like something to eat?" Chu Ye smiled slightly. He understood that his significance in this place was minimal. At the very least, he needed to earn the captain's favor to ensure Lin Jiangwo and his daughter remained undiscovered, while also buying himself time to seek an escape route from the mall. He couldn't let the security captain perceive him as a newcomer in need of special attention. That he replied softly, "Captain, you're too generous as a newcomer. I don't require such care. I've managed just fine in the sandstorm for days." His tone was calm, yet exuded confidence as he continued, "Your concern is truly flattering." The security captain seemed momentarily taken aback, surprised by Chu Ye's demeanor. His gaze roamed over Chu Ye, assessing the young man's boldness. Chu Ye did not flinch. Instead, he held the captain's gaze. He added, "I believe that those deserving of preferential treatment must possess capability. One must contribute to earn their keep. Wouldn't you agree?" The captain's expression gradually relaxed, a smirk creeping onto his lips. Seemingly satisfied with Chu Ye's attitude, he nodded in acknowledgement. The woman slumped on the ground, her face bruised, yet she observed their exchange. Chu Ye's peripheral vision caught her plight. He deliberately shifted the topic, inquiring, "I've heard recently about a little devil causing quite a ruckus in our mall. Is it really that outrageous?" The captain's face darkened instantly, fury evident as he spoke. "Don't even mention it. That little rascal scurries around like a rat, killing several of our brothers. Sooner or later, we'll catch him." And I wonder how long he can keep up his bravado. Chu Ye nodded, responding a low tone. I see, indeed, quite troublesome. However, regarding this woman, he paused meaningfully. What is her relationship with that little brat? The captain scoffed, clearly devoid of any compassion for the woman on the ground. That brat is her son, the ungrateful little wretch. She's just a worthless mother. His tone dripped with disdain, tinged with impatience. But with her state, she won't last long. I reckon she'll crack eventually. Chu Ye nodded, refraining from further comment, adopting a contemplative expression as he stood still. The security captain, oblivious to any unusual behavior, assumed Chu Ye was simply acclimatizing to the environment and resumed his earlier nonchalant demeanor. With a knowing smirk, he fixed his gaze on Chu Ye, hands behind his back, and casually declared, "How about this? Your name is Chu Ming, right? If you can find that little brat, regardless of whether you can catch him, I'll treat you to a good meal and let you choose a woman." Chu Ye's heart skipped a beat. He hadn't anticipated such a proposition, causing him to furrow his brow slightly. He tentatively asked, "Choose a woman? What do you mean by that, Captain?" Hearing Chu Ye's query, the captain's smile widened, and he enunciated each word clearly. "The women in this mall are all locked up on the third floor, but we manage them by categories. Those who perform well can choose one. If you truly have the skills to find that little brat, you can pick whichever one catches your eye. Whoever you fancy will be yours." With that, he smacked his lips, his eyes gleaming with self-satisfaction. Chu Ye felt a chill wash over him at this declaration. He expected the rules of this place to be so absurd and cruel. Yet he could not betray too much emotion on his face, simply responding, "Captain, this is indeed a rather unique arrangement." The security captain laughed heartily, clapping Chu Ye on the shoulder with a hearty slap. "What? You're not suggesting I'm not generous enough, are you? If that's the case, I might have misjudged you." His words carried a hint of provocation. Chu Ye lowered his head slightly, forcing a smile in reply. "I wouldn't dare to complain. I just think for the sake of capturing a child, your conditions are rather enticing, which adds to my pressure." The captain appeared quite pleased with this response, chuckling lightly before waving his hand. "All right, it's settled then. Go on and show me what you can do. Haha, don't let me down." Chu Ming. Chu Ye nodded slightly, but a glimmer of cold light flashed in the depths of his eyes. Captain, may I take this woman with me? I want to see if I can extract some information from her. It would also facilitate my search for that child." Chapter 57. The subway maintenance passage. The security captain scrutinized Chu Ye from head to toe, ultimately waving his hand in impatience that as you wish. "This woman is yours to deal with. The priority is to capture that brat. You may leave now. I will arrange a place for you to stay shortly." After expressing his gratitude, Chu Ye dragged the limp woman out of the room like a lifeless dog. As he stepped outside, the security captain immediately called over the guard who had accompanied Chu Ye, inquiring, "What do you know about this kid's background?" The guard, equally perplexed, stammered, "Well, we found him in the underground parking lot. He must have truly come from outside. We searched the garage numerous times and never encountered anyone." The security captain found it increasingly incredible, frowning as he questioned the guard. "Is it possible he survived the sandstorm on his own?" The guard scratched his head, seemingly struggling to believe it. "Captain, I'm not entirely sure." He claimed he came out alone. "We checked and found no one else following him." But a glimmer of astonishment flickered in the captain's eyes. To emerge unscathed from such a lethal sandstorm is no small feat. This kid either possesses enviable luck or formidable skills. Perhaps he has more experience dealing with the outside world than we do. The guard hesitantly asked, "Captain, should we test him further?" The captain snorted coldly, his eyes flashing with intensity. "Test? There's no need for us to intervene. With the chaos outside, keeping him here won't lead to a pleasant existence for long. In due time, whether it's his true abilities or mere fortune will become evident. However, we must remain vigilant. His worth may surpass what meets the EYAT this point." The captain added, "Keep a close watch on that woman. I want to know how Chu Ye intends to handle her." Chu Ye dragged the woman into the assigned room, a musty odor assaulting him immediately. The space was cramped, containing only a dilapidated bed and a rickety table. He threw the woman onto the bed with considerable force, eliciting a muffled groan from her as she stared at him in terror, her eyes brimming with animosity, feigning a search in his backpack. Chu Ye retrieved some basic medical supplies and bandages from the system's space that he roughly tended to the wound on her face. The woman winced in pain, but remained defiant. Is this all you have? I won't help you. You'll never extract any information about my son from me. Chu Ye scoffed, lowering his voice. Your son? Huh. Do you think I care for your assistance? I'm here merely to maintain an identity that allows me to find a way out of this damned place. The woman was taken aback, clearly not expecting such a response. She scrutinized Chu Ye, seemingly assessing the truth of his words. To rescue Uncle Lin and the others, it was imperative to first understand the layout of the mall and the security situation to devise an escape plan. After Chu Ye finished attending to her wound, he appeared disinterested in her further. Unable to contain herself, she ventured, Who exactly are you? Chu Ye cast her an impatient glance. His voice was cold and low, yet carried an undeniable authority. I just came in from outside. Shouldn't I be the one asking what is going on here? He paused before continuing. I have my own affairs to attend to and do not intend to mingle with your troubles. However, you had best not interfere with me. A faint smile crept onto his lips, devoid of warmth. You came from outside? What exactly has transpired out there? Given their state, it seems no one should be oblivious. The woman was momentarily stunned. Having been confined here, she was entirely unaware of the situation outside. What could possibly happen outside? The mall is lacking electricity and water, and these security guards are occupying the premises like bandits. They might as well plant a flag at the entrance. You really expect things to proceed normally? Chu Ye clicked his tongue, lazily shaking his head. The outside is a wasteland. Even if one wished to go out, they would have likely been flayed by the sandstorm. You know what a sandstorm is. Just in the past couple of days, the entire city has been buried under yellow sand. If you step outside, not only will you not see anyone, but you'll also struggle to find a road. The woman gasped, obviously taken aback by such revelations. In the end, she could only tighten her face and ask, How could this be? Wasn't it just a dust storm before? How could it suddenly? Chu Ye interrupted her coldly. Do you expect the apocalypse to announce itself before arriving? After a moment of silence, the woman cautiously inquired, Then, why did you save me? Save you? Chu Ye laughed as though he had heard a joke. Don't flatter yourself. I'm not here to rescue you. Your life or death is of no concern to me. I merely need someone who can provide me with information. The woman's face paled, and she tentatively asked if I know the way out, could you take me and my son with you? Chu Ye paused, turning to observe the room, then turned back, a smile that was more mocking than genuine gracing his lips. Is this a deal? The woman hesitated for a moment before eagerly nodding. Yes, it's a deal. As long as you take us out, I will tell you everything. Chu Ye scoffed that if you want to speak, then do so plainly. Do not impose any conditions on me. What I need is your cooperation, not your stipulations. With that, he turned to leave. The woman, seeing this, hastily called out, If you wish to exit, you will come back to find me. As Chu Ye stepped out of the room, he unexpectedly bumped into the guard who had discovered him in the underground parking lot. The guard appeared to be patrolling. Upon seeing Chu Ye, he paused for a moment before breaking into a grin. You're out? How's that woman faring? Chu Ye shrugged, feigning nonchalance. What else could it be? She refuses to divulge anything useful, as stubborn as a mule. The guard raised his eyebrows, wearing a mischievous grin. Who asked you that? I meant, didn't you use some special methods? Perhaps take the opportunity to indulge a little? Who would have the heart for something so filthy and stinky? Chu Ye replied with a look of disdain. The guard chuckled, leaning closer to Chu Ye and lowering his voice. Having any is already good enough. Would you really be picky? Besides, this situation is far better than those public ones locked on the third floor. Those women are truly repulsive. They can turn one's stomach. Chu Ye waved his hand dismissively, interrupting the guard's incessant chatter. All right, enough of that. This place is stifling. I wish to wander around and familiarize myself with the environment. Don't you mind? Upon hearing this, the guard patted his chest, nonchalantly declaring, what's there to mind? This dilapidated mall has no one else aside from us brothers here. Wherever you wish to go, I'll take you. Chapter 58. No path to escape. Chu Ye felt a surge of joy within. He had been troubled by the lack of someone to guide him in familiarizing himself with the terrain, and now the guard had conveniently offered his assistance. The two walked side by side down the empty corridors of the mall. Chu Ye pulled out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and offered one to the guard. Care for a smoke? The guard grinned widely, accepting a cigarette. Thanks, brother. Chu Ye produced a lighter, first lighting the guard's cigarette before igniting his own. Taking a deep drag and exhaling a ring of smoke. I'm Chu Ming. Let us reintroduce ourselves. Chu Ye introduced himself, while his peripheral vision remained keenly observant of the guard's expressions. I'm sure Lei. Like the stone insure, and Lei is in to be open and honest. The guard also introduced himself, flashing a bright smile that revealed his gleaming white teeth. Brother Sure, how long have you been working as a security guard here? Feigning casual curiosity, Chu Ye asked. Over 3 years now. I know every nook and cranny of this mall. So, if you're looking for someone to guide you, you've come to the right person. Shirley spoke with a hint of pride. Chu Ye pretended to look around with interest. The emergency exits in the mall were all obstructed by debris as he strolled alongside the guard. He discreetly observed the mall's layout and security conditions to make matters worse. The mall had virtually no windows. Even if he found an escape route, it would be challenging to flee from such a sealed structure. Why does this mall lack even a single window? Chu Ye asked, seemingly unconcerned. The guard shrugged. You wouldn't understand. Every inch of space in a mall is precious. Of course, there are windows, but once the stores are finished with renovations, they get covered up. Have you ever seen windows in a mall? The only ones are usually in the emergency exits or bathrooms. But a sense of dread washed over Chu Ye. The situation was worse than he had anticipated. He followed the guard to the first-floor lobby, where, through the shattered glass doors ravaged by the sandstorm, he observed that the sand piled outside had surpassed the height of an entire floor, utterly obliterating any hope of escaping from the ground level. Goodness, the sand is far too thick. Chu Ye feigned astonishment. The guard chuckled wryly. You got that right. The sandstorm hasn't ceased for days, turning the outside into a desert. Luckily, our mall is sturdy. Otherwise, we would have been buried long. As Chu Ye beheld the despairing scene before him, he silently calculated his escape plan, with ground-level escape rendered impossible. He needed to seek alternative routes, such as underground passages or ventilation ducts. By the way, does this mall have any underground passages or ventilation ducts? Chu Ye inquired seemingly casually. The security guard cast a wary glance at Chu Ye and asked, Why do you want to know? Chu Ye quickly explained, I'm just curious, merely asking out of interest. Given the size of this mall, it must have such features, right? The guard hesitated for a moment before replying. There are indeed underground passages, but they have long been blocked off and are now used for storing debris. As for the ventilation ducts, they exist, but they're located on the roof and are too narrow to squeeze through. By the way, are there any secret passages in this mall? Chu Ye pressed on, unwilling to give up. The guard scoffed. Secret passages. Have you been reading too many novels? There are no secret passages in this mall. Feigning disappointment, Chu Ye sighed and ceased his inquiries. Suddenly, a woman flashed through his mind. She seemed knowledgeable about the layout of this place and possessed exceptional skills. If he could locate her, perhaps he might find a glimmer of hope. Could it be that he truly needed to seek out that woman? Chu Ye pondered, momentarily torn. He continued to meander through the mall, casting his gaze over the surroundings in search of any overlooked details by the guard. He meticulously examined every door, every wall, and even the ventilation openings on the ceiling. However, after an exhaustive search, he found nothing, which only intensified his agitation. His brow furrowed, and his expression grew grave. The guard noticed Chu Ye's unusual behavior and felt a stir of caution. He halted and scrutinized Chu Ye, asking, What exactly are you looking for? You seem rather sneaky. Startled by the guard's sudden interrogation, Chu Ye quickly regained his composure and forced a casual smile, saying, Oh, it's nothing. Just browsing. The guard clearly did not buy Chu Ye's explanation. Narrowing his eyes, he adopted a more serious tone. Browsing? You look like you're searching for something. What are you really up to? Seeing he could not bluff his way through, Chu Ye feigned curiosity and countered, Brother Sure, you've been here for quite some time. Haven't you ever thought about leaving or visiting home? The guard hesitated for a moment, a flicker of complex emotion crossing his face. Before sighing, leave? Go home. You know what the situation is like outside. Going out would be tantamount to courting death. As for home, mine is in the countryside. Given the current state of affairs, how could I possibly return? By bus? Or perhaps fly back? Chu Ye continued to press, So, what do you eat while you're here? This mall hardly looks like a place with food reserves. The guard sighed. That is indeed a concern. But I've chosen not to dwell on it. that's a matter for the higher-ups to figure out. As for me, I just take it one day at a time. Chu Ye then pulled out a pack of cigarettes, took one out, and offered it to the guard before placing another between his own lips. He retrieved a lighter from his pocket and lit the guard's cigarette first. "Don't be so pessimistic," Chu Ye said, squinting slightly, his tone light. "I think finding a way out could be a good thing. There's hardly anything to eat here, and now there's no water. Staying here will only lead to being trapped." The guard inhaled deeply, looking up at Chu Ye, his gaze filled with astonishment. "Did I say, brother, where did you get these cigarettes? We thoroughly searched you when we first encountered you and didn't see any on you." Chu Ye chuckled, feigning mystery. "A secret." The guard scrutinized Chu Ye, trying to discern something from his expression, but Chu Ye maintained a relaxed smile, leaving the guard perplexed. "That you're quite the enigma," the guard remarked, shaking his head as he stubbed out the cigarette. Chu Ye flicked away the ash, reflecting that thoughts of secret passages might have been premature. Shirley did not seem the type to harbor secrets, and he could not extract any useful information from him. "Thanks, sure. I'll take my leave now." Chu Ye extinguished his cigarette, patted Shirley on the shoulder, and turned to depart. Shirley watched Chu Ye's retreating figure, feeling a nagging sense of unease. This fellow was asking questions left and right. What was his true intention? Chapter 59. I know of subway maintenance passage. Chu Ye returned to the room assigned to him, which was merely a storage closet in a corner of the mall. In the dim light, a woman huddled in the corner. Chu Ye slowly approached her, looking down from a height, his face devoid of emotion. "What do you mean by the place you mentioned for leaving?" Chu Ye's voice was low and frigid. The woman lifted her head, gazing at Chu Ye's gloomy countenance. She licked her cracked lips and cautiously replied, "Does this count as reaching an agreement?" Chu Ye remained silent, his piercing gaze filled with suspicion. "Tell me how to get out, and then I will consider whether to rescue you." He paused, his tone laced with a hint of menace. The woman hesitated momentarily, aware that she had little choice. If she remained silent, Chu Ye might very well abandon her to her fate. "That I know of a freight passage, and I know how to open it. Truly, if you agree to take us, I promise I can lead you to that passage." Chu Ye raised an eyebrow, a touch of mockery in his voice. "A freight passage? Do you have any idea how thick the sand is piled outside? When I emerged, the sand was at least a story deep. A passage? Don't even think about it. All the entrances on the first floor have been dammed shut by the sand." The woman's complexion shifted, and she urgently countered, "No, this passage is different. It is on the second underground level. It connects to the subway maintenance tunnel behind the mall. The entrance is in the underground parking lot." Chu Ye stepped closer, towering over her, his gaze sharp as a knife. "At a parking lot? A subway maintenance tunnel? Are you certain you're not deceiving me? If I discover you're playing tricks..." The woman trembled in fear, hurriedly insisting, "I wouldn't dare. Everything I say is true. I work in this mall, and I happen to see the mall's blueprints. My son is the one who went to find that passage. I beg you, please take us with you." Chu Ye fell silent for a moment, seemingly contemplating the veracity of the woman's words. The underground parking lot, the subway maintenance tunnel, perhaps there truly was a way out. And it seemed more feasible than venturing outside. His voice was filled with skepticism. "What evidence do you have to prove your claims? How can I trust you're not deceiving me?" The woman's face turned pale, her eyes flickering with anxiety as Chu Ye's doubts unsettled her. Biting her lip, she replied, I used to work in this mall, and I happened to see the blueprints while organizing the materials in the archive. They indicated the location of the maintenance tunnel." Chu Ye scoffed. "Happened to? Huh. That is quite the coincidence. Do you think a mere employee can just access the mall's blueprints?" The woman shuddered in fright, hastily clarifying, I swear, I'm not lying. I was responsible for organizing the archive, so I saw the blueprints. But I can't be certain if that blueprint is still there, organizing the archive." Chu Ye's tone remained skeptical. "Who knows if that blueprint even exists anymore? Even if it does, who knows if it has been destroyed?" The woman urged, I don't know, but you could go look for yourself. The maintenance tunnel is in the underground parking lot, towards the north side. If you don't believe me, you can check for yourself." Chu Ye stared at the woman for a long time, his eyes deep and icy, as if they could pierce through all her FA-aids. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke, his voice low and hoarse. Tonight He paused, his tone carrying a warning. Tonight we will take a look, but if I find out you're deceiving me, you know the consequences. The woman shot her head up, hope igniting in her eyes as she trembled. I promise everything I say is true. Please, you must believe me. On the other side, Shirley sought out the head of security. A burly man with a face full of flesh, nicknamed Black Bear. Captain, I had a chat with that kid, and something feels off, Shirley whispered as he leaned closer to Black Bear, but he seems rather secretive. As if he is searching for something, Black Bear shot Shirley a sideways glance. Searching for something? What could he possibly be looking for? Is there any treasure left in this mall? He asked a lot of questions about the structure of the mall and the exits. Well, he is here now. Does he still want to leave? Black Bear grunted, his voice coarse. Though this place isn't much, it's at least a means of survival. This kid has potential. We must keep him here. If he cannot be of use to me, then... Black Bear made a slashing motion across his throat, his eyes fierce. Shirley felt a pang of compassion. He didn't believe Chu Ye was a bad person. Captain, I think that kid just stumbled in here by accident. It's not worth it. You don't understand. The world is in chaos, and one can never be too careful. What if he goes out and brings people back to seize our territory? Such a potential threat cannot be allowed to linger. Black Bear glared at Shirley, but Shirley persisted. But that kid doesn't seem to care about our situation. Black Bear interrupted impatiently. Doesn't he care? If he truly didn't care, would he ask so many questions about the mall's structure and exits? He is clearly probing for information. The movements of the Black Bear were abrupt. This rascal is truly restless. It seems he needs to be shown a lesson. Captain, about the food and water. Shirley recalled how Chu Ye had previously hinted at inquiring about the supplies in the mall. The Black Bear impatiently waved his hand, interrupting him in a gruff voice. Why are you asking about this? When have I ever shortchanged you? Have you missed a meal? Shirley opened his mouth, hesitating to speak. Although the Black Bear spoke boldly, he keenly sensed the unease in the captain's eyes, a forced calmness that concealed deeper worries, causing Shirley's heart to sink. It appeared that the situation was worse than he had imagined. Captain, that rascal. Chu Ye, he asked me earlier. What now? Why are you suddenly defending that kid? Did he give you something beneficial? The Black Bear shot a sideways glance at Shirley, suspicion lacing his tone. Shirley quickly waved his hands, knowing he could never reveal to the Black Bear that Chu Ye had given him 2 packs of cigarettes. At such a time, cigarettes were far more precious than food. No. Captain, where are your thoughts wandering? We searched him thoroughly when we found him. That kid has nothing on him. Shirley attempted to explain further, but the Black Bear impatiently cut him off. Enough. No need to say more. I know what's in my heart. You've been with me the longest. I know what kind of person you are to go arrange things. Keep a close eye on that Chu Ming. Chapter 60. Reunion night had completely descended, and the others in the mall had succumbed to a shallow slumber, leaving 1 or 2 on guard at the entrance. Chu Ye waited silently until the atmosphere of the late night grew even quieter. Then slowly rose to his feet. He retrieved some food from the system space. These items were as precious as life itself to everyone at that moment. Chu Ye approached the woman curled up in the corner and gently kicked her calf. The woman awoke, looking up at Chu Ye with fear in her eyes. Awake? Chu Ye whispered, placing water and canned food before her. The woman was momentarily stunned, seemingly unable to comprehend the situation before her. Upon seeing the clear water and food, her pupils dilated and her mouth fell open. However, Chu Ye reacted swiftly, covering her mouth with one hand, his icy breath brushing against her ear. If you don't want to die, don't make a sound. If you alert those people, you know what will happen. The woman's eyes widened as she nodded repeatedly, her voice nearly caught in her throat. Chu Ye gradually released his hand, yet his frigid gaze still weighed heavily upon her. The woman trembled as she glanced at the water and canned food, then looked up, incredulity etched on her face. Where did these come from? Chu Ye snorted coldly, crossing his arms against the wall. You'd better not ask that question. Just remember, it's because you still hold some value to me that if I feel you're of no use. Both these items, and your life one be worth preserving. The woman swallowed hard, her face pale, but she dared not utter another word. Trembling, she opened the can, and the faint aroma of meat wafted through the air. She devoured the food ravenously, clearly having not tasted anything so delicious in a long while. After eating, the pallor on her face lessened slightly, and her trembling hands grew steadier, restoring a bit of strength to her frail body. She took a deep breath, intending to ask something, but Chu Ye denied her the opportunity, speaking in a low voice. "Let us go. No time for chatter. We must leave this cursed place while it's still dark." The woman nodded, quickly rising to follow behind Chu Ye. However, her footsteps seemed too loud in the silence, causing her to halt abruptly. She glanced down at her worn shoes, hesitating for a moment before gritting her teeth and removing them. Barefoot, she quietly followed in Chu Ye's wake. Her feet met the cold ground, sending a twinge of pain through her, but she dared not make a sound. The two navigated through them all, avoiding the few who were on guard, and silently slipped into the passage leading to the underground parking lot. Under the dim lights, Chu Ye guided the woman until a familiar voice called out from the distance. "Chu Ye?" Lin Jiangwo whispered. Emerging from behind an old SUV, Lin Wan followed closely, gripping her father's shirt, her face displaying fatigue but more so alertness. "Yes," Chu Ye replied tersely, glancing at their condition. "Are you both all right?" Lin Jiangwo nodded. "For now, we're fine, but the food you left is gone. Thankfully, no one discovered our presence here. Otherwise, we wouldn't have lasted this long." However, Lin Wan's gaze fell upon the woman behind Chu Ye, her brows knitting in confusion. "Who is she?" Chu Ye replied indifferently. "Someone I know from above, brought back a person of some use. Don't mind her." Lin Wan frowned but chose not to pursue the topic further, as she often found Chu Ye's actions inscrutable. "What's the situation above? Is there an escape route?" Lin Jiangwo inquired softly. Chu Ye shook his head. "All exits in the mall are tightly sealed. But I heard from this woman that there's a hidden exit in the underground parking lot that we need to check out." "Not good." Lin Jiangwo sighed. "That I haven't seen an exit. But I've noticed several traps set up in this parking lot. If I hadn't been in the military before and stayed alert, we might have already run into trouble." "Traps?" Chu Ye raised an eyebrow, his vigilance heightening. Lin Jiangwo took out a tissue to wipe his hands, explaining they're the kind of traps that are well concealed. Ordinary people wouldn't easily notice them. The places I found had coverings, making it easy to step right into them. Hearing this, the woman suddenly grew agitated, stepping forward eagerly to look at Lin Jiangwo. "Did you just mention traps? Have you come across a child around 10 years old?" "Have you?" Lin Jiangwo paused for a moment, shaking his head. "I haven't seen any children, only a few small animal corpses that I suspect they were killed by the traps." Chu Ye cast a cold glance at her, stating flatly, "If you're looking for a child, you better manage it yourself. You'd best not drag me down." The woman fell silent, lowering her head, though the glimmer in her eyes did not extinguish. She simply ceased trying to argue. Lin Wan glanced at her, then shot a look at Chu Ye, her brow furrowing deeper. "Brother, what's next? How do we find the exit?" Lin Wan asked, her voice low and urgent. Chu Ye turned to the woman, his tone icy. "Speak up. Where's that passage you mentioned? How do we locate it? Now that we're in the underground parking lot. You must know, right?" The woman shrank back slightly, her gaze flickering. I need to think, after all. I only saw it on the blueprints, and I'm not certain of the exact location." Chu Ye stepped closer, his tone growing sharper. "That you'd better not play tricks. If you dare deceive me, you will face consequences you cannot bear." The woman quickly explained. "Truly, I'm not lying. I previously worked in the mall management and was responsible for organizing some engineering blueprints. I remember one of the blueprints marked a subway maintenance passage, located in the underground parking lot, but I need to recall the exact location." She gripped her clothing tightly, her expression anxious. "The blueprint is quite complex, with many markings and lines. I'll need a moment to find the location of that passage." Chu Ye scrutinized her for a few seconds, seemingly assessing the truth in her words. After a moment, he snorted coldly. "I'll give you time, but you'd better hurry. We don't have time to waste here." The woman felt as if a weight had been lifted from her shoulders. Nodding vigorously, I'll be quick. She began to strain to remember the details of the blueprints, muttering to herself. "Underground second level. Parking area C, near the fire exit." Chu Ye interrupted her impatiently. "Stop babbling. Just lead the way to find it. That if we're discovered, those people might bring us trouble." As the group discussed their next steps, a beam of cold light suddenly pierced the darkness. illuminating Chu Ye's face directly. Chu, you truly have a problem. Now that you're here, do you still think you can leave? Chapter 61. The woman must stay. The muscles in Chu Ye's face twitched imperceptibly. He raised his hand to shield himself from the sudden glare. His vision blurred momentarily as he gazed toward a group of figures slowly emerging from the distance. Leading them was the stern-faced head of mall security. The black bear. Behind him trailed a dozen men, all brandishing weapons. Advancing with an intimidating presence, he immediately spotted Chu Ye and the others, his expression darkening. This is the one you said was named Chu? What about the other two? Oh, and there's a woman too. The black bear questioned gruffly, his tone laced with dissatisfaction and suspicion. Shirley appeared awkward, rubbing his hands together, his gaze averted from the black bear's eyes. I don't know either, Brother Bear. We only discovered Chu Ye alone at that time, though we probably ran into the others later. You know how dark it is down here. We couldn't see clearly. The black bear shot him a glare, clearly displeased with this explanation. Nonsense with your little courage. If you had really seen other people, you would have been scared stiff. I think you're just trying to hide something. Speak. Were you thinking of keeping that woman for yourself? Shirley frantically waved his hands, hastily explaining. Brother Bear, on my honor, I wouldn't dare have such thoughts. When we came down, we truly didn't see anyone else. Right, monkey. The black bear let out a cold grunt, his gaze sweeping over the woman, a flicker of greed flashing in his eyes. Consider yourself fortunate, but since this girl is with someone surnamed Chu, she is undoubtedly no good. Once we capture her, we will lock her away, and I shall hand her over to you once I grow weary of her. Shirley dared not respond, merely nodding with a forced smile, while inwardly lamenting his laziness in not thoroughly inspecting the parking lot. Now, having offended the black bear, he feared the days to come would be fraught with difficulty. Chu Ye raised his eyes, coldly regarding the black bear, his gaze imbued with a chilling intensity. He straightened his posture, his tone calm yet tinged with disdain. Let us depart. Our paths need not cross. I have no intention of meddling in your affairs. Upon hearing this, the black bear snorted derisively, his voice low yet menacing. Since you wish to leave, I cannot detain you. However, the woman must remain. Such delicate flowers are indeed a rarity. He paused, slowly approaching Chu Ye, a sinister grin spreading across his face. You must promise not to divulge our situation here. Otherwise... Oh. Chu Ye raised an eyebrow, a hint of contempt curling at the corner of his lips. Otherwise, what? The black bear found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Raising his chin defiantly, he spoke with forced conviction. Otherwise, you shall remain here, and we shall coexist amicably. Chu Ye erupted into laughter, tilting his head to appraise the black bear with a keen eye. His tone light, yet edged with a latent sharpness. I have no desire to acquiesce to either of your demands. The black bear narrowed his eyes, the corner of his mouth twitching as he forced out a cold smile. Kid, don't mistake my patience for weakness. I have no shortage of manpower here. Even if I were to eliminate a few of you, who in this vast marketplace would care? Chu Ye took a slight step back, his hands buried in his pockets, his demeanor still cold and composed. You may attempt it, but I advise you against such folly. His words. The black bear's expression darkened abruptly, his underlings tightening their grips on their clubs. The atmosphere thick with tension. The air felt as if it had solidified. Lin Jiangwo, subtly positioning himself protectively beside Lin Wan, his eyes betraying a readiness to spring into action. The woman, meanwhile, kept her head lowered, her fingers clenched in a tight fist from anxiety. The black bear fixed his gaze on Chu Ye for several seconds before finally breaking into a sinister laugh. All right, kid, you've got some grit. I'm curious to see whether the three of you can break free, or if my dozens of brothers will tear you apart. Taking a deep breath, Chu Ye unsheathed his dagger. Its cold gleam flashing through the air, he bent slightly, his stance poised for action. Let us see if you can withstand this. Without a hint of hesitation, Chu Ye launched himself forward like a leopard, targeting the two burly men at the front. The dagger flashed, slicing a wound across one man's arm, causing him to falter in pain. Seizing the moment, Chu Ye slammed his shoulder into the other man, creating a breach in the encirclement. The security guards brandished their clubs, charging towards Chu Ye. Despite their numbers, they found themselves unable to close in on him under the onslaught of his fierce attacks. "Damn it! All of you charge! What are you afraid of?" "That kid is alone," the captain of the security team shouted from behind, his face a stormy shade of blue. Clearly, he failed to recognize the threat posed by Lin Jiangwo, the middle-aged veteran. Lin Jiangwo brandished the rebar in his hands, adopting a lethal stance. "The skills I honed during my military service have not faded." Before he could finish his sentence, the rebar shot forth like a venomous snake, piercing the abdomen of a charging security guard. The guard groaned in agony, clutching his belly as he collapsed. Lin Jiangwo, emboldened by his success, swung the rebar with a whistling sound, knocking another guard to the ground. "The old man still has some fight left in him." The black bear roared in fury, swinging his steel pipe directly at Lin Jiangwo. "Excellent," Lin Jiangwo bellowed, advancing rather than retreating, the rebar swirling in a fierce arc as he engaged the black bear in combat. "What are you all standing around for? Attack together and finish them off," the black bear shouted to his subordinates while grappling with Lin Jiangwo. Finally, the guards sprang into action, converging on them. Stay back," Lin Jiangwo called out while fending off the onslaught. "Why now?" Lin Wan was already pale with fright. She glanced at Lin Jiangwo, who was besieged, and silently urged him to hold on a little longer. Chu Ye's dagger sliced through the throat of a security guard, blood spraying forth. Seizing the brief moment of respite, he glanced towards Lin Jiangwo. Though old, Lin Jiangwo remained agile, the rebar creating an impenetrable defense, skillfully matching the black bear blow for blow. Feeling somewhat reassured, Chu Ye quickened his steps, deftly weaving through the throng and carving bloody paths among the black bear's minions as he drew within mere steps of Lin Jiangwo. Preparing to assist, a sudden gust of wind swept toward him. Unbeknownst to him, the black bear had extricated himself from Lin Jiangwo's grip, his iron rod whistling ominously as it swung toward Chu Ye with lethal intent. The attack was swift and brutal, clearly premeditated. Chu Ye's heart raced as he realized he could not block the blow in time. Just then, a voice rang out. "Everyone halt! Shirley!" All eyes froze, including Chu Ye's. Shirley charged forward, stepping in front of Chu Ye and taking the full force of the black bear's strike. Chapter 62. Dispersing the security team. "Shirley, have you lost your mind?" The black bear thundered. Shirley clutched his wound, his face pale. "Captain, let it go. Enemies should be resolved, not eliminated. Why must we go to such extremes?" The captain of the security team glared at Shirley. "Are you betraying me?" Shirley did not answer, merely casting a glance at Chu Ye. Chu Ye supported Shirley from behind, standing firm against the remaining guards. "Shirley, what are you doing?" Chu Ye whispered, perplexed as to why Shirley would aid him. Shirley forced a smile. "I owe you one at IS, that all right? I borrowed a pack of cigarettes from you. Consider this repayment." Realizing Shirley had betrayed him, the captain of the security team was consumed by rage, and he brandished his club and charged once more. "You two can die together." The black bear, humiliated and furious, swung his steel pipe with even greater ferocity, but left himself exposed. Lin Jiangwo's eyes lit up as he seized the opportunity, thrusting the rebar forward with lethal precision, driving it deep into the black bear's abdomen. "Ugh!" The black bear let out a pained roar, his steel pipe flailing wildly as he fought like a cornered beast. Lin Jiangwo, seizing the moment, withdrew the rebar, blood cascading down its grooves. Clutching his belly, the black bear staggered back, agony etched across his face. Observing this, Chu Ye quickly helped Shirley retreat. Having tasted victory, Lin Jiangwo showed no signs of complacency. He swiftly stepped back, regaining his stance, the bloodied rebar held defensively before him, his gaze as sharp as a hawk's. Surveyed the surrounding foes. The guards encircling him were utterly stunned. The black bear lay sprawled on the ground, emitting pained groans akin to a dying beast, clutching his belly as blood continued to seep out. His legs twitching feebly in an attempt to rise, but to no avail. From the pallor of his face and the vacant look in his eyes, it was evident his time was running short. Seizing the opportunity, Chu Ye dashed to Lin Jiangwo's side, his cold gaze fixed and the bloodied dagger reflecting a chilling glint. He whispered a warning. "Old Lin, don't let your guard down. While these men may be demoralized, a corner dog can still bite." Lin Jiangwo smirked, revealing a hardened smile. Lin Jiangwo will not allow anyone to take advantage of me as long as I draw breath. Chu Ye nodded, surveying the area. His icy gaze landed on the remaining guards who had yet to retreat. Clearly, they were hesitant to advance, their steps faltering, drenched in sweat. The captain of the security team, the Black Bear, weakly shouted, "You useless bunch! Get in there, what are you afraid of? Eliminate them, eliminate them. I'll protect you." Despite his words, it was evident that the Black Bear's subordinates were wavering. "That if you're scared, just leave," Chu Ye coldly retorted. His voice low yet piercing like a blade dipped in ice. Several guards exchanged glances, their hands trembling around their clubs, and some had already begun to retreat, spotting one of the subordinates faltering. Chu Ye narrowed his eyes, angled his body slightly, and thrust his dagger forward. With a sharp sound, it precisely sliced through a guard's arm. The man shrieked, dropping his weapon and stumbling back, clutching his bloodied arm. His screams seemed to ignite panic among the others, causing two to flee, abandoning their clubs on the ground. Come back, you cowards," the Black Bear cursed vehemently. The remaining men, though not fleeing, were in a frenzy. Their eyes filled with dread as they regarded Chu Ye this moment. The Black Bear, half kneeling on the ground, struggled to rise. Clenching his teeth, his eyes bloodshot, he trembled as he reached for the scattered steel pipe nearby. Muttering through gritted teeth, "No one will win against me." Lin Jiangwo, with keen eyes, kept a watchful gaze on the Black Bear as every move he chuckled coldly. "How foolish to think you can still move." The Black Bear, drenched in cold sweat, attempted to muster the strength to pounce at Lin Jiangwo. Yet after merely 2 steps, his legs buckled and he collapsed to the ground. Thus, the Black Bear breathed his last. His subordinates bereft of support. Though he continued to curse, the bravado he had worn was utterly stripped away, revealing the panic beneath. They finally crumbled entirely. Seeing this, Shirley smirked and stepped forward to stand beside Chu Ye, speaking in a deep voice. "Rest assured, the first mouse that emerges is the most difficult to catch. The rest will hastily scurry into their holes," he spoke while vigilantly scanning the surroundings, quietly cautioning Chu Ye. "But one cannot be certain whether this group has a backup plan, so remain alert to that moment." Lin Wan slowly peered out from the corner, and upon seeing the situation had finally turned in their favor, she immediately rushed over. Chu Ye noticed the silhouette of the woman they had just rescued behind Lin Wan. He swiftly approached her, lowering his voice to say, "It's time to leave, if you can find that entrance. Now is the moment." His gaze remained watchful, surveying the environment. Just then, a youthful voice suddenly called out from behind the woman. "Mom." The woman spun around sharply and saw a timid boy of around 10 years old standing not far away. It was her son. The child had been hiding in a car and, hearing the commotion outside, had been frightened enough to come out, inadvertently finding his mother. Upon seeing her son, the woman was overwhelmed with joy and rushed over to embrace him. Chu Ye's watchful eyes continued to scan the vicinity as he gravely stated, "If you wish to reminisce, it would be prudent to find a safe place to do so." The woman understood that this was not the time to tend to her child. They had not yet escaped danger. She nodded in agreement, tightly holding her child's hand as they ventured deeper into the underground parking lot. The entrance to the maintenance passage was located a bit further north within the parking structure. Chu Ye's attention was drawn to an inconspicuous iron plate, its edges caked with a thick layer of dust. "Interesting," he mused, a slight smirk gracing his lips. He walked over, stepped on the iron plate, and confirmed it was indeed hollow beneath. That he picked up a crooked steel pipe from the wall and forcefully pried at one corner of the plate. The sharp screech of metal against metal shattered the silence of the underground parking lot, reverberating throughout the enclosed space. Chu Ye, maintaining his composure, interrupted his own concerns and turned to Lin Wan. "Come, lend a hand and help me remove this iron plate." After a moment's hesitation, Lin Wan bent down, placing her hands on one side of the plate. The three worked in unison, their movements practiced and coordinated. As Chu Ye leveraged the steel pipe, the iron plate responded in kind, and Lin Wan, along with Lin Jiangwo, quickly grasped the edges. Pulling it away from its original position, IT revealed a heavy hatch door, marked with blue paint and a number. Chapter 63, Subway Tunnel. They collectively pulled open the hatch door, revealing the entrance to the subway maintenance passage. A cold breeze surged from the depths of the passage, carrying with it a damp scent, a true luxury in this sand-covered apocalypse. Chu Ye slightly turned to the woman holding her child. His voice "Is this the passage you mentioned earlier?" The woman raised her head at the sound of his voice, her gaze falling upon the chilly entrance, a flicker of uncertainty crossing her face. However, she quickly shook her head. Her voice bore a hint of fatigue and doubt. "I don't know. It should be this one, but I haven't seen any other entrances nearby." Chu Ye furrowed his brow, his gaze lingering on the woman's face as if assessing the credibility of her words. He took a low breath. "Should be. You're not even certain where this leads?" The woman tightened her grip on her child, a look of panic and guilt washing over her face. "That I'm sorry. I truly don't know. I just know there is a subway maintenance passage, but I can't say what it looks like." Her voice dwindled, whether from fear or shame. She lowered her head, suppressing the chill in his tone. He softly said, "Are you sure there are no other dangers down there? If you're uncertain, then we shouldn't waste any time." The woman bit her lip, her eyes revealing a struggle, before she finally shook her head. "I don't know, but if we need to run, we have no other choice." Chu Ye let out a cold laugh, a glint of sharpness flashing in his eyes. "No other choice. It's merely a gamble with our lives out on the side." Shirley could no longer contain himself, scoffing as he interjected, "Gambling with our lives is still better than staying here to be stabbed. There's no time to hesitate. Let us just do it." Lin Jingwo narrowed his eyes, raising his flashlight to shine it downward. The dim beam barely illuminated the rusted steps of the passage. He inserted the steel bar into his belt and first climbed onto the edge of the steps. "I'll go down and take a look. You all follow closely behind." He moved deftly downwards. "What about you?" Chu Ye turned to Shirley. "You can still back out now. Are you sure you want to come with us? You could easily return to the mall." Shirley hesitated for half a second, then stubbornly shook his head. "I've already intervened to help you, and with the captain dead, if I return, what do you think they'll think of me? Those security guards certainly won't let me off easily. Returning is no less dangerous than following you." Chu Ye raised an eyebrow, as if about to say something, but merely sighed lightly instead. "Quite clever," he said softly. Shirley did not flinch, his gaze serious as he looked at Chu Ye. "As you just said, this is your way home. Though I don't know what you mean by home, I trust you. Moreover, someone like you is more awake than anyone else. Following you may indeed be my chance of survival." Chu Ye stared at Shirley for a moment. He did not refuse again, merely nodding. "All right, whether it's impulsive or rational, since you have the courage to come along, I won't stop you." His tone was calm, yet it carried a rare sincerity. "Thank you for helping me earlier. Without you, no matter how much I held on, I might have truly fallen into those people's hands. Don't be so polite with me." Shirley scratched his head, speaking a bit awkwardly. "Besides, compared to your skills just now, my assistance is nothing." He paused and added, "And as for thanks, there's no need. I don't really have anywhere else to go. If you really think of me as a burden, just treat me as a travel companion. After all, in this world, having more company isn't a bad thing, right?" Chu Ye smiled faintly. "Then you'd better be prepared. Not everyone can bear the pressure of traveling with us. Enough talk. Are we going down or not?" Lin Jingwo's voice called from the maintenance passage. Chu Ye turned to glance into the depths of the passage, then patted Shirley on the shoulder. "Let us go. When you can't hold on any longer, don't force it." Shirley nodded vigorously, signaling that he understood. The two grasped the edges of the steps, following Lin Jingwo as they climbed into the unknown depths. The damp air wrapped around them, chilling to the bone as they descended the steps, seemingly leading to another world. Upon reaching the last rusted iron rung, Chu Ye's feet touched the ground, a wave of cold instantly coursing through his body. He couldn't help but shiver. "It's really cold down here." Shirley, following closely behind, landed and couldn't resist rubbing his arms. "Had I known, I would have snatched a few warm clothes from the mall. Who would have thought it would be like an ice cellar down here?" Lin Wan also gently adjusted her collar, her teeth chattering slightly as she looked at Chu Ye and asked, "What should we do next?" Chu Ye surveyed the surroundings. In the dim light, the abandoned subway tunnel appeared deep and silent. In the distance, the tracks stretched into the dark, seemingly endless. He turned to the woman he had rescued and inquired, Do you know which line this is? After asking, he realized he still did not know her name and smiled awkwardly. I'm sorry, I haven't caught your name yet. The woman wrapped her thin clothing tighter around her, seemingly cold, and softly replied, My name is Chu Ye. This should be the third line. The third line? Chu Ye repeated quietly. The city's subway map rapidly flashing through his mind that if they followed this line, they should be able to reach the southern area. Chu Ye recalled the subway routes, thinking of which station was near his home. He then pulled out his phone and opened the compass app. The screen emitted a faint glow. The needle wobbled momentarily before stabilizing and pointing in a direction. Let us move. Walking might warm us up a bit. Far better than freezing here. Chu Ye tucked his phone away, indicating the direction the compass pointed. That way. The subway had ceased operations. In the vast tunnel, apart from their footsteps, there were no other sounds, rendering the place exceptionally empty and silent as Chu Ye walked barefoot on the cold tracks, taking each step with caution, lagging behind the others significantly. Lin Wan, perceptive as she was, immediately noticed Chu Ye's discomfort and stepped forward to support her. Sister Chu Ye, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Chu Ye observed Chu Ye falling behind, her steps faltering, and couldn't help but stop. What's the matter? Can't keep up? He called out to Lin Jiangwo, who was leading the way ahead. As Chu Ye bit her lip, shaking her head, her gaze flickering, seemingly reluctant to elaborate. She forced a weak smile that it's nothing, just a bit cold. I senti cold in this godforsaken place. Shirley rubbed his reddened hands, muttering under his breath. His forthright nature caused him to overlook Chu Ye's distress. However, Lin Wan would not let it slide easily. She helped Chu Ye sit down beside the tracks. Don't push yourself. If something's wrong, just speak up and we'll figure out together. As she spoke, she gently lifted Chu Ye's pant leg. What met her eyes was a shocking sight. Chu Ye's soles were covered in small cuts. Certain areas have already formed scabs, while others continue to ooze blood. The ankle has also swollen, exhibiting shades of purple and blue. What is happening? Lin Wan gasped, her heart aching as she looked at Chu Ye. Only then did Chu Ye hesitantly reveal the truth that it turned out that during their escape, she had discarded her shoes to avoid making noise, and had followed Chu Ye here barefoot. The ground of the shopping mall was relatively even, allowing her to endure, but after descending into the subway tunnel, the sharp stones on the tracks inflicted greater harm on her delicate feet. Fearing that she would burden everyone, she had endured in silence. Chapter 64. Subway Incident. Chu Ye sighed. Although his words were harsh, his heart was not unkind. He rummaged through his backpack for a roll of bandages, tearing off a piece to simply dress Chu Ye's wounds. All right, make do with this for now. We will tend to it properly once we find a safe place. As Chu Ye cast a grateful glance at Chu Ye and murmured, Thank you. Chu Ye raised his head to survey the surroundings. Above, the concrete of the subway tunnel was marred by large cracks, with some sections having collapsed, exposing the dirt and rebar beneath. It can't possibly collapse, can it? Shirley's voice trembled as he gazed at the precarious concrete overhead. His heart filled with dread. Don't be a jinx, Chu Ye admonished, though his own heart was laden with worry. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble violently. Has there been a collapse? Lin Wan exclaimed, gripping Shirley tightly. Chu Ye lost her footing and fell heavily to the ground, clutching her injured foot in pain, her face pale. Chu Ye quickly steadied the swaying Lin Wan while shouting, It's an earthquake. Watch out for the falling debris above. Be careful not to get hit. In the darkness, fragments of stone rained down from the tunnel's ceiling, crashing to the ground with thunderous roars. A scream pierced the night as Shirley was struck on the shoulder by a falling rock. Collapsing to the ground with a groan of agony, Shirley, Lin Wan cried in terror. Rushing to his side in an attempt to help him up, Chu Ye's heart sank. The empty subway tunnel offered no place to take cover. If they were buried here, there would be no one to call for help. Damn it, to encounter an earthquake in a subway tunnel. Chu Ye cursed inwardly. Logically, the location of the subway tunnel should have been stable enough. This was truly a significant predicament. He raised his voice to alert everyone. Everyone be wary of the overhead. Stay close to me. Stones fell like rain, crashing violently against the ground. Chu Ye acted swiftly, pulling Chu Ye, who was nearly struck by debris, behind him for protection. Chu Ye had sustained a serious injury, shielding Lin Wan's head with one hand and gritting his teeth in silence. Now was not the time to cry out in pain. They needed to escape this dangerous place as quickly as possible. Guided by memory, Chu Ye focused on discerning the direction, leading the group deeper into the tunnel. Fortunately, the earthquake's duration was not long, and it gradually subsided. Once calm returned, Chu Ye slowly rose to his feet, surveying the chaos around him in the subway tunnel.Is. Is it over? Lin Wan's voice trembled slightly. Perhaps there may still be aftershocks. But who can say for certain? Chu Ye replied with a bitter smile, gazing ahead. Just then, he suddenly heard a faint cry for help emanating from not far away. Startled, Chu Ye halted abruptly, holding his breath to listen. How could there be anyone? The subway tunnel had been out of service. How could anyone still be here? Was it merely a product of his heightened nerves, a hallucination? Yet that faint voice, tinged with a desperate plea and low groans, felt achingly real. He turned to the others, whispering, "Did you hear anything?" Su Qing bit her lip, cautiously nodding. "I think I heard someone calling for help." Chu Ye furrowed his brow, one hand clutching his injured shoulder, and managed to raise his head. "It's not your imagination, Chu Ye. I heard it too. Surely, there can't be any survivors in this area." Chu Ye's expression darkened. This was clearly no ordinary situation. He turned to Lin Jiangwo, who was leading the way, and whispered urgently, "Uncle Lin, wait, is there something ahead?" Lin Jiangwo turned around, his face bearing a mix of gravity and peculiarity. He gestured for Chu Ye and the others to draw closer, and then spoke softly. "Ahead, we've discovered a derelict subway train, buried under a pile of rubble. From the sounds, there may still be people alive inside." Upon hearing this, Chu Ye's breath caught in his throat. "Are you certain? How could anyone be alive in a place like this?" "Absolutely." The voice came from the direction of the subway. I can hear it more clearly being closer. Chu Ye's heart raced. It must have been when the sandstorm hit a couple of days ago that the earthquake struck. And this subway train was buried before the service was halted. "Let's go take a look," Chu Ye urged as they cautiously approached the buried remnants of the subway train, just as Lin Jiangwo had described. It was a severely damaged train, its front deeply embedded in the fallen debris. The body was twisted and deformed under the weight of the massive rocks, blocking the tunnel's pathway to proceed. They would have to crawl through the damaged subway car. "Is there really someone inside there?" Chu Ye, clutching his shoulder and looking pale, asked doubtfully. Chu Ye furrowed his brow, quickly scanning the area. The rear window of the car was completely shattered, the edges jagged, unclear whether it had been broken by human hands or crushed by falling rocks. Regardless, it provided them an opportunity to enter the carriage. "Uncle Lin, can you still move?" Chu Ye turned to Lin Jiangwo. Lin Jiangwo stretched his limbs, replying solemnly, "I'm fine. I'm not that fragile. The pile of rubble earlier didn't do much to me." "All right, let us go in and take a look. Chu Ye, you're injured, so stay with Su Qing and Lin Wan here. That will be quick." Chu Ye swiftly made arrangements, though Chu Ye was reluctant. He understood he was a burden and nodded in agreement. Su Qing and Lin Wan looked on with worried expressions. Exchanging a glance with Lin Jiangwo, Chu Ye climbed over the scattered debris and crawled through the broken window into the subway car. Inside, chaos reigned. Seats were askew, handrails broken, and various debris littered the floor, and a thick layer of dust filled the air, making it hard to breathe. The carriage had derailed, the connections twisted like a pretzel, barely allowing passage. Chu Ye and Lin Jiangwo carefully navigated through the distorted doorway. They noticed vague figures moving in the next compartment. "Is anyone there?" Chu Ye called tentatively. "Is this a rescue team?" "Thank goodness. Finally someone has come." A faint voice responded from the front, laced with relief. Upon hearing this, Chu Ye realized he had been mistaken for a rescue worker, just as he prepared to clarify. A shrill voice echoed from deep within the carriage. "What is this rescue team doing? How many days have you been here? You've delayed my matters. Just wait until I file a complaint against you." The voice, sharp and filled with anger, made Chu Ye raise an eyebrow. He scoffed, a sardonic smile creeping on his lips. "If you're so capable, why don't you crawl out yourself? I'm not here to serve you. If you can find a way to complain about me, I'll give you credit for that. How dare you speak to me like that?" The voice retorted, even more abrasive, igniting anger in those who heard it. Accompanied by a stream of curses, A slight man peeked out from behind the seats. His face was pale, clothes disheveled, yet his eyes brimmed with hostility and disdain. Chu Ye regarded him coldly. If you had arrived sooner, we wouldn't have had to endure so much suffering. Do you have any idea how long we've been stuck here? 2 whole days. Not a drop of water. The others visibly shifted uncomfortably, and a middle-aged woman among them discreetly tugged at the man's sleeve, softly advising, "On, don't be like this. They've come to rescue us after all." Rescue? Huh. The man, named On, smirked derisively, shaking off the woman's hand. Did you hear what he just said? Acting all high and mighty. Don't think I'll be grateful. Every day you're late is a crime. Chu Ye chuckled coldly, his gaze fixed on point. 3 days without water, and you still have the energy to shout here. You seem to be living quite well. With such a tough tongue, why haven't you crawled out yourself? You. On was momentarily speechless, then huffed disdainfully, I can't be bothered to waste my breath on you. If you have any decency, you should find us some food and water, then take us out. Otherwise, if anything happens to me, just wait for a lawsuit. Chu Ye's sarcasm deepened as he turned to Lin Jiangwo, saying, in this day and age, even the useless are so brazen. Lin Jiangwo sighed, patting Chu Ye's shoulder, and spoke quietly, don't stoop to their level. We need to figure out how to get through. Everyone, please, let us not argue. The rescue team has it hard. It's understandable that the passage has been blocked after the earthquake and collapse. The earlier woman interjected. Chu Ye shot her a cold glance, about to speak, but saw Lin Jiangwo had already begun to address the group. His tone was calm and somber. We're not a rescue team. How long have you been trapped here? Do you know what happened before the subway collapsed? From the depths of the carriage came a few murmured replies, followed by a slightly clearer voice that, we also don't know the situation. That it felt like the earth suddenly shook, the train stopped, the lights went out. And then it was like this, we have no idea what's happening outside. Chu Ye and Lin Jiangwo exchanged glances, quickly realizing that the people in the carriage seemed entirely oblivious to the circumstances above ground. It was clear that this group had been stuck in the subway for quite some time. Chu Ye lowered his gaze, his tone growing cold. Don't expect miracles to fall from the sky. The only thing that can save you now is that I am not a rescue team, and no rescue team will come to help you afterward. Upon hearing Chu Ye's words, On immediately leaped up, pointing an accusatory finger at him. What do you mean? What do you mean you're not a rescue team? Are you fooling us? We've been stuck here for so long, and now that help has finally arrived. You say you're not here to save us? Don't try to shirk responsibility. Get us out of here. The others chimed in, clamoring in agreement. Exactly. We've waited here for so long, starving and thirsty. You must take responsibility. Hurry up and rescue us. We're going to starve to death? Are you or are you not a rescue team? If not, why are you here? Chu Ye waved his hand impatiently, silencing their uproar with a cold sneer. Shut up. Listen carefully, I will say it again. I am not a rescue team. You have no idea what is happening above. Don't even think about rescue. Whether the people above can survive is a matter of luck. The people in the carriage fell silent, exchanging glances filled with confusion and unease. The young woman cautiously asked, What happened outside? With an icy tone, Chu Ye replied, a sandstorm. The entire city is buried. The carriage was engulfed in a chilling silence, as if struck by lightning, leaving everyone stunned. Impossible. On muttered, his face as pale as a ghost. This can't be true. What are we going to do? With a hint of mockery in his voice, Chu Ye responded. What to do? Wait to die. Expecting someone to come and rescue you. Dream on. In this situation, no one can save you. You'll have to rely on yourselves. After this declaration, the carriage was utterly silent. Moments later, On finally deflated, murmuring, All right, we'll listen to you. It's better than dying here. Chu Ye scanned them with a cold gaze. Since you're willing to listen to instructions, conserve your strength. We need to find a way to clear the carriage. The people in the carriage nodded silently, their expressions complex. Chu Ye had no intention of letting these strangers touch his tools. Who knew if these unacquainted individuals harbored ulterior motives and would use his tools against him? He leaned against the door, contemplating how to proceed with the obstruction. He retrieved 2 axes from his inventory, which he had saved while clearing out the hardware section of a supermarket. Indeed, they proved useful. He handed one to Lin Jiangwo, his voice cold and low. Figure out where to start. Don't waste your energy. Lin Jiangwo nodded, gripping the axe tightly, and the two began to work in unison from the subway door. The metallic axe blades struck the heavy subway door, creating a jarring CL. Su Qing had just put on her shoes, feeling a twinge of anxiety as she stood behind Chu Ye. The subway survivors who had followed him began to murmur among themselves. These shoes were taken from a corpse. How can one wear them? A somewhat sharp-tongued woman whispered. Indeed, to handle the belongings of the dead is rather disrespectful, isn't it? Not to mention wearing something that belonged to the deceased. Who knows what misfortune it might bring? If you find it intolerable, you may leave. Chu Ye suddenly halted, turning around, the beam of his flashlight piercing the faces of those gathered. I am not stopping you. The woman turned her face away from the harsh light, yet continued to mutter defiantly. But we have no other way to go. Who says? You can simply walk the opposite direction. I can inform you that there is a maintenance passage ahead that leads to a mall. Chu Ye interjected coldly, his gaze sharp. Don't think that just because you speak softly, I cannot hear you. Whatever I choose to do does not require your judgment. Belongings of the dead? They are merely discarded items. Aside from being alive, nothing else holds significance. If you wish to express respect, you may weep before every corpse for 3 days and nights, provided those spirits allow you the time to mourn. The woman's lips moved a few times, but ultimately she dared not say more, lowering her head and retreating into the crowd. Yes, Chu Ye turned away. She muttered one last remark. He is truly cold-blooded. Chu Ye did not look back, merely allowing a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. He lifted his leg and continued to lead the group forward, leaving behind a final remark. Being alive is better than being dead. The dead must give way to the living. Emerging from the abandoned subway, the group walked along the tunnel for quite some time when suddenly, a rustling sound echoed from ahead, as if something were moving. What is that noise? Lin Wan asked nervously, gripping Chu Ye's arm. Chu Ye signaled for silence, gripping the axe tightly as he watched the front with vigilance. The beam of the flashlight slowly illuminated a corner, revealing a horde of rats gnawing at a corpse, the scene gruesome and terrifying. Lin Wan let out a frightened scream, retreating behind Chu Ye. The others also stepped back, their faces pale. Taking a deep breath, Chu Ye forced himself to calm down, that he swung the axe, scattering the rats, and then carefully examined the corpse. Judging by the clothing, it appeared to be a former passenger of the subway. The cause of death unknown. It seems this place is not safe, Chu Ye stated solemnly. Chapter 67. These individuals are a hidden threat crouching down. Chu Ye directed his flashlight at the corpse. The body was clad in ordinary casual wear, now unrecognizable due to the rats ravaging. With a gentle motion, he flipped the corpse. He checked the pockets, finding only a crumpled tissue and a few coins, devoid of any identification or valuable clues. Standing up, he shook his head. It seemed he could glean nothing useful from his body. Soft sobs echoed from the group. That we won't end up like this. Will we? Let South leave this place. I don't want to die here, but where can we go? Following that person, he must have a way. Perhaps we could find a path to survival. Yes, we must not give up hope. The survivors who had been rescued from the subway whispered behind Chu Ye. However, their words caused him a headache, as they had evidently placed their hope in him. Yet, Chu Ye was preoccupied with leading these individuals who clung to him. He wiped the blood from his hands onto the corpse's clothing, standing up and continuing forward with Lin Jiangwo and Shirley. All the while, the image of rats devouring the corpse lingered in everyone's minds. Yet, due to Chu Ye's swift pace, none dared to complain or pause for rest, as Su Qing closely followed Chu Ye, one hand clutching her son. After enduring prolonged panic and struggle, she appeared particularly weary at this moment. However, as the shadow of the mall receded, the sense of safety allowed her taut nerves to gradually relax, the earlier facade of strength dissipating. She looked down at her little son, her eyes filled with tenderness and exhaustion. The child, understanding, remained silent, staying close to her as if his presence could lighten her burden. Su Qing bit her lip and glanced at Chu Ye's back before quietly retreating beside Lin Wan. Slowing her pace, she whispered, Lin Wan, how did you come to know Chu Ye? Lin Wan turned to Su Qing, pondering for a moment before replying softly. I work at the airport as ground staff. A few days ago, when the sandstorm first hit, a passenger was being unreasonable and threatened to hit me. It was Chu Ye who came to my aid. That was my first encounter with him. and I was genuinely grateful at the time that a faint smile graced her lips as she tugged at her collar. Su Qing responded softly, raising her gaze to observe Chu Ye's silhouette before asking, "What kind of person is he? He seem like an ordinary individual that as she spoke, her brow furrowed. Lin Wan chuckled lightly, shaking her head in a contemplative manner. To be honest, I don't know much. All I know is that he had my father renovate his villa, that I happened to be there on the day he signed the contract and thought he was quite ordinary. However, the renovation requirements were rather peculiar." Peculiar? Su Qing's curiosity was piqued at in what way? Lin Wan replied in a hushed tone. His renovation demands were extraordinarily strict. He reinforced nearly the entire house with steel plates. Even the basement had special protective designs. My father thought he might be a bit unhinged, saying that such a place wouldn't feel like a home, but more like a military camp. Su Qing paused in surprise, instinctively pushing back a few stray hairs from her temple. Softly mocking herself, this person is so mysterious. The outside world is already buried beneath the sands of the apocalypse. What use is a villa, even if it is up to high standards? Yet Lin Wan laughed. Sister Su Qing, you don't understand. When I heard those renovation requirements, I too found them absurd. But later I thought, what if he had foreseen this disaster? This remark plunged Su Qing into a brief silence. She glanced back at the pitch-black subway tunnel, then at Chu Ye's figure, a wave of safety washing over her. Finally, she let out a quiet sigh, saying nothing more, merely easing her steps further. Wait. Chu Ye suddenly halted. Raising his axe, the beam of his flashlight illuminating the front, a small section of the tunnel had collapsed, debris blocking the path, leaving only a narrow gap barely wide enough for one person to pass through. This, Lin Wan gasped, her face growing even paler. I'll take a look, Chu Ye said in a deep voice. Carefully approaching the collapsed area and using his axe to clear some rubble, he scrutinized the surroundings. Confirming there was no further risk of collapse before turning back to the group, I'll go ahead and check. You all wait for me here. Chu Ye squeezed through the narrow gap, the debris scraping against his clothing with a harsh sound. He treaded lightly, wary of triggering another collapse. Once he passed through the fallen area, Chu Ye found himself in a subway station. A surge of joy filled his heart as he illuminated the surroundings with his flashlight. Ensuring there were no dangers before calling back to the group. Come over. There's a subway station here. As soon as Chu Ye's words left his mouth, the crowd erupted in excitement. The earlier oppression and fear of the subway tunnel transformed into an intense desire to survive. Everyone rushed to be the first to traverse that narrow gap and reach the safety of the station. I'll go first. I'll go first, a man bellowed, pushing forward and nearly knocking Su Qing and her child over. Don't shove, Lin Wan exclaimed, tightly holding her child. The crowd erupted like a swarm of agitated ants. Chaos ensued with people pushing and shouting, the narrow passage filled with cacophonous noise. Everyone quiet down. A furious roar boomed through the crowd like thunder. Lin Jiangwo stepped forward, brandishing his axe, positioning himself in front of the throng, the blade reflecting cold light under the subway's illumination. Anyone who pushes again will not be treated kindly. If you don't want to die, behave yourselves. Anyone who dares to act recklessly, my axe does not discriminate. He raised his axe in warning. The crowd fell silent in fear of his words, not daring to utter another sound. Lin Jiangwo surveyed the group, his gaze landing on Su Qing and Lin Wan. Su Qing, you two take the children and go first. Su Qing hesitated, glancing at the chaotic crowd before ultimately nodding. She grasped Lin Wan's hand, shielding the child as they carefully made their way through the gap. Once they had passed, Lin Jiangwo finally felt at ease, stepping through the narrow opening to join Chu Ye. However, as he steadied himself, he faintly heard murmurs from behind. Why does he get to go first? Just because he has a weapon? Exactly, he has just tried to intimidate you. Oh, what if it's a subway station ahead? What can he do once we reach there? Once we're out of the subway station, I'll see if he can still be so arrogant. Why should we listen to him? Though their voices were low. The narrow passage made it easy for their words to carry. Lin Jiangwo listened intently, his brow furrowing tightly. Chapter 68. The exit is indeed blocked. As the sandstorm approached, it was likely that the passengers had already fled. Upon reaching the end, Chu Ye halted, raising his flashlight to cast its beam ahead. Indeed, The entrance was as he had anticipated, completely buried. A vast expanse of yellow sand had effectively sealed off the subway station's exit. More sand. Cursed sand. Chu Ye muttered under his breath, his brow furrowed in distress. The crowd behind him also paused, struck into silence at the sight. After a brief moment of stillness, someone finally lost their composure. "We can't get out." A middle-aged man suddenly screamed and lunged toward the pile of yellow sand, frantically clawing at it like a wild beast. "I want to get out. I want to go home. Please let me out." The sand was stirred up by his frantic motions, dust swirling in the air, choking those nearby, who instinctively recoiled. Yet, the man remained oblivious, his cries laced with despair. He dug desperately, his palms soon sliced by sharp granules of sand. Blood seeped from his wounds, yet he felt no pain. "Stop this. Calm down." Lin Wan couldn't help but kneel, attempting to restrain him. "This is futile. You'll only hurt yourself." The man tore away another layer of sand, only for more to cascade down, filling the space he had just cleared, rendering his efforts utterly futile. "Enough." Lin Jiangwo, witnessing the scene, quickly stepped forward, seizing the man's arm and forcibly pulling him away from the sand mound, chastising him in a low voice. "Are you trying to bury us all here? Calm down. I don't care. I don't care. I just want to get out. I want to go home. Do you understand?" The man struggled fiercely, his voice tinged with sobs. "And my wife is still waiting for me. She's still waiting. I need to let her know I'm safe. I can't just die here." Hearing this heart-wrenching lament, the crowd fell silent, tears welling in their eyes. An elderly passenger approached, grasping the man's shoulder. "Enough, child. We all want to get out, to return home alive. Not just you." The old man sighed, firmly patting his shoulder. "Your actions will only worsen the situation. Be patient, all right? There will be a way. One must not give up so easily." The man finally slumped down, collapsing to the ground, his face buried in his dust-covered hands. Weeping uncontrollably, a few muffled sobs arose from the crowd, and no one dared to say more. The air was thick with the scent of sand, and a shared fear lingered in the hearts of all present. Chu Ye stood still, observing the scene before him, gripping the axe tightly. Those who had emerged from the subway could lose control at any moment, and keeping them close would surely pose a danger. Chu Ye disregarded the desperate individuals and turned to re-enter the subway station. Lin Jiangwo quickly followed, inquiring about Chu Ye's intentions. "But aren't we going to help dig a way out?" Chu Ye shone his flashlight on the station signage, replying, "Save your strength. We have no obligation to assist them. There are still several stops before we reach our destination. I merely came to assess the subway station's condition. I initially thought the sand wouldn't be this thick. But it seems the situation outside is grim, that if they truly wish to escape, they must find a way themselves." Lin Jiangwo instantly understood Chu Ye's intent and refrained from further discussion. Chu Ye continued, "These people are emotionally volatile. If we stay with them, we become a burden. Furthermore, even if we manage to get out, it's all sand outside. How do we proceed? The subway passage, in any case, is cooler than up above. Rather than squander time and energy, it's wiser to seek an alternate route." Lin Jiangwo nodded, glancing back at the despairing crowd, letting out a sigh. "That you're right. These individuals have lost their reason. We can't help them, but I hope they can regain their composure and find a way out on their own." Chu Ye said nothing further, turning to advance along the subway corridor, with Lin Jiangwo closely trailing behind. On the platform, two vending machines stood silently. Chu Ye approached and, with a few swift strikes of his axe, shattered the glass of the machine, revealing a delightful assortment of snacks and beverages within. The shattering glass echoed through the empty subway station as he retrieved several bottles of water, handing some to Lin Jiangwo while stuffing a few into his own backpack. He asked for the colorful snacks. He didn't even cast them a glance. He had ample supplies in his system space and saw no need to rely on trivial snacks for sustenance. The commotion of breaking the vending machine drew the attention of the subway passengers. "What was that noise?" A hoarse voice called out. "It seems to be coming from over there. Let's go take a look." Soon, several ragged, dust-covered individuals stumbled toward him. There's food and water. Upon seeing the broken vending machine, one man shouted with excitement, his voice raspy from prolonged thirst. The crowd immediately stirred. The people who had gathered at the exit surged forward like a tide. "Don't push. Let me through first. Water! I want water!" Chu Ye was jostled, stumbling a few steps as the bottles in his backpack clanked together. He frowned, casting a disdainful glance at the chaotic throng, letting out a scornful huff. Silence, everyone! A burly man stepped forward, shouting, "Anyone who pushes will not get any water." His voice momentarily quelled the crowd, but soon, more began to shove. "Why should we listen to you? Whoever grabs it first gets it. Don't fight, don't fight. Everyone deserves a share." An elderly passenger reached out, attempting to restore order, only to be shoved to the ground. "Old fool, get out of the way." The crowd fell into chaos once more. Chu Ye and Lin Jiangwo exchanged glances. Indeed, these people were selfish. Even a small gain could reveal their true nature. Chu Ye did not intervene, allowing them to scramble. Instead, he led Shirley and Lin Jiangwo toward the edge of the platform, preparing to return to the tunnel. "What are you doing? Where are you going?" A man clutching several bottles of drink shouted. "We're taking our own path. It's none of your business," Chu Ye replied coldly. "You can't just leave us. You owe us. You must find a way to take us with you," the man yelled, with others echoing his sentiments. "Oh, you?" Chu Ye scoffed. "I'm not a rescue team. I am merely looking out for myself. If you wish to survive, you must figure it out on your own." The man attempted to retort, but was cut off by Chu Ye. "I'll say it once more. I have no interest in your fate. You best not bother me." Chu Ye's tone was icy, laden with warning. Having said that, he turned to leave. "Stop." The man surged forward, grasping Chu Ye's arm. "You can't just abandon us." Chapter 69. Parting ways. A glint of cold light flashed in Chu Ye's eyes as he swiftly seized the man's wrist, twisting it forcefully to The man cried out in anguish, his drinks crashing to the ground, shattering. "This is my final warning. Don't provoke me." Chu Ye shook off the man's grip, his tone frigid. The man clutched his aching wrist, terror filling his eyes, reluctant to advance any further. The chill in Chu Ye's gaze intensified as he pushed the man forcefully to the ground, the impact of his body against the cold, hard platform resonated dully, causing him to grimace in pain, yet he dared not utter a word. Chu Ye brushed his sleeves, as if shaking off a bothersome speck of dirt, casting a cold glance over the chaotic crowd. "Let us go." He looked toward Lin Jiangwo and Shirley. The group swiftly approached the platform's edge, and Chu Ye leaned down to peer into the dimly lit tracks below. Without hesitation, he leaped down from the platform. He then nodded, signaling for Lin Jiangwo and Shirley to follow. The remaining individuals on the platform exchanged glances, at a loss for what to do. "What now?" a woman whispered. "Rather than waiting here to die, we should dig our own way out. There are signs of construction over there. Perhaps we can find a way and clear the sand blocking the exit." His suggestion immediately sparked a commotion. "Can that work? The sand is so thick. How can we dig?" Some expressed doubt. "It's better than waiting here to perish. Rather than relying on others, we should depend on ourselves." His words resonated with many, and some began to roll up their sleeves, eager to try it. "I think it's more reliable to follow those few from earlier. They seem capable and might lead us to safety," someone timidly suggested. "Are you foolish? They don't care about us at all. Following them might get us abandoned, but can we manage on our own? What is there to fear? We're many. How can we not dig a way through?" His words reignited the crowd's enthusiasm, and more began to rally behind his suggestion. "Right. Let us dig ourselves out. Why rely on them? They don't care whether we live or die. We'll find our own way." Within the crowd, supporters of both opinions began to argue, creating a scene of utter disorder. As Chu Ye's figure gradually faded into the heavy shadows, someone in the platform crowd could no longer contain themselves. Biting their lip, suddenly leaping down from the platform, hastening after Chu Ye. This action instantly shattered the stalemate among the crowd. As several individuals observed the scene, they too leaped from the platform, resolutely following in the footsteps of that person, evidently determined to pursue Chu Ye. These fellows are truly mad. What good is that cold-blooded scoundrel? He only knows how to run away. Following him will surely lead to death. Among those who remained, some grumbled in indignation. However, a greater number fell into a state of confusion and hesitation. They stood rooted to the spot, unsure of where to go. "Alas, let us not dawdle any longer." The man who had previously suggested digging an exit gazed at the indecisive crowd, unable to restrain himself from speaking again. Rather than wasting time here, it would be better to attempt the excavation. What are we waiting for? Let us move quickly, with a wave of his hand. The man took the lead, sprinting toward the subway station's entrance. Observing this, more individuals joined this seemingly hopeful group, their steps hurried and chaotic. They carried tools and supplies that you think those pursuing Chu Ye might actually be right? What nonsense! Those who follow a man unwilling to save others are destined for a grim fate. Forget it. Let us not overthink it. Come, we shall assist in digging for the exit. On the underground platform, the previously noisy debate gradually dissipated, leaving only silence and darkness. The tracks were strewn with rubble and dust, each step producing a creaking sound that echoed sharply in the quiet tunnel. Chu Ye walked at the forefront, his strides vigorous and steady, with Lin Jiangwo and Shi Lei closely trailing behind. They all deliberately lightened their steps, striving to avoid making excessive noise. The group advanced swiftly along the tracks, the dim walls on either side rushing past them. Occasionally, Chu Ye glanced back, estimating that they had already distanced themselves from the platform by at least 200 meters, before finally slowing his pace and coming to a halt. Let us eat something to satiate our hunger before we proceed, Chu Ye remarked, removing his backpack from his shoulder and extracting several loaves of bread and canned luncheon meat to distribute among the group. We cannot start a fire here, so we shall make do for now. Once we are out, we can enjoy something better. Shi Lei stared in astonishment at the food that seemed to materialize out of thin air from Chu Ye's backpack, instinctively accepting the bread and can. He had previously wondered why Chu Ye had shown disdain for the food in the mall, but now it became clear. With such provisions available, who would still wish to consume that overcooked mush? Brother Chu, where did this food come from? We searched your bag earlier, and there was nothing in it. Shi Lei could not help but inquire. Chu Ye smiled faintly, offering no direct response, just as he was about to pry open a can of luncheon meat with a small knife. A faint sound of footsteps echoed from the depths of the tunnel. He abruptly raised his head, scanning the surroundings with vigilance. In the dim light of the tunnel, several indistinct figures were discernibly approaching them with haste. Chu Ye swiftly rose, grabbing the flashlight and directing its beam toward the source of the sound. The intense light sliced through the darkness, illuminating 6 familiar faces. His astonishment. Among them was On, who had previously exhibited the most hostility towards him. Halt! Do not come any closer, Chu Ye commanded sharply. The 6 individuals immediately ceased their advance upon hearing this. On wore a sycophantic smile, rubbing his hands together as he spoke. No need to be alarmed, brother. We are one of your own. You rescued us from the carriage earlier, and we have yet to properly thank you. Chu Ye naturally would not easily trust On's deceitful words. He regarded the other man with cold eyes, asking in a low voice, "What do you want from me?" At that moment, a woman among the 6 stepped forward, her neat ponytail suggesting a shrewd and capable demeanor. After some contemplation, "We believe it is better to follow you than to stick with those people. You must have a way to lead us out, right?" She gazed earnestly into Chu Ye's eyes. Chu Ye remained silent, simply observing them. On's keen eyes caught sight of the can of luncheon meat in Chu Ye's hand, and he could not help but lick his lips, shamelessly saying, "Brother, seeing as we are sincerely following you, could you spare us some food?" Chapter 70. 6 burdens. The light in the tunnel was dim, and Chu Ye's gaze held no warmth as it fell within the beam of the flashlight. Expressionless, he scanned the 6 individuals before him, speaking deliberately. "I have no obligation to lead you out." Chu Ye's tone was icy, his voice echoing in the confined tunnel. "My rescue of you was merely a necessity, as we needed to pass through that subway train. What you choose to do next is your own affair and does not concern me." He fixed his gaze on, a mocking smile escaping his lips. "Especially you, On, when you previously accused me of harboring ulterior motives. I did not see such sincerity from you. Now that you catch a whiff of luncheon meat, you wish to ingratiate yourself with me. When did you become so hypocritical?" On's expression froze, his mouth twitching as if he wished to argue. But he realized he had no grounds to do so, swallowing his words back. Chu Ye had no intention of granting him a moment's respite, casting his gaze over the remaining 5 individuals. "Listen closely. I do not require any burdens, and I owe you nothing. Do not expect me to guide you through every peril like a kindergarten teacher holding your hands." That On's expression quickly reverted to its previous state. his voice tinged with a hint of ingratiation. It was all a misunderstanding. Brother, my previous remarks were, I simply lacked understanding and spoke without discretion. He rubbed his hands together, attempting to make his tone sound more sincere. I genuinely appreciate your life-saving grace. You see, we recognize that you are a capable person, which is why we wish to follow you. Chu Ye coldly interrupted him, the flashlight beam piercing On's face like a blade of judgment. You yourself said, those who follow a man unwilling to save others are doomed to a grim fate. Now you seek me out. Is it because you believe your fate is so favorable? On fell silent, his face turning a deep shade of red. He glanced at his companions for support, but everyone instinctively averted their gaze. Some even took a few steps back, as if unwilling to be associated with his embarrassment. At this moment, the woman who had previously organized On in the subway intervened. She blocked On with one hand, whispering harshly, "Can you not keep your mouth shut?" Then she quickly turned to Chu Ye. Forcing a smile while her voice remained unexpectedly steady, we understand that our previous demeanor displeased you, but now is not the time for such discussions. This is an apocalypse from which no one can escape. If we are to survive, we must unite. We have no other choice. Chu Ye narrowed his eyes, the woman's tone making it difficult to discern whether she was pleading or attempting to persuade. He slightly tilted his head, glancing at Lin Jiangwo and Shirley. What are your thoughts? Lin Jiangwo furrowed his brow, seemingly contemplating. However, Lin Wan stepped forward directly, her tone soft yet resolute. Brother Chu, although their attitude has been problematic, we cannot truly abandon them here, can we? If it were me and you saved my life, I would undoubtedly follow you wholeheartedly, would I not? Chu Ye remained silent, simply observing Lin Wan with a gaze as deep as a bottomless dark pool. The brief silence heightened the tension in the atmosphere. Finally, Lin Jiangwo spoke up. Chu Ye, Lin Wan has a point. Consider our predicament. The path ahead is uncertain and fraught with danger. An additional 6 people means 6 additional strengths. Though they may appear unreliable, it is worth a try at this juncture. 6 strengths. Chu Ye scoffed, his gaze once again turning coldly towards the 6 individuals. How capable do you believe yourselves to be to uphold these 6 strengths? We can. On hastily interjected, his forehead glistening with sweat as he looked at Chu Ye's expression and quickly added, I am not boasting. I truly will not be a hindrance. If necessary, I will follow your orders. I will work like a mule. The woman who had previously blocked On spoke first. We are all at your disposal. Whatever you decide, we shall comply. While we may not possess great skills, we can follow orders. Yes, we will follow your lead, as long as we survive. We will do whatever you ask. We are aware that our prior attitude was poor, but we genuinely wish to survive. Please grant us an opportunity, and we will surely prove our worth. The newcomers hurriedly pledged their loyalty to Chu Ye. Chu Ye remained non-committal, lowering his head in contemplation for a moment. He understood that he could not expect every individual to be a trustworthy ally, especially those who were so capricious. Yet Lin Jiangwo's words were not without merit. 6 additional people meant 6 additional resources, but could also mean 6 potential shields against the blades of enemies. Moreover, he wished to see just how far these individuals would go in their duplicity. Food and water will be shared with you for 1 meal only. His tone was cold, as sharp as an ice blade. From this moment on, do not expect me to carry you to the finish line. Your lives are your own responsibility. Do not hinder me, and do not engage in any underhanded schemes. The 6 individuals collectively exhaled in relief, repeatedly expressing their gratitude. Shirley let out a silent sigh, muttering under his breath, It seems our little Chu has a soft heart. He immediately caught a cold glance from Chu Ye, swallowing the remainder of his words. After swiftly distributing the food, the group quickly filled their stomachs and set off once more in the dim and oppressive tunnel. The sounds of dripping water and the echoes of boots striking stone reverberated in succession. Chu Ye walked at the forefront, one hand firmly gripping the flashlight while the other discreetly clenched the dagger at his back. His eyes had grown accustomed to the darkness, becoming increasingly sharp. He deliberately quickened his pace. The sound of his leather boots crunching on the gravel echoed sharply in the silent tunnel. The 6 individuals trailing behind him clearly struggled to keep up. On, bringing up the rear, appeared pallid, his labored breathing suggesting he was on the verge of collapse. Several times, the woman behind him reached out to support him, only to retract her hand under Chu Ye's frigid gaze. "I say, Brother Chu," An finally could no longer hold back, his voice trembling. "Can we take a break?" Chu Ye did not pause, his cold voice cutting through the air without so much as a glance back. "If you can't go on, I suggest you simply stop, for the road ahead will not be any easier than this. It would be better to end one's suffering than to prolong it." Instantly, An dared not utter another word. Clenching his teeth and dragging his weary legs onward, he silently cursed. This fellow was truly heartless, devoid of any compassion. Had he known that following this grim figure would be such a torment, he would have preferred to stay with those left behind at the subway station. Perhaps they would have escaped by now. Chu, however, was less restrained, boldly stating, "Little Chu, these folks clearly are dead weight. Why don't we just leave them behind? They're nothing but a hindrance." Chapter 71. The enormous rats. Chu Ye shot him a sidelong glance, his tone icy. "Shut up and do your job." Chu recoiled slightly, refraining from further comment, muttering under his breath, good intentions met with ingratitude. Though Chu Ye's words were harsh, he was, in truth, acting in their best interest. In this apocalyptic world, indecisiveness and excessive kindness were fatal weaknesses. Rather than allow them to cling to unrealistic fantasies, it was better to make them face the brutal reality sooner rather than later. Chu Ye's pace remained unbroken, his vigilant gaze scanning the surroundings. His intention in bringing these 6 individuals along was for them to be his allies, not burdens. "Stay close and don't fall behind." Chu Ye's voice reverberated through the vast tunnel. Now was not the time for tenderness. If they did not wish to rot here, becoming mere corpses or heaps of bones, they had best muster every ounce of energy they possessed. The chill in his tone caused the 6 to shudder involuntarily, realizing that Chu Ye was not jesting. They lacked even the capacity for self-preservation, let alone protecting others. An gritted his teeth, suppressing his bodily aches as he struggled to keep pace with Chu Ye. The woman behind him silently quickened her steps as well. Lin Jiangwo walked in the middle of the group, vigilantly monitoring their situation to prevent anyone from lagging or causing trouble. Though he too believed the 6 were a burden, they currently needed manpower, and it was best to proceed step by step. As time passed, abandoned equipment and signage began to appear on the tunnel walls. Underneath the chipped paint, the words "emergency exit" and "subway station" could be faintly discerned. "Be cautious." Chu Ye lowered his voice. "The subway station is just ahead." He halted, picking up a small stone from the ground and tossing it ahead. The stone struck a metal pipe, producing a sharp sound that echoed through the empty tunnel. Confirming there were no anomalies, Chu Ye continued onward. The group approached the subway station platform with heightened caution. The subway station was enveloped in a profound silence. The air was thick with a nauseating stench of decay, sending chills down one's spine. "Let us rest here," Chu Ye said quietly. "I'll take a look further ahead." He handed the flashlight to Lin Wan and stealthily approached the platform's edge. Crouching low, he moved slowly along the wall, his keen eyes scanning the surroundings. Suddenly, his gaze fixated on a shadow at the end of the platform. Something there seemed to be writhing, emitting faint rustling sounds. Chu Ye held his breath, inching closer. As the distance shrank, he finally discerned the creature in the shadow. That was a horde of grotesquely large rats, filthy fur glistening, their eyes gleaming with malevolence. They were gnawing on a corpse. The sound of their gruesome chewing sending shivers down his spine. That a chill ran through Chu Ye. These rats had evidently mutated, their size and aggression far surpassing that of ordinary rodents, should they become aware of his presence. The consequences would be dire. He began to retreat, intending to inform the others of the situation. Just then, one of the rats seemed to sense him, raising its head, its crimson eyes locking onto him. Suddenly, a piercing shriek shattered the stillness of the platform. The other rats also lifted their heads, their fierce gazes turning toward Chu Ye. Alarm bells rang in his mind. He turned and fled. The cacophony of the rat swarm erupted in deafening screams, pursuing him relentlessly. As he ran, he glanced back at the horde. He realized these rats moved with astonishing speed and in great numbers. If surrounded, his fate would be grim. He needed to devise a way to escape them. His eyes scanned the platform, and suddenly he spotted a discarded steel pipe. That a bold idea struck him, he abruptly halted, turning to face the swarm, raising the pipe high. "Come on, you beasts!" he roared as a cacophony of dissonant squeals approached, reminiscent of nails scraping against a chalkboard, sending chills through his bones. In the shadows, pairs of glistening red eyes greedily fixated on Chu Ye, as if ready to tear him apart at any moment. The horde surged forward like a tidal wave, the stench overwhelming. Chu Ye remained unflustered. He swiftly drew a folding, entrenching shovel from his backpack, snapping it open with a decisive click. With a growl, he swung the shovel, sending the first few attacking rats flying. Thud! Thud! The dull thuds resonated in the empty space of the platform. Although the rats were enormous, their attack patterns were predictable. Chu Ye seized on this weakness, leveraging the shovel's length to strike at the rats' vulnerable heads and bellies. Dark, viscous liquid splattered, accompanied by a nauseating odor. A pile of rat carcasses began to accumulate beneath his feet, yet he dared not relent. These creatures, undeterred by death, continued to surge forward, as if intent on drowning him in their tide. He began to use the terrain to his advantage, luring the rats into a narrow passage and dispatching them one by one with the shovel. Meanwhile, Lin Zhengwo heard the distant commotion. His heart tightened, and he immediately alerted the group. "Stay alert. Something's not right." Lin Wan gripped the flashlight tightly, her palms slick with sweat. The others appeared pale, trembling in fear. Just then, Chu Ye's blood-soaked figure appeared in their line of sight. "Rats, many of them, enormous in size. We must leave this place at once," he succinctly explained the situation. Lin Zhengwo exchanged a knowing glance with Chu Ye, and they quickly reached a consensus. Just as the group prepared to retreat, On, in a fit of panic, accidentally kicked over a metal pipe. The loud clang echoed sharply in the still subway station. "Damn it! Are you trying to get us killed?" Shirley couldn't help but curse. The sudden noise instantly attracted even more rats, swarming toward them from all directions. "Run!" Chu Ye decisively brandished his shovel, shielding the group as they dashed toward the opposite end of the platform. This way, the emergency shelter. Chu Ye's keen eyes spotted the directional arrows on the wall and quickly altered their course. The passage to the shelter was narrow and dark, the air thick with a suffocating stench. The group struggled through the cramped corridor, occasionally encountering giant rats leaping out from the sides, attempting to drag them into the darkness. A shrill scream pierced the night. A small woman in the group was bitten on the leg by a giant rat. "Help! Help me!" she cried in despair. In a split second, Chu Ye pivoted, smashing the rat's head to a pulp with a swift strike. He pulled the woman to safety behind him and continued to sprint forward. Chapter 72. The Emergency Shelter. "Damn it, how many rats are in this cursed place?" Lin Zhengwo grunted, swinging his iron rod while cursing. "No time for chatter. Move it," Chu Ye growled. After finally shaking off the swarm, they reached the entrance of the shelter. Chu Ye heaved the heavy iron door open, a musty odor wafting toward them. Inside, the shelter was shrouded in darkness, the air stagnant and oppressive. Chu Ye turned on the flashlight, its dim glow illuminating the cramped space. "Is this safe?" Lin Wan's voice trembled slightly. "For now, yes." Chu Ye surveyed the surroundings, noting the emergency supplies piled in one corner, along with some makeshift beds. "How long? We need to stay here." On's voice trembled with fear. "I don't know." Chu Ye shook his head. "Let us rest for a bit and regain our strength." On shrank back, hiding behind Lin Wan, timidly saying, "Do we really have to stay here? It's small and filthy. The air is terrible. What if those rats?" Before he could finish, Chu Ye interrupted coldly. "Do you have a better idea?" On stammered, unable to articulate a response, his eyes flickering as if he had something to say but dared not voice it. He glanced at the emergency supplies piled in the corner and then at Chu Ye's blood-soaked shovel, ultimately opting for silence. "At least it's safe for now," Chu Ye asserted firmly. "There are rats outside. If you wish to venture out and meet your demise, no one will stop you." On's face flushed, biting his lip as he muttered, "I never said I wanted to go out." "Then be quiet." Chu Ye waved his hand dismissively. "Conserve your strength. We don't yet know what lies ahead." But a woman limped towards Chu Ye, her voice trembling with gratitude. "Thank you, Brother Chu. If it weren't for you, I truly don't know what would have happened." Her voice still carried a hint of quivering fear. Chu Ye glanced down at her calf, where the wound was a gruesome mess, continuously oozing blood. "Can you still walk?" he inquired, his tone succinct yet laced with concern. The woman gritted her teeth and nodded at I can manage." With that, she attempted to take a step but couldn't suppress a sharp intake of breath. Chu Ye rummaged through his backpack, producing some clean cloth strips and a bottle of mineral water, which he used to gently cleanse her wound. Then, he wrapped the cloth strips tightly around her calf. Though his movements were somewhat rough, they were meticulous. "Thank you, Brother Chu," she said again, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "It was merely a small effort." Chu Ye replied nonchalantly, aware that now was not the time for sentimentality. Survival came first that moment. A rustling sound emanated from the depths of the refuge, as if something was crawling, that a shiver ran down Chu Ye's spine. He tightened his grip on the entrenching tool and cautiously approached the source of the noise. The beam of his flashlight revealed a shadow lurking in the corner. It was an enormous rat, larger than any he had encountered before, its fur as dark as ink. "What in the world is that? A rat of such size?" Lin Zhangwo gasped in astonishment. The gigantic rodent let out a low growl and lunged at Chu Ye. The stench of its breath assaulted Chu Ye's face, and its claws swiped through the air, carrying with them an acrid scent. Chu Ye sidestepped the creature's attack, bringing the entrenching tool down hard onto its back. The clang resonated like metal striking metal, causing the rat to yelp in pain and become even more ferocious in its assault. The confined space worked to Chu Ye's advantage as he adeptly evaded the rat's attacks, while seeking an opportunity to counter. "I'll help you," Lin Zhangwo shouted, seizing a metal rod and bringing it down onto the rat's head. Others soon joined the fray, wielding their weapons against the monstrous rodent. The refuge was filled with a chaotic symphony of metal clashing against flesh. Seizing an opening, Chu Ye delivered a vicious strike to the rat's hind leg. The beast howled in agony, its massive body crashing to the ground, struggling to rise. Chu Ye wasted no time. He raised the entrenching tool high and brought it down with force upon the rat's head. With a sickening squelch, its skull split in two, and foul blood splattered across Chu Ye. The battle finally came to an end, and the weary group slumped to the ground, gasping for breath. Lin Zhangwo kicked the lifeless rat, its corpse motionless, roughly the size of a small dog. "Goodness, this thing must weigh at least 10 pounds, he marveled, drawing a gleaming dagger from his waist. In my many years, I've never seen a rat this large." As he spoke, he crouched down and poked the rat's belly with the knife's tip. The skin ruptured, releasing a pungent odor that filled the air. "Something is amiss here, and outside as well. Chu, do you know anything?" Chu Ye shook his head, his expression grave. "I have no clues. Logically, a rat shouldn't grow this large." Lin Zhangwo began to slice open the rat's belly, and blackish red blood gushed forth. "A rat of this size could feed me for a meal." Chu Ye frowned, his stomach churning. "Have you eaten rat before?" Lin Zhangwo chuckled. "When I was fighting the old forests of the south, sometimes the supply lines would falter. I've eaten everything from rats to centipedes. Scorpions and snakes. Roasted, they can be quite savory." As he said this, he actually reached for the rat's tail, seemingly assessing its fat content. Chu Ye fought back the impulse to vomit and turned his head away. "Uncle Lin, this isn't the time for such things. We aren't in a situation where we must resort to eating rats, and besides, do you really think that smells right?" After a brief rest, the group began to assess the supplies within the refuge. They discovered some compressed biscuits, mineral water, and a few rolls of bandages along with disinfectant. Lin Wan counted the supplies, her voice tinged with excitement. Chu Ye noticed a map hanging on the wall of the refuge, indicating an emergency exit leading to the surface. "That we cannot remain here indefinitely. We must find a way out," he stated, pointing at the emergency exit on the map. "But outside, it's infested with those rats." On's voice trembled. "It's better than being trapped here to die." Chu Ye said firmly, "Let's rest a moment, then we shall set forth." The group quickly consumed some food to replenish their energy. Chu Ye instructed Lin Zhangwo to guard the entrance while he led the others toward the emergency exit. The passage to the emergency exit was narrow and dimly lit, filled with a nauseating stench of decay. The group proceeded cautiously, each step taken with utmost care. To the end of the passage was a steep iron staircase. Its handrails rusted with a G, not a S. Chu Ye stepped onto the first stair. He felt it tremble slightly beneath him, as if it could collapse at any moment. Be careful. The stairs are steep. Watch your footing. He quietly warned, his gaze scanning the surroundings warily, anticipating any sudden mishaps. Lin Wan followed closely, gripping the rusted handrail tightly upon hearing Chu Ye's warning. Yet her unease remained unshaken. The metallic scent of rust and the faint odor of decay emanating from the stairs made her feel nauseous. She gritted her teeth and moved forward, each step echoing loudly in the stillness. Behind her, Owen faltered and slipped, the sound of his shoes scraping against the edge of the stair, causing his face to pale. Shirley quickly grabbed him, hissing, "Steady yourself. Don't endanger us all." "Sorry," Owen mumbled, his head bowed, hands gripping the rail tightly as he tried to minimize his noise. The stench in the air grew more intense, prompting Chu Ye to furrow his brow, his gaze fixed on the dim shadow at the top of the staircase. The higher they climbed, the more treacherous the stairs seemed, with some metal plates cracking underfoot like ice. Chu Ye halted, turning back to address the group. "Step carefully. Do not bring your feet together. Remember, do not panic." The others took a breath, attempting to steady their nerves as they followed closely behind him. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed through the silent passage. Chu Ye felt the ground give way beneath him, and he lost his balance. Instinctively, he clung to the edge of the stairs, halting his fall. The sharp sound of the iron steps breaking shattered the air, startling everyone into wide-eyed silence. "Chu Ye!" Lin Wan cried out, her expression one of horror. Chu Ye gritted his teeth, struggling to maintain his balance, but the rough metal tore at his palm, making it nearly impossible to hold on. Don't come near me," he shouted. Just then, a figure rushed up from behind. Without a moment's hesitation, Owen pushed past Shirley and Lin Wan. Diving onto the ground, he clutched Chu Ye's collar with all his might. "Owen, what are you doing? Be careful," Shirley shouted, his voice filled with fear. "Don't mind me. Just pull him up." Owen's voice was frantic and trembling, yet his actions were resolute. His taut joints and bulging veins revealed the extent of his remaining strength. He pressed his body against the stairs to prevent being dragged down by Chu Ye's weight. Chu Ye's heart raced. Owen's reckless act nearly cost him his own safety. Steadying himself, he gritted his teeth, reached out with his free hand, and grasped a sturdier metal plate above. "Don't let go." Owen gritted his teeth, his arms like iron bands securing Chu Ye's clothing. Sweat dripped from his forehead, his hands trembled. Yet he did not relent. Chu Ye steadied himself on the broken step, inhaled deeply, and with a powerful thrust, propelled upward using Owen's leverage. He finally grasped a solid step, rolling over to kneel on the metal surface. Gasping for air, Owen slumped onto the stairs, still clutching Chu Ye's clothes. His face was pale, and his lips quivered slightly. After a moment of recovery, Chu Ye turned to grab Owen's arm and pulled him up. "Have you lost your mind? What if we both fell because of your impulsiveness?" Owen panted, yet a weary smile spread across his face. "There was no other choice. Watching you fall, I couldn't just sit here and wait to die." Lin Wan rushed over, anxious to check Chu Ye's condition. "Chu Ye, are you okay? And Owen, have you gone mad? What were you thinking charging him like that? What if something went wrong?" Owen waved his hand dismissively, a hint of helplessness crossing his features. Someone had to act. And besides, if it weren't for Brother Chu leading us here, I wouldn't even know how to move forward like a tea that moment. Shirley approached, staring at Owen with a mixture of admonition and admiration. "You little rascal, you've got guts, but if you act so recklessly again, you'll truly be courting death." Chu Ye regarded Owen seriously, saying, "Thank you." "Owen, for a moment I truly thought, I'll remember this favor." Owen scratched his head. "Brother Chu, I know you all look down on me." Owen fell silent for a moment, lifting his gaze only to swiftly avert it, as if he dared not meet Chu Ye's eyes directly. "You see, I'm just too afraid of being taken advantage of. In the past, I've been deceived too many times, and as a result, I've developed a habit of making myself appear somewhat formidable. That I understand that this personality can be off-putting at times, but I truly fear being tricked again, fear stumbling once more." Upon reaching this point, he offered a sheepish smile, slightly self-deprecating as he shrugged. "So, I might as well let others perceive me as a hedgehog, Keeping their distance, it's nothing. I've grown accustomed to it. Chu Ye lowered his gaze to On, his expression tranquil and profound. After a brief pause, he stepped closer and patted On's shoulder. On, I do not look down on you. What you have endured in the past is of no concern to me. For we are in an apocalyptic world now. At this juncture, who hasn't faced hardship? You saved me today, and we all witnessed it. That I shall not elaborate further. You are a person, our brother, and that is sufficient. On's throat felt constricted, and his eyes glistened with unshed tears. He scratched his head more vigorously, mumbling with his gaze lowered. Brother Chu, I don't seek your gratitude. Enough. Chu Ye interrupted him, the corners of his mouth curling into a slight smile. His demeanor softening, revealing a genuine warmth. Everyone has their own principles to live by. Even if one may be a bit guarded at times, it is not a grave sin. But On, remember this, when the moment of crisis arrived. You stepped forward, and that is the true you. On paused, finally nodding emphatically. After a while, he broke into a somewhat naive smile. Brother Chu, rest assured I can't guarantee anything else, but as long as I, On, am here, I promise I will never falter again. At that moment, Lin Wan approached. How much longer will you indulge in sentimentality? Let us hurry. This place could collapse a second time, and we would all be done for. Chu Ye turned around, his back injury throbbing faintly, yet he did not respond to Lin Wan immediately. Instead, he looked at On and spoke in a low voice. Let us proceed, each relying on our own abilities. We must move forward. Chapter 74. Carving out a path for survival, the light-hearted banter eased the tension among the group somewhat, yet each person's expression bore an additional weight of seriousness. Everyone be cautious. On this journey ahead, we cannot afford to lose even one person. After speaking, he stood up, steadied his footing, and continued onward. However, not far into their trek, a familiar sound echoed from ahead, squeaks and scurrying. The group felt a chill run down their spines. They knew the rodent swarm was upon them. Chu Ye halted, his expression instantly darkening. He muttered a curse under his breath. These damned creatures just won't relent. Will they? Why are they everywhere? His tone was laced with suppressed anger, but more so, an overwhelming fatigue. That moment. Shirley stepped forward swiftly, standing shoulder to shoulder with him, his gaze sweeping over the murky darkness ahead, revealing a hint of impatience, but maintaining his composure. Fortunately, this place isn't too dire, he said quietly, his voice low but filled with confidence. Though the staircase is narrow, accommodating only 2 or 3 to pass side by side. Even if the rodent swarm is dense, they shouldn't be able to encircle us here. Chu Ye inhaled deeply, releasing a breath that formed a mist in the cool air, his eyes narrowing sharply as he focused on the approaching commotion. He nodded, lowering his voice in response. You are correct, but we cannot let our guard down. We have encountered the ferocity of these creatures before, even in tight spaces, when their force comes crashing in. No one can withstand it. Then we must brace ourselves. Shirley grinned, displaying a determined smile that we can't allow them to charge through. We have others behind us. Brother Chu, you block one side, and I'll handle the other. Don, team mind the frills. Let us go head to head. As long as we don't collide, we can hold them off for a while. Chu Ye cast a sidelong glance at Shirley, a wry smile tugging at his lips. Shirley's expression sharpened instantly, his grip on his weapon tightening with a creaking sound. His eyes sparkled with combat fervor. As long as you can hold your ground, I'll be fine. Today, even if the numbers of these beasts double, I will exhaust every last one of them. Stop boasting and focus. Chu Ye's voice remained steady, carrying an undeniable weight. He shifted, positioning himself at the foot of the staircase, gripping his weapon tightly, his gaze as cold and sharp as a blade. Fixated on the direction of the rodent swarm's emergence, the group, though weary, showed no signs of letting down their guard. Here they come, Chu Ye said in a low tone, as the familiar, piercing squeaks grew increasingly grating. The red glow of the swarm began to materialize. Chu Ye let out a fierce shout, drawing his entrenching tool and positioning himself at the forefront of the group. With each swing of the entrenching tool, he created a formidable gust, each strike accompanied by a sharp slicing sound, accurately cleaving through the advancing rodents. Despite their overwhelming numbers, the confines of the narrow staircase hampered their ability to leverage their numerical advantage. forcing them to surge forward in a line. Meeting their demise one by one, Chu Ye wielded a steel pipe, agile and adept in the constricted space, splattering rodent blood wherever he struck. Chu Ye's entrenching tool was steady and forceful, each swing sending the foremost rodents flying, creating openings for Chu Ye's attacks. The two worked in seamless harmony, forming an impenetrable wall against the swarm's onslaught. As the battle progressed, both Chu Ye and Chu Ye gradually honed their techniques for dealing with the rodents. Eventually, the numbers of the swarm dwindled, and the remaining rodents began to hesitate, shrinking back from further assault. Noticing the signs of the swarm's retreat, Chu Ye and Chu Ye did not let their vigilance wane. The rodents were cunning and unpredictable, capable of a sudden resurgence at any moment. Chu Ye spat in disdain, striking the ground with his steel pipe, producing a dull thud. He was splattered with patches of blood, and wiping the sweat from his brow, he spoke with evident fatigue and disgust. "I can't stand these creatures anymore. They make even death seem loathsome." He turned to Chu Ye, catching his breath before continuing. "Let us move quickly. We need to get out of this wretched place soon. There are too many of these vermin. If this continues, we won't even need to be bitten to collapse from exhaustion." Chu Ye surveyed his surroundings, noticing a small steel-framed platform not far off. Perhaps it housed another exit. A glimmer of hope ignited among the group as they dragged their weary bodies toward the platform. The platform was modest and rudimentary, with only a rusted iron ladder leading upwards. Cautiously, they climbed the ladder, only to find the platform empty, save for a heavy iron door blocking their path. The door was rusted and clearly had not been opened in quite some time. It bore no handle or mechanism to facilitate opening, only a heavy iron lock securing it firmly. Chu Ye smashed the lock open. However, as they exerted themselves to pull open the heavy door, they discovered it was completely obstructed by thick layers of yellow sand. The group was momentarily dumbfounded. Yet, Chu Ye displayed no signs of panic. He inhaled deeply. Not lose heart. It is quite normal for sand to block our way. We're not the entrances of the subway station. We came from buried in sand as well. Here, it is no different that to survive. What is a little difficulty? He waved his hand, signaling the others not to feel disheartened. Chu Ye furrowed his brow, leaning against the wall in fatigue, wiping the blood from the tip of his nose with the back of his hand as he gritted his teeth. It's doable. But we don't have much time to waste. The sound from around here have likely attracted quite a few beasts. Chu Ye shot him a cold glance, his gaze sweeping over the others as he spoke deliberately. As expected, there's no easy route to exit the subway. If we wish to survive, we must carve out our own path. I need to get out from here. If there are any objections, we can part ways here. You may take the supplies we've discovered. The group fell into silence, their weary expressions gradually replaced by a steely determination. Chu Ye took a deep breath, pausing for a moment before nodding. "Brother Chu, if you say we should dig, then we shall dig. I have nowhere else to go if I don't follow you. I've rested enough. I can hold my own." He picked up the steel pipe from the ground and swung it vigorously, seemingly intent on releasing emotions that had been pent up for too long. Chu Ye ceased his words, bending down to strike at the gap forming along the edge of the iron door with the entrenching tool. Commencing the excavation one by one, others joined Chu Ye's side, including Chu Ye, who began to heave the sand piled in front of the doorway with his steel pipe. A bitter smile lingered at the corners of his mouth. "To hell with this sea of sand. I'm sure someone will come looking for us as archaeological team members." Chu Ye did not smile or engage in further conversation, merely continuing to swing his entrenching tool tirelessly. Time slipped by, and the air was filled with their labored breaths and the sound of sand cascading down. Gradually, they cleared a narrow gap through the sand blocking the door. The wind whistled through the opening, carrying the dry scent of sand, invigorating the weary group. Chu Ye let out a sigh of relief, lifting his head to address the others. "Let us continue. Today, we shall carve out a path for survival." Chapter 75. Troubles at the doorstep. Chu Ye peered through the gap at the outside. The sand beyond the door loomed like a heavy wall, layer upon layer, burying the exit that should have existed. The scorching wind bore hot grains of sand that rushed in, striking their faces and compelling them to instinctively turn away. The survivors, recently extricated from the depths of the subway, had yet to behold the desolate spectacle of this sand-covered wasteland. With squinted eyes and expressions rife with complexity, they coughed from the stinging dust. Unable to suppress their curiosity about the outside world, they began to chatter animatedly. Is it truly all sand out there? Is there any chance of survival in this place? They had heard that the city was buried under dunes, but they had not anticipated that the subway would offer no sanctuary either. Brother Chu, what does the outside look like? Faced with a barrage of inquiries, Chu Ye cast a fleeting glance at them, the chill and urgency in his eyes silencing their questions. His voice, though slightly hoarse, was crystal clear. The sand has blocked our way, it's quite deep. However, it is not insurmountable. Some among them paled his words, while others murmured softly that a few began to wipe the sweat and sand from their faces with their sleeves. Yet Chu Ye would not allow them to dwell on their fears. Let us not linger on that. We must dig with haste. With a bit more effort, we shall soon escape. His words recaptured their attention. No one dared to speak further, and they all bowed their heads to resume their labor. The sound of tools striking the sand resonating once more in the confined space. Yes, the gap was eventually widened to allow a single person to squeeze through. Chu Ye wiped the mud and sand from his face, inhaled deeply, and bent down to attempt his ascent. His hands gripped the earth firmly as he exerted all his strength to push his body outward. The air outside was scorching and arid, yet it was a welcome reprieve from the stifling atmosphere of the subway. The edge of the sand pit was precarious, grains slipping down his arms, their roughness making him grimace. Nevertheless, he continued to ascend without pause, and as his head broke through the layer of sand, he was greeted by a scene of utter desolation, an expanse of lifeless yellow sand. The sandstorm had ceased, and the outline of the city lay nearly obliterated beneath this endless veil of dust. This city, once vibrant and bustling, had long been suffocated by the sands. The streets were unrecognizable. Emerging from the pit, Chu Ye steadied himself and surveyed his surroundings, his gaze cold and profound. Brother Chu, what is it like outside? Came a voice from within the pit, that of Shirley, leaning down towards the opening. Chu Ye replied in a grave tone. The sandstorm has subsided and the winds have calmed. We need to widen the opening a bit more. Everyone can crawl out now. Without hesitation, Shirley responded loudly. Understood, and took the lead in wielding the tools to expand the hole. Soon, Shirley was the first to scramble out, gasping for breath, eyes darting around. In that instant, he was rendered speechless, his mouth agape, as if words were lodged in his throat. This is truly a sand city. Chu Ye stood to the side, his tone calm, yet laced with frost. This when you finally grasp the reality of the apocalypse. This is merely the beginning. One by one, others emerged from the hold. They stood upon the blanket of yellow sand and beheld the city. Thoroughly buried, they were all struck dumb. My heavens, someone whispered, pain and confusion evident in their eyes. Is this still our original home? An oppressive silence and an undercurrent of unease enveloped the group. The earlier tension of their struggle had temporarily masked their dread of the world state. Yet now, the sight before them shattered all their imaginings, leaving only the searing reality. Suddenly, Shirley cracked a bitter smile, self-deprecatingly saying, Brother Chu, in a place like this, is there truly a chance for survival? Chu Ye did not respond immediately. His gaze slowly swept across each face, finally resting on the endless sea of sand in the distance. After a moment, he turned and spoke in a low voice. I know that you follow me only to find a way out of here. He paused, his tone steady. Now that we have emerged, we have effectively concluded this perilous ordeal. The group listened, their faces revealing unease. Shirley opened his mouth, seemingly wanting to say something, but ultimately fell silent. Chu Ye pressed on, disregarding their reactions. From this moment forth, you are free. You have your own choices to make that if you wish to leave. Do so promptly. This is the apocalypse, and every step is a gamble with your life. I will not force anyone to stay. The air hung heavy for a moment, the yellow sand whipping against their faces, stinging their eyes. Shirley clenched his fists tightly, sand oozing between his fingers, and muttered a curse under his breath. Brother Chu, even now, where do you expect us to go? Chu Ye shot him a glance. His voice icy that I will not play the role of a caretaker. Whether you choose to stay or go is entirely up to you. Remember, in this apocalypse, no one can be truly relied upon. Not even me. Having said that, he turned and strode towards the direction of the sand-drenched expanse, his steps devoid of hesitation. His words fell like blades upon each heart. Some instinctively took a step back. Heads bowed, their expressions a tumult of emotions. Shirley slammed his fist against a nearby sand dune, gritting his teeth in anger. You truly have a heart of stone, but I refuse to leave. Wherever Brother Chu goes, I shall follow. Some nodded in agreement, while others remained silent, yet none chose to turn away. Finally, Chu Ye halted, without looking back, his voice ringing clear, if you wish to follow, do not hinder our progress. I hope you remember forever that the apocalypse does not nurture the weak. Only the strong will survive. With that, he took a step forward, his gait resolute, as if cleaving through the suffocating silence of the yellow sand. The group remained quiet for a moment, but eventually, someone took a step forward, silently following him. Others soon followed suit, though their eyes reflected struggle, yet more prominently, a sense of defiance. Thus, behind Chu Ye, the group set forth once more. The remnants of a setting sun were devoured by the swirling sands as they trudged heavily through the sea of sand. Chu Ye's home lay not far from the subway station, a journey that typically took half an hour, but now felt as though traversing a century at last. The familiar outline of the villa district emerged before them, yet the once imposing walls had been entirely swallowed by sand, revealing only a fragment of a dilapidated barbed wire fence, swaying in the wind as if silently narrating the brutality of the apocalypse. The group gazed curiously at Chu Ye, puzzled by the significance of a home in a city now engulfed by sand. At least there, it is somewhat safer. We need not worry about intruders. And no sooner had the words left their lips than a clamor erupted from within the villa district.